History says that the most important thing in a ruler is the chancellor's love for his people, which the emperor once again demonstrated at one of the meetings. Then he asked his subordinate when the repair of the railway tracks would be completed, and he was told that the work would be finished in 3 months. The chancellor was not satisfied with the answer because he would have to watch the people suffer for another 3 months, and the emperor became very angry. The ruler ordered the repairs to be completed within a month, which caused a stupor in the subordinate, and he objected that haste would lead to serious problems. The subordinate explained that the number of workers and slaves would increase, which was contrary to the original plan, so he asked the emperor to reconsider the decision. The officials gathered at the meeting begged the chancellor to change his mind, but he was a man who cared even for his slaves, and his virtue was like a spring star. But the emperor stood his ground. He told his subordinates who argued with him that it seemed they were mistaken. The chancellor shocked officials when he said that if they really cared about people, why shouldn't they join in the renovations? Taking the glass in his hand, the ruler rested his face on his fist, grinned, and suggested that otherwise he should intervene. With these words, he managed to convince the officials, and his subordinate agreed to complete the repair of the railway tracks within a month. The man who was taking notes on the proceedings was very tense, typing at full speed on his typewriter to keep up. The emperor asked him if he was scolding the chancellor in his report, and the tense secretary began to justify himself by saying that his fingers were simply not yet used to it. The chancellor looked at the secretary with a soul-piercing gaze and suggested that in that case he should be sent back to the training center. The subordinate became even more nervous and shouted that he would try to write faster. The secretary was covered in beads of sweat from the strain. He hid his eyes and said in a trembling voice that the generosity of his ruler was immeasurable when he was allowed to stay. The ruler said that he was hungry, so he suggested having a snack and meeting again in half an hour. His subordinates obeyed him and left the hall. The chancellor was left alone to have a snack. He took a sip from his glass to quench his thirst after the heated discussions. The emperor leaned against the wall to relax and complained out loud about his subordinates, claiming that they were very slow. Another question that interested the ruler of Joseon was where the plane would fly, which only he knew about at the time. In another place, and at another time, a young blacksmith was busy fulfilling an order in his workshop. The guy was forging iron with a hammer. The hero worked long and monotonously to fulfill the order. His face was protected by a mask so that sparks did not get into his eyes. As the boy picked up the hot metal object with tongs to examine the fruits of his labor, his phone vibrated. But he didn't have time to pick up the phone because an indignant man rushed into the workshop, shouting why Kim Jin-ho wasn't picking up the phone. The young blacksmith did not pay any attention to the guest, but only shouted to the man that he had no time for this. It was so noisy in the workshop, and the guy screamed so loudly that the man in the suit almost started bleeding from his ears. The guy, who continued to strike while the iron was still hot, flinched in surprise when the angry guest started yelling at him at the top of his lungs. This made the blacksmith become distracted, take off his mask and put his work aside, and then he asked Brother Byun-ho how long he had been here. Byun-ho came up and asked what the blacksmith was doing, that he hadn't even heard the bell ring, and was told that Jin-ho was making a custom sashimi knife. The man came close and began to glare at the guy suspiciously, and he screamed, justifying himself by saying that it was just a fish knife for a Seoul restaurant. Byun-ho decided to believe him. The blacksmith breathed a sigh of relief and asked his brother to stop intentionally showing that he was a detective every time. The detective handed the blacksmith a bag of kimchi that his mother had prepared. Jin-ho was happy with the gift and asked him to tell his aunt thank you. Walking around the workshop, Byun-ho asked why the blacksmith didn't clean up the place, saying it was a terrible mess. And when the guy got indignant, he asked him to answer more politely. The detective's attention was caught by one little thing in Jin-ho's workshop. He stopped and groaned in surprise, looking at something. The blacksmith panicked a little when Byun-ho started shouting, asking Kim Jin-ho what it was. The enraged detective picked up his gun and yelled at the blacksmith, asking if the idiot had forgotten that they were in Korea. The detective began to examine and play with the gun when Jin-ho explained that it was just a custom order for an overseas cosplayer. Byun-ho went quiet and began to take the weapon apart. Something about this fake gun made him very uneasy. The man looked down the barrel and noticed that the blacksmith had used steel wire to make the gun, which made him uneasy. Suddenly, the detective began to beat Jin-ho, asking the jerk why he used steel wire to create a fake weapon. Byun-ho shook the blacksmith by the collar, shouting that his clients were terrorists, and asked if Jin-ho was simply using the detective to cover for him. The fierce detective demanded that the hero show him everything, but the blacksmith did not understand what his brother wanted to see, which only angered him more. The man in the suit walked up to the cabinet and asked Jin-ho why he needed all these chemicals, to which the blacksmith explained that they were needed for engraving and metalworking. The detective began to examine the contents of the cabinet closely, wondering whether the blacksmith had obtained all of this legally, to which he was asked to show the receipt. An angry Byun-ho menacingly showed the guy his fist, warning that if the blacksmith gets into trouble, he's done for, but the hero asked him not to worry. The blacksmith awkwardly looked away when Byun-ho asked how he could not care about who was making the weapons. The man in the suit covered his nose with his hand, complaining of an unpleasant smell, and asked which house held so much manure. The guy explained that the smell was coming from his field, and justified himself to the detective by saying that he simply needed to get some potassium nitrate. The detective became worried again, knowing what the substance was, and asked the young blacksmith why he needed potassium nitrate. Showing his brother the black powder he had obtained, Jin-ho explained that he simply needed gunpowder to test his rifle, and that it was difficult to obtain. When Byun-ho heard these explanations, the man seemed to explode, becoming angry at his junior again. The detective placed his hand on his brother's shoulder and asked if he had any idea what Byun-ho had to go through to separate him from his uncle when Jin-ho went to the States. Detective Byun-ho's face bulged with anger, and he began to pat the younger man on the shoulder, shouting that the blacksmith shouldn't be causing so much trouble. Jin-ho's workshop shook, and birds took to the skies as Byun-ho yelled, demanding that the blacksmith plow his field immediately. A depressed Jin-ho agreed to do everything when Byung-ho said that he would come back there in 2 days to check everything. Finally, the elder asked the boy to hide the kimchi in the refrigerator, and after that he got into the car and sped away, and the blacksmith only sighed with relief. Returning to his workshop, Jin-ho was unhappy that he would have to borrow Mr. Huang's tractor to plow the field. Jin-ho opened his chemical cabinet and looked at the far, hidden shelf, saying that it was good that his brother didn't find this. The guy took out a small wooden box and opened it, saying that if the detective had found this, the blacksmith would already be in prison. The box contained 2 bottles of nitroglycerin, a substance the blacksmith needed to create his new project. The guy closed the box, realizing that no matter what, the main thing was not to get caught, because Byun-ho would clearly not like this find. The blacksmith became frightened when his workshop began to shake and dust and plaster fell from the ceiling, and he suspected that it was an earthquake. The earthquake was strong, the hero screamed, trying to stay on his feet, when his house began to rapidly collapse. Due to the strong shaking, our hero could not hold the box in his hands. The wooden box slipped out of his gloved hands. The young blacksmith's eyes widened in fear, his face covered in beads of sweat when he saw that he was about to drop the wooden box on the ground. The box should not be dropped under any circumstances, so the boy screamed and rushed forward to try to grab the box. The guy fell to the ground, managing to save the box, but the lid of the box still opened, and a small glass flask with a blue substance flew out. The protagonist's eyes expressed animal fear as the small bottle flew to the side, and the blue liquid inside began to emit light. Droplets of liquid scattered all over the area. When the guy looked at them, they seemed to turn into many heads with eyes and smiles. And a moment later, there was a deafening explosion, and the hopeless blacksmith looked at the bright flash above his head. His last thought was that even though he had created this, he might as well die now, and after a small explosion, a much more powerful one was heard. When the guy began to regain consciousness, he felt very stuffy. He was not sure that he was still alive, and above him he saw an unfamiliar woman and man. Jin-ho suspected that he had been saved by these people, and the man turned to his dear wife, enthusiastically stating that their baby had opened his eyes. The woman told her husband that the baby had his eyes, and the man answered his beloved wife that their child had her lips, and our hero did not understand what they were talking about. The delighted mother said that their baby moved, and the main character, who found himself in the child's body, did not understand what dialect the strangers were speaking. The girl said that she would pick up the baby in her arms, but the guy was in a stupor, not yet realizing why some strangers were picking him up. The man and woman were dressed in traditional attire, the mother held her newborn baby in her arms, and the father looked at him. The reincarnated hero was at a loss, not knowing that Kim Jin-ho had died after the explosion in his workshop at the age of 35. However, his soul did not go to heaven, but was reincarnated, and Jin-ho woke up in the body of a newborn child in the Joseon era. 3 months had passed since the protagonist's reincarnation. He still could not speak, and spent his time in a beautifully furnished house. The curious baby moved his arms and legs, listening attentively to other people's conversations, and thanks to this, he learned something new every day. The hero learned that he had ended up in the Joseon era, namely its early period. His father was a nobleman, but still far from the throne. The boy remembered the times when he was in high school, and in class he was told about the king of that era, who spent his entire day teaching. School children then made fun of the historian who was talking nonsense because it wouldn't even be on the exam. However, the historian then continued to teach the lesson, telling about the nobility who tried to survive and were removed from education due to the king's selfishness. The hero in the baby's body was happy that he was reborn as the eldest son, which meant that in the future he would not have to worry about money and status. The little boy's face broke into a smile when our hero realized that he had found himself in the perfect conditions to continue pursuing his hobby. Jin-ho was unusual as a child, and his parents were surprised when his teacher told them she had never seen a 5-year-old boy solve a Rubik's Cube. The expectations of the hero's parents were constantly increasing, because even in childhood, a teacher told them that their child could be called a genius. The protagonist's father and mother were happy when they received praise for their child because of his unusually high intelligence. Jin-ho's face didn't show that he was delighted when his parents praised him for his success and told him that they were proud of him. Jin-ho was not an ordinary child because praise directed at him only depressed him, and soon his parents' hope turned into disappointment. The teacher's praise turned into criticism. One of the teachers once told the parents that the boy was smart, but weak in his studies. The faces of his father and mother were no longer so happy when the school teacher told them at their meeting that it would be easier for Jin-ho to become an inventor. The hero had no desire to learn. His grades were poor, and he was often yelled at, with people telling him that he would achieve great things if he tried harder. Jin-ho was constantly depressed during his school years due to his parents' advice that it was all for his own good. Having suffered from constant pressure from his parents and teachers, the boy became obsessed with his hobbies. One day, he created a model of a steam engine. Also, the main character, while still a boy, managed to develop a design for a steam locomotive despite the fact that he was a poor student. The teenager was also interested in weapons, and he turned to an old master to learn how to create a blade from the ancient Joseon era. The guy was very attracted to blacksmithing, so soon our hero created a knight's armor on his own, drawing knowledge from historical anecdotes. They started calling him a polymath, but the nickname changed to a moron when the guy was shown on TV on a water hang glider. They said on TV that this boy was a real genius, and the angry father called his wife to come see it. She came up and asked what was going on, and the angry man, pointing the remote control at the screen, tried to convey to her that it was their son. Our hero's mother pursed her lips in anger when the TV reported that the inventor of the water hang glider was second-year student Kim Jin-ho. The parents were furious, shouting that their son was up to his old tricks again, while a happy Kim Jin-ho was flying high in the air on his hang glider. The inventor was happy. The construction of such unusual flying machines brought him real pleasure. When the experimental flight was over, the main character came home, took off his sneakers and wanted to say that he came home, but suddenly fell silent. The boy noticed his parents discussing what to do with this unbearable fool who doesn't study, but only does all sorts of stupid things. The main character did not share his joy with his parents, but silently opened the door to his room when he heard that any hobbies should have a limit. Kim Jung-hee continued his studies at the university, despite his passion for inventions, and soon entered his 3rd year. The student was spending time in his room at the computer. He froze in surprise when he saw something interesting on the monitor screen. When the main character saw that a message had arrived in his mail, he then already knew that this was one of the biggest events in his life. The guy received an offer to build a ship from a popular movie about pirates. He agreed and soon flew to the States. Kim Jin-ho was very happy that he had this opportunity, and when he said goodbye to his parents, he told his mom and dad that he would come back. Our hero's parents were not happy that their son was flying away to another continent, but they did not have time to stop him. A couple of months passed, and the wooden pirate ship was almost ready, and an Arab sheikh approached the guys who were doing the construction. The man praised the protagonist's skills and said that he needed a yacht, and then offered to pay a month in advance for its construction. Kim Jin-ho was shocked when he received an offer to build a yacht for an Arab sheikh and, in addition, earn a decent amount of money. So the trip to America dragged on, and when the guy finished working on the yacht, the sheikh ran up to him shouting that it was perfect. But soon the boy returned to his homeland, and when he stepped onto the threshold of his house, he received a strong blow to the face from his father. The angry man confronted his son about how he could leave for the United States of America without telling his parents. The wife yelled at her husband because she was against their son being thrown out of the house, but the man replied that they could no longer turn a blind eye to his antics. A stunned Jin-ho watched as his parents argued over whether it was okay to hit their child and whether he should be spoiled instead. When the boy's mother asked her husband if she was to blame for Jin-ho's behavior, the boy decided to apologize to his parents by kneeling down. The couple calmed down and looked at the boy when their son apologized and asked his mother and father not to fight over him. His father gave him an ultimatum that Jin-ho must serve in the army, and once he did, he would be eligible to return home. His parents and relatives were delighted when Jin-ho successfully completed his military service, continued to engage in civil service, and advanced in this field. Brother Byun-ho put his arm around his younger brother's shoulder and congratulated him on finally starting to work on a serious career. The main character felt visibly awkward when his older brother told him to finally stop upsetting his parents. Afterwards, peace finally came to the family. Our hero went to work in suits and ties, but was noticeably tired of it. The civil case made Jin-ho depressed, and giving up his inventions did not make him a happy person. Jin-ho was at his limit when he spent another evening in the office at the computer and numerous documents. Out of helplessness, he ran his fingers through his hair. One such evening, the boy's father came into his room when he was not there. There was a mess inside. There were torn papers and a tie on the floor. Opening the desk drawer, the man found a white package with many pills inside, which the main character took in secret from his parents. The father realized that his son suffered every day and even ended up in a clinic due to his depressive state, and then he made a difficult decision. When the main character returned, his father told him that he could now live as he wanted, adding that he had never been able to listen to his son's feelings. Jin-ho thought that he would be scolded now, but when he heard that his dad allowed him to do what he loved, he raised his wide eyes to his parents. The main character was very happy that now he would not have to do something he didn't like under pressure from his parents, and he thanked them for that. Afterwards, Kim Jin-ho began working on making his dream come true, and soon he was standing in front of a small wooden house, which he used as a workshop. However, his plans changed slightly when a powerful explosion occurred in the workshop, and the boy died, reincarnated in the body of a baby in the Joseon era. Now, the hero in the body of a newborn was happy, because here he was born with a golden spoon in his mouth, and he had access to what was not available in his past life. The baby's mother was surprised, not understanding what their son was so happy about, while the baby lay there and smiled widely for no apparent reason. A look of delight appeared on the woman's face as an idea of what exactly her newborn child was happy about arose in her mind. The happy mother sat in a chair embroidering on white fabric, while the baby lay on the floor, still moving his arms and legs in a joyful smile. She assumed that her son's positive response to the classics meant that he had a gift for writing, but that was not the case at all. Winter began in the territory of historical Korea, snow covered the roofs of buildings, and the newborn baby continued to grow. Time flew by in the child's body, and before the main character could look back, it was already autumn again, and orange leaves were falling to the ground. One day there was a celebration in Jin-ho's new home, and the tables were laden with colorful treats made from rice dough. In the house, a line formed in front of the baby's father. They bowed their heads before him and congratulated the gentleman. The now grown-up, smartly dressed baby, sitting in his mother's arms, realized that his father seemed to have a higher position than he thought. The protagonist became a little worried, wondering if it was more dangerous to live in a noble family that was not involved in the struggle for succession. When the parents and the child came out to the face, they were met by another crowd of guests. Elderly men with beards were delighted to see the heir. Everyone began to greet the child, addressing him as Your Highness, and called the baby the Great Prince, introducing themselves to Jin-ho. It turned out that one of the guests was our hero's new uncle, who said that he didn't think that his nephew would be born so soon. The parents thanked the great commander for his congratulations, but our hero did not understand why they called him that. The baby was scared when his uncle asked him to hold his nephew once, and his mother handed him over to the great commander. The man held the baby in his arms with delight, examining him more closely, and at that moment everything began to become clearer to our hero. The protagonist realized that his uncle was an important person in Korea, so he decided to smile widely to make a good impression. As the man handed the baby back to his mother, he laughed and said that the baby was very cute, and the woman thanked him for the compliment. The boy was shocked when he heard his father being called Chung Yeon, because he was very familiar with this name from history lessons. The baby's mouth opened wide as he looked at his father, because standing before him was the great Prince Jong Yeon, in other words, the great Sejong. The hero could not believe that his father turned out to be the great King Sejong, the man whose face he often saw on banknotes in his past life. Our hero's new father was the fourth monarch of the Joseon dynasty and held the highest title of King Sejong. This man was known to every Korean, and in the modern world more than one monument has been erected to him. From history lessons, the boy knew that the Korean alphabet was created by order of this King Sejong, and he was considered one of the wisest monarchs. King Sejong was respected to this day by people of all ages, and when our hero was little, he himself depicted him in his drawings. The protagonist was shocked to the core, trying to accept that the famous King Sejong was now his father. The excited little boy pushed these thoughts aside to understand what role he now had in Korean history, since he was born into the Chung Yeon family. Remembering in his mind a children's song that listed all the rulers in chronological order, he realized that he was Moon and his son was Tang. Soon his mother took him back inside, holding her son in his formal attire in her arms, and the baby looked at something in front of him in surprise. The main character didn't quite understand what was happening when his mother sat him down at the festive table. He knew that today was his birthday, and there were attributes on the table, one of which the boy had to choose so that his parents would understand his fate. Our hero hesitated, holding out his hand. His mother told him to choose quickly, but he doubted which of the objects on the table was better to grab. The child was distracted from this activity when his attention was attracted by something else. A bright shine blinded the baby's eyes. He noticed the great commander, his uncle, sitting nearby, and a bright sparkle came from the earrings on his ears. The protagonist recognized in this item a thing that was familiar to him. On the ears of the great commander were gold earrings with a green stone. Jong-ho began waving his hands, looking at his uncle with admiring eyes, and made it clear to everyone that he wanted to approach the great commander. The man in the blue outfit tried to move to the side to check if the baby was paying attention to him, but the child immediately began reaching for him again. The great commander moved away again, but the child immediately began to reach out with his hands to his uncle. The boy was puzzled to realize that his nephew, instead of choosing something from the items on the table, suddenly began to reach for it. The man grabbed the excited baby to hold him in his arms and find out what the child wanted from him. He was surprised and looked at the baby warily when the child immediately reached out with his hands and grabbed the earring on his ear. The great commander, when the little boy began to look closely at his decoration, finally realized that the problem was not in him, but in his earrings. The parents felt awkward about their son's behavior as Jin-ho sat in his uncle's arms, continuing to look at his jewelry. The little boy was delighted, realizing what painstaking work it was, and soon the celebration in honor of his birthday was successfully completed. The three brothers and the baby continued to celebrate in a small family circle, having dinner and drinking a bottle of alcohol in honor of their son's birthday. The first son, the great Prince Yan Yen, became hot from the effects of alcohol and undressed a little to cool down. The third son, the great Chang Yen, asked his brother to get dressed, to which he began to complain that there was nothing special here and he should be comfortable. He agreed when the king told him not to forget that he was a national symbol, while the baby sat in the arms of his second son, the great Prince Heir Yeon. While our hero was looking at the decoration, his brother told Chen Yen that he had heard about his academic achievements, which his older brother could only dream of. The little boy paid no attention to the brothers' conversation about the king's virtuous path, the war era, and the restoration of the old lands of the three Han dynasties. The hero came to his senses when the conversation turned to shouting, and his father began to argue with his brother about how Ming was a great empire, and that Joseon could never defeat the enemy. Yang Yan asked his younger brother not to worry so much, and he promised that he would achieve great things when he took the throne. But Jung Yan continued to argue. Jung Yeon shouted that they first needed to build up their strength to restore the name of Joseon, and Yang Yeon replied that he was not going to do it all at once. The future king was extremely outraged when his elder brother told him that 10 years of preparation would be enough for the war. Chongyong calmly explained that by that time, the generals who served Yuanzhang would die of old age, and the rest would die during the civil war. When the first son said that many had already died during the conquests, Zhang Yon tried to contain his rage by clenching his fist tightly. The man in the green outfit stood up abruptly and shouted, asking his brother if he had any brains at all when he said again that 10 years would be enough. An indignant Zhang Yon asked if his brother had forgotten that Yun Lei was sending 500,000 soldiers to each unit. He continued shouting, stating that the Ming Empire was fearsome not only for its fighters, but also for its administration and logistics. Yang Yen grimaced at his younger brother's tirade about how they still had a lot to learn even in the areas of population census and agricultural management. Zhang Yan froze when his older brother shouted that they only needed 1 year to conduct the population census and the same amount of time to measure agricultural land. Yang Yen was greatly angered by his younger brother's claims, so he stood up and walked closer to him, shouting that he was the heir here. The eldest heir shouted at Chongyan that he admitted that the boy was smart, but Yang Yan would take the throne, and the elder brother's shout caused fear in our hero's father. An angry Yang Yen insulted his younger brother. He looked the man sternly in the eyes and shouted that he would remain just an assistant. Zhang Yong held back from shouting back at his older brother. The man clenched his teeth with all his might, seething with anger at Yang Yong's words. Hyor Yan and the baby in his arms watched the brothers argue in silence, the man in the pink traditional outfit exhaling when it was over. Taking a sip of alcohol, he asked who would have thought that the sons of a military leader would behave like this. And the main character was surprised by the sudden turn of events, because it turned out that his father, Zhang Yon, was not the main heir. The third king of the Joseon dynasty, King Taiho, our hero's grandfather, while talking to his son, asked what the old fox had said. The man said that Right State Counselor Nam Jae said that long ago he advised the young emperor to take up science. Grandfather said that the emperor told him that the great prince had no business being among scholars, so there was no point in studying. Nam Jae praised Zhang Yon, saying that he was glad to see that the Grand Prince enjoyed studying, unlike his father, the Emperor. Now Zhang Yun was kneeling before his father and relaying to King Taejo the words that the Right State Counselor had spoken to him during the walk. The king called Grandpa Nam Jai a flattering old man and said that it was very bold of him to speak like that towards him. One of his subordinates, looking down, asked His Majesty what he was going to do about it, and the Emperor replied that he would simply turn a blind eye to it. The main reason for the rivalry between the two brothers was the king's ambiguous reaction. During one of the dinners, Yang Yen complained that he did not understand what his father was thinking. While drinking alcohol, Yang Yan complained to the court girls that the king constantly praised Yang Yan but ignored him. Yang Yen was a free spirit, so he could not survive the battle for the throne and began to do things that were not typical for a prince. The boy surprised the entire royal court when he walked in one day with a deer carcass pierced with arrows and began dragging it along the ground, leaving a trail of blood. The prince indulged in hunting and debauchery, and eventually the king's confidants began to act to prevent another uprising. One of the king's confidants, Park Un, who wanted the faction leader to give up his position as king, ran to him shouting, asking what Shim was trying to achieve. Zhang Yon's father-in-law, Shim On, told Park Yun that he had completely forgotten about asking Prince Zhang Yon to change his behavior. Park Yun shouted at Mr. Shim, saying that this was not right, and ordered him to step aside so that he could see the prince in person. Shim On asked Park Yun not to do this and promised to talk to His Highness this time, but the man started getting yelled at again. Zhang Yan's father-in-law tried to calm Park down and tell him to take a break if he didn't want to relive the bloody tragedy that had already happened during Taejo's reign. The man managed to calm down the king's confidant, Park Un, and he decided to leave the gate, giving Mr. Shim a chance to fix everything. When Park Yun left, Shim On breathed a sigh of relief because the man's private conversation with Young Yan was not what he wanted. Chong Yun's father-in-law watched the man leave and understood that the die had already been cast, which meant that much could not be changed. History did not change, however, and King Taejo sided with the great Prince Zhang Yan. When the youngest son stood before the king with his wife and son, his father congratulated him on the fact that Zhang Yan was his heir from today on. Jong Yeon said that he would remember his father's words as an unshakable rule when he asked him to strengthen his friendship with his brothers. Jong Yeon's mother asked her daughter-in-law to be in charge of the palace from that day on and to make sure that no unnecessary noise would appear in the house. The daughter-in-law bowed her head before the queen and told the old woman that she would remember these words of hers forever. King Taejo praised his children because his grandson seemed to be a very smart boy, and our hero thanked his grandfather for this. The future king boasted to his father that the boy was already mastering basic skills, which surprised Taejo, since he was only 4 years old. The protagonist looked closely at the king when his father told his grandfather that the boy would be 4 years old in October. King Taejo said his grandson was a great blessing to the entire royal family, praising the young family for raising the young talent. Our hero met the king of Joseon for the first time and noticed that the atmosphere was relaxed, and then he remembered Sam Jung-po's words. In his past life, Mr. Sam Jung-po told the hero that King Taejo and his wife are well described by the proverb, "An enemy in the past is a new friend in the present." The boy knew that the great King Sejong had killed his wife's family to intimidate his maternal relatives. While our hero was recalling his knowledge of history, the king again turned to his mother, the new princess of the palace. He said that he had heard that the princess's father had been very busy lately, to which she began to make excuses that she didn't know anything because he sat in his room all the time. The protagonist's mother felt a lot of tension because King Taejo just mentioned her father. The princess's entire face was covered in beads of sweat, and she found the courage to raise her head and look her father-in-law in the eyes. The king's expression was fearful, and in a cold voice he asked the girl to tell her father that he wished him a peaceful old age. The king added that it would be a shame if the princess's father lost all his wealth due to health problems, and the woman agreed to convey these words to the Pope. The main character noticed what negative emotions this conversation with the king about her father caused in his mother. The boy came to the conclusion that at this rate, real bloodshed would soon begin in the royal family. 2 months after Grand Prince Jong Yeon became the heir, Taejo passed the throne to his youngest son and retired. Taejo was wary of Jong Yeon's maternal relatives, who rose to power after the king's resignation. The old king's suspicions were confirmed when a subject reported to him that Kang Sang-gin, Shim Jong, the younger brother of Jong Yeon's father-in-law, and Pak Sup had recently had a private meeting. The former king was told that Kang Sang-gim said that the royal power was completely limited due to the presence of the retired king. This remark was directed at Taejo, who had not lost power after his resignation, so the former king ordered his soldiers to find them all. Taejo's wife burst into tears, screaming at her husband that she wasn't enough, and now the former king was going to do the same to their daughter-in-law's family. But Taejo was unwavering. He sentenced Kang Sang-gin to death, and in the future these events became known as Kang Sang-gin's prison. Shim On, the father of the king's daughter-in-law, received a more humane punishment. He was sentenced to life imprisonment, and all his relatives were sold into slavery. However, Jong Yeon, the new Sejong, did not react to these brutal actions of his father, which greatly frightened his wife and the mother of our main character. The woman was broken. Her husband's father turned all her relatives into slaves and imprisoned her father for life. Our hero was not happy about these events either, because he knew that his maternal relatives could serve as a reliable protection in the future. The boy turned his head and looked at his indifferent father, an idea popping into his head to convince Jong Yeon. At this moment, the new Sejong Chung Yeon did not pay any attention to his wife's tears. He sat motionless with his eyes closed. Looking at his dad, the main character decided not to interfere with the course of history, and from Chung Yeon's face he realized that he had come to some kind of agreement with his grandfather. The boy decided not to take any action in this case. He frowned, remaining next to his grief-stricken mother. The consequences of the Taejo affair could not be quickly dealt with. Many residents shouted that the daughter of a traitor could not be queen, and that she must be overthrown. Jong Yeon shouted at the negligent citizens, saying that if this continued, he would return the throne to the previous king, and then his wife would not be queen. Sitting behind him, Taejo declared that it was impossible to dethrone a man who had already given birth to 3 children for the king, and ordered that the issue of dethroning the queen should not be raised again. Our hero thought alone about his father, who was very cold-blooded in making decisions, and concluded that you can't fool genes. The little prince wondered if Zhongyan really intended to strengthen the royal power. Afterwards, an ambassador from the Ming Empire arrived to ask questions regarding the sudden abdication, but the succession went smoothly. One day, Sejong was spending time with his son and received a paper package, and when he read the contents, he said it was sad. The new king was forced to invade the Tsushima Islands because of his father's ambassadors and control, but he did not have enough strength and time to properly prepare for the battle. The curious little boy reached out to grab the paper bundle, remembering the historian's words about the success of Yi Zhongmu's invasion. Sejong Zhongyan was puzzled when he saw his little son persistently reaching for the bundles of papers lying on the table. The king was delighted when he saw that his son was already interested in the affairs of state, but he told the boy that first he needed to learn. Our hero's eyes widened in surprise when Zhongyan asked the eunuch to summon the royal chief secretary to him. Soon the secretary arrived and put the boy on his shoulder to carry his highness to some other building. The main character was furious because he understood that the royal secretary would now take over his education, and he hated studying. When the boy was left alone, he realized that he couldn't do this anymore, and that he needed to come up with something urgently, because otherwise he wouldn't be able to pursue his hobbies in the future. Jin-ho decided to come up with a plan based on the fact that his new father, King Sejong, was a true fanatic of his cause. From history, the boy knew that Sejong would come up with many original ideas, including mechanical arrows, a sundial, and a new alphabet. The main character also knew that his dad volunteered to collect donations for scientists, engineers, and astronomers. The little boy slammed his hands on the table and decided that he would be able to win his father, King Sejong, over to his side. To begin with, the guy plans to gather talented craftsmen and accept it if they don't have enough skills. Afterwards, the hero plans to show his father the invention in order to get enough money from Sejong to continue his activities. Then the main character will be able to make several more successful discoveries, strengthen his position, and expand his scope of activities. The kid was delighted when he realized that he had every chance of living his old, boring life again if this plan worked. The hero knew that he would still have to study, because he did not want to give in arguments with the ministers, but he was not going to work hard. While pondering his plan alone, the boy looked out the window, examining the autumn night landscape beyond. He came to the conclusion that all that remained was to charm the people close to him, who would be responsible for his education, so that they would be favorable to him in the future. The little prince broke into a sly and evil smile as another grandiose idea appeared in his head. The protagonist thought that it would be even better if he turned the people who would teach him into his own slaves. Soon the boy began to carry out his plan, walking down the street, followed by a string of submissive subjects. Our hero stopped and noticed something that made him stop moving forward as the boy walked past the forest. The boy looked towards the forest and saw that the place was being used as a toilet, and a strong, unpleasant smell caught his attention. A grimace of contempt and discontent appeared on the boy's face, and he thought what a disgusting place he had to live in. The little prince met a whole crowd of identically dressed women who bowed their heads before him and greeted the boy. In response, our hero gave the order to the women to continue working and continued on his way, but then one thing caught his attention again. The boy was indignant when the unbearable, unpleasant smell hit his nose again as he passed by a crowd of court women. The protagonist realized where the scent was coming from and turned around to look at the women walking, their skirts dirty. The boy noticed that the hem of one of the women's skirts was smeared with filth, indicating poor hygiene in the kingdom. Our hero felt disgusted. He was furious, wanting to turn this entire kingdom upside down to fix these problems. The little prince began his studies. He was the only student at the royal private lecture. The old man announced that the lesson was over and asked the prince to voice any questions he had for the lecturer. Our hero was at a loss. He was silent for a long time, sitting over his textbook, and said nothing to the old man who gave him the lecture. Afterwards, the boy decided what question to ask and mentioned a lady of the court with excrement on the hem of her skirt, whom he had seen the day before. The protagonist told the teacher that he understands that this is a natural process, but it is terrible if a person's clothes bother others. One teacher explained that clothing not only protects from heat and cold, but also reflects class membership, so it is normal to put up with such inconveniences. The boy was indignant when the teacher mentioned classes, asking if he thought it was wrong to determine the class of the population by their clothes. All the teachers were shocked when our hero said that even if a gentleman is dressed in rags, the scent of his virtue will spread throughout the world. When the boy asked if the teachers thought it was time to change the attitude, the old man coughed and replied that he did not think the problem could be solved so quickly. Although there was a smile on our hero's face, he was seething with anger when the elderly teacher decided to change the subject again. Jin-ho stated that he had recently read about the conquest of Tsushima Island, which had left the old teacher in shock. Our hero explained to his grandfather that he was with his father at the time, which is why he had access to secret documents about the conquest. The young prince told the teachers that the letter said that everyone except farmers had been called up for service. The boy asked the teacher if the lack of a trained fleet was not a big problem, and why sailors were not trained. The protagonist began to openly resent him, asking the teachers why the inhabitants of Tsushima Island were not evacuated before the invasion. The boy reproached the teachers, saying that if they were worried about the island turning into a Japanese pirate camp, the inhabitants would have been resettled to the north. The ashamed teachers silently listened to the hero's words about how then they would not have to worry about the daimyo, the elite of the Japanese samurai. The elderly teacher looked down and replied to the little prince that this issue had already been discussed earlier. The main character did not openly insult the teachers, but the old man's answer angered him, and the boy thought what idiots they were. After the lesson, the teachers discussed what happened for a long time. One of the subjects found it difficult to believe that the boy was only 5 years old. The surprised teachers admitted that they found it hard to believe that the prince at such an age was already pondering such questions. The man replied that he now understood why His Majesty had ordered the prince to be helped to concentrate on his studies, and suggested increasing the difficulty of the knowledge. One of the teachers laughed, and said that he was already looking forward to the day when the little prince would become king, and the second man asked him to watch his language. When the main character was studying on his own, he swore loudly and threw his textbook on the floor with all his might. The boy was furious because he was being given half-baked answers just because he was not yet the heir. Jin-ho in the boy's body sighed heavily and said how it irritated him after he threw the folk book Shijing somewhere to the side. The irritated protagonist stated that if things continued like this, he would not live longer than King Moon. The boy slammed his fist on the table, saying that he had planned to make the first move after 10 years, but it looked like his plans would have to change. The main character decided to get rid of the idiots who teach him as soon as he becomes the heir. Time flew by very quickly, and soon Jin-ho in the body of the little prince was already 7 years old, in honor of which he put on a ceremonial outfit. Although he hid his joy, the boy smiled when he was finally recognized as the sole heir of his father, the king. Afterwards, the exhausted guy lay down on the table and began to complain of fatigue, because the ceremony of the prince's accession to the heir was very tense. But the boy was happy that he was now the crown prince, because he had been waiting for this moment for an eternity. The protagonist immediately reached for his pen and wondered whether he should now begin to reconsider the policies of King Sejong, his father. The boy took notes on paper, resting his fist on his face, and in the course of his thoughts he declared that good money could be made from the salt monopoly. The crown prince knew that silver and gold had been taken from the Ming dynasty's tribute, but the problem was the amount. The protagonist's head was boiling with thoughts. He was pondering many aspects of the king's policy, from smuggling to the land issue. Thinking about the difficult economic situation, the little crown prince did not notice how he put a black blot on his notes. The disgruntled boy cursed the awkward brush and said that he could come up with a bunch of solutions, but there was one problem. And this problem, according to the main character, was that his state had no gold reserves at all, which made him think. The boy was also upset by the fact that, although he was the crown prince, he still did not have enough power to solve the problems of the state. Looking at the black blots on the notes, our hero came to the conclusion that in any case, it was impossible to sit in one place, and it was necessary to start small. After making another blot, he sighed in irritation and said that he still couldn't get used to the brush, complaining about the huge number of inconvenient things in this era. And then a brilliant idea came into the little prince's head, like a bolt of lightning, when he realized what he should do. The boy realized that he could start changing everything little by little, gradually rebuilding the life of the state in a way that was convenient for him. Holding a writing brush in his hand that didn't suit him at all, the inspired hero thought that this was just the beginning. Life in the Joseon kingdom was in full swing. The court blacksmith was busy with his craft, forging iron with a heavy metal hammer. Our hero watched with a smile as the artillery unit responsible for weapons production worked. The protagonist took a deep breath, enjoying the aroma of iron, which he missed greatly when he found himself in the body of a little boy. The guy understood that he wanted to be here more often because of his hobbies, so he decided to prove himself in the blacksmith's workshop in advance. One of the workers bowed his head and greeted the crown prince, and the boy replied that he was also glad to meet him. Chief of the ammunition department Lee Chang-ho said that thanks to the prince's work, Joseon is becoming stronger every day, and it is an honor for him. The protagonist cleared his throat and told Lee Chang-ho that he actually came to them because he was looking for something. He shocked the boss when he asked who in this place worked best with gold and iron, leaving the man stunned. Lee Chang-ho rubbed his beard with his fingers and looked away thoughtfully, pondering the protagonist's question, and then said that he knew one such person. After this man came to meet the little prince, he bowed before him and said that a humble servant greets his highness. Our hero asked the blacksmith not to speak like that, because the blacksmith of the artillery unit, who is responsible for the harrow, cannot be humble. The little prince took out a scroll of paper and asked the talented blacksmith to come closer to him, because he wanted to ask him for something. The boy placed the drawing on the table and asked the man if he could make the product following his instructions. The blacksmith looked at the crown prince's drawing. What he saw caused him noticeable tension, and he asked our hero what it was. Showing the man a drawing of his ingenious invention, the main character explained that it was a replacement for the brush. The court blacksmith was stunned. The little prince's request puzzled him. He stared at the boy with eyes wide with surprise. The blacksmith said that the thing in the drawing looks like it holds ink inside when writing, and the amount of ink can be adjusted. The excited prince confirmed everything, adding that, moreover, a round ball should be added to the tip so that the ink would write smoothly on the paper. Pointing to the drawing, the boy asked Mr. Gong how narrow he could make the slit through which the ink would flow. The excited blacksmith Gong declared that he would do his utmost to make this gap the size of 5 mo. The little prince began to calculate in his mind and on his fingers what the gap would be if 1 chi was equal to approximately 3 centimeters. The main character was perplexed, not believing that such a narrow hole could be made by hand, because 5 mo is 15% of 1 millimeter. The heir stunned the blacksmith by declaring that he would have to make a dozen of these items, and not in a few months, but as quickly as possible. The blacksmith explained that because of the contact with liquid, he would have to use gold or silver instead of iron, and he would be able to make about 20 of these handles a day. The main character told the man that when writing, the thickness of the stroke should be about 1 ri, which is equal to 1/3 of 1 millimeter. Gong agreed to set that standard, and said he would try to get it done in 2 days when asked how long it would take. The little crown prince asked the court blacksmith to try hard and gave him 3 whole days to complete the task. 3 days later, our hero was presented with the first samples, and the blacksmith announced that he had made tips of different thicknesses. The boy took up a writing pen to try it out when the blacksmith asked him to determine what thickness would suit him best. The long-awaited moment has arrived when the main character will try out his first invention in practice. He dipped the golden tip into the ink. The crown prince drew a pen across the paper and a thin black line emerged, without a single flaw or blotch. Everyone bent over the sheet of paper, and the main character cried out in delight when he saw the results of the work of the blacksmith Gong. After making some trial notes, the boy said that he liked it and the work turned out great, and the blacksmith said that it was all thanks to the prince's instructions. The protagonist gave the blacksmith the task of making 100 pieces of this thickness and paying special attention to 10 handles, and the man agreed to carry out the order. While examining the new invention, the little prince asked if it was possible to engrave a plum blossom on the case and received confirmation. The joyful heir asked the blacksmith subject how long the work would take him, and Gong replied that 10 days would be enough. The hero made the blacksmith happy by saying that he would add 2 more days, but asked him not to make any mistakes, because he would show these products to the king. After the main character went outside to do other things, the boy was accompanied by a whole crowd of subject men and women. Lee Chung-ho, watching him go, told Gong that the boy was wise beyond his years, and the blacksmith replied that he had heard that the prince was only 8 years old. The head of the ammunition department looked at the blacksmith and praised Gong for achieving so much because he received the title of Grand Master of Joseon. A joyful Gong said that he was going to ask the carpenter to make the best possible mount for the document to keep as a family heirloom. The day came when King Sejong was shown his son's invention. The man drew a pen on paper, creating a thin and graceful line. Jongyeon was delighted. He shouted at how valuable it was when he tried out the new pen with a flower engraved on the gold barrel. The date of December 10th in the 3rd year of Sejong's reign will forever be remembered for the day that the crown prince created and presented the king with golden pens. The king tried the pens and was generous with compliments, saying that they wrote wonderfully and were very comfortable to hold in the hand. Having praised the prince for a wonderful job done, the delighted king asked the scribe not to forget to record this historic moment. Jongyeon picked up the pen to take a closer look, and once again praised the little crown prince for his excellent work. The man froze in surprise when he noticed a detail on the gold item that caught his attention. King Sejong saw that the thin gold case was engraved with a plum blossom, and the little prince confirmed that it was indeed so. The protagonist stated that these flowers were engraved as a symbol of the royal family, and the delighted father asked the boy how he came up with this idea. The boy tensed up when King Sejong asked him this question because he realized that it was high time to make the statement he had been planning. He made his father worry when he said that the little prince had been writing in ink the other day and had noticed something strange. The heir said that he saw ink seeping through the brush, and although the liquid flows from top to bottom, this time everything was exactly the opposite. The little prince told his father that he found this phenomenon very exciting, and soon the idea came into his head. The delighted king replied that many people already use a brush, but no one had thought of this yet, and he called it learning through observation. The protagonist told the king that he had one request and asked the eunuch to bring a wooden box with his handles. There were many golden pens inside, and the boy asked the king to have them distributed to historians and government officials. The amazed historians listened in fascination to the prince's words about how historians write tirelessly, so it is worth helping them at least a little. The assembled officials were delighted when the crown prince ordered all ministers to use the new pens for writing. King Sejong declared that he thought the idea was wonderful, and then asked his subjects what the ministers thought about it. All the ministers unanimously responded that the little prince was right and the idea was magnificent, and they praised our hero for caring for his subordinates. The leader of Joseon ordered his servants to distribute new pens to the scribes and officials. He gave permission for them to use them and was in a great mood. The officials gathered at the meeting laughed and had fun. They were pleased with the new king, who turned out to be such a thinking person. The main character remained silent. He watched what was happening, and there was a barely noticeable sly smile on his face. The crown prince smiled slyly, because he knew that very soon the hands created by him and the blacksmith would cause havoc in the kingdom. The reaction to the pens created by Hyang was stormy, and the popularity of the successor grew exponentially. Now scribes who often suffered from old brushes did not have to writhe in fatigue, thanks to Hyang's invention. It became much easier for officials and scribes to take notes. They were delighted with the golden pens that the king gave them. Moreover, Hyang also created notebooks, which were a great addition to the pen and could be used to write anywhere. When King Sej saw these notebooks, he ordered that these items be produced in large quantities and distributed to the military. One day at the market, a buyer asked the seller the price, and he replied that he would only take 2 mala and 2 du, which is about 7 kilograms. The buyer asked the seller if he could pass him the paper and inkwell so that he could calculate the price correctly. The man began writing down the cost of the item on paper using a new pen, and the seller looked with delight at the item in his hand. The buyer said that the king had personally given him the pen, and the seller began to closely examine and praise the engraving on the body. The salesman said the pen looked absolutely stunning, and the delighted man replied that it was also convenient to carry around. The man in the blue suit ordered the seller to move all the paper he had bought from him to his house, and the old man agreed to fulfill the request. The salesman rubbed his chin with his hand. The gold pen that the customer had made the entrepreneur think about a new idea for a business. Soon the subject came to King Sejong and reported to Jong-yun the news that unpleasant things had been happening on the streets lately. The servants told him that there was talk of counterfeit gold pens appearing on the streets, and the king cried out that this crime must be dealt with. Sejong was furious that someone dared to imitate the precious item, so he ordered that those responsible for this crime be severely punished. The king calmed down a little and said that he thought it was necessary to listen to the little prince's opinion on this matter. He ordered his servants to bring the heir, and when Hyang arrived, the frightened boy asked the king why he had called him. Chung Yun explained to his son that the officials were saying that they were trying to profit from his invention, so he wanted to know his opinion. The officials began to be touched by the little prince when he made a sweet, thoughtful face, hesitating over what to answer his father. The protagonist asked the king if he could trust him to solve the problem with the fake pens. A month passed since this conversation. The boy entered the royal palace, and all the subjects began to loudly greet the crown prince. Our hero Jin Ho, in the body of a little heir, confidently walked around the hall like a king, clenching his hands into fists. The boy stopped and looked at his subjects, who fell on their knees before him, and shouted that the humble servants were greeting the heir. The protagonist asked his subjects if they knew why Haiyang had called them all here today. The young heir took a pen from his pocket, which was clearly a fake, and told the servants that he had called them here precisely because of this. The subjects visibly tensed when they saw the fake, and sweat ran down the face of one of the servants as he looked timidly at the boy. The servants loudly began to justify themselves to the prince that they would never have acted so indecently, and all the merchants swear that they did not counterfeit the pen. Looking down at the servants, the little prince declared that he had not called them to make accusations, and then ordered them to stand up. The subjects felt a wild fear of the boy. They timidly rose to their feet, trembling with horror and sweating. The main character, looking at this picture, clicked his tongue. He was irritated by the behavior of the servants, who were trembling with fear in front of him. A boy named Yang told his subjects in a stern voice not to make him repeat himself. The boy's voice turned into a shout when the servants didn't listen to him and were still on their knees, so Hyang ordered them to stand up again. Afterwards, the crown prince sat down at the wooden table to begin a conversation with the assembled servants of the kingdom. All the men looked down, feeling fear and shame, when the prince declared that he would get straight to the point. The main character announced the unexpected news that he intended to entrust the production of gold pens to one of the local trading companies. The guy shocked the sellers when he said that manufacturers should give the state a fifth of their profits, and the price of the pens should also be set. One of the merchants, who wanted to ask a question or object to the little prince, asked forgiveness from His Highness before saying anything. The man said the profit may seem generous, but if you factor in the vendor's fees, the net profit will be around 30%. The heir slammed his fist down on the table as the merchant continued that in that case they would earn no more than 10% of the total profit. The protagonist was furious. He stared at the man with eyes full of anger and asked the merchant how he dared to lie so brazenly. The prince became angry because the merchant had given him the wrong number, and ordered that the scoundrel be thrown out, and that his company be deprived of the right to trade. The frightened merchant turned to His Highness. He was horrified when the prince suddenly applied such a cruel punishment against him. The guards grabbed the man by the arms and dragged him towards the exit, while the merchant, screaming, begged the protagonist to have mercy on him. Another merchant who was at the meeting tensed up when he saw how the heir was mercilessly dealing with the servants who wanted to deceive him. There was complete silence at the table. All the assembled merchants guiltily lowered their gazes to the floor, not daring to argue with the prince. Our hero said that he and the emperor consider the merchants and residents of the Yosean kingdom to be important people and that they will be given assistance. The prince became angry and knocked over his chair, shouting that they would be treated like nothing if they continued to use such tricks. The enraged little heir stood up and pointed his hand at the merchants, shouting for them to remember what he had said. The merchants folded their hands together and bowed their heads before the heir, declaring that they would remember his words. The protagonist calmed down, and after the crown prince's remark, the meeting was completed without any tricks on the part of the entrepreneurs. When the meeting was over, Hyang's next meeting was private, with one of the eunuchs kneeling before him. Now the boy was in a more friendly mood. The main character looked at his subject with a slight smile. The boy praised the previously dismissed eunuch Zhuo for his good work, but the man disagreed and asked the prince why he did it. The protagonist replied that he was too young, so he simply had no other choice, and Zhuo stated that he would then return soon. Hyang told the eunuch with a wide smile on his face that everything was fine and was glad that everything was going smoothly, wanting to continue in the same spirit. Soon, a tall man in a long red suit came to meet with the king of Joseon and addressed His Highness to make a statement. The boy looked at General Sun who came in saying he had something to say, and that was the first time Jin Ho encountered disagreement. An indignant General Sun confidently told the head of state that they could no longer continue to follow his plan. It all started with the fact that shortly after the sale of the golden pens, the kingdom's budget began to grow rapidly, and everyone was happy about it. This is why King Sejong and all the ministers of the state paid attention to trade, and Jung Yun actively praised his heir. But dissenters also began to appear. Some were not happy that the royal court had become a place for trade because traders should be of the lower class. General Sun then replied to the dissenter that the crown prince had started all this, so it was necessary to set His Majesty on the right path. Those who disagreed argued that the heir was smart, but he was still a child, and they were surprised that the emperor allowed a boy to decide such important issues. An active conversation under cover of night ended with the close associates deciding to express their disagreement with the king because of his policies. But before they had time to express their disagreement, King Taiho, the grandfather of our hero, died. This happened in the 4th year of Sejong's reign. The royal family was going through a difficult time due to the loss, so the dissenting men came to the conclusion that it was better to wait for another opportunity. Crown Prince Hyang was very busy all this time. He got hold of a whole cabinet of valuable books about Europe, brought from China. The main character couldn't wait to read all these books to get some inspiration for new achievements. Trying to reach the top shelf, the boy said it would be suspicious if he continued to say that he made everything up himself. Opening the first book, the evil kid said that he needed to learn to lie well, and so far everything had gone strictly according to his plan. Soon he came to the king with a new idea, saying that it would be better to use other numbers, for example Arabic ones, which are in use in the West. It seems that King Sejong was not against implementing this idea, but asked his son what the ministers would say about it. Tax Minister Kim Chom, an elderly man, told the king that he found Arabic numerals very convenient. Then Jong Yan ordered everyone to use Arabic numerals for a month, and if all went well, he would establish them as the national numerals. When his subjects agreed to carry out this order, the king unrolled the scroll of paper and addressed his only heir. The main character was ready to listen carefully to what his father was about to tell him. The king of Joseon told the boy that Emperor Ming had sent him a letter, and judging by the man's face, he was not happy about the news. Sejong ordered gold pens to be made and presented to the emperor of the Ming dynasty, who was pleased and asked to send him 10,000 more of these pens. The hero became thoughtful when his father told him that there was not much gold left in the kingdom, so the order was problematic. The crown prince's mouth dropped open as an idea came into his brilliant head on how to solve the gold shortage problem. General Sun was shocked when a boy asked his father whether it would not be better if the economy were run by the state. The bearded military leader could not contain his emotions and shouted, because the proposal to hand over control of the economy to the state made him furious. King Sejong told the general to calm down and asked the little prince to continue developing his thought. The boy said that since Emperor Ming sent the letter, it meant that the empire liked the pens, and there were many more scribes in that state. Jong Yan thought about it when Hyang said that if they contacted a trading company, they could sell even more pens than the Ming Empire asked for. The little prince's proposal made the Minister of Taxes think too. The old man closed his eyes, scratching his gray beard with his hand. A smile appeared on King Sejong's face as he realized that, according to the calculations, they could make a good profit by bringing his son's idea to life. The Minister of Taxes had the same idea, and the old man realized that the heir's proposal was beneficial to the state. The inspired prince suggested to his father that the merchants should be ordered to escort the ambassadors to the Ming Empire, and the merchants would only have to make a small contribution. The general in red uniform categorically disagreed with the protagonist's proposal and loudly spoke out against it. The boy looked at the warlord in fear as he shouted that they should not go along with the young prince's plan. Sun stated that the boy would bring a lot of money to the state, but great wealth would lead to corruption of power, which would lead to tyranny. The second official, the Minister of Rights, sided with the general and declared that he fully agreed with the opinion of the Inspector General. The general said that the merchants could not take part in the trip to meet the Emperor of China because it would dishonor the dignity of their kingdom. Sun glared at the little prince and said that it seemed like His Highness didn't really understand the basics of diplomacy. The ashamed hero silently listened to the general's words that it would be better for the boy to study hard and learn national affairs. Hyang asked his father if he would allow him to implement his idea of an heir, and King Sejong replied that he would allow him to do so. The king asked the inspector to explain his words about people becoming mired in luxury and tyranny beginning, but the general was interrupted. The protagonist replied to the general that, if you look at history, people always have to work hard to have bread. Sunum countered that there was no guarantee that the events of the past would not repeat themselves, and the boy asked the man if he lived in the present. The little prince asked the general how he could be sure that golden pens were a disposable item, especially since the merchant sold more than just that. The inspector general responded indignantly that many people had bought the gold pen out of curiosity, but it had become just a child's toy. The Minister of Taxation countered Sunum by saying that more than 400 pens are sold at the state level every month, and another 1,000 are sold in bulk. The general was stunned to hear such data from the minister, because he had no idea that the trinket was being bought up in such quantities. The protagonist reminded Sunum that this invention was invented by just a child, and the inspector apologized to the heir for his rudeness. Our hero declared to the king and all the officials that for the sake of the people they simply needed to escort the merchants to the Ming Empire. The boy asked the eunuch to bring a book from his room, and when the king opened it, the son explained that it was a world geography textbook from the Ming Empire. Hyang said the textbook reflected the geography of the empire and surrounding countries, and also indicated that Vietnam and the Ming collected much more grain. The general shouted again, objecting to the heir when the prince said that they needed to buy grain to help the people. The inspector general cried out, declaring that the true way of the king meant poverty for both the ruler and his people. The royal family listened silently to Sunum's words about how the king should be content with poverty and honesty. The heir could not stand it and shouted at the general, declaring that there was no need to put up with poverty and that the people of their kingdom were suffering. The officials fell silent when the prince shouted that in the summer people die from the heat, in the winter they freeze from the cold, and in the spring they starve to death. The protagonist continued, loudly quoting the proverb that even a nobleman would overcome himself if his child went hungry for 3 days. General Sun felt uneasy as the prince shouted that no parent would stand idly by while watching their child die of hunger. A smile of pride appeared on Zhang Yon's face for his son, as the little prince loudly declared that the king was the father of all the people. Addressing all the officials, the boy continued his speech, asking whether the king should not take care of his children. King Sejong was completely delighted, and with a broad smile on his face, he praised his son for his wonderful speech. In the hall where all the officials, the heir and the king had gathered, there was complete silence after these words of the head of the kingdom. Even the clerk, who had been busy recording the proceedings of the meeting, looked at the king with his mouth wide open. But then the secretary pulled himself together and concentrated on his work again to write down these words of praise from Sejong to his son. King Sejong cleared his throat and thought about something before continuing the meeting in the royal palace. The head of state cleared his throat again to pause and once again address his subjects gathered around his throne. The protagonist, remaining silent, looked at his father, waiting for the king to speak again, having made a final decision. The ministers and other officials also did not dare to put in a word, so they humbly waited for the king to speak. King Sejong said that they could continue the discussion, and the protagonist was ready to turn to his father and the officials again. The protagonist continued by stating that the nobility and officials had already learned to suppress hunger, but the common people did not have such knowledge. Zhang Yon was in complete agreement when the boy said that if they wanted to teach the people virtue, they should at least save them from hunger. The officials stared at the king with wide eyes as he burst into enthusiasm, showing his delight at his son's ideas. The crown prince was wary of his father's reaction and realized that the time had come to wind up. Hyang stated that the hearts of people are the hearts of heaven, and he does not understand how heaven will respond to their virtue if people's hearts are suffering. The boy told his father that they must do everything in their power to await heaven's answer, quoting the proverb that man proposes, heaven disposes. The heir stated that even in the event of an epidemic or drought, officials insist that the king is not virtuous enough, and therefore considers order to be broken. The protagonist said that they should take care of water and food before the drought, prepare medicines and store grain before the famine begins. Turning his head towards the general, the boy reminded that the officials had not prepared anything and had attributed everything to the king's lack of virtue. The crown prince asked the inspector general if he then meant to say that the Joseon dynasty lacked virtue. The main character's reproach towards the inspector general shocked everyone present. The officials opened their mouths in surprise. The general's face was covered in sweat. He stared at the crown prince with eyes full of fear and did not know what to answer him. Our hero continued his speech, stating that he knew that many officials had been sitting since the time of the previous dynasty. The boy asked why they then did not talk about the lack of morality of Taizong, who founded his dynasty. The heir asked whether a man who raised a sword against his brothers had enough virtue, and whether his father was to blame for taking his uncle's place. The inspector general of the kingdom plucked up the courage to loudly declare to the young heir that he was deeply mistaken. Sun began to justify himself to the gloomy king, saying that they had never had such disgusting thoughts, and asked him to show mercy. King Sejong listened silently to the inspector general's pleas as the man once again asked the Joseon leader to show mercy. Jong Yeon, remaining calm, told the officials that he was very sorry that the little prince was too harsh in his remarks. The protagonist admitted he was wrong when the king asked his son to be more careful in his expressions next time. The king told the ministers that he believed that helping the people should come first, and that they should carry out Emperor Ming's order. The boy had another idea, so he told his dad that it would be better not to just give grain to people, but to exchange it for labor. These words of the main character greatly surprised the king. He stared at his son with wide eyes when the boy mentioned the word work. The hero explained that drought occurs not only because of low rainfall, but also because of the lack of reservoirs and irrigation facilities. The prince proposed to build water reservoirs in every city and prevent famine by providing people with work in exchange for grain. Yang asked the officials what they thought of the idea, and the ministers responded in unison that it was indeed brilliant. At this point, the protagonist's speech was complete, and King Sejong allowed his son to leave, which the boy agreed to do. Finally, King Sejong invited the crown prince to take part in political discussions after the ancestral rites were over. As the boy left the throne room with his eunuch, he thanked his father for allowing him to take part in political discussions. Rising from the throne, the head of the Joseon kingdom announced that the morning meeting was over and allowed everyone to disperse. However, the head of state wanted to address his subjects once more. He stopped before leaving the throne room. Looking down on officials, Sejong said he would be forced to rethink the minister's position in relation to the ruling dynasty. They began to shout for the king to show mercy, but Sejong sternly ordered the officials to return to their work. After the meeting, one of the officials told another that if they took another step to the side, bloodshed could begin. General Sun, when someone told him that he needed to learn to watch his words, replied that he was simply worried about the future of the kingdom. The officials whispered, discussing whether this was the end for them, and the morning meeting had left the inspector general angry. The ministers and other statesmen began to disperse after the meeting. The general remained with his two confidants. The men asked the general what they should do now, because the boy turned out to be much smarter than they had previously thought. An annoyed Sun told his friends that if they failed, they would have to leave their positions. The general said that on the other hand, they were obliged to guide the emperor on the right path because every wise king must listen to his subjects. Inspector General Sun was prepared to continue to defend his position, so he confidently declared that he would stop the emperor. After King Sejong was spending his free time at home, his wife and the mother of our hero put a cup of tea on the table. The woman told her husband that she heard that the crown prince had made a noise during the morning meeting. The emperor did not agree with his wife, saying that the boy, on the contrary, had spoken many wise words, and it was he who had caused the fuss, not his son. He shocked his wife when he said he lost his temper and gave the speech he used when he was a prince. The queen began to laugh so loudly that her eyes filled with tears, and she replied to her husband that she was sorry she had not been there. There was a cheerful family atmosphere in King Sejong's house. The couple laughed, and the king said that he felt embarrassed. The emperor of Joseon smiled when his wife noticed that his complexion had become much better recently. As she poured tea into the cup, the woman said that he shouldn't worry, and there was no point in worrying about the scribe's brush. Taking a sip of tea, King Sejong acknowledged his wife's rightness, because his comfort should come first, and his wife called this a wise judgment. Chung Yong told his wife that he had allowed his son to take part in political discussions, and the woman replied that the prince was still so young. However, King Sejong did not agree with his wife, and replied that judging by the behavior of their heir, everything would be fine. The Joseon queen laughed behind her hand when her husband said that the more he looked at his son, the more it seemed that the prince was already over 40 years old. The wife mentioned that not long ago her husband was worried that their son's intelligence would create a barrier between them. But now Jung Yun seems more confident. After drinking tea with his wife, King Sejong turned to his eunuch, who obediently bowed his head down in front of Jung Yun. The king told his assistant that he wanted to be alone, and when all the servants had left the room, Jung Yun sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor's gaze changed at that very moment. He looked ahead from under his brows, remembering the officials he didn't like. The emperor asked himself whether he should wait for the negligent officials to reveal themselves, or whether he should lure them out. Remembering the inspector general and his two confidants, the king wondered whether he should remain silent or shed blood in the situation. Eventually, Jung Yeon came to the conclusion that there were too many of his father's confidants in the palace, and he needed his own servants who would listen only to him. Soon, under the order of King Sejong, the Ministry of Taxation began producing gold pens for the Yongle Emperor. The blacksmiths worked day and night to complete the order on time, but they encountered a serious problem in the process. And when King Sejong was reported about this problem, he angrily responded to the reporter as to why they could not meet the deadline. The minister explained to the emperor that he was very sorry, but the trading company responsible for the order said they could not meet the deadline. The protagonist, who was present at the meeting, thought that given the current state of the workshop, the golden pens would not be made on time. The boy told his father that he wanted to make sure of something and asked the king to call the leader of the trading company in question. General Sun immediately shouted that this could not be done, because an ordinary merchant had no place in a hall where the affairs of an entire nation were being decided. The inspector general hesitated and panicked when the emperor asked him if he knew anything about this problem with the handles. Sejong said he appreciated the general's loyalty, but it was better to offer an alternative instead of simply shouting no. The king ordered the merchant to be called here quickly, and soon the company representative knelt before the emperor, greeting him. Jung Yeon explained that he let the merchant in because his son asked him to, and asked the man to answer all the questions honestly. The protagonist said that he heard that the trading company was not able to make the pens on time and asked what the reason was. The merchant justified himself by saying that the golden pen was not an easy item to make. It required a lot of concentration, and they were working at the limit of their capabilities. The man confirmed when the crown prince asked if the process of making one gold pen was assigned to one person. The protagonist was not surprised when the merchant said that the process of making the pen was entrusted to one skilled craftsman. The prince asked the king to speak to the craftsman now, which further infuriated the general, who begged Sejong to refrain. The king shouted at the inspector general, telling him to shut up, and asked why he couldn't call someone in the national interest. The inspector general loudly tried to reach the emperor, which enraged the king, and he banged his fist on the armrest, ordering everyone to shut their mouths. The emperor was furious and threatened the general that if he said anything more, he would be forced to doubt Sunum's loyalty. The officials had to remain silent. They bashfully hid their gazes and did not look at the enraged emperor. When the king ordered the craftsman to be called to the palace, the crown prince asked the craftsman if it was true that one man made pens. The master, who bowed before the royal family with his forehead pressed to the floor, replied to the crown prince that it was true. The protagonist told the craftsman that he would like to offer him something to speed up the production process. Hyang said that it would be better if, when making gold pens, one person was in charge of producing gold plates. The second person, according to the prince's suggestion, will shape the plate, and the third craftsman will carve the pattern on it. The artisans looked at each other when our hero asked if they would like to make gold pens using the proposed method. The master replied that he thought it was quite possible, although they would need time to get used to it, but over time they would speed up the process. The protagonist explained to his father that this was called division of labor, and the manufacturing process would speed up if people divided the work. Emperor Joseon liked the crown prince's idea and told the artisans that he would expect good news from them. King Sejong allowed the master to leave. The man in woven bast shoes stood up and walked towards the exit of the throne room. Our hero was pleased with himself that his father liked his idea, and the king asked the boy how he came up with this idea. The prince explained that he had recently visited the royal kitchen and saw that the cooks had divided up the duties, and that was how he came up with the idea. Jung Yeon laughed and said that who would have thought that the heir would find inspiration in an ordinary place. and then asked the officials for their opinions. All the assembled officials bowed their heads obediently and replied that they agreed with this decision and that they valued the Crown Prince's intelligence. But General Sunam decided to put in his word, saying that he was worried about the fact that the heir only paid attention to trivial things. The inspector said that it would be better if the prince used his talent to study the works of famous sages. The king did not agree that his son's ideas were trivial and asked the inspector general what nonsense he was talking about. Sunam wanted to answer something to King Sejong, but the emperor interrupted him to once again make a complaint to the negligent official. Emperor Joseon looked at the general with a piercing, cold gaze and asked if he thought kings were not generous enough. The tired clerk silently followed the course of the dispute and wrote everything down, when the inspector general shouted that he had never even thought of such a thing. It was true that Inspector General Sunam's remarks were narrow-minded, but King Sejong was also difficult to justify. Any parent would brag about their child, so the main character was not surprised when his father started doing it again. However, it is not proper for a monarch to use his power to suppress dissenting officials. Once the next meeting was over, the next action took place on the territory of the Eastern Royal Palace. The protagonist, who was left alone with himself, wondered what would have happened if he had not put forward the idea of division of labor. The boy began to worry that the king had been calling him often lately, and he began to feel as if Hyang was burying himself. Hyang had no idea that at that time there was no division of labor. The invisible hand of the market had created it even before Adam Smith's sayings. He remembered the words of his historian from his past life about how the division of labor turned out to be an unspoken agreement between the monarchy and the commercial system. The guy thought about the Joseon Empire, where absolute monarchy reigns, but in history there are facts about the king's struggle against vassals. The protagonist knew that the subjects, in turn, wanted to limit the monarch's power and advance the interests of people whose rights were infringed. Sitting at his small desk, the crown prince thought about what he needed to ensure a peaceful future for himself. The boy came to the conclusion that Rome was not built in a day either, so he would act gradually and begin by strengthening his positions. The heir had to first make sure that his father's power was firmly established, even in the most remote corners of the kingdom. And for this task, the most important thing that the main character needs is large reserves of capital, namely gold reserves. The young crown prince's face broke into a wide smile as he decided to start by replenishing the treasury. Immediately, the protagonist went to the king's hall again to meet his father. He was smiling widely as well. The surprised Emperor Joseon asked his cheerful son what brought him back to him. The boy said that he wanted to say something about the ambassadors who would be sent to the Ming Empire, and he needed the emperor's confirmation. The main character's statement evoked genuine emotions among the officials who also gathered in the throne room for the meeting. The crown prince stood before the emperor's throne to make another statement, and the officials wondered why the boy had come again. The hero, with a wide smile on his face, informed his father that he needed the king's permission to speak out about the ambassadors. A little worried, Emperor Sejong asked his son what was the matter, giving him permission to say something about the ambassadors. Before making a new statement, the boy paused, smiling, because he knew about an effective way to replenish the treasury. The protagonist proposed to King Jong-yeon to introduce special rights for gold pens that would be sold to the Ming Empire. The general was shocked when the boy said that in the empire these pens were appreciated, and their state was much larger, so the demand would also grow. The crown prince then spoke about the ambassadors, his complaint being that they were making excessive demands time and time again. For this reason, Hyang suggested to his father that he reduce the excessive demands that ambassadors make on goods imported into the country. As per tradition, the inspector general was fundamentally opposed and told King Sejong that the boy's ideas could not be realized. Sonam stated that the Ming dynasty court recognized Joseon as a tributary state, so it was impolite to oppose the great empire. The protagonist entered into an argument with the general, asking if he meant to say that it was acceptable to oppress the small state of Joseon. Sonam told the boy that that was not the case, because if they reduced the amount of tribute, there would be a backlash. The crown prince stated that all tribute was the hard work of the Joseon people, and the higher the tribute demands, the less food their people had. The officials became tense when our hero suggested dealing with this in advance, because at this rate, taxes would also rise. Emperor Sejong scratched his chin with his fingers. thinking about his son's proposals for changing the ambassadorial policy. The general found the courage to declare that the crown prince had little understanding of state affairs, and that the eunuch ambassadors were the king's closest confidants. Sun said that they would have problems if the eunuchs started to speak ill of the king, and Hyang asked the general if he thought the emperor was a fool. The inspector general's mouth twisted, and the bearded man suddenly fell silent, staring at the prince when he was asked such a provocative question. The prince trembled with anger when Sun began to justify himself by saying that he was simply worried that the country would suffer major losses in the pursuit of profit. When Sun stated that Hyang was still too young, the heir shouted, "What does his age have to do with it? And what kind of losses are we talking about?" The protagonist, raising his voice, declared that after each visit of the ambassadors from Ming, the road was filled with goods confiscated from Joseon. Hyang stood his ground, shouting at Sun that the job of high officials was to provide a good life for the people, while the general was subject to the whims of eunuchs. The inspector general looked at the heir with horror in his eyes, declaring that Hyang was too stern and they did not obey the eunuchs. Sun wanted to justify himself to the protagonist, but the young heir interrupted him, shouting that he had not finished yet. The boy shocked all the officials when he quoted Mencius's words that a great man is benevolent even in the richest mansions. Those present tensed when the heir asked whether this quote was consistent with humiliation in front of simple eunuchs. The hero, enraged by the injustice, asked if this was the righteousness that officials were taught, and how they dared to call themselves great people. The ministers of Joseon gaped in surprise when the crown prince suddenly dropped to his knees and shouted that he would now address King Sejong. With his face pressed to the floor, the boy asked permission to lead an embassy to stop the robbery and petition Emperor Ming. The king was not delighted, realizing that the road to Beijing was difficult and long, but his son cried out that his heart was higher than the highest mountains, although he was only 9 years old. Hyang stood his ground, shouting that this was their opportunity, even though Joseon was going through hardships, and now they had a chance to lay the foundation for centuries to come. The king rubbed the bridge of his nose from fatigue from his son's cries, and despite the fact that the boy asked understandingly, he asked him to return to his chambers. The heir did not calm down, begging his father on his knees, but the king asked the eunuchs to calm the boy down and take him to his chambers. 2 eunuchs grabbed the young heir by force to take him out of the hall, but he did not lose hope, trying to reach his father. The royal palace continued to shake for some time from the loud cries of the crown prince, who begged his father to give him permission. When Hyang finally returned to his chambers and sat down at the table, the boy was furious and ordered his assistants and eunuchs to leave his room. The main character was very angry with King Sejong. He could not contain his emotions and clenched his teeth tightly in rage. The boy took control of his emotions and calmed down, saying that he himself did not notice how furious he became because of that situation. The heir remembered the fart Sun who picks on him every time just because of the boy's age and looks down on him. Clutching his knees in anger, the protagonist asked himself if the inspector general thought he would sit quietly on the sidelines. The prince did not remain alone for long and immediately called loudly for his eunuch, and the man immediately responded to the cries of his highness. Standing outside the door, the eunuch was shocked when the boy suddenly shouted at him to prepare to leave for the Ming Empire. While getting dressed, our hero ordered to start getting ready because he didn't want to just sit still, and he was sure that those degenerates would still dance for him. Meanwhile, the king was at a meeting with officials. They asked him for understanding because they could not carry out the prince's orders. Emperor Joseon fundamentally disagreed with the ministers who complained about his son, and he was ready to answer them. An indignant Sejong asked the assembled dissenting officials if they knew how much the child slept, and replied that the prince slept no more than 6 hours. The ministers looked down guiltily when the king reproached them for the fact that a 9-year-old boy was taking care of the state, while they were only expressing disagreement. The officials became very ashamed and cried out that they deserved to die because of their behavior and asked the king to kill them. Emperor Sejong was visibly frightened when one of the servants suddenly burst into the throne room and shouted, addressing his majesty. The eunuch shocked the king with the news that they had some kind of problem, and all the officials turned and looked at the man. Zhang Yan asked the eunuch what was wrong, and the frightened man could only say with a trembling voice that the problem concerned the crown prince. All the officials gathered at the meeting were shocked when the eunuch shouted that the crown prince was preparing to leave. The king asked the eunuch where his child was going, but the stunned man was so frightened that he lost the ability to speak normally. The ministers' mouths opened wide in surprise when the eunuch revealed that Hyang was going to go to the Ming Empire. Even King Sejong could not hide his surprise when he heard this news, and he stared at the eunuch with shocked eyes. In a rage, the emperor slammed his hand on the armrest, and the eunuch relayed the boy's words that there was no time to hesitate in matters of state. The emperor was furious with his son, clenching his teeth in anger, calling the crown prince a little rascal. King Sejong was forced to stop his negligent heir. The man left the throne room and went out into the street. Clenching his fist in anger, the emperor strode through the royal courtyard to find his son, the officials following behind him. The man stopped when he noticed two eunuchs in green robes nearby who were just leaving our hero's chambers. Emperor Joseon shouted to his servants, ordering the men to come to him immediately. The eunuchs greeted the king and reported that they were on their way to the royal secretariat when Jongyeon asked them where they were going. The tense eunuch looked timidly at the king and explained that they had been ordered to make a list of all the things given to the Ming ambassadors. The emperor became even more angry with his rascally son when he realized that it was the crown prince who had given the order to the eunuchs. The surprised queen did not understand what kind of commotion was going on in the palace when a servant burst into her chambers, shouting that they had big problems. The panicked woman reported to her mistress that the crown prince, the queen's son, intended to go to the Ming Empire on his own. The queen did not understand what was going on and why her son needed to go to such a distant Ming Empire, and they explained to her that he wanted to stop the collection of excessive tribute there. Our protagonist's mother became noticeably nervous when she was informed that the king was already heading to the Eastern Palace. The woman became very worried about her child. She immediately ran out into the street to find her son, and the maids tried to stop her. When Sejong found his negligent son, he asked the little rascal how he was behaving, to which Hyang replied that it was his duty as the heir. The queen and officials outside overheard a loud quarrel between the emperor and the heir, the king complaining about the scoundrel's age. The woman was very worried about her son when King Sejong yelled at him, asking why the heir was acting so carelessly. Hyang shouted back at his father, declaring that the king was the father of the people, and he was his elder brother, and his brothers wept bitter tears over every tribute collection. The heir's arguments had no effect on the emperor. He was furious with the little rascal. All the people who were watching the argument outside were shocked when the emperor ordered the eunuch to bring him a whip. The queen could not allow her son to be punished physically, so she immediately ran inside the Eastern Palace to stop her husband. Having burst into the room without permission, the woman shouted at her husband, declaring that their boy had only recently turned 9 years old. The emperor rudely told his wife not to interfere, because the younger the child, the more severe the punishment should be. King Sejong ordered the eunuchs to take the queen out of the hall. The woman tried to shout to her husband to save their son. The men began to forcibly remove the woman from the Eastern Palace, but she shouted at her husband that he should show at least a little leniency. Hyang writhed in pain as his father struck his legs with a whip, shouting that the boy's first sin was arrogance, which covered up his lack of knowledge. Having hit the boy again, the emperor shouted that his son's second sin was a feeling of superiority over his servants and a lack of manners. The queen burst into tears as her husband listed his son's sins and ordered him to thoroughly repent of what he had done and promised that it would never happen again. Inspector General Sun and his entourage also stood outside the Eastern Palace, watching the heir's punishment closely. When the emperor had completed the task, he exhaled and asked the eunuchs to bring the royal physician here to help his son. The queen still could not calm down. She cried out of pity for her child, and the emperor told her to look after the heir. As he passed the officials, King Sejong told the dissenting men that they were petty people who behaved no better than a child. One of the ministers began to whisper how the prince could do such a thing, but the second official stopped him because the queen might hear. But the woman, who was quietly crying on the sidelines, still heard the elderly officials brazenly gossiping behind her back. The angry queen asked them why the ministers could not come up with anything to prevent what happened. The civil servants looked down at the floor with guilt and quietly replied to the empress that they deserved to die. The sun had already set over the horizon in the Joseon kingdom, and our protagonist was still dealing with the consequences of his actions. The queen, although she had previously stood up for her son, was now furious with the heir. She hit him with her palm and called him a scoundrel. The main character cried out in pain when his mother asked why he was constantly upsetting her and asked him not to do it again. When Hyang ceased to exist, he resigned himself to his fate because he suffered as a child both in his past life and in his new one. The boy's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at his upset mother, not knowing what to say to her. The Queen of Joseon was broken. She sat to the side, her eyes filled with tears because of everything that happened. The woman stroked her son, whom she had just beaten, and told the boy that his mother only had him, and he asked her for forgiveness. Soon, another meeting of officials began in the throne room of the Emperor of Joseon. Sejong sat silently in front of the civil servants. It was clear from King Jongyeon's face that the man was not in a good mood because of the past events. He was silent for a long time, staring at one point. The frightened eunuch stared at his master as the king asked him to bring him the prince's documents he had asked for earlier. The emperor's assistant carried out the order immediately, and soon presented him with a pile of paper scrolls on a tray. The emperor opened one of the scrolls to read the document, and he studied its contents for some time without saying anything. The king stated that Joseon gave 5 months' share of the annual budget to the Ming ambassadors and many other goods, showing the officials a document. The ministers looked down in shame when the emperor said that year after year, the amount of these riches sent to China only increased. The officials, listening to the king's report, did not find the courage to object or answer anything, and Chongyong still asked their opinion. When the civil servants did not respond to the emperor's question, Sejong, in anger, slammed his fist into the armrest with all his might. The emperor asked the servants why they were so silent, and why they were unable to think of what had come into the mind of the young heir. In response, the ministers and other officials could only say that they were sorry and ask for forgiveness from Emperor Sejong. The king ordered that an ambassador and assistants be appointed, and if they did not do so within 2 hours, he would condemn them for treason. When it was already night outside, Emperor Joseon left his throne room and went out into the courtyard, looking at the scattering of stars in the sky. The man turned around abruptly and noticed the man who had come up from behind and addressed his majesty. It turned out that the king was disturbed by his wife. She explained to her husband that she went out to get some fresh air because she could not sleep. The queen was deeply troubled by something, and the woman found the courage to ask her husband the question that had been bothering her that night. She asked the emperor why he had punished their child so harshly, and said that she had thought he was very angry today. King Sejong paused for a moment to choose his words and answer his wife's question regarding the harsh punishment of their heir. The queen looked at her husband with her beautiful eyes when Jongyeon said that he thought Hyang was a very smart boy. He explained that sometimes the feeling of one's own exceptionalism is so blinding that one has to face disagreement from officials. Jongyeon said that the emperor could not help the common people if he was unable to gain the trust of the officials, so he punished his son. The woman listened attentively to her husband's explanations, looking intently at her beloved man, and did not object to him in any way. The emperor stated that he truly believed that Hyang was born a true sage, and he wanted to guide him on the right path so that his son would become a righteous ruler. The queen smiled faintly when she received her husband's explanation. Her mood improved and her heart found peace. She told the emperor that at first she could not understand the true motives of his actions, but now she would not interfere. The next day, Hyang spent his free time outdoors, sitting with a frown and resting his face on his fist. The other children were having fun, enjoying their childhood, but the main character did not take part in their games, watching sadly from the side. The crown prince took notice of his younger brother named Yu. He knew that he was not an easy boy, even though he looked carefree. From the story, the protagonist knew that in the future, his brother would commit a terrible bloodshed, becoming the 7th king of Joseon named Seijo. Hyang knew that Seijo would kill Munjong, and soon after that event, his young nephew Danjong would take the throne. However, Tanjong will be no less a cruel ruler. He will begin to get rid of all dissenting oppositionists in cruel ways. Tanjong will even turn against his own younger brother Prince Anpyong and secretly add deadly poison to the boy's food. From his history lessons in his past life, Hyang knew that Seijo would abandon his brothers and betray his grandfather and father, which would bring a series of misfortunes to the Joseon dynasty. The main character, watching his younger brother, an innocent baby, now playing in the yard, knew that the boy would turn into a real tyrant. The heir had no idea what to do in this situation and realized that he needed to influence his brother before it was too late. A wicked smile flashed across the crown prince's face as he remembered a reliable and effective method of re-education. A chill ran down Yu's spine when our hero decided to re-educate him with hard lessons and cramming, forcing the boy to work for him. Yu and Yen looked up from their game and looked at the protagonist in fear as the main heir greeted the brothers. The boys bowed and greeted their older brother, and Hyang said he was glad to see the little ones having fun playing together. With a fake smile on his face, Hyang asked Yu if he was right that the boy would soon start writing lessons. Yu looked at his older brother warily when our hero asked the boy if he wanted to study with him today. The boy asked the heir why he needed to study with him, and the older brother explained to Yu that he was simply interested in what he was studying. The emperor's youngest son looked at Hyang with distrust, saying nothing to him, and the heir did not want Yu to shirk. Yu stood in front of the protagonist for a long time, not responding to his proposal, but it was clear from the boy's face that he was not thrilled with this idea. The younger brother's answer stunned the heir, because he suddenly turned away and said that he could study on his own, so he refused him. The protagonist tried to stop Yu, but the boy grabbed his younger brother by the hand and took him away, saying that they would not play here because Hyang was in their way. Hyang was shocked that his younger brother did this to him. He tried to stop the scoundrel, but Yu left him alone in the yard. The younger brother did not respond to the words of the crown prince in any way. He quickly left the courtyard so as not to talk to the elder. When Yu was walking on the street, he ran around the corner, happy that dinner was coming soon, and the teacher shouted at him that he shouldn't run. The boy stopped abruptly and became wary when he heard someone else's conversation around the corner, discussing how cool the prince was. Yu peeked around the corner, eavesdropping on the maid's conversation about how well the crown prince already understood literature. The girls talked about how Hyang was passionate about state affairs and praised him for what an amazing genius the boy was born with. When one of the maids said that this also applied to the second prince, Yu was delighted, thinking that they were talking about him. The boy was very upset when the girls said that the second prince was also smart, but he could not be compared with the king's main heir. The gloomy boy brazenly eavesdropped on the maid's conversation, and his mother was shocked when she noticed what Yu was doing. The court girls panicked and were horrified when they saw that King Sejong's youngest son had heard their conversation. The woman screamed at the gossips. They folded their arms and guiltily lowered their eyes to the floor, listening to the screams of their mistress, and Yu stood behind his mother. The queen warned her maids to watch their language, and her youngest son tugged at her skirt, suggesting that she leave. What the little prince heard made him sad. The boy walked with his eyes lowered to the floor, not understanding how he was worse than Hyang. The main character soon managed to study with his brothers. Hyang showed Yu and Yon the tablets with hieroglyphs. The crown prince explained to his brothers that the character for heaven was written that way because it truly resembled heaven and earth. An excited Yong asked his older brother how he came up with this idea, while Yu was not happy that he had to sit in class with Hyang. The day before, our hero asked the eunuch to make cards for memorizing Chinese characters, and the assistant was indignant that he was given only 1 day to complete the task. The crown prince showed these cards to Yu so that he could also remember them, but the younger brother told Hyang that he already had his own teacher. The protagonist asked his brother if it wasn't great that they could study together, but Yu rudely replied that he would figure it out himself. The boy stood up, turned around, and walked away, shocking his brothers, and told Hyun not to invite him there again. The bewildered crown prince looked after Yu, who decided to leave, and Yong also did not understand why his brother behaved like that. The next day, the action took place in a wooden gazebo, where Yu met with his teacher, studying in nature. The main character secretly watched his younger brother, realizing that this guy is not so simple, so he needs to be followed. The teacher asked Yu if it was hard for him to study, and the happy boy replied that it was easy for him because the teacher explained everything clearly. Hyang was confused, not understanding why his younger brother was acting so politely towards the teacher when he was so rude to him. The old sage told Yu that today they would talk about the 3 fundamental principles and the 5 immutable virtues. The younger brother told the teacher what he had learned, namely how a subject should be loyal to his king, and a father should respect his son, and vice versa. Our hero, hiding in the bushes, was stunned by his younger brother's knowledge that a wife should be devoted to her husband, and a husband is his wife's boss. Hyang couldn't believe his ears, because Yu had not only learned the 100 characters, but had also memorized the 3 fundamental principles and 5 virtues. The Crown Prince, who had been secretly monitoring his brother's training, widened his eyes as he recalled an episode from his past life. The historian then told him that it was said that Seijo was second only to King Mujong, and was talented in both literature and martial arts. The main character realized that there was nothing to be surprised about, because history tells us that his younger brother was a fairly educated person. As the Crown Prince secretly watched Yu interact with his teacher, another idea popped into his head. The prince's training day didn't end there. Yu went to the training ground to practice his sword strikes. Holding a training wooden sword in his hand, the boy diligently delivered methodical blows to the hay poles. The boy screamed in surprise when, after another blow, the training weapon slipped from his palm. The wooden sword flew back, and when the boy turned around, he saw his frightened older brother in front of him. With a wide smile on his face, the protagonist praised his younger brother, saying that he thought Yu was a good fighter. Grabbing a wooden sword, Hyang asked Yu to teach him fencing because the boy had only studied arts, and therefore knew little. Yu looked at his older brother with distrust, not answering his request, but it was clear from his expression that the boy was not happy about it. Back to training, Yu said it was nothing special and pretty simple, but Hyang said it didn't look easy. The main character decided to repeat his brother's actions and swung his sword over his head, letting out a warlike cry. The Crown Prince failed. The boy lost his balance, fell on his back, and screamed in pain, and Yu became worried about his brother. Our hero looked at his younger brother with a smile on his face and said that, as he had expected, it turned out not to be so simple. He stunned the boy by saying that it would be nice if Yu trained Hyang because the heir had no talent at all. The protagonist began to beg Yu to agree to teach him martial arts, but the boy thought about it, not answering Hyang. Instead of giving an answer, Yu asked his older brother how he was so bad at fencing. Yu still agreed to teach Hyang swordsmanship and showed him how to swing a weapon properly as the sun was setting. Rumors that the Crown Prince had invented flashcards for memorizing hieroglyphs had already reached the women of Joseon. One of the women shared with her friend that these cards seemed to be very helpful in studying and make the memorization process easier. The woman thought that her son could also use these cards to quickly memorize hieroglyphs. Soon, many in Joseon knew about this amazing invention of His Highness, and rumors spread very quickly. One of the women shared the news with her husband, offering to also get such cards for their son to help him with his studies. The eunuch rubbed his beard and answered his wife that he didn't even know, and she asked her husband to talk to the Crown Prince about this matter. The man began to hesitate, not giving a clear answer to his wife, which angered her, and she began to scold him for putting honor more important to him than his son's education. Soon, several government officials approached the prince asking him to tell them how to make these cards for study. The main character was beaming with happiness, because now many officials recognized his talent and turned to him for help. Starting to act arrogantly, the guy told the officials that he had just made a few more of these cards for the brothers. The officials knelt before the heir and began screaming and begging the guy to sell them the cards at any price. With a fake smile on his face, the protagonist answered the civil servants that men leave the prince no other choice. The main character showed the officials 3 fingers and demanded from them 3 sams of white rice, which is equal to about 150 kilograms of cereal. The men stared at the boy with wide eyes when they heard such a huge sum, and the boy repeated that he would take 3 soma of rice from them. The officials were perplexed because the sum was enormous, but the Crown Prince replied that he would practically give away the cards for free. The Crown Prince explained that 1 sum of rice was needed to create cards, the second would go to the kingdom's treasury, and the third was his. The government officials stared at the protagonist with puzzled expressions, silently listening to his explanations. The prince explained to the men that books were very expensive now, so part of the money would go to him to buy textbooks with the proceeds. The heir's proposal made the officials think. They were in no hurry to agree to buy the cards for that kind of money. The men were shocked when one of them shouted that he agreed to buy the cards because his wife had already driven him crazy. Our hero was pleased with himself because everyone raised their hands, agreeing to buy these cards that the whole kingdom was talking about. The main character agreed to sell the goods and was glad that he could finally do what he loved. The next action took place in the chambers of King Sejong. The man sat surrounded by eunuchs and maids who bowed their heads before him. It was time for dinner. Emperor Joseon turned his head as his servants finished preparing the table with dishes for their lord. The atmosphere in the hall was calm. The emperor looked at one of the dishes that had whetted his appetite and was ready to try it. King Sejong used his chopsticks to pick up one of the pieces of meat on the plate to taste the fresh dish. The emperor dropped a piece of meat on the floor when he was frightened by the unexpected cry of his son, who burst into his chambers without asking. The protagonist shouted at his father, asking if he was eating meat again, and the king became angry when he saw the scoundrel again. The eunuchs became wary when Chongyang shouted at his son, because a quiet meal is the key to health, and even a dog should not be distracted from eating. Angrily, King Sejong slammed the table, asking the heir to look at his food, which the boy had just criticized. The prince approached the table and saw an abundance of meat dishes there. On 3 plates lay chicken, pork, and beef in sauce. The boy began to scold his father, shouting that there was nothing good in this, because the emperor only eats meat without touching vegetables. The maids sat obediently with their heads bowed down, but they wanted the prince to stop the charade, because the king had not been having an easy time of it lately. Opening the book, Hyang read to his father medical records from the Yuan dynasty, which said that one should eat enough vegetables to stay healthy. The protagonist became too carried away with the king's diet, ordering the cook to remake the salty seasoning and put less meat in the dishes. The emperor tried to eat in peace, but the crown prince would not calm down, declaring that excessive consumption of meat thickens the blood. The king could not contain his emotions when his son said that the mind could suffer because of the diet, and because of this, the stability of the country would be shaken. The eunuch and the maid watched the royal family's argument with great interest, while the emperor ignored his son's words. One of the maids, who was silently watching what was happening, realized that in a few seconds her master would become very angry. She was right. The king slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he felt sorry for his son because he was little, but he couldn't do it anymore. The emperor ordered the heir to stop interfering in his father's affairs because food calmed him down, and then ordered the prince to be taken out of here. The boy tried to reach his father as he was being led out by the arms, but King Sejong ordered that he not be allowed in again during the meal. But Hyang understood that he couldn't leave it like that, because at this rate his father would die, and a real king was obliged to take care of his health. The eunuch asked the prince for forgiveness for sending him away, and the boy was angry because it was difficult to monitor his father's diet. The hero did not understand what to do to preserve the health of his old man, until the annoyed emperor asked for more meat to be brought to him. The young heir's mood improved when a light bulb went on in his head, and he came up with a new idea. To do this, the main character asked for help from his eunuch. The man, at the prince's request, processed a wooden block with a knife. The protagonist, watching from the side, yelled at the assistant because he was doing it wrong, and the stick needed to be rounded. The artisans did not understand why the boy suddenly needed this thing, and why the heir began to come to them more often. When the ordered item was ready, the man approached His Highness and informed the young heir that the work was completed. The protagonist picked up the product and checked the strength of the rope, but the rope immediately broke, meaning the thing was useless. The angry boy began to beat the guilty eunuch on the back with a whip, shouting at him to remake the product, making it stronger. When the craftsman had finished his work, the protagonist went back to the throne room, where at that time, the king was sitting surrounded by officials. The emperor of Joseon looked at his son with a slightly frightened expression and said nothing to the rascal who entered the hall without permission. The bearded civil servants also opened their mouths in surprise when the young heir to the king came to their meeting. The king asked Hyang what it was this time, and he presented his father with several items on a tray, saying that he had created them for Sejong's health. On a wooden tray lay a wooden skipping rope and a golden bell on a satin ribbon. The surprised emperor asked if an ordinary rope could really help, but his son said that it was not an ordinary rope at all. With a smile on his face, the main character declared that this magnificent thing he had created had miraculous properties. When the emperor of Joseon presented a rope with 2 wooden handles, the crown prince told him that it was called a skipping rope. The emperor stared at the craft with shocked eyes because the thing was unfamiliar to him, and he was surprised that it could improve his health. Having handed the tray to the eunuch, the boy asked permission to demonstrate the rope on himself and received consent from his father. The boy put a necklace with a bell on a satin ribbon around his neck, which would allow him to keep track of his jumps. Afterwards, the young heir firmly grabbed the wooden handles, which were connected by a strong and long rope. The little prince amazed everyone around him to the depths of their souls when he began to jump quickly and methodically with the help of a skipping rope. Even the head of state opened his mouth wide in surprise as he watched his son use the unusual gadget. The excited boy caught his breath and told his father that this is how to use a jump rope, but Jung Yeon still didn't understand how it would help his health. Hyang explained that Western scientists write that people with sedentary jobs have weak leg muscles, and that jumping rope can help develop strength. These were not all the advantages of the protagonist's invention. He pointed his finger to the side, wanting to tell the emperor something else. Embarrassed, the boy cupped his cheeks and told King Sejong that jumping rope was very beneficial for men. The boy coughed and closed his eyes out of embarrassment, admitting that he didn't even know how to explain this to his father properly. The government officials stared at the protagonist with shocked faces when they realized what exactly the boy was talking about. Emperor Sejong also guessed and asked the heir if he was telling the truth, and Hyang confirmed that he was definitely not lying. The king thought about it because the exercises were similar to regular jumping, although his son claimed that the skipping rope had special benefits. The main character, when his father became interested, explained to the king that you need to jump over the rope to the sound of a bell. The heir gave instructions to the eunuch that when his father would jump rope, his task would be to count every 100th time. The emperor was still unsure whether to agree to skipping rope when the heir said that he simply wanted his father to be healthy. In the end, Jong Yeon agreed, but was perplexed when his son put a necklace with a bell on him, saying that it was needed for counting. The emperor felt extremely embarrassed when, with this bell on his ribbon, his face began to look like a pig's snout. The king tried to practice, but so far he was not successful, and his son encouraged him, saying that he just needed to get used to it. Sejong did not give up trying to master the jump rope. He began jumping and twirling the rope around himself, mastering the new sports equipment. But the man had problems with endurance and strength, so very soon the emperor became noticeably tired. The king was shocked when he stopped and asked the eunuch how many times he had already jumped, and was told that only 9 times. The emperor asked Hyang to reduce the number of jumps since it was his first time, but the boy did not allow him to make allowances. Jong Yeon screamed in horror when the protagonist declared that he would stand there until his dad jumped 100 times. The training was successfully completed. It was approaching evening, and the next actions took place on the territory of the royal palace. One of the eunuchs was visibly agitated by something. A man in a long green robe ran out into the street, trying to find someone. When he found the other eunuchs, they asked the man in fear what was the matter, and the assistant stated that His Majesty had begun to cough. The eunuchs were not surprised, because towards evening the emperor always began to have coughing fits, but that was not the point. The men were shocked when the eunuch reported that the king had gone to the apricot flower vase, which signified the emperor's flower pot. King Sejong, who started exercising every day, changed because he used to defecate a couple of times a week, but now he goes to the potty every day. Moreover, Emperor Joseon had more energy to resolve the issue of national character at night. He also began to visit his queen in the central palace quite often, so Hyang did not lie that the jump rope was good for men. Officials began to gossip among themselves that the king had started to play sports and go to the toilet frequently, and that even his appearance had changed. The civil servants were shocked by such changes from their master, because all this was thanks to one simple thing. They themselves complained of feeling unwell and not being able to sleep at night, and one of the officials complained that his wife nags at him every night. The men with beards looked at each other and fell silent meaningfully, the same brilliant idea having occurred to them. Meanwhile, the young heir spent his time studying. He sat in the gazebo reading a textbook while a eunuch guarded him. The boy had to look up from his book unexpectedly when he heard someone speaking loudly to him. The protagonist screamed in fear because a whole crowd of crazed officials was rushing towards him, shouting his name. In a panic, Hyang screamed, asking what was wrong, and the men attacked him, asking the heir if he could make more jump ropes. The frightened prince asked everyone to speak in turn when the officials shouted that they would give him rice and that they also needed skipping ropes for his son and wife. Immediately, work at the production facility began to boil because our hero agreed to sell jump ropes to officials. He controlled the process, shouting that the work would have to be divided and one would have to deal with the ropes, a third with the sticks, and a second with the bells. The artisans wept when the heir ordered 500 more skipping ropes to be made, thinking that it would have been better for them to die. The master was frightened when the protagonist lowered his head and shocked them with the news that something else would need to be done. The craftsman breathed a sigh of relief as the prince handed the document to the eunuch and asked the man to take it to the royal tailor. The eunuch began to look closely at the diagram on the paper, asking the prince if he could inquire what it was. Hyang explained to his assistant that the paper was a pattern for special clothing because it was uncomfortable to jump rope in a skirt. The royal tailor made trousers for all those who jump rope using the prince's pattern, and the happy women became their owners. The officials watched with interest the ladies who were jumping rope, and the women passing by giggled embarrassedly. The servants of the royal palace were delighted with the invention because this little thing was so useful, calling Hyang a genius. Meanwhile, the main character laughed loudly, savoring his victory, because for completing the order he received a whole bunch of bags of rice. The guy was delighted because he was making money faster than he expected, but it was not enough and he needed more gold. The officials stared at the young heir, who closed the gates of his vault and laughed loudly, attracting attention to himself. The civil servants discussed that the items created by the prince were very popular, and that the boy even sold them to officials. The inspector general declared that the pursuit of wealth was contrary to the morality of a wise man, and the others agreed that it was impossible to remain aloof. General Sunum stepped back for a moment, his head filled with thoughts about how they should proceed in this situation. Afterwards, Sunum told his confidants that they needed to wait for the right moment to act against the prince. He quoted the proverb about slow and steady wins the race, so if the prince is consumed by vanity, he will go down the path of self-destruction. Emperor Sejong was sitting on his throne when the silence in his hall was disturbed by a servant who began to loudly call out for his majesty. The king of Joseon asked the eunuch what was wrong, and the worried man reported to Jongyeon that they were in big trouble because of the crown prince. Sejong screamed in horror when the eunuch reported to the emperor that his young son had attempted to commit suicide. The days in the Joseon kingdom passed quickly, and the time came for the delegation to leave for Beijing, the capital of the Ming Empire. Hyang proposed to build a pavilion for the kingdom on the way to the empire instead of having merchants accompany each embassy. King Sejong agreed to implement this idea and ordered his subjects to send this proposal to the Ming Empire. The ambassadors set out on the long journey to China, and so several more clear days passed in the Joseon kingdom, waiting. The protagonist stopped and looked fearfully at the girl who suddenly called Hyang to show him something. It was Munjong's older sister, Princess Jongseo, who was holding colorful treats in her hands, and asked Hyang if he knew what they were. The crown prince, squinting, began to examine the small colored pies in the girl's hands, without answering her. The princess jokingly slapped Hyang on the back when he assumed it was yakwa, but what she was holding was dasik, a traditional Korean tea treat. The boy felt awkward when Chongso advised him to take a break from studying and go out for a walk. Otherwise, he would become like his father. The princess laughed when the heir declared that he was better than her, and she turned around and wished her brother to study harder. Afterwards, the girl greeted the eunuch, and he asked the little princess if she had slept well that night. Because of this joker Chonso, the main character did not have a single peaceful day, but he understood that this was normal for her age. The heir knew that Princess Jongseo, who was now smiling widely, would plunge the entire royal palace into despair in 2 years because she would die of smallpox. Smallpox is a disease that has been eradicated in modern times, but it used to be the most terrible disease in human history. This disease caused red spots and blisters to appear on a person's skin all over the body, but the most dangerous thing was the fever. In medieval times, every third person who contracted smallpox died due to the lack of effective treatment at the time. Now, the main character understood that it was not for nothing that war, smallpox, and tiger attacks were called the most terrible disasters in their country. When the girl dies, Emperor Sejong will be heartbroken because Princess Jongseo was his first child. Understanding what tragic events awaited our hero in the future, the young heir concluded that it was better to prevent this. The boy's mood improved, and he was sure that he would figure everything out, because he came from the future, and he knew the cure. After some time, the young heir went to the cow pasture where he carefully examined the cattle. The eunuch reported to the protagonist, kneeling before the boy, that this red cow in front of him had contracted smallpox. The prince chuckled and wiped his cheek with his palm as the cow began to lick his head, and the eunuchs were confused as to what the boy was up to this time. Hyang was on Nobel Island, now better known as Yodo. These lands are not very suitable for agriculture, so livestock farming is more developed here. The little prince asked the servants if the shepherds were standing in front of him now, and the eunuchs confirmed that this was indeed the case. The heir asked those who had not had smallpox to raise their hands, and one of the men did so hesitantly, staring at His Highness. The rash-covered man explained that he had been healthy before coming to the island when the boy asked if he had become ill since becoming a shepherd. He bowed before the heir again, saying that every year there was at least one case of infection here, but there was no epidemic. The boy chuckled when the shepherd told him that they had a secret technique they practiced to ward off smallpox. He knew that Edward Jenner, the developer of the smallpox vaccine, was doing the same thing, using a mild form of the disease to vaccinate. Thanks to numerous experiments, this man then saved humanity with the help of variolation. The crown prince asked the locals who could demonstrate their method of fighting smallpox, and one of them agreed. The shepherd was perplexed when the protagonist asked to demonstrate this method on the prince. Taking out a sharp needle, the crown prince enthusiastically told the shepherds that he too wanted to learn their secret technique. At this time, in the capital of Joseon, one of the eunuchs was rushing to the throne room where King Sejong and all the officials were sitting. Another meeting was taking place in the throne room, and civil servants were discussing the need to raise taxes. The conversation was interrupted when a eunuch burst into the room and shouted to the king that they had big problems. The emperor of Joseon was shocked when a worried eunuch whispered in his ear that the crown prince had attempted suicide. The officials looked at each other, not understanding what had happened, as the panicking king shouted, asking where his son was. The eunuch said that our hero had just returned to the palace, and the emperor jumped up and ran to his son, worried about him. King Sejong was in a panic and quickly ran to the exit of the hall, greatly afraid for his heir. The man ran down the street shouting his child's name, and the emperor was accompanied by eunuchs who were also afraid for the boy. Soon Sejong saw Hyang, who came out from around the corner accompanied by eunuchs. The boy looked quite healthy. The protagonist looked at his father with wide eyes of surprise when the emperor began to loudly shout his name. The king ran up to his son and grabbed him by the shoulders, asking if the boy was okay, and a puzzled Hyang asked his father what was wrong. Emperor Sejong fell silent, the man not understanding what was happening because his son did not look like he was trying to commit suicide. The angry king asked the eunuch to explain, but the man replied that he had merely conveyed to Sejong the words of another eunuch. The emperor shouted at the eunuch, trying to get an explanation of what was going on, and the royal assistant's mouth fell open in fear. The submissive eunuch bowed deeply before the king, crying out that he deserved to die, but still he did not lie to his majesty. The heir shocked his father when he told him that the eunuch was right, but the prince did not consider what happened on the island to be suicide. The emperor asked his son for an explanation, and the boy said that the eunuch had simply misunderstood everything, and that the prince had not tried to commit suicide. King Sejong stared at the boy in bewilderment when Hyang stated that the boy had been vaccinated on the island. Jongyeon asked his son what all this meant, and the crown prince explained that a deadly disease was currently raging in Joseon. Emperor Joseon froze, staring at his child as he began to suspect what kind of illness Hyang was talking about. The prince confirmed that he was talking about smallpox and said that he had read Chinese medical books and found a cure for the disease. The protagonist shocked the king and officials by declaring that, according to the treatment algorithm, the boy injected pus from a sick cow into his body. When King Sejong heard this, the emperor of Joseon rolled his eyes in shock and began to lose consciousness, falling to the ground. Soon the emperor came to his senses, and the first thing he did was ask the crown prince whether he had really injected cow pus into his body. King Sejong's face was covered in sweat. It was difficult for him to accept that the boy had decided to take such a crazy step. The emperor suggested that the boy simply did not understand what pus was, but Hyang laughed and said again that he had injected pus from a cow's wound. Jongyeon still couldn't believe what was happening, thinking that the prince had simply rubbed pus on his body, but Hyang said that he had used a needle. The king could not control his emotions and shouted at the child, calling him a fool, and hit his son on the shoulder with his hand. The angry father began to shake Hyang violently by the shoulders, shouting that he couldn't do everything that was written in the books. Zhang Yan was at a loss when the crown prince shouted that everything was fine because it was done by a master of his craft. The emperor knelt down and asked which master of his craft he was talking about, and Hyang pointed his finger at a man behind him. The shepherd from the island that Hyang had brought here screamed in fear when he appeared before the eyes of the kingdom's emperor. The village man immediately fell to his knees and bowed his head before his highness, humbly greeting the king. The main character told his father that this guy in front of them is a shepherd from Nobel Island, who knows a secret technique against smallpox. The emperor of Joseon looked with interest and distrust at the shepherd who knew the ancient technique of fighting smallpox. The man from Nobel Island did not dare to look the king in the eyes. His body was shaking with fear, but he confirmed that it was him. Zhang Yon took his son by the shoulders and asked if the shepherd was really a master of his craft, and Hyang replied that the man carried out all the procedures himself. The emperor loudly scolded his son, shouting that the heir should not have carried out this procedure on himself. But the prince replied that there was no difference between the nobility and ordinary people. The king was not reassured by this. He shouted that it was still not safe, asking the boy what would happen if something went wrong. The main character reacted calmly to his father's cries. He paused and answered the emperor that he was sure. Afterwards, the boy asked his father if it was true that many people in their Joseon kingdom were now dying from smallpox. The emperor of Joseon stared at the boy in fear and fell silent, not expecting his heir to know such details. The heir stated that he feared that smallpox could soon spread to the palace, and if he could prove the effectiveness of the procedure, they would save the people dear to them. After these words, King Sejong stopped scolding his son and patting him on the shoulders, and he rose to his feet to give his answer to the boy. After the quarrel, the emperor, whose face was sweating, closed his eyes and sighed heavily to get his emotions under control. Sejong didn't know whether his son was a blessing or a curse because sometimes he acted like a sage, and sometimes the boy was like a lightning strike. The emperor gave the order to the royal guard to lock the shepherd in prison, but not to torture the man, but to bring the guest from Nobel Island something to eat. Zhang Yan warned the shepherd that if anything happened to the crown prince, the man would be executed, but if the procedure was effective, he would receive a reward. Rumors quickly spread throughout the kingdom, and an official asked another if he had heard that the prince was going to stop smallpox with a useless procedure. The man replied that the heir must have had his reasons, because the boy was constantly creating unimaginable objects. Defending the prince, the official said that the boy was still constantly studying, and at that moment the eunuchs distracted them by rushing straight down the street. The officials noticed two eunuchs who were quickly running towards the emperor, shouting at his highness. The civil servant stopped the eunuch, asking what had happened, and was told that there were some problems with the crown prince again. The problem was that after the cow's pus was injected into his body, the crown prince began to suffer from a severe fever. The boy insisted that he was fine, but the eunuch disagreed because the crown prince's entire body was burning. The eunuch was furious, realizing that the prince had fallen ill because of the procedure, and was determined to deal with the idiot Sodal, the island's shepherd. At this time, the shepherd Sodal was locked in a dungeon, his body immobilized with ropes. The man screamed when they grabbed his hand. The official shouted at the shepherd, asking how he dared to fool the royal family and put the prince's life and health at risk. The frightened shepherd asked what was the matter, to which he was told that the little prince was now suffering from death throes. The civil servant was shocked, not understanding how the shepherd knew when a man from the village asked if he meant the boy had a high temperature. Sodal asked not to worry about it, because the first 5 days there may be a high temperature, but after a while the boy will be fine. The officials were surprised because they did not expect to receive such an explanation from the shepherd, thinking that the crown prince was dying. The shepherd turned out to be right, and exactly 10 days later Hyang was completely recovered and was able to live as before. When the protagonist recovered from the procedure, the crown prince went to the king's hall to tell him the latest news. The prince was already feeling well and was glad that he was no longer afraid of smallpox, which he told King Sejong about. The emperor rubbed his chin with his fingers and admitted to the heir that he did not even know whether he should believe all this. Our hero suggested to his father that Hyang go to the epicenter of the smallpox epidemic and check it out, but the king shouted that it was not worth doing. Hyang then suggested to his father that he demonstrate the vaccine's effect on people from smallpox-infected areas by testing the procedure on them. The head of the kingdom could not immediately give a positive or negative answer to the boy, wondering whether it was worth doing. The protagonist turned to one of the officials, who suddenly told the emperor that this could not be allowed. The inspector general said it could have been a coincidence, and that people should not be forced to take the vaccine. The crown prince stared at the general with a hostile expression on his face, who once again spoke out against his idea. Hyang told the inspector that the Sodal shepherd family had already proven the effectiveness of this procedure, so it could not be called a simple coincidence. The main character said that he was not going to force people to get vaccinated, but in the world, everything is created through trial and error. The crown prince told the king that if they gave in to fear of the future and did not even try, the kingdom would remain in decline. These words silenced the dissenting officials, and our hero looked at the inspector general, who also fell silent. General Sun held back his emotions, but the bearded man's face showed that he was feeling irritated by the air. Soon, vaccinations began to be carried out in the area where smallpox was rampant. People willingly agreed to the procedure, and after its effectiveness was proven. Moreover, King Sejong ordered a census, which allowed people to be vaccinated and counted at the same time. Once the effectiveness of the procedure was proven, the emperor thought about spreading it in Joseon. The main character was walking through the grounds of the royal palace and suddenly stopped when someone called the boy and asked him to look at something. It was Princess Jungseo who showed her younger brother a traditional musical instrument. The inspired princess asked the crown prince if the boy knew what she was now holding in her hand. The hero guessed that it was a sogo, a percussion instrument with a handle, and the princess began to make noise, irritating her younger brother with the loud sound. The main character got angry when his sister advised him to stop sitting only behind books, because he had already noticeably gained weight. Chongseo told her brother with a smile on her face that it was time for her to go when the maid warned her mistress that it was time for them to go. The crown prince looked at his older sister with an irritated expression as she constantly chatted with him, and then left. He decided to stop being angry at Chanso, seeing her wide smile on her face because he knew that the girl could soon die. When the princess ran away on her business, the prince looked after her, smiling because he was glad that his little sister was healthy. Hyang took up politics and published 2 books on medicine and agriculture, and then proposed the creation of a map and policy for each region of Joseon. From time to time there were protests from some ministers, but the king ignored them because of the eloquence of his son. This is how the sleepless street of 6 ministries, where the main government departments of Joseon were located, got its name. On one of these sleepless nights, Emperor Sejong also did not sleep. He stood alone on the street, looking at the star-studded night sky. When the king approached the chambers, he asked the historian not to follow him, explaining that he wanted to speak with his son personally. The subjects agreed not to follow Sejong, and the emperor looked at the chambers in surprise before entering. Chongyong noticed a light in the window and said that his son was not yet asleep, and the assistant told him that he had heard that the prince sometimes did not sleep until 3 in the morning. The emperor asked how it was possible for such a small child to overwork himself so much when the eunuch told him that the prince must go to bed before 11 o'clock at night. The main character was indeed not asleep yet. The boy was still sitting at his desk, making some notes by candlelight. Hyang was surprised and looked up with his mouth wide open when the eunuch informed the crown prince that the king had come to see him. The boy asked his father what had brought him there at such a late hour, and the king said that he had gone out for a walk and noticed that his son's light was still on. The crown prince said that he was reading a book, and the emperor, noticing that it was a Western work, asked what it was about. Showing the book to his interested father, Hyang said it was all about alchemy, but the emperor didn't know what it was. The protagonist told the king that alchemy is the study of how to obtain gold by processing iron or lead. Zhang Yan didn't understand how this was possible, and Hyang said that the chance of getting gold this way was slim, but it was still worth a try. After asking permission, the emperor took the book in his hands, telling his son that he was simply curious about what Western letters looked like. For a few more hours, Hyang and his dad spent time together, but soon the boy yawned widely and felt sleepy. The main character looked very tired but continued to work, although he really wanted to sleep, and thought that it was time to finish. Looking at the king who was focused on the book, Hyang was surprised that Zhang Yun still didn't look tired despite it being late at night. The emperor told his son that these Western letters looked fascinating, which puzzled Hyang, and then asked him to look at them. The king pointed to a word in the book, saying that, judging by the fact that it seemed to be constantly repeated, it was most likely the subject. Looking at the book, the crown prince's eyes widened in surprise. His father's suggestion was unexpected. Zhongyan told his son that most of the sentences in the book begin with the same letter, which means that it is the initial sound. The hero was stunned. He thought that his dad was a genius, because he was able to figure out the spelling and semantics of medieval Latin so quickly. Hyang told the king that he was right, and the emperor stated that these letters, unlike hieroglyphs, were similar, and their use depended on the arrangement of the characters. King Sejong continued to stare at the piece of paper with the text in medieval Latin, carefully analyzing it. The emperor turned once more to his astonished son, declaring that the man had another interesting thought. Zhongyan abruptly put the piece of paper on the table and asked the protagonist if he should create his own Korean alphabet. The crown prince was deeply impressed because he waited until the moment when the legendary Sejong proposed the creation of the alphabet. The boy told his father that he had been thinking about this for a long time, because few people knew how to use Chinese characters correctly. But the king was worried that if he announced the creation of an alphabet, the Academy of the Hall of the Worthy would oppose him. The emperor smiled when his son told him that many people were illiterate, and that Sejong would gain more support if he educated the people. Hyang laughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his head when King Sejong told him that the boy seemed to have practiced writing a lot. Our hero remembers how difficult it was for him to write the first sentence. He spent more than 2 hours on it, and his grandfather only laughed when he read it. Zhongyan stood up, saying that he had been sitting up too long, and Hyang advised him to go to bed because his health would guarantee the well-being of Joseon. The emperor looked at his heir with a kind and loving expression on his face, calling the boy a scoundrel. The protagonist was perplexed when King Sejong said that he could not wait until his son turned 15. King Sejong did not explain to the boy what would happen when his son turned 15 and only wished him good night. At the next meeting, Hyang told the king that all 6 ministries should keep careful records separately. The emperor asked the officials who wished to speak out against it, but all replied that they agreed with the crown prince's proposal. Sejong said he also thought the idea was sound, because future generations would only be able to learn about government policies from records. The king solemnly declared to the officials that henceforth the ministers must compile and classify the reports as the prince had directed. After the morning meeting, Inspector General Sun and 2 of his confidants went outside for a private conversation. The general was furious because the crown prince was now interfering with the ministry's reports, even though the work belonged to them. All 3 of them were outraged, not understanding why they had to do the same job twice when they already had a busy schedule because of Hyang. An official in a dark blue suit shared his opinion that at this rate the little prince would make a mess of things. He told the general that he felt that the situation at the royal court would change dramatically and that His Highness would destroy everything. The Inspector General replied that this was far-fetched because the crown prince, after all, was moral. At this time, our main character was inspired. He shouted that a reformation was taking place in the kingdom, the initiator of which was he. As he walked through the royal courtyard, the boy said that he would soon fix this disgusting place, and just the thought of it delighted him. Hyang told the bureaucracy to go to hell, declaring that he was not going to suffer in this life because his past life was enough for him. Meanwhile, the official told the general that all of the prince's proposals were impractical and that Hyang might well return to the policy of terror. Both civil servants fell silent and stared at the unknown man who interrupted their conversation and declared that this was impossible. The frightened officials immediately bowed their heads and greeted the state councillor. In front of them stood the state councillor, a stern, gray-haired man with a long beard named Ryu Chong-hyun. The state councillor told the men that many people talk about politics after reading a couple of books, but these fools understand nothing about the world. Ryu Jong-hyun stated what would happen if the crown prince crossed all boundaries and destroyed everything that had been built over the years. The elderly advisor solemnly told the officials that in such a case he would not stand aside. At the next meeting in the throne room, King Sejong greeted the guest, saying that he had come a long way from the Ming Empire. The official reported to the emperor about the Joseon Pavilion, stating that after discussions, it was decided to build it in Shandong province. Emperor Joseon stunned the official by asking the man if there was anything else that happened during the embassy. The guest reported that many merchants from the Ming Empire were interested in paper from Joseon, which attracted the prince's attention. The man explained that compared to the paper from the Ming Empire, their own paper had a special quality, so they were asked to bring more next time. This news pleased the king, and he said that it would be a great thing to increase the supply of paper, and ordered the reporter to return to his place. The news also inspired our protagonist, because he understood that the quality paper from Joseon was his chance. Emperor Sejong looked questioningly at his heir when Hyang stated that he had a request for the king. The inspector general and the officials sitting aside were irritated because the little prince was at it again. The protagonist convinced his father that his request was very important and asked the emperor to liquidate their paper mill. All the civil servants were shocked. They stared with wide eyes at the prince who had come up with such a crazy idea. The officials did not understand how this was possible, especially since the Ming Empire really needed their high quality and special paper. The inspector general asked if this proposal was not contrary to Hyang's words, since they could make a good profit on paper. The boy was irritated that the officials did not speak in turn, and he declared that the liquidation of the paper mill was in accordance with his principles. Emperor Sejong was also surprised by the heir's proposal and asked the prince to explain his statement. Hyang said that the king already knew that Joseon had very high-quality paper thanks to its craftsmen, but he heard that they were underpaid. The boy shared rumors that the salary is barely enough to feed the family, and many of the craftsmen quit or take on part-time jobs. State Councillor Ryu was also present at the meeting, and he listened attentively to the crown prince's explanation. The protagonist stated that, given the current situation, with an increase in the amount of work, the factories would get out of control. Looking at the state councillor sitting next to him, the crown prince said that after that, mass layoffs would begin at the factories. But Ryu fundamentally disagreed with the protagonist's assumption and caused indignation in the boy, stating that it was because of the laziness of the masters. The advisor stated that workers in the royal workshops are given the rank of 9th-class employee, and few of them resign. According to the old man with a long gray beard, a small salary does not justify the laziness of the craftsman. The state councillor's judgments made the protagonist angry, and Crown Prince Hyang glared at the old man. The prince asked if Ryu didn't know that officials received many other rewards, and that people came to the chief advisor's house with gifts. In response to the accusation, Ryu Jung-hyun said that it was just an expression of gratitude, genuine sincerity on the part of people. The crown prince asked the advisor if he had said even a word about this, noticing how he began to make excuses. In a raised voice, Hyang said that the craftsmen would stop working if they remained indifferent to their hard work. The protagonist said that if things continued like this, their paper production would disappear forever, not to mention the development of technology. The state councillor was in despair when Emperor Sejong supported his heir, declaring that the prince was right. But Ryu Jung-hyun did not give up, and decided to ask the heir if the prince knew why King Taejo started paper production. The advisor said that this happened because the paper for the banknotes was not uniform, and this caused a lot of inconvenience. Ryu Chung-hyun stated that they would suffer the same losses if the manufactories were abolished, and all the officials asked the king to reconsider the decision. Emperor Sejong was confused. He rubbed his temple with his finger, not understanding what the right thing to do in this situation was. But the crown prince believed in his father because he knew that the king knew the correct answer. Looking closely at how his father was acting now, a smile appeared on Hyang's face because he realized something. King Sejong secretly winked at his heir, and the protagonist understood what signal his father was trying to convey to him. Sejong developed a strange habit, and during every political discussion, whenever a problem arose, he would pass the answer on to Hyang. The reason for this was unknown to anyone. Perhaps the king wanted Hyang to take part in the discussion. The advisor stared at the prince as the protagonist asked the ministers if they had already forgotten what happened to the golden hands. Hyang proposed to conclude a contract with those who would fulfill all the conditions and offer the lowest price, and the general replied that the costs would be high. The king smiled as he listened to his son explain that the quality of paper would improve if traders competed for market space. The protagonist provided worthy arguments for his proposal, so the dissenting officials just sat silently on the sidelines. One of the old men found the courage to express his humble opinion regarding the prince's proposal for paper production. The tax minister said the heir's proposal seemed entirely reasonable because in the kingdom's 3 decades, no one had yet tried to clearly resolve the issue. The old man asked why they shouldn't take the chance if they had a good proposal to increase government revenue. The inspector general shouted at the minister to be careful with his words, because for the sake of peace in the country, people must learn the way of the sage. Sun approached the king, stating that the prince's proposal was only a temporary solution, and that the first priority was to educate the people. Another official spoke out against the general, asking the emperor how people who were dying of hunger could understand the teachings of the sages. A loud argument broke out between the officials, half of whom declared that education was impossible in a country where devastation reigned. The crown prince watched the discussion with great interest and delight, thinking that the only thing he needed now was popcorn. The protagonist turned around and looked intently at his father, knowing that now everything depended only on the emperor's decision. Seeing the calm smile on King Sejong's face as he watched this, Hyang realized that the old man was enjoying everything. The king of Joseon decided to stop the loud argument between the officials, extended his hand, and ordered the servants to stop. An angry Inspector General Sun was catching his breath after a heated argument when the emperor announced that he had heard their views. The tax minister, who sided with the crown prince, was also trying to recover from a dispute with dissenting officials. The emperor stated that while educating the people was indeed important, the primary task was to protect their lives. The king asked the officials to take action in this regard, and the civil servants meekly agreed to carry out the order. Sejong said that the prince was right about the paper, but there was no need to take radical decisions, and then turned to his son. Jongyeon said that he knew that the boy was concerned about the fate of the country, so he could neither praise nor scold Hyang in this situation. Hyang was surprised that his father didn't scold him, but he tensed up when the king said that there was always a fuss after the prince spoke. Ryu listened attentively to the king's statement that no one understood Hyang when he expressed his opinion without explanation. Emperor Sejong therefore ordered the young heir to present his political views to the council. The advisor tensed up when the emperor said that all officials and civil servants from the third rank would be present at the meeting in the throne room. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face when King Sejong asked his son what he thought about this. The crown prince was very pleased with this proposal and agreed to present his political views, asking for 5 days to prepare. The officials left the throne room and began to whisper, asking what the king was thinking about when he spoke about the child's political views. Sun stated that the heir was still a child, no matter how outstanding he was, so it would be difficult for him to convince the ministers. The state councillor came up from behind and told the men that they too needed to prepare for the prince's speech. The old man with a long beard said that they should study not only the sacred scriptures, but also the national policies of various states. The official did not understand why they were preparing like this if the boy was only 9 years old, but Ryu did not agree, because the prince had already managed to do a lot of things. Ryu Jonghyun told officials that Crown Prince Hyang is not the only obstacle they face. The advisor believes that although the words come from the mouth of the little heir, they can also be considered as the thoughts of the emperor, because he never spoke out against his son's proposals. The old man said that they should not forget that King Sejong was behind the boy, even though the prince was only 9 years old. The inspector general and the officials nodded in agreement when the advisor told them to prepare well. The government officials said that we should not forget how they built this Joseon to prevent the vices of the previous kings. The next action took place on the premises of the Royal Censorship Committee, where a heated debate broke out. One of the officials was furious, suggesting that an appeal be filed because a 9-year-old boy could not reason about matters of state. But the second official was calm, saying that they must admit that the prince had superior abilities. The man stood up and shouted that they should have spoken out against the prince back when he proposed creating golden pens, and they should file a complaint immediately. A subject came to Emperor Sejong to sadden him with the news that many people were against the prince's speech. The emperor scratched his temple in irritation, not understanding why the officials were so worried about this. The subject said that the young employees of the Inspector General's office and the Censor's office were the most disappointed. This is expected for him, given his experience and knowledge as a state councillor, but young officials blindly support Neo-Confucianism. The king's aide said that officials say the prince is a smart and persistent boy, and there are several people who show him favor. The old man was perplexed to see that the emperor was angry and irritated, and Sejong also said that no one could be trusted. Meanwhile, the same thing was happening in the chambers of the hereditary prince. Yang insisted that absolutely no one could be trusted. Hyang complained about how stubborn these farts were. The eunuch asked who they were, but the boy told him not to pay attention. The hero remembered the words of his history teacher that at that time the ruling class was very stable and did not understand how he came across these stupid bastards. The boy was also worried that the king had promised to call all officials of the third rank and above to a meeting. The crown prince rubbed his chin and thought for a long time about what would happen if he wanted to express his opinion in front of someone who looked down on him because of his age. In the end, the main character decided not to worry, but to speak in front of all the officials, at the same time showing them what modern capitalism is. The prince stunned the eunuch by declaring that Hyang would need to prepare in the artillery chamber and the Royal Painting Academy. 5 days later, the moment came for Hyang to announce his political views, and the action took place in the main throne room. Many civil servants and officials had already gathered inside, but the crown prince and his father, King Sejong, were still absent. Some officials had not seen each other for a long time, so they chatted pleasantly with each other. Brother Cha asked Brother Pak when he managed to return from the province. Cha told his friend that the king had called them because the prince would be expounding his political views, and Park considered it a waste of time. The men suddenly fell silent when they saw Emperor Sejong enter the hall to sit on the throne and begin the meeting. The king of Joseon walked slowly towards the steps to ascend the throne. All the officials bowed their heads before the emperor. Without saying a word to those present yet, Jonghyun finally sat down on his rightful throne, his hands gripping the armrests. In a good mood, Sejong stated that his son had expressed many opinions all this time, but it was impossible to draw conclusions from them without detailed explanations. The emperor said that this is why he gathered them all here today to listen and guide the crown prince on the right path. The main culprit of the event finally appeared in the main throne room of the kingdom, and the steps of the main character were heard. The crown prince walked slowly and confidently through the hall, his gaze directed forward, and behind him walked an assistant holding a scroll of paper. The officials stared in surprise at the thing the prince's assistant was holding in his hands, not understanding what it was. Hyang bowed deeply before the emperor and thanked his father for giving him the opportunity to speak. The boy looked at his father with a smile on his face and declared that he was ready to explain his political views to those present. The protagonist clapped his hands loudly, thus giving the command to his assistants to begin their presentation. The eunuchs unfurled a large paper banner in front of the audience, which contained an inscription about the Joseon state reform. Before starting his performance, the protagonist put a homemade megaphone to his mouth so that he could be heard better. The boy tested the megaphone, asking if it could be heard well, and those present were surprised because they had never seen such a thing before. The prince expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to meet all the ministers before beginning his speech in the throne room. With a wild look in his eyes, Hyang announced to the entire audience through a megaphone that he was ready to begin expounding his political views. State Councillor Ryu Chung-hyun and the official sitting next to him looked intently at our hero, waiting for his speech. The assistant showed the first slide, and the prince declared that the essence of his political views was to serve the greatest good of humanity. The officials were tense as they listened to the heir, who said that his views were in line with the basic principles of the sages. The prince stated that he first and foremost wanted to protect the people of the kingdom and achieve peace, according to Hwanung's plan when he founded Gojoseon. Hyang said through a megaphone that there was little flat land in Joseon and the mountains were harsh, and land suitable for farming was becoming increasingly scarce, causing people to suffer more and more. The protagonist stated that they should encourage the development of not only agriculture, but also crafts and trade. The Inspector General was shocked with horror when the prince said that this was necessary for the further development of the kingdom and the receipt of scarce goods. The young heir's voiced political views caused a storm of strong emotions among many officials present at the meeting. The state councillor was noticeably irritated and distrusted the little prince's plan as he listened to his speech. Pointing at the poster, the boy said they had to make adjustments to the system of 6 ministries and local government. According to the prince, in future they should give up 6 ministries in favor of legislative, executive, and judicial bodies. Hyang also believes that they should reform local governments so that all officials work together. The young prince stated that he also considered it necessary to introduce an education system in order to pull people out of poverty and provide them with a minimum level of knowledge. Officials were shocked when Hyang said that the opening of gold and silver mines needed to be taken into account, and the land system needed to be reformed. One of the civil servants listened to the speech with his mouth wide open and could not believe his ears because it was more than he expected. The Minister of Taxes had a happy smile on his face because today he was finally convinced that the Crown Prince was a true genius. State Councillor Ryu had the opposite opinion. He looked at the boy with anger in his eyes, considering him a crazy schizophrenic. The protagonist raised his index finger up, preparing to continue his speech, and thought that it was too early for the officials to be surprised. The Crown Prince knew that he would have to go through a lot more if the boy wanted to take up his favorite hobby again. Hyang's performance in the main throne room lasted for a very long time. The sun had already set below the horizon, painting the sky orange. When the Crown Prince finally finished his speech, he lowered the megaphone to deliver his final words to the crowd. The boy concluded his speech by saying that he had just stated his political views and looked at the audience. For many officials, the performance was not easy, and they were seething with anger at the prince, with whose plans they disagreed. The king asked whether his son had come up with such amazing sayings himself, to which Hyang replied that he had drawn inspiration from Western works. Sejong admitted that Hyang mentioned many things that the man had never even thought about, and agreed that many structures operate on the old principle. The protagonist bowed his head to his father and said that he was flattered when the emperor praised him for a job well done. The Crown Prince quoted another Western expression to the king, saying that one should not pour new wine into old wineskins. The boy stated that 30 years had passed since the founding of Joseon, but people were still suffering, so the country needed reform. Emperor Joseon fully agreed with his heir, affirming that this was necessary for the greatest good of all. The mood of the Inspector General and the State Councillor became even more gloomy when they saw the king's support for his son. After this, the emperor announced the end of the Crown Prince's speech, and the officials began to slowly leave the throne room. The civil servants were deeply impressed, and when they came out into the street they were taciturn and lost in their thoughts. The man asked the advisor what he thought of the performance, and Ryu Jung-hyun replied that his brain was frozen. The indignant old man shouted that a complaint must be filed immediately because the prince was hiding behind catchy words, ignoring traditions and values. The angry state councillor stated that the prince was trying to follow the teachings of the legalists, so Ryu could not help but lament. A similar reaction to Hyang's speech was seen at the censorship office, with the men unanimously agreeing that a protest was necessary. One of them shouted that the prince's words may seem correct, but it was only an attempt to oppress Qin Shi Huang, so they must stop Hyang. Even though the king had shown favor, they still could not allow the kingdom to fall, even if it came to using force. A censorship official said that in that case, they would have to reconsider the candidate for the royal throne. Another official asked him if this was too much, but the man thought the young prince's political views were unacceptable. The man wanted to say something about the current king, but the second official interrupted the man, covering his mouth with his hand. The civil servant asked his friend to watch his words because he did not have 9 lives to discuss the king like that. The official removed the man's hand because he did not agree that he had said anything wrong, since the 9-year-old had made an inappropriate statement. A censorship official said they should point out the failure of the teachers responsible for educating the prince and the king. Another official disagreed with the man's radical statements, but he did not calm down, shouting that it was too late. The civil servant's shouts began to tire the others when he declared that the heir needed to be replaced immediately. However, quite a few ministers agreed with the Crown Prince's opinion, and some were in a good mood for the first time in a long time. The minister said his ears felt cleared by the prince's suggestions for improving the Joseon kingdom. The head of the Ministry of Taxes wanted to say that with such a prince, Joseon would flourish, but he stopped when he saw that they were not alone. The old man looked at the crowd of other officials who did not share their sentiments and were opposed to Hyang's proposals. The civil servants who were against the protagonist looked silently and sternly at the joyful ministers. The smiles on the faces of officials rooting for the heir disappeared when they noticed the glares of those who disagreed. The government was divided into 2 camps. 2 crowds of those who agreed and those who disagreed passed each other without exchanging greetings. One of the officials who opposes the protagonist looked at the hostile group and called them talkative hypocrites. In response, the Minister of Taxes told them that these wise men deserved to be disgraced, and the second called them power-hungry actors. The 2 groups of officials went their separate ways, some wanting to protest against the prince, others to file an appeal in response. As the sun set, the protagonist spent his free time in the gazebo having dinner with King Sejong. The emperor again praised his son for his wonderful performance today, and the boy thanked his father for his kindness. In an elated mood, the king said that Hyang was coming up with many fresh ideas, many of which the emperor was eager to implement. The hero replied that he was flattered, but that this policy would be difficult to implement immediately, which Sejong understood. Sejong said he wanted to discuss the policy in more detail, knowing how many complaints awaited him tomorrow, and Hyang replied that the royal secretariat would definitely have a hard time. The crown prince was right. The next morning, the workers of the royal secretariat were open-mouthed in surprise at the volume of work. The men stared at a mountain of scrolls of paper containing complaints about the crown prince and letters of support for the boy. The worker told his partner that talking wouldn't help matters, and told him to start sorting through all these complaints by sorting through the rolls of paper. The team leader explained to the workers that there were those who supported the prince and those who opposed him, so the letters needed to be divided into two parts. Emperor Joseon's working day was also not a pleasant one due to the abundance of complaints and letters, and his face showed how irritated he was. It was the king's duty to personally read and respond to each of the complaints, so the man was outraged by how many there were. The officials bowed before the emperor as Sejong thanked the elders for the great work they had done. The king of Joseon said that he would now look into all these complaints, and the state counselor began to closely watch the emperor. The emperor immediately set to work. Jongyong opened the first scroll of yellow paper to examine the contents of the letter. Sejong stared at the letter in silence, and from the king's expression, it was clear that its contents had only caused negative emotions in the man. The king's eyes filled with rage as he read the first document. Something in the letter made the emperor angry. It was difficult for Jongyong to control his emotions, and the emperor of Joseon clenched his fists in anger, ruining the piece of paper. The king turned to the eunuch, who stood obediently nearby, and the elderly man looked at his master and responded. Filled with anger, Emperor Sejong slammed his hand on a stack of paper scrolls and ordered the eunuch to call the crown prince here. When the boy came to the king in the throne room, he obediently looked down and asked if he had called him. Taking one of the paper scrolls, the emperor explained to the heir that he had called him here because many ministers did not understand the prince. After King Sejong turned to the state counselor, Ryu Chung-hyun, lowering his head, responded obediently. The emperor handed the state counselor the letter he had written and asked the old man to read the complaint against the crown prince. At this moment, the other officials and ministers, who also wrote a complaint against the young heir, visibly tensed up. Ryu Chung-hyun also became worried and tried to object to the emperor, not wanting to voice the complaint he had written. But the order had to be carried out anyway, because the king wanted the complaint to be made directly in order to avoid misunderstandings. An irritated Jong-yeon asked the old man to get straight to the point as Ryu began to read the opening paragraph of his letter. The state counselor tensed up, his face covered in beads of sweat. The old man clearly did not want to voice the essence of his complaint. However, he did say that the crown prince's political views may seem correct, but they are far from perfect. According to Ryu, their kingdom upholds Neo-Confucianism as a national ideology, and the prince's sayings are in line with the traditions of legalism. The advisor also believes that the crown prince should not lift the restrictions on illegitimate children imposed by King Taeho. The old man continued, saying that he did not agree that the number of officials should be increased, because this was only a burden on the people. Adding that officials could always turn to scholars, Chung-hyun looked at the king and said he found these 3 points unacceptable. The main character silently listened to the speech of the state counselor. The boy looked menacingly and intently at the old man. When Ryu Jong-hyun finished voicing his complaints, the boy approached the old man and asked if he could now answer him. The heir mentioned the words of the state counselor that the country's national ideology is Neo-Confucianism. The hero decided to argue with him, declaring that the national idea of Joseon is the will of the king and the people as the basis for which the sages advocate. The state counselor and other dissenting officials were outraged when Hyang said that Neo-Confucianism was only a tool for implementation. They shouted at the king to stop the boy, but Hyang continued, saying that Neo-Confucianism was just one branch of Confucianism. Ryu Chung-hyun could not contain his anger when Hyang asked the king whether it was necessary to differentiate between the instruments in implementing the king's way. The advisor turned to His Highness when our hero mentioned Ryu's words about the children of concubines. saying that they were not the only ones who used the situation for their own purposes. The protagonist stated that people from influential families were the cause of the spread of corruption, and it was not worth blaming everything on the children of concubines. The heir said, raising his voice, that the nobility turned a blind eye to their own misdeeds and discriminated against the children of concubines when almost all the ministers had their own concubines. The ministers and officials who disagreed with the prince could barely contain their anger as they listened to Hyang's arguments against the advisor's claims. The main character was very angry, and out of anger at the negligent government officials, he clenched his fist tightly and continued his speech. He said the advisor mentioned that officials could turn to scientists for help, but Hyang had heard many complaints from people dying of hunger. Raising his voice, the boy said he had heard little about local scientists helping the starving or opening their granaries. The prince said that not only do the scientists refuse to help, but they also use the famine as an opportunity to issue loans, and as a result, the people are forced to become slaves or flee. The hero asked the state counselor who was more terrible for powerless people than the tiger, the officials of the royal court or the local scientists. State Councilor Ryu Chung-hyun was unable to immediately answer the crown prince's question, and the old man turned his gaze to the emperor. King Sejong did not intervene in the heated discussion between his son and advisor for the time being, and the emperor silently watched the proceedings. Afterwards, Jong-yeon said that he was also curious about the answer to the heir's question and asked the state councilor to answer it. This angered the old man even more. He did not have the right answer to the boy's question, so he silently clenched his teeth in anger. The emperor asked Ryu Jong-hyun why he was silent, but the old man remained silent in the middle of the throne room. Then the advisor finally found the courage to answer, and said that the local scientists were more dangerous for helpless people. All the officials who spoke out against the young prince's initiatives were noticeably tense. They did not like the advisor's answer. The emperor of Joseon stated that the complaints filed by others were similar to the complaint filed by state councilor Ryu Jong-hyun. The king grabbed one of the scrolls and said that the complaints had been sent by different people, but he had the impression that each letter stated the same thing. However, one of the petitions was very different from the others, so he handed the scroll of paper to the crown prince to read out the complaint. The protagonist agreed to do this. He unrolled the scroll of paper and read the contents of the letter, which amazed him. King Sejong asked the crown prince what he thought about this, but the prince did not answer, staring at the text of the address. He quoted words from the letter that the concept of consumption does not exist, and if it is encouraged, society will turn into a luxury state. The crown prince told the emperor that he believed that the person who sent this appeal should be severely punished. Ministers and officials were shocked to hear that the crown prince was personally insisting on punishing the man. The boy began to loudly defend his case, declaring that none of the sages had mentioned the creation of a hierarchy of people, so the man had falsified his complaint. Inspector General Sun became very tense when the prince insisted that the man who wanted to throw dust in the king's eyes should be severely punished. Sun shouted at the prince that the complaint was filed by a man who cared about the fate of the country, and punishment could mean suppression of the opposition. The general continued, shouting that since ancient times the sages have claimed that extravagance is a disease that destroys the country. Hyang replied that the sages did not order the nobles to suck the blood of the people through usury and lend grain to the people, demanding much more in return. He shouted at the general, pointing his finger at him, saying that the number of people who were becoming slaves because of loans was growing rapidly. The heir accused Sun of not having the right to call himself a servant of the kingdom, and the emperor ordered them to stop arguing. The prince fell silent and bowed before the king, and Sejong declared that the boy should not go beyond the bounds of decency, even if he was right. The protagonist meekly replied to his father that his mercy was immeasurable, and the emperor turned his gaze to another person. Chong Yong asked the chief censor to come to the center of the hall. The tense man agreed to carry out his majesty's order. The king asked his son to unfold the complaint because there was a part of the objection that the boy had not read. The emperor stated that the appeal had been recorded by the censorship department, and therefore the chief censor would have to read it. The chief censor read the contents of the letter, and something in it caused genuine shock in the man. The official clutched the piece of paper. His hands began to tremble with fear. The head of the censorship department told the emperor that this was simply devastating. The chief censor bowed before the king, declaring that this was only the personal opinion of an individual and did not reflect the will of the censors. The other officials, who also worked in the censorship department, tensed up, knowing that he was the author of this appeal. The emperor replied to the head of the censor's office that he knew this, so neither the crown prince nor the king read the letter. The head of the censorship department felt great fear and shame before the emperor. He shouted to the king that his mercy was immeasurable. Finally, Sejong stated that he would consider whether to punish the author of the objection, and after the meeting, the officials left the throne room. The inspector general approached the head of the censorship department and asked the man what was written in that appeal. The old man did not answer the general's question, but began to run away. Sunum tried to stop the chief censor by grabbing him with his hand. The head of the censorship department ran up to the author of that complaint and grabbed the scoundrel. The man screamed in pain and surprise. The man pressed the official against the wall, asking the scoundrel how he dared to write such a thing, while the others tried to stop the head of the department. The chief censor shouted at them not to try to stop him, because of this fool across the street, they could all die. The man was very angry with the author of that complaint. He looked him in the eye angrily and asked who he was to stutter about overthrowing the crown prince. The rest of the censorship staff were shocked to hear what exactly the man had written in that complaint to the king. Everyone took a step back, no longer interfering with the head of the department. The man once again asked the employee who he thought he was. The complainant asked the chief how they could allow such a person to be the successor if he had betrayed Neo-Confucianism. The angry head of the department asked if he wanted to overthrow the 9-year-old prince, and the man replied that age did not matter in such matters. The enraged man shouted that the change required the right timing, unanimity, and geographical advantage, and that the current heir could become king. The chief censor continued to loudly explain to the scoundrel that with his judgment, the author of the complaint was endangering the lives of other officials. The man disagreed, replying that officials cannot pass off falsehoods as truth, and that any protest carries risks to life. The words of the author of the complaint against the crown prince shocked both the head of the department and the other censors standing behind him. The author of the appeal was surprised when the chief censor suddenly removed his hand from his collar and took a step back. The director of the Censorship Institute covered his face with his hand, declaring that he could not believe that such a windbag as the man opposite had become an official. After the meeting, the protagonist went to his chambers. He wanted to be alone, so the eunuch obediently guarded his room from the outside. The heir said that this was expected, but he did not think that everything would be so bad, and complained to the state counselor. The prince paced the room, understanding the official's behavior, because he would have been just as angry if he had been told to give up farming. The protagonist closed his eyes, trying to calm down and understand the anger of the officials who spoke out against the prince's initiatives. The eunuch standing outside heard his master shouting and getting angry, threatening to write complaints against the officials in return. The enraged crown prince began writing complaints in response, shouting in anger at the officials and threatening to give them what they deserved. An employee of the royal court saw a eunuch from the eastern palace in front of him and asked the boy what brought him here at such a late hour. Without saying a word, the eunuch presented the secretary with a tray containing a whole mountain of paper scrolls, and the worker asked him what they were. The royal secretariat worker was shocked when the eunuch told him that all these appeals were written by the crown prince. The secretary was saddened by the dozens of scrolls of paper in front of him, realizing that they would definitely not be able to return home today. King Sejong, when he received all these letters, just laughed out loud because he did not think that his son would write back. The emperor noted that this was the first time he had seen such a number of complaints, and handed one of the scrolls to the state counselor to read. The state counselor unfolded the paper and saw the text there. The man began to carefully study the contents of the complaint. The general looked at the old man questioningly when he saw that Ryu Jung-hyun began to tremble and blush with anger after reading the letter. King Sejong, smiling, asked the eunuch to convey the prince's objections to the Minister of Taxation, and the assistant agreed to carry out the order. The Minister of Taxes unrolled a scroll of paper, and the emperor asked an elderly man to read aloud the text of the crown prince's address. The old man read out Hyang's words that he, the king's loyal subordinate and crown prince, humbly accepted the objections. Some ministers accused Hyang of following the path of the legalists, citing the fall of the Qin dynasty as an example. In his address, the crown prince wrote that the Qin Empire did not fall because of the legalist policies. According to Hyang, the empire fell because their emperor Shi Huangdi and his subjects abandoned the laws of heaven by killing innocent people. However, it was the teachings of the legalists that made the Qin dynasty the leader among the warring states, and these teachings remain fundamental to this day. The minister read out Hyang's words that the mighty roots of the giant tree do not fall even in a hurricane, and that the path to achieving the Tao is one with governing the country. The crown prince believes that in order for their Joseon kingdom to take strong root, they must embrace new ideas. The officials listened silently to the prince's words that Neo-Confucianism is not the only teaching that helps one not to stray from the noble path of the sages. State Councillor Ryu Chung-hyun also fell silent, carefully listening to the essence of the crown prince's words in his address. King Sejong asked those present if his son was truly intelligent, and stated that Hyang's objection was harsh, but there was something to be learned from it. The emperor said that he would like to hear the opinion of the officials, ask them to think it over carefully and give him an answer. A few days later, our hero was walking down the street with the eunuch, thinking that he felt better now that he had been able to speak out. He stopped when he saw the kingdom's chief secretary collapse on the ground, face down, with other officials trying to rouse him. They shouted for the man to wake up, but the chief secretary's body was shaking, and he quietly said that he could not do this anymore. The man woke up and screamed in fear when another worker told him that it was not time to lie around because they still had a whole mountain of objections waiting for them. The secretary screamed that he would rather be killed, and the hero realized that the fact that the objections were never ending was becoming a problem. Hyang decided that in order to win the public over to his side, he had to do only one right thing. The crown prince was going to convince people of the effectiveness of variolation, the smallpox vaccination, because only in this way would faith in innovation appear. According to the protagonist, if the common people are convinced of the effectiveness of the vaccination, they will begin to open up to his new policy. He smiled, realizing that there was still a little bit left before the turning point, while the secretary was lamenting, holding a pile of letters in his hands. A couple of days later, the king heard a report that almost no one had contracted smallpox in the regions where variolation had been carried out. The emperor liked this news and ordered vaccination to be carried out in other provinces as well, because there were not many cases of infection. The state councillor expressed the opinion that it was too early to expand, because the evidence base remained small. The emperor became thoughtful when Ryu Chung-hyun said that it was worthwhile to set aside some time for simple observations, because it was about cow pus. A few days later, the king heard that most of the people of Gyeonggi-do had been vaccinated and no side effects had been detected. King Sejong said he wanted to expand the scope of vaccination for the safety of the people and asked what ministers thought about it. The state councillor replied that it was not worth doing because the financial situation did not yet allow it, and asked the emperor to think about it again. Ryu Chung-hyun's latest advice against vaccination aroused the emperor's suspicions, and he looked closely at the old man. A few days later, the emperor was informed that influential locals from different regions had begun to sacrifice cows to receive the vaccine. Sejong replied that in that case there was no point in waiting any longer, and ordered the ministers to prepare for national variolation. The state councillor asked for forgiveness from His Majesty and stated that mass vaccination of the people is currently impossible. The king began to get angry with the advisor when he said that winter was coming, and he had to be careful with the budget, because the emperor had other arguments. Ryu told the gentleman that there would be complaints if they started charging for the cows, and also the effectiveness of the procedure had not yet been proven. The emperor's hands trembled with anger when the advisor declared that it was unacceptable to inject cow pus into people, especially since the procedure was being performed by a simple shepherd. The dumbfounded state councillor looked at the emperor as the king could no longer contain his anger and called Ryu a fool. King Sejong turned red with anger and pointed his finger at the old man, yelling at him to cover his filthy mouth at least once. After that, a deathly silence fell over the main throne room, and Ryu Jong-hyun obediently fell silent, no longer speaking out against vaccination. The Minister of Taxes tensed up, the old man's face sweating from Emperor Sejong's loud shouts, even though the king was not scolding him. The emperor was furious with the state councillor. He tried to catch his breath, clenching his teeth. The bridge of his nose turned red with anger. King Sejong frantically grabbed one of the scrolls of paper that lay on a pile of other numerous complaints and appeals. He shouted at the advisor, asking if the old man understood what it was, and declared that the vaccine was a real salvation from smallpox. The officials listened obediently to the king's loud complaints about the advisor, who continued to insist that the vaccination was useless. Sejong angrily accused Ryu Jung-hyun of hypocrisy because the advisor had given the vaccine to himself and his entire family. The officials fell to their knees before the king, shouting that they had committed a terrible sin and deserved death, and Sejong drove them out of the hall. The Emperor of Joseon grabbed the armrests to rise from the throne and shouted that he intended to leave the hall himself. The angry king began to leave the room in a hurry, shouting that he must take matters into his own hands, and ordered the others not to even open their mouths. The ministers and officials who were kneeling before the emperor shouted at the king, trying to stop his majesty. One of the officials who witnessed this dispute in the hall was very angry with the state councillor, as was the emperor. The man asked State Councillor Ryu Jung-hyun why he was so unwilling to watch his words. The kingdom's chief advisor did not react to the official's complaint in any way, and did not even look at the man. The official asked the Minister of Taxes what they would do now, and the old man replied that the only thing left to do was to repent and find another way to introduce variolation. The civil servants agreed among themselves to follow this plan, and one of them complained that he did not want to carry out the penitential ritual in the harsh winter. Advisor Ryu Chung-hyun decided to leave the throne room alone. The old man was noticeably in a bad mood and did not discuss this meeting with his colleagues. The state councillor silently stepped aside to be alone and think about what to do next in this situation. Ryu Jung-hyun exhaled heavily, thinking that he had already lived a long life, and today's events seemed like real terror to him. The kingdom's chief advisor looked the other way and made a firm decision to be the one to stop this terror. The man was determined not to allow such a political situation to occur, because at this rate, they would be faced with the terror of King Taiho's time. The old man with a long gray beard was firmly convinced that he was right, and was going to stop what was happening even at the cost of his own life. At this time, the protagonist listened to the eunuch's report, who told the crown prince how the emperor had acted during the meeting today. The boy asked the assistant where his father went after that, and the eunuch said that the emperor went to the queen. The eunuch was surprised when the crown prince suggested simply fooling everyone and asked the master again, but Hyang did not explain anything to him. While removing the blanket from the floor after the repentance ritual, the minister complained that his knees already hurt, and it was very cold outside. Having completed the ritual, the old man turned around abruptly when he heard someone running towards him, loudly calling for the Minister of Taxation. The minister asked the official what brought him there, and the man, out of breath after running fast, tried to tell what happened. The old man gritted his teeth in rage when the official told him that State Councillor Ryu had filed a complaint against King Sejong. The Minister of Taxation immediately jumped up, ran forward and shouted, asking if the old man had gone completely mad. The old man quickly became exhausted, but he continued to walk forward, breathing heavily, because he needed to stop the advisor. After running, beads of sweat appeared on the Minister of Tax's face, and he stopped when he noticed the state councillor standing nearby. Ryu Jung-hyun turned and looked at the minister when the old man called him. The advisor was standing near the table, busy with a letter. The minister began to get angry at the advisor, accusing him of madness because they had already had to go through the ritual of repentance. But the state councillor stood his ground, saying that he had to file this complaint and end this matter if they were concerned about the future of Joseon. The old man tried to stop the advisor by shouting at the man, but Ryu Jung-hyun pushed the official away and did not interfere. The state councillor shouted, accusing Emperor Sejong of having forgotten what it was like to govern a state. Ryu Chung-hyun grabbed the scroll of paper with his complaint and hurriedly began to leave the room. The minister tried to stop him. Attempts to reason with the advisor were unsuccessful, and the Minister of Taxation fell silent, remaining inside the room. He asked the Inspector General why he did not stop him, and Sun replied that he knew what the state councillor was after. According to the Inspector General, this is something that is really worth adhering to, so Sun is on the advisor's side. The king read the councillor's complaint, which said that he was raising an objection to the emperor because he needed to take care of the country. According to Ryu, the most important thing in politics is consistency, and people will not trust the state if the government is inconsistent. The advisor stated that the king was being inconsistent because they first wanted to test the effectiveness of the vaccine on the people of Hanyang, which the emperor agreed with. However, due to the request of several people, Sejong changed his mind, and the state councillor considers this behavior inconsistent. Chung Hyun believes that state affairs should be carried out by agreement between the king and his subjects, and that close associates are not needed here. The advisor wrote that it was difficult for the emperor to oversee the entire country, and he was obliged to consult with his subordinates, listening to their advice. Sejong read Ryu's question about why a monarch would need a royal court if the king were to handle all state affairs on his own. The emperor remained calm as he read the state councillor's accusation that Sejong was engaging in a real dictatorship. Also in his written complaint, the advisor asked a rhetorical question about what would happen to the Joseon kingdom if a tyrant came to power. Chung Hyun believes that the agreement between the king and the ministers must be followed to prevent this, and asked the king to reconsider the decisions he made. The advisor believes that the nationwide introduction of the smallpox vaccine should be stopped due to its inappropriateness. The state councillor responsibly declared that he would hand over his entire inheritance if the effectiveness of the vaccination was proven. Emperor Sejong gathered in the small throne room with his subjects to hear the state councillor's complaint. He asked the assistant if he had read Ryu Jong-hyun's letter to the end, and the man timidly replied that he had finished reading the letter. The inspector general and other officials remained silent, staring at King Sejong, waiting for his reaction to the complaint. The minister of taxation was especially scared. The elderly man was trembling with fear, expecting an angry reaction from the king. Emperor Sejong remained silent for a long time before responding to the state councillor's appeal, his eyes stern. The king said he did not implement the vaccine nationwide when he first heard about its effectiveness. Sejong said that it was the state councillor who caused this because Ryu advised against doing it at the time. The emperor looked sternly at the officials and asked the ministers when he had ever abused his power. Silence fell in the throne room. The ministers did not find the courage to answer the emperor's question, so they obediently remained silent. Sejong said that the king was wasting time waiting for his subjects to come to an agreement, and he considered this wrong. The monarch could not contain his emotions and loudly banged his fist, asking the officials if they really did not understand what this power was for. The ashamed ministers listened silently to Emperor Sejong's speech, not finding the courage to answer the king. Sejong asked the ministers if they knew what to do if smallpox suddenly spread in a region where vaccination had not been carried out. The king shouted, asking if the officials were not concerned about the hundreds of deaths of innocent people, and if it was really worth making such sacrifices. The first to dare to answer the emperor was the state councillor Ryu Chong-hyun, who shouted loudly, addressing His Highness. The old man said that his heart ached from the victims, but now it was much more important to strengthen power, and people had been dying from smallpox for centuries. The advisor's words further angered the emperor when Ryu said that a couple of deaths could be tolerated in the name of national laws. Sejong shouted that Ryu shouldn't call himself a follower of the sages, and at that moment, a man entered, declaring that they had a big problem. The subject fell to his knees before the emperor and asked for his forgiveness, stating that something had happened in the Yeongdongpo area. The emperor of Joseon gaped in shock and stared at the man as he shouted that there had been a smallpox outbreak in the area. The state councillor also became very tense and quiet when the news came that this deadly disease had begun to rage in one of the provinces. In connection with this, King Sejong gave the order to completely isolate this infected area and leave approaches only to Hanyang Island. The emperor asked the minister on duty how things were going with the treatment, and the official replied that they would send doctors from the royal hospital there. At this moment, our main character was already running at full speed to his father in order to discuss something with the king as soon as possible. The crown prince began to shout to his father, asking him for permission to enter the hall. Everyone looked in surprise towards the source of the sound. After a short pause, the monarch gave permission for his heir to enter the hall, deciding to listen to his son. Breathing heavily, the boy approached the throne and announced that he had heard that there was a smallpox outbreak in the Yeongdongpo area, and they needed to send doctors there. The indignant prince asked the Pope why they didn't recruit people from Hanyang Island and send them to help in that infected area. The state councillor shouted that this was very careless, but the boy said that the doctors needed help because they were already busy with treatment. According to the prince, if people were recruited from Gimcheon, smallpox would spread to other areas, so they needed to recruit helpers from the island. Ryu Jung-hyun completely disagreed with the heir's proposal and told His Highness that this could not be done. The angry advisor asked the boy who would be responsible for the safety of the people if someone became infected and the disease reached the palace. Hyang replied that he had no doubt whatsoever about the effectiveness of the vaccination, so the guy was ready to take responsibility. With his hand on his heart, Hyang turned to his father and declared that if anything went wrong, he would give up the title of Crown Prince. The king could not contain his emotions of shock when he heard this, and the boy calmly said that he was completely confident in the effectiveness of the medicine. The protagonist shouted that he was going to go to help himself if the residents of Hanyang Island did not want to participate. There was silence in the room as the Crown Prince said he intended to personally help people infected with the deadly smallpox. The scribe was doing his job, recording the proceedings of the meeting, and was not surprised when the Crown Prince began his own again. The emperor felt tired from his heir's antics. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily before making a decision. The officials bowed their heads before the king when Sejong gave them orders to recruit people from Hanyang Island to send them to the infected area. The protagonist looked at his father and was ready to listen to him attentively when the emperor asked him to do so. He sternly told the heir that Hyang should not make such careless statements because it would be shirking his duties. The Crown Prince did not argue with the emperor. He bowed his head and humbly told his father that his mercy was immeasurable. But Hyang knew why exactly he made this statement, because he had taken advantage of the opportunity, and now he would wait for the results. The protagonist was spending time in his chambers. He turned around sharply when he heard the cry of the king's subjects calling to greet the monarch. Sejong asked his son how he was feeling, and the boy bowed before the emperor, answering that he was fine. The father and son sat down to have a cup of tea, and the king asked the heir if he had heard about what had happened in the Gimshin area. The boy beamed with happiness when the emperor told him that after those 5 sick people, no more infections had been recorded in the area. The king admitted that he did not expect everything to go so well, and he was proud of his son, who paid attention to the shepherd's procedure. Hiding his face, Hyang began to smile slyly, savoring his victory, which meant the end for State Councillor Ryu. King Sejong wanted to say something else to his son. He called the boy and placed a cup of tea on the table before speaking. The emperor told his heir in all seriousness that he was going to execute State Councillor Ryu Chung-hyun. The statement surprised Hyang, and the monarch added that he also wanted to get rid of everyone who agreed with him, and he considered this necessary for the future of Joseon. The Crown Prince looked down and fell silent when the monarch asked his son's opinion on the matter. The boy told his father that these officials really deserved to be punished, especially in light of recent events. Hyang said that, unfortunately, the power of subjects and scholars is greater than that of the king, so such a move could strengthen the monarch's power. The emperor was surprised when the Crown Prince suggested that perhaps it was not worth killing the heir apparent after all. The protagonist believes that the advisor has been working for the good of the nation for a long time, and his distrust of new treatment methods is understandable, given his experience. Smiling at his father, the Crown Prince said that he thought the best thing to do in this situation would be to exile Ryu Jung-hyun. The emperor fell silent, looking at his heir with a slight smile on his face, and replied to Hyang that he would think about his proposal. After some time, the state councillor, with his face on the floor in front of the emperor, asked the king to think again. Ryu shouted that he simply doubted the effectiveness of the vaccination, and Sejong ordered the old man to shut his mouth because he couldn't fix anything with sweet talk. Other officials also made excuses, shouting that the advisor had simply gone too far, but it was for the good of the state, so the king needed to think about it. Sejong shouted at them to stop testing his patience, and the officials responded that the monarch was unreasonably accusing the innocent. The inspector general, without looking the king in the eye, said that the monarch must consult with his subjects, because that is what the wise men had taught. The emperor grinned and looked at the inspector general, who now dared to argue with the monarch. Sejong turned red with anger, shouting that Sun was making frivolous remarks and was accusing the monarch of not following the king's path out of his evil intentions. Ryu Jung-hyun tried to justify himself when the monarch shouted that they were turning Sejong into a powerless scarecrow with their words. A man wearing a hat entered the hall, introducing himself as Jing Mu from the Royal Investigation Bureau, and was ready to listen to the king's instructions. Officials were shocked when the emperor shouted to imprison Ryu Chung-hyun, the right advisor, censor, and inspector general. The Investigation Bureau staff grabbed the advisor's arms, But Ryu Jung-hyun did not give in, accusing the king of betraying the way of the sages. And so the Smallpox incident ended. The chief censor was convicted of treason, put in a cage, and exiled 1,000 miles. Ryu Jung-hyun and his family, right advisor and general, were exiled and disinherited, becoming ordinary citizens. This was the end that awaited those who failed to adapt to Crown Prince Hyang's sudden innovations. However, the main character was glad not only that he eliminated the dissenters, but also that he left all these negligent officials alive. After the opposition was driven out, the days in the kingdom became calm, and soon spring came to Joseon. The next meeting was held in the great throne room, with King Sejong presiding and saying that it seemed everyone was present. The emperor announced that he had an important statement for the officials, and the minister looked in surprise at Sejong, who had changed greatly after playing sports. King Sejong, holding a book in his hand, solemnly announced that he was going to carry out a major reform in the country in the name of the Joseon kingdom. All the ministers were shocked when they heard this statement, and the main character became wary, looking at the emperor. When the emperor made the announcement, and the boy realized that the moment had finally arrived, a bright smile lit up the heir's face. Several weeks before this moment, the main character was sleeping in his bed, but his sleep was unexpectedly disturbed by someone in the middle of the night. The boy opened his eyes slightly, recognizing his father's voice as he heard Sejong asking the crown prince if he was asleep. The heir stood up and asked his father to come in, saying that he was not yet asleep, and Sejong said that he just needed the plan that his son had shown during his speech. The protagonist said that his plan was on the work table and allowed him to take it, and the king ordered the eunuch to come in and do it. The crown prince yawned, not understanding why the pope had come so late, and the emperor told him that he was leaving and allowed him to continue sleeping. Hyang lay down on his bed again to sleep, but he did not yet realize that his father's visit that night foreshadowed great changes in the country. One of the following days, the boy was spending time in his chambers. He turned his head sharply when he noticed the king entering the room. The emperor admitted that there was something unclear to him and asked the heir to give him an explanation. The son bowed obediently and agreed. The next day, father and son were spending time outdoors having lunch, and the king announced to Hyang that he had seen his plan. Another few essences later, the emperor came to the boy again at night to announce that the king had made his final decision. Sejong sat at the table working, and Hyang was surprised that his father was not tired at all, and even at 1 a.m, the fire in his eyes burned brightly. The emperor asked the boy to explain everything again, as he felt that he did not quite understand everything. But Hyang replied that he understood everything. At a meeting today, the king showed officials the book, saying he had developed a plan to reform the Joseon kingdom. The officials meekly agreed when the emperor said he wanted the ministers to look at it and give their comments. In high spirits, the emperor asked to be informed if the ministers had a better plan, and thus began the time of Sejong's reforms. The king decided to reorganize the government and developed a new model of 6 ministries, and then divided the provinces into several districts. During the walk, the king suggested that his son discuss trade and industry, which surprised Hyang, but Sejong said that he had thought about it during his morning exercises. Sejong believed that the kingdom's economic potential could be increased through trade and industry, something Hyang had not previously mentioned. The king also said he understood the principle of increasing economic aid, but did not understand how trade would strengthen the monarch's position. The protagonist listened silently to his father's thoughts, not daring to put in a word yet, while the king spoke about trade and economics. The crown prince decided to explain everything to the pope, saying that everything was quite simple, and the basis of wealth was agriculture. Hyang said that the royal court, on the contrary, could begin to develop trade and industry to gain more wealth and strengthen its power. But the emperor argued, saying that all the wealth belongs to those who buy from merchants, since they are the main consumers. The protagonist disagreed with his father's opinion and asked the emperor to take a broader view of the situation. Emperor Sejong looked at his heir with bewilderment, not understanding what he meant, and then thought about his words. The king's eyes widened as he realized what the crown prince was hinting at when he asked King Sejong to think more broadly. The Joseon monarch realized that the boy meant trade, and Hyang smiled, for his father's intelligence was worthy of the great King Sejong. Sejong realized that if they made money from exports, they could escape territorial restrictions and grow in power faster than regional officials. The king said he understood everything, put his hand on the crown prince's shoulder and called his son a genius, which brought a smile to Hyang's face. The emperor of Joseon leaned down in front of the boy and stared at him with wild eyes, asking his son to ask him one more thing. Sejong suggested that officials would strengthen their position if merchants began borrowing money from them to obtain capital for their businesses. The boy agreed, but said that they could turn the merchant's gaze to the royal family, and Sejong did not understand what Hyang meant. The main character suggested to the king that money for merchants to conduct business should be lent not by officials, but by the royal court. In the 21st century, a national bank, as our hero from a past life knows, is a bank created in the interests of the state. The lender would be the state, not individuals, and merchants would borrow money at low rates, and Sejong really liked the idea. When the emperor decided to create a national bank, the demand for officials increased, and the court began to look for talented officials. In order to cultivate true professionals, Sejong ordered a change in policy and the introduction of education even for commoners. The king began to gradually begin reforms, and officials monitored the change in policy, but soon the first problems appeared. It took 15 years for the new policy to be established, and historians later called this period of Joseon the Age of Reformation. As the emperor and his son were walking, Sejong thanked his son for his help, saying that he would need some time to carry out reforms. The protagonist smiled and replied that he was glad he could help, and was surprised that someone cared more about reforms than he did. The king and the crown prince stopped in front of the building, and Sejong suggested that perhaps he should join the scholars. Emperor Sejong thought about it when the crown prince told him that the king should not take on all the responsibilities. The monarch jokingly slapped his son on the back of the head and said that for the sake of the kingdom, Sejong simply had to take personal action. Clutching his head, Hyang told his father that it was not that, but that all this work could be handed over to the ministers. Then the monarch asked the hero what he thought would bring results: personal participation or passive listening to reports. The protagonist was confused by this question, and the emperor explained that he did not want to just sit and put seals. The crown prince rubbed his palms against the back of his head after his father's blow, and the king, with a smile on his face, called his son to go further. Hyang looked at his father walking ahead with a smile on his face, because he knew that no matter how much he knew about the future, there were some things he simply couldn't avoid. The emperor of Joseon decided to personally participate in the reformation of the country and went to the building surrounded by a team of eunuchs. After some time, the protagonist was spending his free time in his palace. The eunuchs shouted for him to greet the king. Sejong entered the room to talk to his heir. Hyang stood up and bowed before the king. The king said that he wanted to ask Hyang something, which greatly angered his son because he also wanted to rest, and asked his father not to come to him anymore. The emperor laughed and said that this time he had a slightly different question, and the exhausted boy asked Sejong what was the matter. The monarch reminded his heir that Hyang had mentioned several changes during his presentation of his views. The king admitted that he wondered why his son hadn't said anything about the army back then, and Hyang stared at him with surprised eyes. The boy looked down at the floor and fell silent when Emperor Sejong asked the heir apparent if he had nothing to say about the matter. In response, the protagonist raised his head and looked at the king with a sly smile on his face, and the emperor understood what was going on. The king also smiled, looked at his heir, and wanted to call his son a joke when he realized why he hadn't said anything about the army. The main character explained to his father that if he had spoken about the army at that presentation, there would have been even more discontent. The crown prince and the emperor sat down at the table to talk, and the boy asked his father what he thought about the army. Emperor Sejong told the heir that he believed the country needed military reform and that troops needed to be increased to eliminate the threat to the country. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face, because he had waited for the right moment at which he could begin to implement his plan. The king asked his son what he thought about the army, and Hyang replied that he agreed with the monarch's plans, but wanted to add something. The emperor looked at the boy with a puzzled expression when the crown prince said that the fleet needed to be strengthened. Hyang explained that unfortunately, the Joseon kingdom lacked strength at sea, and mentioned the Battle of Tsushima that had happened a couple of years earlier. The protagonist said that during that battle, almost half of the sailors were untrained, and the fleet really lacked skills. Hyang told his father that this was not the only problem, because the size of the ships forced the sailors to risk their lives. The king agreed and proposed to increase the production of warships and also to start training sailors. His sons supported the idea. The Emperor of Joseon rubbed his chin with his fingers because there was an obstacle in the form of a lack of money to implement this idea. The crown prince delighted the king by stating that he had a proposal, and Sejong asked what exactly Hyang wanted to propose. The protagonist stunned King Sejong when he announced that he needed to start digging stones to solve the budget shortfall. Emperor Sejong was confused when he heard this proposal because the kingdom had not previously engaged in this industry. But he agreed to put this idea into practice. So very soon a poster with a new decree from the king appeared in the royal court. The eunuch explained to the people that a new royal decree had been issued and asked skilled miners to gather at the Ministry of Trade. The people were perplexed, not understanding what the miners were doing and why they were mining stones, assuming that this way they could find more gold. At this time, King Sejong sat on his throne, telling them that they needed to increase their capital with silver, copper, and gold. The ministers told the emperor that it seemed like this would be enough to increase his capital, and Hyang thought that his hobbies would also benefit from something. In this regard, the protagonist told his father that he would need something else, and Sejong asked his son what he needed. The crown prince told the emperor that coal, limestone, sulfur, and iron mining should also be undertaken. The king asked his son to explain what coal was, and Hyang explained that it was a sedimentary rock that would help stop reckless deforestation. Then Sejong asked his son why he needed limestone, and the boy said that he needed this material for construction. The monarch asked how limestone could be used for construction, and Hyang replied that this was yet to be studied, but that the mineral was not that difficult to extract. But Hyun knew very well that iron, coal, and cement were materials without which the Industrial Revolution was simply impossible. The Minister of Taxation upset Hyang by stating that there were no sulfur deposits in Joseon and that the material was imported into the kingdom. The protagonist stated that one cannot be sure that there is no sulfur at all and suggested that they simply have not yet found the deposits. Another minister said that they definitely don't have sulfur, although they can try to find a little bit in hard-to-reach places. The boy replied to the minister that sulfur was extremely important for the production of gunpowder, which was very important for national defense. The prince told ministers that if they only got sulfur from abroad, it would one day become a big problem for the country. The ministers were shocked to hear this statement from the crown prince and realized how essential sulfur was to the security of the kingdom. Everyone agreed with the heir. He shouted that the miners should be ordered to look for more sulfur, and even the king agreed. Thus, talented miners from all regions of the kingdom gathered in Hanyang province to engage in mining and prospecting for minerals. Emperor Sejong, in turn, created an organization called the Resources Agency under the Ministry of Commerce. The official gave orders to the miners to travel around the entire kingdom in search of the listed minerals and promised a reward if they tried. It was a surprise for the miners when the emperor himself appeared before them, surrounded by eunuchs who ordered them to greet the king. The miners instantly fell on their knees before the monarch Sejong to greet their master as humble servants. With a friendly smile, the king told the miners that they had been entrusted with an important task, and the strength and prosperity of the kingdom now depended on them. The official handed the miner a scroll of paper and asked him to check if all the materials were listed in the document. The miner's eyes widened when he saw coal in the document, and his partner explained to him that it was a burning mineral. The miners were even more surprised when they saw sulfur on the list, because they thought it was not found in Joseon. They also found an inscription in the corner, which said that the miners should report immediately if they found a black, shiny, but brittle stone. The image of this stone was in the document. The miners were ordered to find graphite that had these characteristics. After some time, the cart with the first mined materials was already standing in front of Hyang. He admitted that the miners had done a good job. The eunuch approached the young master and told him that he had heard rumors that a delegation of ambassadors from the Ming Empire had returned. The main character was happy to hear the news, because he had been waiting for the delegation to return from China for a long time. The emperor of Joseon sat on the throne, and in front of him stood a table with things brought from the empire, and he was told that this time a gift had been given. The ministers stared in surprise at the table with gifts from the Ming Empire. The things that had been brought surprised them. King Sejong rubbed his chin with his fingers and began to look suspiciously at the gifts from the authorities of the neighboring state. There was a map on the table that raised many questions in the monarch's mind, and he asked those present what it was. King Sejong had never seen such maps before, so he asked the crown prince what kind of map it was that had been brought from Ming. Hyang explained to his father that he had made a separate request to the head of the delegation, and that it was of great importance for the governance of the country. According to the protagonist, there was a map of Zheng He's great journey lying on the table in front of them. The Minister of Taxes knew that Zheng He was a eunuch from the Ming dynasty, who led an expedition to the distant sea under the orders of the Yongle Emperor. The old man was right. Zheng He was a eunuch of the Ming Empire, a man respected throughout modern China, and his ships reached Africa and South Asia. Sejong admitted that he had also heard about this man, but still the emperor did not understand how these records would help the kingdom. The main character, having received this map, was completely delighted. He asked his father to look at it, claiming that it was a real treasure. The crown prince felt awkward because the others did not share his delight, but stared at the boy with puzzled looks. The crown prince then asked the surprised ministers if they remembered the problems with importing buffalo horns. The protagonist explained that weapons are made from horns, but in Joseon they are supplied from the Ming Empire, and they give out this material very rarely. The crown prince said that buffaloes are not only found in the Ming Empire, he said that these animals are also found in Thailand and Vietnam. But the problem was that Joseon did not trade with these countries, and the reason, in Hyang's opinion, was simple. The ministers were very surprised when the main character said that there is no trade with these countries because they do not know how to get there. Hyang shouted that with this map, they would learn how to get to other countries, and then Joseon would make new trade deals. The idea of the main character greatly pleased Emperor Sejong. The king smiled and laughed, delighted with the new opportunities that opened up. The monarch gave the crown prince a thumbs up and said the idea was simply brilliant. The ministers did not understand why the king was so enthusiastic, and Sejong admitted that Hyang had already told him about it recently. However, as the king stated, there was one problem, because the Ming Empire would never give out such valuable information. Suspicion fell on the main character, and the monarch Sejong asked the crown prince, causing him embarrassment, what the guy had done. When the delegation from Joseon arrived at Emperor Ming's throne room, the king told the guests that they had come a long way. The third Ming emperor, Yongle, examined the valuable goods brought, among which were caged eagles from Joseon. In response, the delegation asked for sulfur and copper, and then the emperor ordered the secretary to allocate the necessary quantities to the guests. The emperor asked the delegation what else they could offer in exchange for these goods, and then the ambassador hesitated. The ambassador asked the emperor for forgiveness and stated that they would also like to receive a copy of the eunuch Zheng He's travels. The guest from Joseon felt fear and awkwardness when the head of the Ming Empire asked the ambassador why the kingdom suddenly needed the map. Emperor Yongle looked sternly at the arriving ambassadors from Joseon, suspecting the reason why they asked him for Zheng He's map. The ambassadors began to grovel before the emperor, explaining that their kingdom was very small and they did not know how vast the world was. They continued, thanking the emperor for his kindness, and said that their kingdom did not yet fully understand the vastness of the white light. Ming officials tensed when the delegation said they would like to receive a copy of the map and hoped the emperor would allow them to do so. The protagonist told his father about all this, and King Sejong praised the ambassadors for their good efforts on the trip to Ming. However, the monarch was still interested because no emperor would give away such a valuable thing. The ministers became wary when the leader of Joseon suggested that the Ming Empire might have had something up its sleeve by handing over the map to the ambassadors. An official approached King Sejong, saying that there was something wrong with the records, and the monarch asked what he meant. The minister, whose face was pierced by fear, declared to the emperor that in his hands was not a copy, but the original of the notes of the Chinese traveler. Other officials could not believe their ears, assuming that this was some kind of mistake, and were afraid that they might get into some kind of trouble. The minister was stunned, turning the pages of the book, not understanding how the Ming Empire could have given them the original records. Inside the book, the man found a letter. He took it out and immediately informed Emperor Sejong about the find. The official was already trembling with fear. Holding the letter in his hand, the king asked his subject to hand him the find, stretching out his hand forward. The emperor immediately opened the envelope and stared at the piece of paper, which indeed contained a letter. The king found it difficult to read what was written there, and he admitted that he did not understand anything, and then his son offered his help. Sejong agreed and ordered the eunuch to deliver the letter to the crown prince. The boy took the piece of paper to read the contents. Hyang laughed when he read there that it was done legally, so the Joseon state should not doubt it. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face because he realized why Emperor Ming gave the original book to our king. After reading the letter, the protagonist turned to his father, stating that the Ming Empire had blamed everything on the monarch. The Emperor of Joseon was at a loss. He looked at his son with puzzled eyes, asking what the crown prince meant. The hero remembered a history lesson where he was told that Emperor Yongle came to power as a result of a coup d'etat. According to the historian, Yongle tried to achieve as many achievements as possible in this way, and the Great Expedition was one of them. The historian said that the question arises as to why the expeditions were not repeated, since the era of geographical discoveries could have begun even earlier. The history teacher explained that the fact is that the empire's trade was directly linked to tribute. Goods were given in exchange for tribute. However, such trade with distant states was not very profitable. One day, Emperor Yongle made a big mistake. And all because going to sea implies constant contributions and repairs to ships, and often ships get caught in storms, and this is not so cheap. That is why, after the death of the emperor, the records were burned, so that the new head of state would not repeat the mistakes of the previous monarch. Hyang explained all this to his father and said that it was unnecessary trouble for the emperor, and Zhongyan agreed that expeditions required a lot of money. The minister suggested that they shouldn't get involved at all if such riches were needed for expeditions to distant lands. The protagonist calmed everyone down by stating that they were not like the Ming Empire, which interested Emperor Sejong. With a smile on his face, Hyang said that in terms of trade, they are not like that because the Ming Empire trades through tribute. The crown prince was in high spirits because the Joseon kingdom adheres to equal exchange in trade. The words of the heir made King Sejong think. He began to think about equal exchange in trade. The ministers were also interested in the protagonist's statement about an equal exchange. They looked questioningly at the boy. The emperor of Joseon demanded an explanation from the heir. He asked Hyang what an equal exchange meant. Our hero explained that their kingdom would exchange essential goods, unlike the Ming Empire. He explained further, saying that they would focus on sales, and the royal court would guarantee the safety of the merchants. This will allow them to import goods at low cost, and the king will take control of pricing. The Minister of Taxes asked whether there were essential goods overseas, because most things were already being made in Joseon. The protagonist turned to His Excellency and asked if the old man had ever heard of pepper. At first, the Minister of Taxation was puzzled when he received this question, but then he remembered that pepper was not produced in Joseon. The ministers agreed that not all essential goods were produced in their kingdom because they had completely forgotten about pepper. The crown prince looked at the officials with a grin, rejoicing inwardly because his idea had gained support in the government. The protagonist thought that the ministers didn't even realize how terrible food was without pepper, and buying it from the Arabs was quite expensive. A worried official asked whether it was worth trading with other countries because reckless spending could drain national wealth. The hero replied that if they blindly stopped the outflow of wealth, smuggling might spread and people would have to pay even more. The official agreed that the richer the Joseon kingdom became, the better it would be for the people of that state. The protagonist asked the man if he agreed that people tend to strive for the best, and he answered yes, but Hyang had something to add. The prince approached the Minister of Taxes and asked where the things he had asked to be taken out were, and the old man replied that they were in the vault. The boy asked his father for permission to bring something to the palace, and Emperor Sejong gave permission to do so. The eunuch carried the first wooden chest into the hall, and Hyang was delighted when the minister said that there were about 20 more such chests in the vault. The crown prince quickly opened the first chest and delightedly admitted that it was even better than the boy expected. When the emperor asked what it was, the delighted prince said that it was the first commodity and that the chest contained sugar. The protagonist once again remembered a history lesson from his past life, where the teacher said that during the Joseon era, sugar was quite a valuable ingredient. The historian said that sugarcane was quite difficult to obtain, so sugar was considered a luxury item in the kingdom. The ministers looked at the chests in bewilderment, admitting that sugar was a rather expensive commodity, and there were 20 chests of it in storage. King Sejong told his son that the boy, although he was the heir, was living too luxuriously, having so much sugar. The protagonist, without making excuses, asked the Minister of Taxation whether the purchase price of sugar was on the list, and what it was. The Minister of Taxes was shocked when he began to look at the list of goods, and saw a startling figure indicating the purchase price of sugar. All the other officials also opened their mouths in surprise when the minister shouted that sugar cost 20 silver coins of the highest fineness. Emperor Sejong was also shocked to hear such a price, and asked if there was any mistake in the list, not believing that the price could be like that. The king demanded that the minister report to him how much sugar had been purchased, and the old man began to leaf through the book to find the answer to the question. The Minister of Taxation shocked everyone present in the throne room when he announced that 800 kilograms of sugar had been purchased. The officials did not understand how this was possible, because you couldn't even buy a pinch of sugar at the market for 20 silver coins. Hyang again recalled the historian's words that the Joseon kingdom had been isolated for a long time, as is known from ancient records. The people of Joseon did not even know that the Ming Empire had begun to cultivate sugarcane, and it was even considered a surplus product. The main character told at the meeting that this is how he managed to buy granulated sugar at such a low price. The king told his son that he was proud of him, and admitted that he was very surprised by the crown prince's knowledge, as expected from an heir. However, one of the officials present was against this whole sugar thing, which was reflected on the face of the bearded man. He told the young heir that he was against this because they already had grain syrup and honey, so there was no need to rely on imported sugar. Another official approached the Minister of Public Works, saying that he was wrong because honey was hard to get, and the production of grain syrup depended on the harvest. The ministers got into an argument. One asked why they were making their lives more difficult, and the other replied that there was no easy or difficult way to deal with such a matter. Hyang calmly listened to the officials' cries about whether Joseon would become dependent on other countries if sugar imports continued. The crown prince approached one of the officials and asked the man if he had ever tasted sugar. The civil servants awkwardly admitted that they had tried it only a little while ago, and one of them had never eaten sugar at all. The boy quietly complained about how impoverished their kingdom had become, and the emperor asked his son what he had just said, but he refused to repeat it. The protagonist asked the king for permission to ask Sejong one more question related to obtaining a large amount of sugar. Hyang offered his father to share the sugar with the ministers and workers of the royal palace as a reward. The minister's eyes widened in surprise when the crown prince suggested that they give everyone sugar as a reward. Hyang said the hard work of people who put the welfare of the kingdom first should be encouraged. Emperor Sejong agreed to implement this idea, and soon all the palace workers and ministers received a bag of sugar. When the officials received this reward and tasted the sugar, soon everyone agreed to trade in this product. King Sejong also enjoyed the abundance of sugar in the country and enjoyed consuming sweet candies regularly. When the emperor was once again eating sweets, the protagonist, at the king's request, came to the hall to talk to Sejong. Seeing his father eating sugar, Hyang started yelling at him, scolding him for Sejong's already protruding belly, but his father replied that he was planning to cut down on dinner. The eunuch reported to his majesty that the ministers had already arrived, and the emperor ordered his assistant to let the officials into the hall. When the door opened, several elderly men silently entered King Sejong's hall, hiding their hands in their sleeves. The main character turned around and looked at the officials who entered with surprised eyes, because he had never seen them before. When everyone had taken their seats, the king announced that the left state councillor had resigned and that many positions of power were empty. The emperor said that this was why new faces were needed and asked the ministers to introduce themselves because Hyang was seeing them for the first time. An elderly, gray-haired man introduced himself first, stating that his name was Mayan Sejin and that he held the position of right advisor. Then Huang Li, a middle-aged man in an orange suit, introduced himself and said he held the position of left advisor. The last one to give his name was Li Jik, a modest man who looked down at the floor and said that he held the position of chief advisor. The protagonist couldn't believe his eyes, his mouth wide open in shock as he looked at the new civil servants. The crown prince blushed with delight, for he knew the men who were now sitting before him in the hall. The emperor approached the Minister of Public Works about the water meter and asked him to contact the advisor because they needed to be more precise. The protagonist couldn't believe that Zhang Yong-sil was standing in front of him because it signified the beginning of the time of Sejong's Avengers. The following action took place in the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince spent time at his desk in the study room. The young prince spent a long time writing a letter, and then rolled the paper into a scroll when he finally finished his work. Hyang told the eunuch standing outside that they should go to the royal tailor quickly, and the assistant agreed. The Crown Prince was in high spirits, and the boy was eager to see Sir Jang Yong-sil. When the hero came to the royal tailor, he discovered to his annoyance that Jang Yon-sil was not there, and the man was now at the water clock. The boy became quiet when the eunuch suggested that the prince call Jang Yon-sil to the Eastern Palace, where our main character lives. The boy replied that there was no point in distracting busy people, and asked the eunuch if the man was really at the water clock. When Hyang came to the water clock, he began to look with delight at the 2 black columns decorated with patterns and admired the size of the clock. The protagonist stared at the famous water clock from the Joseon era for a long time because he didn't expect it to be so impressive. The Crown Prince turned around abruptly when he heard someone's voice behind him. Someone approached the boy from behind. In front of the main character stood a man who was puzzled by something. He grabbed his head and stared at a piece of paper in bewilderment. The man looked at the boy when the Crown Prince asked him if he was the same Jang Yong-sil. He greeted the young prince modestly, but Hyang did not like it because a 5th-rank royal advisor should not behave modestly. Hyang asked what was wrong because Jang was looking at the water clock with a worried expression, and Yon-sil hesitated before answering. The royal advisor said that the emperor had ordered him to make a more accurate clock, and that he was finding it quite difficult to make the calculations. After listening to advisor Yong-sil's explanation, a smile appeared on the young prince's face, and he told the man that everything was clear to him. The protagonist shared with the royal advisor a proposal. Why not make the water clock smaller? Jang Yon-sil admitted that he had thought about it, but it was completely impossible. So Hyang handed the advisor a scroll of paper. The boy, with a bright smile on his face, told the man that he had tried to make a drawing and asked him to look at it. The royal advisor unrolled the scroll of paper, not understanding what the prince was talking about, because making a watch is not such a simple matter. But when Jang Yon-sil saw the Crown Prince's drawing, his eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed that this couldn't be. Advisor Yong-sil was completely delighted with what he saw. The prince drew a drawing with mechanical gears on paper. The royal advisor was amazed that the boy suggested using a pendulum instead of water, as well as wheels. Jang Yon-sil didn't understand how such a little boy could come up with such an idea, and Hyang asked the advisor what he thought about it. The shocked advisor asked the boy if he had come up with it himself, and Hyang admitted that he had learned a lot from Western books. The man became worried and said that he was not sure that everything would work out when our hero asked if he would be able to implement the drawing. Hyang said that he would leave the job to the advisor, and Jang Yong-sil immediately jumped up, inspired to do the job. The royal advisor suddenly braked and stopped while driving because he had completely forgotten to say something else to our hero. Jang Yong-sil apologized to the prince, saying that the king's order came first because he needed to carry it out first. The 5th-rank advisor was surprised when the protagonist told him that he would sort everything out so he would not have to follow his father's orders. Hyang asked Yon-sil not to worry and to make watches, but the advisor was not sure because it could result in his head being cut off. The hero asked him if he had any accountants, and the royal advisor began to list the suitable people he knew. The heir handed the man a scroll of paper with a drawing and said that he would take care of everything, so the advisor needed to take care of his case. When the emperor was in the throne room, a eunuch reported that the crown prince had come to see him, and Sejong asked to be let in. King Sejong asked the heir apparent what brought him there, and the boy admitted that he had one request for his father. The ministers were tense because the crown prince had come up with something again, and they were afraid that the boy would give it away this time. The emperor also tensed up, fearfully awaiting what the crown prince wanted from him, and asked his son what request he had come with. Before making a request to the monarch, the protagonist said the word please in order to be polite and gain favor. The boy looked at the king with wide eyes and asked Emperor Sejong to provide him with assistance. The officials were shocked when Hyang said he needed Jong Cho from the Ministry of Public Works, Jong In-ji and Chang Is. The main character also stated that he needed craftsmen from the artillery cell and Jang Yon-sil, who works in the royal atelier. One of the officials disagreed and wanted to warn the king, but Sejong immediately asked what was wrong, and the minister changed his mind about objecting. The Minister of Taxes apologized, but stated that they were the chief masters of their departments, and without them, there would be many difficulties in conducting state affairs. Emperor Sejong agreed with the old man's argument, so he asked the young prince to explain why he needed these assistants. The boy stated that he wanted to make inventions that would enrich the Joseon kingdom, which caused a look of surprise on the king's face. The hero confirmed that he would like to help the kingdom and said that he kept dozens of blueprints that he had prepared in the Eastern Palace. The guy explained that the drawings were only a basis, and he needed precise calculations, so he needed officials who understood arithmetic. The crown prince stated that if these people helped him with the development, they would give wings to the Joseon kingdom and a boost to the army. The emperor was at a loss. He did not know what to answer the heir, and the officials did not understand what the crown prince was trying to achieve. The next day, in the Eastern Palace, Right Advisor Jung, official Jong In-ji, and third assistant Hyang met. The official asked Jang Yong-sil if it was true that the advisor was developing watches, and he replied that he was indeed busy with that. The man looked at the drawing and noticed that it was in a daily time format, which also made Yon-sil wary because the people of Joseon might get confused. When the main character entered the palace, he declared to his assistants that from now on there would be no difference between day and night in the kingdom. Everyone greeted the heir, and Hyang said that it would be much better to switch nighttime to a single time zone for convenience. Jang Yon-sil agreed with the crown prince's idea, but he was more curious about why the boy had called them all here. The protagonist walked up to the table and tapped a stack of papers on it before telling his new assistants what was in store for them. With a wide smile on his face, the boy showed his assistants a stack of papers and said that first they would have to solve these problems. The main character's new assistants stared with wide eyes at the thick stack of written paper in front of their faces. The crown prince began handing out documents to his puzzled assistants, explaining that these were simple calculations that they would have to solve. The officials were puzzled. Jang Yong-sil was dreaming of having an abacus at that moment, and the second man did not understand how to calculate the area. Sometime later, Crown Prince Hyang rubbed his chin as he looked at the papers with calculations, looking at them with puzzled eyes. The test result was quite sad. The highest score was 70 points. The rest scored even less. Hyang realized that Arabic numerals needed to be widely introduced and mathematics education spread, but he didn't have time to train assistants. Then the main character closed his eyes and decided to find someone so that that person could help him solve the problem. The following events took place 1 month later in the throne room of Emperor Sejong, and the sun was shining brightly outside. The first mechanical clock by Chang Yong-sil was presented in the hall. It worked with a pendulum and had a dial on top. The monarch was absolutely delighted when he saw this invention. A wide smile shone on his face. He was amazed by the new watch. The ministers and officials had a similar reaction to the invention. They opened their mouths wide as they looked at the new watch. The crown prince presented the new clock to the king and ministers, saying that it had replaced the water clock and that now everyone in Joseon would know the time. The emperor came closer and ordered the minister of public works to install such clocks in the palace and the offices of 6 ministries. The ministers were delighted because their lives would now be made easier thanks to the incredible invention of the young prince. However, at that moment they did not suspect that this was only the beginning of a nightmare. Soon they were out of breath, hurrying to the king's hall because they were late. When the old men came to the throne room for the next meeting, they saw the angry face of Emperor Sejong and were frightened. The angry king pointed to his watch and asked his ministers what time it was, hinting that they were late. The ministers felt embarrassed and ashamed for being late, so they humbly asked for forgiveness from His Majesty. There was also unrest in the Ministry of Ceremonies. The head of the department shouted at his subordinate, asking why everything was not ready yet. The worker asked his boss to give him some time, but the minister pointed to his watch, shouting that he had told him to finish before 5. Another minister asked his subordinates when the report would be due, and they asked their boss to give him a little time until 7 in the evening. But he looked sternly at the workers and said that it was already 7 in the morning and suspected the workers of planning to shirk. Turning around, the man asked why the Royal Academy graduates were so slow, and they apologized to him. At the local tavern, angry ministry workers cursed and threatened the man who invented the clock. The men relaxed after work, drinking alcohol and cursing the Minister of Public Works, threatening to resign. When the protagonist and Emperor Sejong were walking, the king suddenly thanked his heir for something. Smiling, the monarch explained that thanks to Hyang, the royal court had become more lively, and they now spent much less time. The crown prince told the Pope that he flattered him and promised the emperor to create many more interesting and useful inventions. King Sejong praised his son for his modesty and said he was proud of Hyang, patting the boy on the head, causing the heir to laugh contentedly. The emperor asked the crown prince if he would need anything else to continue working on his inventions. The king stared at his son in bewilderment when the boy, instead of answering, turned away and laughed maliciously. The boy looked at his dad with a touching face and said that all he needed for work was a small personal office. When the emperor heard this request, it was clear from King Sejong's eyes that he was not delighted that the boy was asking to be given an office. The king was furious and yelled at his son, but the crown prince explained that he needed a place where he could do his research. The boy began to tearfully beg his father because it was difficult for him to work without an office, and because of the abundance of drawings he had to eat lunch on the floor. The emperor said that a private office was too much, but Hyang began to sob, shouting that he would have made more discoveries if he had one. The frightened king said that he understood his son, but he should not make hasty decisions, so he promised to talk to the ministers about this. A few days later, by order of the emperor, a department of science and research was established, as Hyang wanted. The officials who passed by saw the new building and stared at the unfamiliar premises with surprised eyes. They looked inside, not understanding what kind of place it was, and one of the ministers said that he had heard that this was a new office. The protagonist answered them that the office might be small now, but it was only the beginning, and no one would think of looking down on them. The aides asked Hyang what they would do in this office, and the heir responded that it was an excellent question and asked the officials to enter. As they entered, our hero pointed to a poster hanging inside, which had a diagram of the Science and Research Department written on it. He explained to his assistants that it was the essence of the Science and Research Department, created for the sake of the prosperity of Joseon. Hang explained to the officials that there would be two departments, one for basic scientific knowledge and research, and one for applied scientific knowledge, and the prince would be the head of the department. The protagonist announced to his assistants that the Minister of Public Works and Sir Jung In-ji would be sitting in the theory department. Sir Lee Chung was visibly surprised when the crown prince announced that he would be the one to work in the applied sciences department. Royal advisor Chang was also surprised when Hyang said that he would be in charge of the masters from other departments. The officials asked what exactly they would be doing, and the main character promised to tell them everything right now. Hyang said that the theory department will study not only arithmetic, but also metallurgy, the basics of architecture, chemistry, and more. The practice department, according to the heir, will conduct research based on the data obtained by the theory department. The royal advisor asked if they would study metallurgy and architecture, and Hyang replied that of course they would. The crown prince asked his assistants to bring to Hyang officials who were good at arithmetic, if they knew any. One of the officials was surprised when the protagonist said that if these assistants were not enough, they would need to bring in representatives of Hui. The Hui were people who were engaged in trade, but they were citizens of the Eastern Empire, which surprised the official. He therefore objected to Hyang, saying that the arrival of this people would displease the ministers, but the prince replied that the Hui were important for research. It is said that Muslims came to the Korean peninsula during the Silla period, and they were most active during the Goryeo and Joseon eras. One of the assistants asked Hyang if the practice department just needed to wait for the research to be completed before starting work. In response, the crown prince looked at the official with a forced smile on his face and asked the respected man to go out with him for a while. The man obeyed the heir and left the science and research department, Hyang walking ahead, leading the official somewhere. The protagonist knew that this man had previously been involved in military affairs, so he wanted to give his assistant a separate task. When they arrived at their destination, Hyang smiled and rested his hand on the wooden cart before giving the official his assignment. There was an artillery cannon in front of them, and the crown prince said that they needed to improve the firearms. The official in the red uniform opened his mouth wide in surprise. The main character's task shocked the man. The boy watched his assistant's reaction carefully and knew that it was a very good idea for a former military man to give such an assignment. The man bowed his head before the crown prince and promised the boy to carry out his order at any cost. But first, the official needed to find someone who was knowledgeable about firearms, which is what Hyang said. The assistant said that he had in mind one general, Cho Hae-san, from the artillery cell, who was currently handling military affairs. The protagonist was delighted that the man knew such a person and suggested that he go straight to Chohei-san. The following events took place on the premises of the Ministry of Military Affairs, where the Crown Prince arrived to meet with the man. Hyang's mouth opened wide in surprise when the same Chohei-san appeared before him and asked the prince if he was looking for him. In front of our hero stood the same former general and firearms expert, the head of the artillery department, Chohei-san. The prince noted that the general had an outstanding look and told the old man that he was very glad to meet and get to know him. The air felt awkward in front of such an outstanding person, and Chohei-san looked at the boy with a suspicious gaze. The main character became a little scared by the menacing, piercing gaze of the elderly general, and he looked away. But in just a moment, the old man's expression changed dramatically. The general smiled broadly and thanked the prince for his mercy. Chohei-san stated that it was a great honor for him to meet the crown prince and asked what brought Hyang to the Ministry of Military Affairs. The prince stunned the men when they sat down at the table, and he turned to Li Chung and Chohei-san, offering to help him with new inventions. The protagonist explained to the general and minister that he wanted to modernize the weapons of the Joseon kingdom, which surprised the men. Hyang said that there was no point in comparing the kingdom's army with the Ming Empire's military forces because they were clearly inferior in battle. According to the hero, Joseon's national capital is too small, so they cannot increase their troops, but this problem can be solved. The protagonist told the men that they first needed to improve their weapons and then begin expanding their army. General Chohei-san fell silent and opened his mouth wide in surprise when he heard such a proposal from the young crown prince. The old man found the courage to object, saying that the swords and spears of their kingdom were already of the best quality, but Hyang said that these were not the only weapons. With a broad smile on his face, the inspired crown prince told the men that he was referring to firearms. Li Chung was puzzled, realizing that the prince was talking about guns and cannons because he did not know how these weapons could be improved. The main character began to giggle maliciously, and the men noted that the 10-year-old child opposite looked rather insidious. Hyang promised to tell him more about it once the plan was ready, but first he wanted to know more about Joseon's firearms. The crown prince asked if it would be possible to hold a weapons demonstration and was told that permission from the king would first be required. With this request, Hyang went to his father to get permission for the demonstration, and Sejong asked if it was really necessary. The king forbade this to be done if it was only for entertainment, and Hyang explained that it was necessary to strengthen the country's national defense. Sejong thought about it and agreed to give permission, so he asked the Minister of Military Affairs to prepare a weapons demonstration. The emperor asked why they didn't have a demonstration of soldiers and cavalry then, and Han called it an excellent idea. Within 10 days, a parade of military forces was prepared, and the main character, sitting on a chair, watched the demonstration of weapons and troops. Sejong told the army that this should be used as an opportunity to show the strength of Joseon and asked the military to show off their best. The military parade also included the kingdom's mounted troops, with mounted soldiers, dressed in their gear, ready to set off. The horsemen held spears in their hands, and the cavalry troops also had swords hidden in sheaths. The protagonist watched everything carefully and took notes. He was surprised when the parade began with cavalry and archers. The boy paid attention to the weapons of the horsemen. The boy noticed that the spears in the soldiers' hands were much shorter than usual. The demonstration of forces of the Joseon Kingdom Army began. The head of the cavalry regiment gave the order to start firing at the target. Immediately after this, the archers drew their arrows and fired them at the targets following the commander's order. The soldiers were experienced, so they managed to hit the wooden models of the enemy with arrows on their first try. The commander gave another command, and at that moment the soldiers on horseback rushed towards the wooden targets to attack them in close combat. One of the soldiers grabbed his short spear and swung it, steering parallel to his horse to slow down and hit the post. The soldier managed to throw the spear and hit the tip of the weapon right in the center of the wooden simulator, hitting the target with precision. But the protagonist did not like the demonstration because the cavalrymen slowed down, losing the momentum that they had gained with difficulty. The crown prince, taking notes, sighed heavily, realizing that he still had a lot to teach the soldiers, and the commander gave the order to continue the parade. New soldiers from another unit came out onto the square in front of the main character and other spectators to show their strength. General Chohei-san came out. He was dressed in the traditional military costume of that era, and he was in charge of demonstrating the army's cannons. The general stood with his back to the king and the prince, not understanding why the back of his head was burning, but it was explained by the fact that the boys were burning the military man with their eyes. There were 3 guns on the shore. The largest was an aerial one. Behind it was a ground one, and further away was a hand cannon, the furthest one. General Cho Haesang ordered the cannons to be fired to demonstrate the power of firearms to the emperor and his son. The cannon fired successfully, firing a large projectile which a few moments later successfully hit the target, causing a deafening explosion. The king was delighted, praising the power of the artillery cannon, and asked how far the projectile flew, to which he was told that the range of the shot was more than 1.5 kilometers. The emperor said it was wonderful and asked his son's opinion, but the protagonist looked at the floor, not paying attention to anything. Hyang didn't respond to his father's question, so Sejong had to ask him again, and the boy looked at his father in fear. The protagonist said he thought it was awesome, and it was all thanks to the top-notch soldiers and generals. Having praised the kingdom's army, the crown prince turned to his father, and the king looked questioningly at his son. Hyun felt awkward, but he found the courage to ask if our hero could speak to the warriors in person. The king realized that his rascally son was up to something again, when Hyang said that he needed to make sure of something. The protagonist received permission and went to the warriors. 2 soldiers stood motionless, guarding the artillery guns and other weapons. They greeted the crown prince, and Hyang thanked the soldiers on behalf of the entire country for their hard work. The soldiers replied to the crown prince that his mercy knew no bounds, and the boy was very surprised when he noticed something. There were 2 soldiers standing in front of the main character, and they were dressed completely differently, and Hyang was surprised why the soldiers were wearing different clothes. The crown prince asked the soldiers if they prepared their own clothes, and the men confirmed his suspicions. Now it all became clear to Hyun. It was understandable because he knew that in this era, soldiers prepared their own equipment. He decided to think about it later and asked the soldiers if this was all the equipment they had, and General Cho Hae-san answered for them. The soldiers removed the cloth from their weapons stores, revealing several cannons and racks of various spears before Hyang's eyes. Also on the table were several dozen long wooden sticks with handles that had no blades at the ends. The main character could not hide his emotions of delight. He clenched his fists tightly and screamed, seeing all these supplies of weapons in front of him. An ecstatic Hyang said he never dreamed he would ever see this in real life, and the general couldn't understand why the boy was behaving like that. He looked at the cannon with joy because in his past life he had only seen things like this in museums, so he enjoyed the experience. Carefully examining and feeling the weapon, the crown prince looked down the barrel of the cannon, and then the smile disappeared from his face. He knew that they had previously used wooden cannons without mounts, and that would not change anytime soon. There was genuine surprise on the protagonist's face as he looked closely at the standard Joseon-era cannon. The crown prince asked General Cho Hae-sung if they were using wooden mounts, and the military man confirmed his suspicions. Rubbing his chin with his fingers, Hyang realized that they were getting better, but there was still a lot that needed to be changed in the kingdom's army. The protagonist decided to look at other cannons that are currently in service with the Joseon troops. The boy approached the hand cannons and inquired about their penetrating power, and also asked whether the Yurshan army wore armor. General Cho Hae-san replied that those troops were also wearing armor, and Hyang then asked what would happen if those cannons were fired at them. The soldier replied that he himself had never witnessed this, but reports from the north indicated that all the fighters were killed from a distance of 50 meters. The protagonist informed the general that he had already seen everything and was ready to leave, and the military man agreed to accompany His Highness. When the crown prince returned, the boy was completely lost in his thoughts, and found it difficult to think about it. It was not easy for Hyun to identify the main problem, and he had no idea where exactly to start. After the military parade, Emperor Sejong held another meeting, and the man thanked everyone for their hard work. The soldiers were delighted when the emperor announced that he had prepared drinks and meat for them all so that they could enjoy the meal. The soldiers began to loudly praise and thank the monarch, but Hyang did not share their joy. He was still thinking about something. The crown prince suddenly jumped up from his chair and said that this would not do, and then admitted that he was simply dying of curiosity. The protagonist called the 2 soldiers he had spoken to earlier, and the soldiers stared at the crown prince in surprise. With a crazy smile on his face, the young heir asked the military to come with him because he wanted to ask them something. Our hero, the soldiers, the general, and the eunuch went back to the weapons storage so that the prince could ask the military a few questions. Yang asked them for forgiveness for taking them away from his father's meal, but the soldiers immediately asked the young prince not to apologize for it. The soldiers tried to smile at Yang, although they were very nervous when the crown prince said that he wanted to ask the military some questions. First of all, the hero was interested in what problems soldiers encountered when using such hand cannons. The protagonist asked the military if they were comfortable using hand cannons in combat, and asked them not to be shy in their answers. But the soldiers felt awkward in front of the heir. They were unsure whether they should be frank with Yang. One of the soldiers found the courage to admit to His Majesty that the guns were convenient to use, but there was one difficulty. The man explained that most guns were fired by attaching a handle, but even the strongest soldiers found it difficult to fire more than twice. The soldier explained and showed that there are still problems with accuracy because the guns shoot well up close, but as the distance increases, accuracy decreases significantly. After listening carefully to the military, the crown prince thought for a moment and asked a soldier to hold the hand cannon. Our hero had difficulty holding this weapon because the center of gravity was moved forward, which caused discomfort to the soldiers. The boy asked the general how much the cannon weighed and what its length was. The old man replied that it weighed about 2 kilograms and was at least 1 meter and 20 centimeters long. Yang was puzzled when the general confirmed that all hand cannons had different lengths and the values could fluctuate. The hero asked if standardization of measurements was not the most important thing in production, and Cho awkwardly replied that the weapons were given out as tribute. Carefully examining the cannon in his hands, the crown prince came to the conclusion that the soldier was not very stressed by the location of the center of gravity. The protagonist asked Cho Hai-san how much gunpowder this weapon uses, and after this question the elderly general hesitated. The crown prince was shocked when the old man finally answered that the cannon used about 40 grams of gunpowder. The general and the eunuch were worried about His Highness, but the prince replied that everything was fine. He just had no idea that the weapons were being used up so much. It seems that the main character has run out of questions for the military. The boy again plunged into his thoughts, having learned new information. The crown prince told General Cho Hae-sang that he had learned all he wanted and allowed the old man to go. Afterwards, the main character looked at the soldiers with a smile on his face and thanked them for their excellent work, and they thanked the prince for his mercy. When Hyang left, the soldiers did not understand why the prince was so curious about all this, and came to the conclusion that the boy was simply curious. Looking after the departing heir, one of the military men concluded that at this age, all boys are interested in weapons. Now our hero's mood became a little better. He grinned, because after questioning the military, he managed to find out what was going on. Afterwards, the crown prince, accompanied by his assistant and former general Cho Hai-sung, walked along the street. The heir asked the general if it was true that it took 2 people to operate a cannon, and he replied that this was usually the case. Hyang said he heard it could be done alone, and Cho said that in a pinch, the gunner could light the fuse and secure the gun at the same time. But Cho said that this was completely inconvenient, so 2 people were needed to operate the cannon, even though this meant using too many warriors. The main character listened carefully to the old man and replied that he understood everything, and decided for himself to first deal with the guns. When the crown prince was spending time at his desk, he stated that the main problem with the cannons was the amount of gunpowder. When he was in the United States in his past life, Jin-ho always met modern military personnel with admiring eyes. Jin-ho even managed to become friends with one of the American soldiers, and soon the man showed the hero his collection of weapons. The protagonist was delighted when the soldier decided to show the guy how bullets were made, and Jin-ho considered his friend a real soldier. The boy noticed that his friend was using very little gunpowder to make bullets and asked him exactly how much he was using. An American soldier told a friend that he used only 30 grams of gunpowder to create 1 bullet. He told Jin-ho that the weight of gunpowder was measured in granules, and the hero began searching on his phone to find out how much 30 granules were in grams. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise when he saw exactly how much gunpowder the soldier was using to create the bullets. So Jin-ho learned that it was possible to fire a lead bullet at the speed of sound using only 2 grams of gunpowder, and he thought it was incredible. So little Hyang knew that black powder was less effective, but with 1 neon, which was about 40 grams, it would produce good power. He knew that in this era, sights had not yet been invented, so it was better to shoot by eye, but this required a short distance or a large amount of gunpowder. Therefore, the Crown Prince came to the conclusion that, given the strength of gunpowder, it would be more logical to increase the amount of powder. But the catch was that in that case the soldiers could die from the recoil, and the prince found himself in a vicious circle in his thinking. The eunuch outside listened to the boy's thoughts out loud about whether it was worth creating a sight or whether it would be better to work on the gun itself. When the brilliant idea came to the Crown Prince's mind, the boy was delighted and abruptly opened the doors of his chambers to go outside. The hero decided to first deal with small problems and then tackle the big ones, and warned the eunuch that he was going to the Ministry of Military Affairs. At this time, General Cho Hae-san was exercising at the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the old man was doing squats while reading a book. The protagonist was very surprised by this method of training, and when Hyang approached him, the general stopped training and immediately greeted the prince. General Cho asked the prince to give him time to collect his thoughts, but Hyang said he had a quick question for the military man. He asked if all the wicks were of the same thickness, and when he received an affirmative answer, he asked the general to show them to him. Cho Hae-sang did not understand why the boy needed it, but he agreed to light the fuse when the Crown Prince asked him to do so. The former general, on the orders of the young heir, lit the fuse, and the thick rope immediately burst into a bright flame. The main character took the wick in his hand and blew on the rope to put out the fire. The guy looked closely at the thing in his hand. The general still didn't understand what the Crown Prince was doing, and Hyang said he wanted to look at the other fuses as well. The old man was worried about something when he received this request. He looked closely at the smoking wick in the boy's hands. Crown Prince Hyang then asked the former general if Cho Hae-sang understood what was going on. A slightly alarmed General Cho suggested that the problem was that the fuse was going out due to the wind, and Hyang asked if this problem had been reported to him before. Cho said that in the past, the fuse was simply changed and relit, and the prince asked if this was possible on the battlefield, where every minute counted. The heir said that time could be worth lives, and asked to tell the artillery department to prepare fuses of the required thickness. The old man was dumbfounded. Cho Hae-san didn't understand how such a young boy could come up with such an idea on his own. Meanwhile, at the palace, the Minister of Taxation and Li Chong, an official who helps our hero with his research, met. The minister admitted that he had not seen the prince for a long time, and Li Chong said that Hyang was currently working on an important experiment. The old man was stunned when Li Chong told him that the boy had spent 5 days studying books and had even managed to get his hands on mercury. Li Chong said he had no idea why the boy needed mercury and told the minister he had to go, and the old man wished him well. The meeting in the Science and Research Department started. The main character, sitting in front of his assistants, said that he was glad to meet them. Hyang asked the Public Works Minister how things were going with the calendar, and the official replied that significant progress had been made. The Crown Prince asked when he could expect the results, and the minister replied that they would complete the work by winter. The protagonist felt very angry. The answer of the Minister of Public Works upset him, because winter was still a long way off. The boy cried out that it was too late, and declared that everything should be ready by the harvest festival, which would take place in the autumn. The heir advised hiring more workers if they couldn't keep up, but the minister replied that no one wanted to, knowing that night work was not to anyone's liking. The prince then said that they could mention his name, and warned that the ministers had time until Chuseok, and the aides thought that Hyang was just a demon. The Crown Prince then turned to General Cho Hae-sang and Li Chung, stating that he wanted to entrust them with an important matter. The heir's assistants immediately began to tremble in fear, trying to keep a smile on their faces, and Hyang made them wait for a minute. The protagonist approached a pile of paper scrolls and soon found the one he needed to tell the general and Li Chong their mission. The prince unrolled the scroll and told the workers that with this they would be able to change the course of future battles. On the paper was a drawing. Li Chong's eyes widened in surprise as he took a closer look at the drawing of the young prince laid out on the table. There were diagrams of a gun drawn by the main character, which could radically change the army of the kingdom. All the officials looked in amazement at the drawings of the main character when the boy announced that he had invented this weapon himself. The heir said that with this they could change the course of future battles, and asked Li Zhong and Zhou Heisang to help him make the weapon. Li Cheng and General Cho were confused. They had never seen such plans before, so they didn't know if they could handle it. The royal advisor told His Highness that he was curious about something and pointed out a detail in the Crown Prince's drawing. Zhang Yongsil said that if you pull the trigger, the mechanism on top will move, and so he didn't understand how the fuse was used there. The advisor, at the prince's request, said that he would attach the fuse there, and gunpowder could be placed in another place. And then, as Chan Yongsil said, if you pull the crescent moon, the gunpowder will ignite, the fire will enter the barrel, and an explosion will occur. The Crown Prince was delighted with the man's intelligence and said that Royal Advisor Chang was right as always. The protagonist praised the 5th rank advisor for his very wise thoughts, and everyone continued to carefully study the drawings. General Cho said that, based on the advisor's explanation, it was simply a brilliant invention and could be used by one fighter without assistance. The heir agreed with Cho Hei-san's assumption, but the boy now also faced the task of calculating the time of the shot. But Advisor Chan was confused by the fact that there was no powder flask or fuse on the drawing, and that in front of them was some unfamiliar structure. The boy laughed when asked how they were going to put gunpowder into the weapon, and began to talk about Western teachings. Hyang explained that this crescent moon is called a trigger, and there is a tip on top, and the protruding part is called a firearm. The officials were shocked when they listened to the protagonist's explanations, because they had never encountered anything like this before. The men figured out how to fire the shot, but General Cho said there was a problem with the gunpowder they were currently using. Li Chong asked the man what he meant, and the general explained that producing gunpowder was indeed a very difficult matter. According to the general, it is quite dangerous, and storing gunpowder is not so easy, and an explosion can occur due to improper mixing. General Cho explained that if gunpowder is stored incorrectly, the mixed ingredients will eventually separate. The old man concluded that there would be big problems if they tried to use what Hyang had suggested. At this time, our hero was already taking something out of a bag standing nearby, and then told the men that he had a solution to this problem. The Crown Prince held a small wooden bowl in his hand. Inside was a dry mixture similar to gunpowder, and the men asked what it was. The boy told his assistants that it could be said that he was holding homemade gunpowder in his hands, and did not explain in more detail. He surprised officials when he said he called the mixture silver gunpowder because silver is a fairly valuable metal. The hero reassured his assistants by saying that he had not used real silver, but that inside was a mixture of alcohol, mercury, and saltpeter. The officials were stunned by what they saw. They did not understand what kind of mixture was in front of them, and Hyang turned to one of the scientists. With a smile on his face, the prince asked if the scientist would like to try it, because judging by the man's face, he was curious. The scientist meekly agreed to try to test the effect of gunpowder himself and swung his hammer. Hitting the paper with a hammer, which had a little gunpowder on it, the man did not understand why the prince was forcing him to do useless things. The man screamed, his hat flew off his head, and the hammer flew out of his hand as an explosion followed the blow. Hyang laughed, and everyone present was deeply shocked, not understanding what phenomenon they had just witnessed. Former General Cho Hei-sang was so shocked by what he saw that he could not say anything when the prince asked him what he thought about it. But then the old man stood up and shouted that they could actually use it, and asked Hyang how he was able to create such an amazing mixture. The boy picked up a crude model of the weapon, based on the drawing, and showed the men how it could be used in real life. Li Chong was speechless, and the astonished General Cho asked the prince for permission to hold a weapon in his hands. The elderly soldier took the gun in his hands and bent down a little, took aim and put his finger on the trigger, asking Hyang if he was doing everything right. The royal advisor and the Minister of Public Works were delighted and shouted to the general that it looked simply amazing. Li Chung expressed the opinion that one volley would be enough for them instead of several if they used this weapon. The minister asked the prince, although he had no understanding of military strategy, whether it would be difficult to aim a gun with one volley. Hyang nodded when the royal advisor suggested that the thing on the front served as a sight, and the elongated shape of the weapon made it easier to hit the target. Royal Advisor Chang, holding a gun in his hand, told His Highness that he had one more question for him. Zhang Yongsil said that after seeing the drawing of the weapon, he became curious whether the product was cast or made up of parts. With a smile on his face, The protagonist confirmed the royal advisor's guess and said that the weapon was completely cast. The young crown prince surprised his aides by declaring that the gun was created using hot metalworking. The boy confirmed that he planned to use the iron for production and asked to warn the artillery department about this. The following events took place in the main throne room. King Sejong was sitting in front of the officials, thinking about something. The emperor admitted that he had not seen his son for a long time, and he became interested in what his heir, who had not shown up even yesterday, was doing. The eunuch approached his majesty and warned him that the crown prince had arrived in the throne room, which came as a surprise to the monarch. King Sejong ordered the eunuch to let his son in, and the ministers were not happy that the crown prince would attend the meeting. The boy approached his father and bowed before the king, inquiring about the well-being of Emperor Sejong. The emperor said that he had not seen his son for a long time and asked what he had been doing, and Hyang replied that he was going to report on his recent development. The protagonist turned to the eunuch and extended his hand so that the assistant could hand the crown prince some book. The boy solemnly announced that he was now holding in his hands a report on a new achievement of the Chosun Institute of Science and Technology. The crown prince handed the book to the king, and the monarch opened it to carefully read the report of the scientific institute. The information the king read in the report greatly confused him, and he turned to the young prince, asking if it was all true. Emperor Sejong stared at his heir with wide eyes of surprise, and Hyang said that everything written was true. The king asked if the boy had really managed to develop a way to switch to the new calendar, and the prince confirmed that this was indeed the case. Hyang asked Dad if he remembered the eclipse ritual that had been mistimed a few years ago. The protagonist recalled that the man responsible for the prediction was then flogged, and the king remembered this very well. The boy explained to the monarch that this only happened because the Ming Dynasty calendar did not match the Joseon calendar. Emperor Sejong concluded that the institute's ability to carry out the necessary calculations to update the calendar would greatly benefit the kingdom. Hyang became unsure when his father mentioned a device for observing the sky and asked his son to explain the invention. The monarch did not understand what the crown prince meant when Hyang told his father that he would prepare a separate report on this invention later. The king of Joseon's expression changed greatly when he realized the reason why his heir did not want to talk about this thing now. The monarch covered his face with his hand out of fatigue and agreed to listen to this report later, knowing that his son had even thought through the issue of relations with the Ming Empire. Skywatching could become a major diplomatic issue between the two countries, so Hyang said in the report that the calendar had been revised based on Ming's methods. Emperor Sejong told the crown prince that they would talk about it when the matter was resolved, and the boy agreed. In addition, various reports regarding the kingdom's budget were discussed in the throne room, and that concluded Hyang's speech. The monarch was concerned that in his speech the crown prince did not mention the part of the report that interested the king most. The young prince hesitated when the emperor asked him where the report regarding the military sphere was. The ministers were wondering what they were doing there when Hyang told the Pope that they were already working on the military issue, but they needed more time. The king became angry and shouted at the scoundrel, demanding to see something before asking for money, when his son said that they needed more budget. When the emperor became angry, the young prince immediately became silent because the boy never contradicted King Sejong's words. The same thing happened to Li Chung and General Cho Hae-san. No matter how angry the emperor was, they would never open their mouths. It was already night outside. The meeting had long since ended, but Sejong was still not calming down, wondering whether he should visit his son now or wait for the report. The monarch was warned that the crown prince had come to see him, and Sejong ordered his subjects to let Hyang inside immediately. The emperor asked the boy what brought him to him so late, and Hyang apologized to his father for his late visit. With an ingratiating smile, the heir told his father that he had one request and stated that he needed military officers and soldiers. The tired king asked his son if he really needed them, and Hyang said that he needed the military to test new weapons. The protagonist beamed with joy when he received permission from his father. He told the king that his mercy was simply immeasurable. Taking advantage of his kindness, the boy said that they were also running out of budget, but the father got angry and threw the boy out. A few days later, officers and soldiers were assigned to the research room, and it was interesting that they, too, did not open their mouths. Soon the soldiers were moved to another location. Their safety was ensured by thick fences, and loud explosions were heard from inside every day. Near the fence, Hyang hung a sign that said, Zone 51, and during the meeting, the king asked the minister what that meant. The official replied that he didn't know that either, but after the sign appeared, everyone started talking about some kind of turning point. The emperor did not understand what turning point meant, and the official awkwardly explained that the phrase came from the West. After the creation of the zone, Hyang began to wake up very early. After completing the heir's affairs, he ran to the research hall and to that zone. Moreover, the crown prince began to ride horseback to save time, and everyone was very attracted by Hyang's unusual activity. The officials, watching the boy constantly rushing somewhere, did not understand what the young prince was planning. During the meeting, the ministers told the monarch that they could not wait any longer and needed to check what Hyang was doing to ensure that the boy was not wasting the budget. The emperor also looked very tired, and he agreed with the minister's opinion, asking the eunuch to bring the crown prince into the hall. A little later, the main character came to the throne room on his father's orders. Emperor Sejong confirmed that he had called his son. The monarch said that since last spring the guy had been showing off all sorts of developments, but they hadn't heard anything for a long time, so they wanted to know about the progress. Hyang replied that the matter was a matter of national security, so for now everything would have to be kept top secret. Emperor Sejong replied that he knew this, but he also could not allow part of the budget to be simply given to the heir. The protagonist was visibly frightened when the monarch announced that for this reason he was going to conduct an audit of the heir's work. The king told the boy that he would give him some time to prepare and asked how much time he would need. The crown prince fell silent and sighed heavily. Looking down at the floor, he understood that he had no choice in this situation. The protagonist showed his palm to the emperor and said that 5 days would be enough for him to prepare. Exactly 5 days passed from the moment when, as the king had promised, he came to his heir to check the work and noted the large number of officials behind his son. The emperor noticed that all the officials were not in the best condition, and he was right because they looked tired, but Hyang replied that it was just his imagination. After greeting, the protagonist invited his father to go inside the scientific institute headed by the crown prince. King Sejong went inside the small room and examined the furnishings. Inside were some of the boy's inventions. The emperor saw the invention created by the royal advisor and said that it was not enough, but Hyang said that it was a smaller model. The monarch was disappointed and said that it was too weak for the budget he had allocated, and Hyang, laughing, began to walk in the other direction. The protagonist told his father that this was just the beginning, and everything else was behind the door he was about to open. Hyang opened the door to a room containing a wooden shelf with models of various inventions, including a compass and ships. When Emperor Sejong saw this, the king was delighted and asked the crown prince what it was. The delighted monarch wanted to quickly come closer to examine everything, but the boy grabbed him by the sleeve to stop him. The hero said that this was all top secret and that officials had no place here. So the king ordered the others to wait outside, and only the ministers would go. The emperor asked if all these inventions were really the work of the research institute, and Hyang confirmed it. Hyang praised his workers, who stood awkwardly to the side, and the emperor did the same, noting their excellent work. The head of state picked up a wooden block and asked the crown prince what kind of long stick it was. Hyang explained that it was an inclinometer, a device used to measure horizontal and vertical tilt. The king asked how to take measurements with this device, and the prince replied that it was needed for buildings. The prince explained that when constructing buildings, the most important thing is to make sure the foundation is level, which is what an inclinometer is for. Sejong asked if it was suitable for building ministries, but Hyang replied that it was only a demonstration model and a report would be ready soon. The emperor agreed to wait for the report, and then leaned over and began to examine the model of the ship with surprise. The king assumed that it was a warship and asked his son if he had made a model of it, and the prince declared that it was a model of the greatest warship. Taking the model in his hands, Sejong said that it did not look like a Joseon ship, and the boy explained that it was a Western ship made from a similar model. Sejong was genuinely surprised that the West was building such huge ships, and what surprised the man most was the lack of oars. With a smile on his face, Hyang explained to his dad that this ship did not need oars because it was moved by the power of the wind. The emperor also asked about the weapons on the ship, and the protagonist explained that they would mainly use cannons. The king was deeply impressed when the crown prince told him that such a ship could carry up to 80 cannons. The monarch beamed with joy and told his son that it was simply amazing, and the protagonist promised to show his father the final result. Emperor Sejong turned his gaze and noticed another item that stood on a wooden shelf in the hall. The attention of the king of Joseon was drawn to an inconspicuous wooden plate that stood in the corner behind one of the ship models. The man picked up the wooden plate and asked his heir what it was doing there, and Hyang explained that it was not a plate at all. Both the emperor and the ministers standing behind him were perplexed when Hyang said that the plate symbolized an iron ship. This whole story with the iron ship began several months ago on the territory of the research institute. The officials were shocked when Hyang told them about the iron ship and told him it was impossible because iron sinks. But the main character stood his ground, and he told the officials that it was possible. They just hadn't figured out a way yet. To demonstrate everything clearly to the officials, the prince asked the eunuch to bring him a basin of water and a copper container. The order was completed, and after some time the boy demonstrated how iron cannot sink in water. The officials were genuinely surprised to see how the copper bowl actually remained firmly afloat on the surface of the water. Hyang explained that if the container is hollow, and the surface in contact with the water is large, the iron will float on the water. The heir's assistants were amazed by what they heard. The men could not believe that Hyang had learned all this knowledge from books. The minister asked the boy if they could really create a whole ship by joining iron, and Hyang confirmed his suspicions. The official said there was one problem, because it was impossible to connect layers of iron without them leaking. But Hyang already had an answer. The boy shouted that this was something the workers would have to figure out, and ordered the officials to take care of it, which made the men want to resign. The main character told this whole story to his father, explaining why this copper container was needed in the same cabinet with other inventions. The minister warned the king that it would not be easy to create an iron ship, and he expressed doubt that they would be able to come up with a way out. Hyang replied that they just needed to find a way to make it happen, but the minister said they didn't even know how long it would take. The emperor also had great doubts, so he asked the crown prince if he would ever be able to see the ship in person. King Sejong's mouth dropped open in shock when the protagonist confessed to him that even Hyang himself would hardly be able to catch this ship. Hyang just smiled when Sejong doubted whether they should continue their research without knowing how much time and money it would take. The heir asked his father to believe him, because this research was extremely important for the future of the Joseon kingdom. The emperor felt irritated by the words of his scoundrel son, and became quiet, wondering whether he should agree to this. Although the king was angry at that moment, he knew that his heir's crazy plans had so far only benefited the state. The monarch was very irritated, but looking into the sincere eyes of his son, the king nevertheless agreed to continue the research. However, Sejong said that they could not invest time and money so thoughtlessly, so he demanded that his son prepare a clear plan. The emperor admitted that he had long been interested in that thing in the corner, and the crown prince explained to him that it was Heron's ball. The guy explained that the device had been created in the West a long time ago, and if they succeeded in creating an iron ship, another problem would arise. Earlier, Hyang's assistants had already discussed that an iron ship that was too large would be difficult to move through the water. The protagonist then admitted that he had also thought about this, and therefore wanted to start another study with the ministers. Afterwards, the boy asked to bring him the device he had previously asked for, and the assistant obediently agreed to carry out the order. When the device was already on the table, advisor Jang Yun-sil and the Minister of Public Works began to examine it carefully. To demonstrate the operation of the device, the eunuch, on the orders of the protagonist, brought a kettle of water and a brazier. By closing the water inside a round golden ball, the boy said that he wanted to use water and fire as a driving force. The crown prince lit the coals and hung the ball over the fire to heat the water, and told the curious officials that they would soon understand everything. The scientist and the royal advisor stood silently over the table, carefully watching the work of the extraordinary device. They were amazed when the water inside the ball heated up to a boiling point, and the force of the steam caused the device to spin. Officials noticed that the ball began to spin around its axis like a wheel, and the speed of rotation gradually increased. Hyang mentioned cooking rice, where the steam can move even a heavy lid, and said he would like to call it a steam engine. The amazed minister said it was worth studying because the movement was done with a small amount of water and fire. The protagonist told Li Chung that this mechanism could be used on more than just ships, and the official asked where else. The inspired crown prince then suggested to his workers that they create a moving carriage based on this steam engine. The royal advisor and Li Chong's eyes widened in surprise when our hero made such an unusual proposal. Hyang told this story to his father, and the king became thoughtful, admitting that they did not quite understand how they were going to create such a cart. The emperor asked whether such an instrument did not require a constant supply of water and fire, and where to store all this wood and water. The protagonist was not surprised by King Sejong's insight, and he told the Pope that he knew what exactly was bothering the emperor. Hyang explained that the steam engine is very powerful, so it can move several carts at once, rather than just one. The emperor was skeptical of this idea and asked the crown prince if it was possible, but the heir was 100% confident in his ideas, so he answered the monarch that he could personally show him that it was possible. The protagonist inserted the key into the lock to unlock the door to another hall of the research institute. When King Sejong and the ministers standing behind him looked inside, their mouths opened in surprise, astonished by what they saw. The emperor even cried out in surprise. Before his eyes appeared a room that the boy had not shown him before. The monarch entered a much more spacious hall, in the middle of which stood a model railway with an imitation of a lake and a cliff. All the guests were amazed by what they saw, and the astonished king immediately asked the young heir what he was now seeing in front of him. The heir was very proud of his development, a model railway, and told the guests that he would now show the steam engine in action. And before doing this, the main character gave the order to the eunuch to prepare the locomotive to start the train. King Sejong asked his son whether there was a steam engine connected to wheels in front of them now, and Hyang confirmed his suspicions. The protagonist picked up a burning coal with tongs to start the steam engine and suggested starting the demonstration. The crown prince placed a small burning coal inside the locomotive to start the steam engine. Emperor Sejong and the minister standing behind him watched the experiment in silence with astonished expressions on their faces. The steam engine started working successfully, as evidenced by the column of steam that began to come out of the pipe on the roof of the locomotive. Guests at Hyang's Research Institute were amazed when the wheels were set in motion by the engine and the train began to move. Both the king and the ministers were simply delighted when they saw that the model of a small train moved along the rails by itself. Hyang said that it is just a model for now, but they will try to make it practical so that they can travel to Busan from Hanseong in just one day. The prince corrected himself and clarified that in one day, they would be able to travel from the northern part of the country to the southernmost point of Korea. He promised King Sejong that if this happened, the strength of the Joseon kingdom would return again, and their state would become fragrant. According to Hyang, Joseon has no strength now. Because of the high mountains, people cannot leave the place where they were born, so they live and die in one place. The prince stated that this way they become deaf to external situations, and life stagnates, and the locomotive will be able to solve this problem. An inspired Hyang said that if the train traveled across the country, Joseon would truly embody public good. The officials could not believe their ears. These prospects seemed like a dream to the old men, and the monarch thought about something. Emperor Sejong knew that there was no guarantee that the heir's research would be successful, and he did not know whether it was worth continuing at all. Carefully observing the king's behavior, the protagonist understood that the emperor was now thinking about whether it was worth investing the budget there. The crown prince then took the lead and asked the Minister of Public Works to present the plan to His Majesty. The official went to the bookcase to get from the top shelf a detailed plan for creating a locomotive that would travel across the country. Emperor Sejong was shocked when a tall stack of books appeared in front of him, and the man asked his son what it was. The king began to study the comprehensive plan for national development, admitting to himself that at such moments he hated the existence of the golden pen. Hyang told the Pope that the plan was based on the geography, economy, and resources of Joseon, and that the policy called for strengthening the kingdom's capabilities. The emperor asked the advisor to address the ministers, acknowledging that it was worth thinking about and analyzing the 42 volumes of this plan. The protagonist turned to his father with another request, stating that the institute lacked talent, and most of the workers could not fully rest. The monarch asked a eunuch working at the research institute if this was true, and the tired official only remained meaningfully silent. King Sejong realized that this was indeed true when tears began to run down the eunuch's emotionless face. The eunuch said that there were a couple of things that the prince was working on, so they didn't have time to rest right now. The minister said that rumors had spread that work at the institute was hard, so no one wanted to work there, and there was a constant shortage of personnel. He continued by saying that it had been more than 6 months since the institute opened, and he personally was also creating many items and doing a huge amount of work. King Sejong trembled with anger when he heard the complaints from the poor minister and complained about his son, the scoundrel Hyang. The pleased heir scratched the back of his head as the emperor, with a smile on his face, told the boy that he seemed to have worked hard. The main character was happy when his father said that he understood everything, so he would help the heir solve the problem of the lack of personnel. But the emperor said that the research required a large budget, so this issue should be resolved after long discussions. The crown prince was visibly upset by these words and hung his head down, but told his father that he understood everything. The boy's eyes widened in surprise when the monarch said that he felt that the young prince had not yet shown his father everything. The king reminded the heir that a considerable budget had been allocated and demanded an answer as to whether he should expect good results. The protagonist did not answer this question, but he understood what his father was getting at when he mentioned investing a lot of money in his research. Emperor Sejong asked the boy with a forced smile if they shouldn't be grateful for this already. Soon the protagonist and his father were spending their time riding horses through the forest, and the royal family was accompanied by their subjects. The crown prince agreed with his father when the emperor told the boy that rich people enjoyed riding horses. The boy felt very awkward and looked away when the emperor asked him what Area 51 meant. The young heir told his father that there was nothing special about the name, and he just liked the way it sounded. The monarch told his son that it looked like they had already arrived, and the heir confirmed that they were almost there. At the entrance, the guards ordered the king and Hyang to stand still, because only authorized persons could enter the zone, and demanded that they show their passes. The monarch was outraged by the guards' impudence, but his son calmed him down, saying that even Hyang could not get in there without a pass. The boy explained that safety was of utmost importance, so he took out his pass and showed it to the guard. The guards placed their spears in front of them and paid their respects to the prince, and King Sejong was very surprised by the guards' posture. The gates leading to Area 51 opened, and the emperor and his heir rode into the area on horseback. The king noted the excellent security, and Hyang said it was necessary to prevent the leakage of secret information. Emperor Sejong was completely unaware of what was happening in this Zone 51, even though he was the head of the kingdom. On the territory, the king and the prince were met by General Cho Hae-sang and other military personnel, and Sejong noted the interesting and unusual pose of the military personnel. The monarch thanked the general and the others for their work, and drew attention to their new uniform, which was somewhat different from the usual one. King Sejong asked General Cho what they were doing there, to which the old man replied that they were developing and improving gunpowder. The military man explained that they also improve and develop artillery and gun barrels, and develop weapons and tactics. After listening to him, Sejong said that he would like to see what they had already developed, and the general invited the emperor to go further. The king became wary of the seriousness of the situation when the general asked the monarch to dismount from his horse and continue on foot. The emperor, the protagonist, General Cho and the subjects entered the zone's territory, and a spacious and empty field opened up before them. Ahead, the monarch noticed something that caught his attention. The man stared at it with wide eyes. There were tables in a row with several bowls containing different samples of gunpowder, and the king asked his son if it was really gunpowder. The general told the king that they had managed to develop a more powerful gunpowder than what had previously been used in Joseon. Cho Hae-sang explained to Sejong that the earth-colored gunpowder used originally was called Gap gunpowder for convenience. Taking the bowl in his hands, the general showed the king the UOL gunpowder, a type of substance that was developed as an improved version of Gap. Taking the bowl in his hands, the king noted that it was darker than ordinary gunpowder, and the general asked Sejong to explain this to him. Cho Hae-sang said that they mix the raw materials well and add water to make it thick, then dry and strain the mixture through a sieve. This was the main difference of UOL gunpowder. Due to the straining process, it turns out blacker and cleaner than the usual one. King Sejong became thoughtful when General Cho said that the filtered powder then goes through a process of mixing with graphite. The old man told the emperor that graphite was the material that our hero asked the miners to extract, and Sejong asked what its use was. The general explained that graphite has many advantages, for example, that it prevents the gunpowder from getting wet and from friction when it is mixed. Cho Hung-san also surprised the emperor when he said that the new dark gunpowder was also distinguished by the removal of sulfur from it. The king was astonished, not fully believing that gunpowder could explode without sulfur, but Cho Hae-san convinced him that the properties of gunpowder remained. The military man convinced the emperor by saying that removing the sulfur created a characteristic that was both an advantage and a disadvantage. The emperor's mouth dropped open in surprise when Cho Hae-san said that because the sulfur had been removed, gunpowder would not ignite from an ordinary fuse. The general offered to demonstrate everything to the king when the monarch asked how the fire could be lit without a wick. King Sejong took the bowl in his hands. Inside, there were several dozen mysterious capsules, and the emperor had no idea what it could be. The surprised monarch was told that inside were capsules containing gunpowder made by the heirs. The emperor then asked General Cho if it was too much trouble that they were using different gunpowder. Cho Hae-sang offered to take the king to the showroom because he thought he should see everything with his own eyes. The king agreed to see the weapon in action, and accompanied by his heir and subjects, they went into the hall. It was a large, fenced arena with 2 dummies standing at the very end, and the king remarked on how spacious it was. Afterwards, Emperor Sejong noticed that in the distance there was a wooden effigy, which was needed to demonstrate the operation of the weapon. General Cho Hae-sang proposed to begin the demonstration and shouted, ordering the soldiers to enter the arena. Several serious-looking soldiers in green suits appeared in the arena, holding weapons designed by the prince. The ministers were amazed at what they saw. The soldiers looked unfamiliar. They had different uniforms and weapons, and they admitted that it looked unusual. The soldiers began to prepare. They cocked the trigger and poured some gunpowder into the hole to fire the shot. The soldier then inserted a thin stick into the barrel of the gun to compact the gunpowder and clean the weapon properly so that it would function properly. When the weapons were ready for use, the soldiers stood in their positions, crouched on one knee, and took aim, listening to the general's commands. When everything was ready, the man with the gray beard gave the order to the soldiers to fire a gun loaded with gunpowder. The order was carried out immediately. The soldier pulled the trigger, and the mechanism of the gun was activated. The shot was deafeningly loud, and a moment later the charge of gunpowder hit the target, striking the wooden dummies. Both King Sejong and the ministers standing behind him gaped in amazement as they watched the innovative weapon in action. There were holes left in the dummies, indicating that both soldiers had hit their target, and the monarch cried out that it was truly amazing. The amazed emperor cried out that the power of the weapon was incredible, and it seemed to him that it had not even diminished, although the distance to the target was great. King Sejong beamed with joy when he saw that even the lack of sulfur in gunpowder no longer seemed to be a problem. The monarch praised his son, saying that the weapon he had demonstrated seemed to him to be the most powerful, and Hyang replied that it was the merit of the ministers and masters. The protagonist confessed to King Sejong that they would like to name this new weapon Gapshik-chan. The emperor said the name was well suited and asked the general to show him the weapon up close, but Cho Hae-san refused. The old man surprised the king by saying that before this, he would like to show the monarch another type of gunpowder because the monarch did not suspect that they had any more developments. General Cho began listing to the king all the types of gunpowder they had invented and pointed to a silver piece that the prince had made to make explosives. He also spoke about cotton gunpowder, which is made from fabric, and its improved version, Tokgap, as well as separately stored explosive oil. Hyang reassured his father by saying that precious silver was not used for gunpowder but mercury, which was easier to obtain. The emperor then asked what the explosive oil was, and General Cho Hae-san asked his subject to bring it here. The soldier followed General Cho's order and went to the storage facility to demonstrate the explosive oil to the monarch. Soon the soldier returned, the serviceman carefully holding in his hand a wooden box in which our hero's invention was located. The general asked the soldier to open the box. The soldier did so, and inside was a small test tube of oil. Cho Hae-sang took the test tube with the explosive and asked everyone to move away because they might get hurt. The general then opened the lid of a small bottle and dropped a drop of explosive oil directly onto the ground in front of him. All the guests screamed in fear when a drop of oil fell to the ground, causing a deafening but small explosion. The minister almost fainted from fear. The king was also in shock, and the general laughed and said that this was explosive oil. Sejong shouted that this was truly amazing, and this item was worthy of being called explosive oil. Hyang smiled and said that it was too much praise when the emperor said that the boy had created something very amazing. The crown prince raised questions from the king when he said that given the situation in Joseon, the oil could not be used yet. According to the prince, the oil is sensitive to impacts, and if the containers collide during transport, they will explode immediately. He added that oil production is impossible in summer and spring, when the days are hot, because the high concentration of acid is very dangerous. King Sejong and the minister were amazed. This unusual explosive oil amazed their imagination. General Cho Hai-sang interjected, holding a bowl of the mixture in his hands, and said that Tokgap would make up for the shortcomings of the butter. The soldier explained that it was a mixture of cotton powder and explosive oil with glycerin, which raised even more questions for the emperor. Cho explained that cotton wool and glycerin neutralized the properties of the oil, and Sejong asked why it was called Tokgap. The general said that even children are good at coming up with names, and the main character decided to explain everything to his father. The boy made his father happy by saying that thanks to his father, soldiers were able to comfortably use gunpowder, so he came up with such a name. The delighted king praised them for their work and declared that Joseon would become richer and stronger thanks to the new gunpowder and soldiers. Sejong asked the minister whether he should start mass production, and the old man said that he should first find out the cost price of the product. Hyang said that the production of such gunpowder is a third more expensive than usual, but the power of this substance compensates for everything. The minister replied that in that case it should be mass-produced because it could be used in smaller quantities. The emperor, beaming with joy, shouted that it was time to get down to business and ordered preparations for the mass production of Tokgap gunpowder. However, the main character did not share the enthusiasm of the emperor and the minister. He knew about the snag that would prevent them from producing this gunpowder on a mass scale. The heir shocked the pope and the minister by saying that he was very sorry, but it was now impossible to mass-produce Tokpag. Sejong asked what the reason was, and Hyang explained that this gunpowder required saltpeter and high-purity sulfuric acid. Hyang said that it was difficult to obtain so much sulfur and saltpeter in Joseon now, and the cotton fabric also had to be of high quality and lint-free. The protagonist raised his index finger, ready to voice the biggest problem in the production of this gunpowder. The king cried out when Hyang said that glycerin, which is made from the fat of cows and pigs, is also very important for the production. When Hyang was alone, he thought about it, and knew that the body fat percentage of pigs was only 15%, and there was no oil industry now. He then concluded that even if all the people in Joseon ate 3 pigs a day, they would not get the required amount of glycerin. He cursed loudly, praising the petrochemical and heavy chemical industries and cursing green products. Emperor Sejong was now visibly disappointed when he learned from the crown prince that mass production of gunpowder was impossible. The king was broken-hearted by this sad news. He stepped aside and admitted that he was truly very sorry to hear it. He sat down and covered his face with his hat, saying that it would have been better if he had not known that such wonderful gunpowder could be made. The protagonist noticed how disappointed his father was, and the crown prince became worried about the moral state of the Joseon monarch. He decided to cheer up his dad by shouting that this did not mean that he should give up, because abandoning national defense was a direct path to collapse. The irritated king shouted back that everyone knew this, but what could they do if the Joseon kingdom was in such a situation? The heir replied to the king that he was the head of state, and now it was necessary to overcome a difficult situation. The prince told his father that he, Cho Hae-sang, Governor Lee Chung, and many officials were currently trying their best to find a solution. It was true. Many ministers working for the protagonist at the Research Institute were working on this. The crown prince loudly declared to the pope that he believed that survival was a test, and that failure was equal to death. The king's mouth dropped open in surprise when the boy shouted that Crown Prince Li Hyang was unfamiliar with the word defeat. The monarch took heart and acknowledged his son's rightness, saying that when he ascended the throne, he vowed to do his utmost for Joseon. The ministers who were watching the conversation trembled with admiration when the king said that he would collect his thoughts again. The official covered his mouth, and tears streamed down his eyes as the emperor shouted that he would risk his life to ensure the success of the reforms. The third minister also could not contain his emotions. Inspired by the monarch's fiery speech, the official quietly began to cry. Afterwards, the ministers and Emperor Sejong shouted in unison that they were going to dedicate their name to this, and from that moment on, they were all in one. The protagonist silently watched from the side as his father raised the Joseon flag and the tearful ministers surrounding him. At that moment, a satisfied smile appeared on the crown prince's face. He was pleased with the outcome of today's test. After quite a long time had passed, the ministers of the Joseon kingdom finally spoke in unison, and one of them slammed his fist on the table at the meeting. The Minister of Public Works, shaking with tension, announced at the meeting that he had conducted an audit of Zone 51. The other ministers were frightened by the official's behavior. One did not understand what was wrong with him, and the second wanted to go home. After inspecting the area, the king praised his son and the military for the excellent work they had done, and promised to support them in the future. The monarch asked them to find a way to mass-produce gunpowder so that the Joseon army could use powerful weapons, and Hyang promised his father to do so. The protagonist said that all this was achieved thanks to the hard work of their craftsmen, and the king looked at the exhausted workers. The emperor asked the general to explain to him the process of making weapons, and Cho Hae-sang, wiping away tears, agreed to do so. When the production of weapons was being prepared, the main character told the craftsman that in order to create a barrel using the forging method, an anvil must be used. Then the craftsmen were confused. They needed to make mulberry iron from an anvil, and they did not understand whether it was possible to use an old anvil. Their conversation was interrupted by the third master, who came to the threshold of the forge and shouted that he had brought the things that the crown prince had ordered. When all the things needed for the work were in place, the main character gave the order to the craftsman to begin production. Hyang began giving out orders. Yun was in charge of rolling the puddling iron boards, and So was in charge of inserting the iron rod into the center of the dried steel plate. The hero directed the production process by shouting, saying that the gap would need to be filed down so that it would be smooth. The crown prince took a megaphone in his hand and shouted that everything had to be done precisely, quickly and perfectly, urging the poor craftsman on. Thanks to the hard work of the craftsmen, 5 prototypes of the new weapon were soon created, and our hero was very pleased with the result. The heir then went to Zone 51 and suggested that General Cho Hae-sang test the real performance of the new weapon. To begin with, the boy suggested that the military man check how much gunpowder the gun could withstand, and the general agreed. The crown prince suggested using half a nyan of gunpowder, which is about 4 grams, to fire the shot. When the gun was loaded with the required amount of gunpowder, General Cho Hae-san ordered the soldier to fire. 2 soldiers took part in the weapon test, both of whom carried out the general's order by firing the new gun. The general valued Hyang that for a shot with gunpowder, Gapshik, and Yule, 1.5 nyan is enough, and there is no need to increase it to 2 units. Hyang suggested reducing the amount of gunpowder this time and finding the optimal amount, and asked to use the standard distance of 40 steps. The royal advisor was astonished when the soldiers fired the new weapon again at a great distance. He shouted that the gunpowder had penetrated the dummy even from a distance of 40 steps, and it seemed to him that from afar it was even possible to kill a man. The protagonist agreed with the assumption, and Lee Chung suggested that Hyang increase the distance this time to 50 steps. An enthusiastic Lee Chung reported to the heir that 7.5 grams of UL gunpowder was enough to penetrate a target at a distance of 70 steps. The general, who did not show such strong emotions, told the crown prince that this was only half of the weapon's capabilities. Cho Hae-sang admitted that he had already fired more than 20 times and had never hit the target, and the direction of the gunpowder changed every time. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face because, as expected, the experienced general once again showed his insight. Rubbing his chin with his fingers, the crown prince wondered if he should shed some light by telling the general something. Then Hyang suggested to his assistant that he try to shoot the gun without cleaning the barrel and sealing the powder, which took a lot of time. The soldier replied that there was a risk of the bullet falling out, but Hyang asked him to simply try to fit the bullet to the barrel. The irritated man agreed to do this, not understanding why the prince was asking him questions if he already knew the answers to them. Smiling slyly, Hyang thought that he wanted to let the assistants experience what he once saw on the internet in his past life. Cho Hae-sang reported that he did as the prince told him, and when he tried to shoot again, there was a problem due to the remaining gunpowder. The general wanted to say something to the heir about the cleansing, But the main character brazenly interrupted the military man and asked him to think about it. Hyung explained that the cavalry would arrive on the battlefield quickly, but the soldiers would hardly have time to clean the barrel after each shot. The main character's words puzzled the military. Lee Chong scratched his head and did not understand what he needed to do, and the general looked at the gun. Watching the confusion of his assistants, the protagonist wondered whether he should step forward and help the military. Suddenly, an epiphany came to old man Cho Hae-san. The man finally figured out how to solve the problem of cleaning the barrel. The general suggested to his partner to make a groove, a longitudinal depression inside the gun barrel for shooting accuracy. Cho Hae-san suggested looking at the ditch through which stagnant water flows, and also sparks of gunpowder would flow in the barrel of the gun. Lee Chung understood the general's idea, realizing that the debris could fly out along with the flame stream along the groove if it was cut from the inside. The heir smiled when his assistants figured this out, and an inspired Lee Chung suggested putting the idea into practice. When General Cho gave this task to the craftsmen, they looked at the gun in confusion, not understanding how to cut a groove inside the barrel. Then the craftsmen did not sleep all night, and when they came up with a tool for cutting grooves, they began to additionally produce long barrels with notches. But soon they faced a new problem. The heir's assistants gathered together, and Lee Chong declared that 3 barrels were the only option. The official hesitated and looked away when the purple-robed scientist asked him what the result was. He explained that each number of grooves has its pros and cons, with up to 6 grooves the power drop being small, but there is a lot of residue. And with 9 grooves, less debris accumulates, but the weapon's power when fired drops sharply, which is a minus. Lee Chung was offered 6 grooves, and he said that then waste becomes a problem again, and it would be nice to have a good method. The main character listened to the official's conversation from the sidelines. He was interested in whether they would figure out how to solve the problem themselves. The 5th rank royal advisor scratched his beard with his fingers, wondering what kind of grooves would be best to use for the weapon. Then Zhang Yong-sil shared an idea that came to his mind and asked how about twisting the grooves. The crown prince was delighted because this was exactly the idea he had expected from his assistants, and the advisor had thought of it himself. Hyang then asked official Zhang to explain in more detail what he wanted to propose, and Yon-sil agreed to provide an explanation. The official said that if the path of the gunpowder were turned, its length would increase, and if there were 6 grooves, the length would be enough for the debris to escape. The others listened attentively, as Yen-sil explained that if the grooves were twisted, the power of the gunpowder would not be wasted. Everyone present shouted that Chang had come to the right decision, and then the crown prince said that this is what they would do. This was followed by numerous experiments, eventually finding the optimal shape that provided the best performance. There was a commotion at our hero's research institute, with officials shouting at them to hurry up and record the results. Hyang, watching from the sidelines, wondered whether his assistants would surpass Nobel himself if everything went as planned. The protagonist laughed evilly as he watched the situation in the research center, because everything was going according to his plan. The ministers felt the chill as the crown prince turned to his slaves with a wicked smile, asking them to grow up and return to Otto. Work at the Institute of Science and Research continued. The official watched the work of the master who forged iron with a hammer. Lee Chong was puzzled by something. He looked at his notes, not understanding how it happened. General Cho turned his attention to him. Cho Hae-sang asked the man what had happened, and the captain asked in return whether the general had twisted the grooves as official Zhang had said. Lee Chong suggested that this greatly improved the weapon's accuracy, and the general agreed with his suggestion. The general said it was good that productivity had improved, but they were both frustrated that they didn't know why. The master intervened in the official's conversation and asked if these grooves inside the barrel did not make the bullet spin. The man admitted that he was a former gunsmith and knew that when attaching a feather to an arrow it had to be moved slightly. He stunned the officials by saying that after the shot the arrow would spin and then it would fly straight, and there would be less wind on the sides. Now King Sejong, reading his son's report, said that he now understood why the prince remained silent until the end. The emperor stated that if rumors emerged about the commander's activities, a leak of information would be inevitable. In an elated mood, the Joseon monarch looked to the side and turned to the merchant, asking him to bring the stove here. The merchant carried out his master's order, and after some time there was a stove in front of the king, in which a strong flame was burning. The emperor said that he too would have to follow his wishes, and then the secret documents went straight into the fire. King Sejong praised his heir for working hard, and Hyang bowed and thanked his father for his kindness. The monarch looked at the two soldiers and thought that he should question the military men who were often in Zone 51. But before that, he turned to the general, asking if they had anything else to show him, and Cho Hae-sang replied that they did. The soldier took the weapon he had developed out of his holster to show His Majesty the Institute's new invention. This weapon turned out to be a revolver. The monarch stared at the barrel in amazement and said that he wanted to take a closer look at the gun. King Sejong took the revolver in his hands and began to carefully examine the weapon, and then admitted that this thing was very strange. When he took the weapon apart, he noticed 6 holes inside, and he didn't immediately understand what they were for. Hyang confirmed his father's suspicions when Sejong asked if the revolver could fire 6 shots in a row. The ministers who witnessed this were also shocked, and the boy declared that this was one of the masterpieces of Zone 51. The monarch was delighted, and the man told General Cho Hae-sang that he wanted to see how the weapon worked right now. General Cho Hae-san decided to demonstrate the revolver himself, but approached the wooden effigy holding the revolver in a holster. Before showing the revolver in action, the general reached to his belt to take the newly developed weapon out of its holster. The elderly man, holding a revolver in one hand, began to fire shots one by one, aiming at the wooden dummy. The bullets were accurate. All the shots hit the target. The general fired all the cartridges at once into the dummy without reloading. The king and ministers were shocked. They were delighted both with the work of the weapon and with the fact that General Cho was able to fire it himself. The main character became a little jealous that they praised the general because it was he who tried so hard to develop the revolver. General Cho Hae-sang suggested that one of the ministers move closer to the dummy to make sure that all the bullets hit their target. The minister ran closer to the wooden effigy, which had several holes from which smoke was still coming out. When a man from the Joseon government saw that the wooden effigy was riddled with bullets, his mouth dropped open in surprise. He immediately shouted to the king that with this weapon all enemies within a radius of 30 steps would know real hell, and repeated that he was sure of it. Emperor Sejong was very pleased with these results, and once again praised the Institute staff for their colossal work. The king added that judging by the expression on the officers' faces, the left advisor's confidence must also be obvious. The protagonist bowed his head to his father and said that his praise was too great, and the monarch wanted to talk about armor. The crown prince told his father that he was very sorry, but he still had a firearm that he was unable to show his father. The king put his hand on his son's shoulder and wanted to say that there was no need to show anything for the near future, but he was interrupted. The boy said that he now wanted to demonstrate the incendiary bomb to the commission and asked to follow him. He explained to the Pope that the firebomb demonstration required a large open space when the king asked why they were standing so far away. The emperor tensed up when he had a whole regiment of wooden dummies in front of him, and he did not understand what kind of bomb they were going to show him. The king looked into the distance and asked if all the trees in the clearing had been cut down, and his son explained that this was necessary to avoid forest fires. Sejong appeared in front of the very same incendiary bomb that Hyang had developed. It was a small black ball. Hyang called the bomb a grenade, and the ministers assumed it was something like the hand bomb used by the Qin dynasty. The minister said the grenade was similar to the caltrop made by Choi Mu Seong, a device with 4 tips that are used to stop horses. The minister then asked his colleague if there was anything special about using the Wanggu, a Joseon artillery weapon that fired stones and coal. Hyang smiled as he watched the conversation from the sidelines because even after his transformation, he still encountered clichés. When the hero and his assistants were working at the institute to develop the grenade, Hyang said that he was very worried about whether to create the MK1 or the MK2. The prince explained that he had mentioned the name of the hand bomb. The MK1 grenade contains shrapnel that flies in all directions. According to Hyang, when the MK2 ignites, flames shoot out through the hole and release caltrops in all directions. The protagonist said that there is also a MK21 bomb that disperses flames and caltrops through a hole blocked by a plate. The tired officials listened attentively to the crown prince's explanations of the types of hand bombs he had developed. One of the assistants wanted to express his opinion, but the royal advisor covered his mouth with his hand, asking him to remain silent for a while. The official was perplexed, and Jang Yong-sil apologized for his rudeness, insisting that they give the prince a minute to think. Everyone present was greatly frightened when Hyang suddenly shouted and slammed the table, asking why he should worry. The enraged young prince declared that they would go straight to the Mk-21 hand bombs, moving into the 21st century version. Hyang declared that the meeting was over, but then asked everyone to go back. And then the advisor advised his colleague to leave quickly. Now, as the king was about to be shown the incendiary bomb in action, Sejong asked whether the ministers had been working on it. General Cho Hae-sang explained to His Majesty that this hand bomb was entirely developed by the Heir, from concept to form. The king was visibly surprised and asked what the idea behind the hand bomb was, and then the military man hesitated. The inspired boy promised the monarch that he would explain everything to him after the bomb was demonstrated. 2 soldiers working in Area 51 prepared a cannon to launch a hand bomb developed by Hyang. General Cho Hae-sang warned the king and ministers that it was a bit dangerous, so they needed to hide behind the wall for a while. One of the soldiers took a round black ball and prepared to put it into the barrel of the cannon to launch the bomb further away. The soldier grabbed a long fuse and also went behind the strong wall, crouching down, and the general gave the order to prepare for shots. The second soldier began waving a large red flag, loudly commanding his partner to open fire. The force of the gunpowder spat the bomb out of the cannon. It landed near one of the dummies, but no explosion followed. Emperor Sejong, peeking out from behind the wall, was perplexed when he saw that the ball simply fell to the ground and nothing happened. The king asked the general why nothing had happened, but Cho Hae-sang assured him that the bomb was about to explode. The old man was right. First, the black ball vibrated, and then there was a deafening explosion. The cloud of flame was large. The ministers who witnessed the explosion were frightened and covered themselves with their hands as the earth began to fly towards them. Soon the flames disappeared, leaving only a column of black smoke on the test lawn. All the wooden dummies were wiped off the face of the earth. The minister asked the king if he was okay when Emperor Sejong screamed. He looked very scared after the explosion. Sejong stuttered and replied that everything was fine. He was just a little surprised, but the minister was still worried about His Majesty. The king, scared to death, sat on the ground. The minister allowed him not to get up, and the second official turned away, deciding to pretend that he did not notice anything. Another government employee was stunned to witness the explosion and could not understand how such a thing was even possible. A man in a pink robe silently looked at the site of the explosion. Numerous wooden dummies, torn to pieces, lay on the ground. Coming closer, King Sejong, looking at the broken mannequins, asked how this could happen. The second minister was also stunned. Grabbing one of the wooden heads in his hands, the official said that if this were a battlefield, this weapon would have no equal. Afterwards, the emperor asked General Cho to explain the principle of the grenade to him, and the man obediently bowed his head and agreed. He said that the shell of the grenade is very thin, and on its inside there are small cast iron beads to increase the killing power. Afterwards, the general said that the power was maintained because the gunpowder was not mixed with the earth, and the king praised him for his work. The emperor asked if these bombs could be made in large quantities, and the general replied that it would be possible if there was enough gunpowder. The minister intervened, asking whether this was really possible because mass production required a huge number of craftsmen. The general nodded and said that the official was right, but when the crown prince made this bomb, they all worked on the invention together. One night at the institute, the general, the royal advisor, and the commander stood over the drawing of a bomb made by the crown prince. When the royal advisor presented this drawing to the general and the commander, the men were visibly surprised by what they saw. Even after looking at the drawing, they still couldn't understand much from it, and the general said that the shape of the bomb was indeed strange. The drawing showed the shape of a bomb, and the men noticed that the design also had nuts and bolts, which was unusual for them. Hyang told them that in order to place materials inside the bomb, it must first be divided into hemispheres and then carved. The shape of the bomb was like a lottery ball. If you turn the hemisphere in the direction of the thread, you get a solid sphere. The main character also recommended that his assistant study such concepts as bolts and nuts in order to better understand the topic. Soon after this conversation, the first test of the bomb developed by our hero took place, and it was successful. Li Chong was delighted to see the incredible power of the bomb, and the stunned General Cho said that it would be a good idea to use them immediately in battle. General Chohai Sang asked our hero how about reporting the success of the test to the king right now, but Hyang replied that it was too early. The crown prince told his aide that they still had a lot to test, and the thinner the bomb's shell, the more powerful it would be. Therefore, the main character ordered the military and craftsmen to gradually reduce the thickness of the bombshell. Afterwards, Li Chong reported to Hyang that the minimum thickness of the shell could be 30% of the original. The boy surprised his assistants when he suggested that they now fill the bombshell with gunpowder and conduct an experiment. Work in the workshop continued day and night. The craftsmen were already exhausted due to our hero's constant experiments. When the experiment was completed, the commander reported to the heir that this time the thinnest shell was 30%. A tired Li Chung again suggested reporting everything to the king, but Hyang said that the blast radius was too large. The aides fell silent, trying to hide their anger, when Hyang said that there was a risk of damage to allies, and they needed to find a way to reduce the blast radius. When the masters received this task, they were outraged because they did not understand how to increase the lethality of the bomb and at the same time reduce the explosion radius. The exhausted master scratched his head and admitted to the general that he did not know the solution because he had given him too difficult a task. The main character watched the difficulties of his assistants from the sidelines. He thought whether he should help the guys a little so that they could cope. The crown prince approached the tired master and asked if there was any progress in the work. The man was surprised by the appearance of Hyang. The master confessed to the crown prince that he was still thinking about how to solve the problem, but nothing was working. Then Hyang stunned the general and the commander by saying that it was possible to put a thick layer of dirt inside the bomb and fill it with iron bullets. The craftsman said it was a good idea and should turn out perfect, and admitted that they hadn't even thought about it. The crown prince asked everyone to work hard and left. The general and the commander looked at the door, maintaining a deathly silence. They both guessed that their boss knew the correct answer all along, and were shocked that the prince was only just now saying it. All the employees of the institute were irritated by the behavior of the prince, who did not tell them anything earlier because they had not been home for several days. However, Hyang's goal was to give the craftsmen the opportunity to think and explore for themselves, so that they could not just do but create. The general told the king about all this, saying that thanks to this, there were no difficulties in production, because the craftsmen had gained experience. The emperor admitted that he had doubts during the demonstration, and asked Chohei Sang why the bomb did not explode immediately. It was clear from the general's face that he did not like the king's question, but he decided to tell how the bomb worked. The old military man told the emperor that there was a mysterious possibility hidden in this new bomb, looking seriously at Sejong. Emperor Sejong demanded an explanation from the general about what mysterious capability of the bomb Chohei Sang was talking about. The soldier explained to King Sejong that the advantage of this bomb was that it could be controlled during the explosion. He said that the timing of the explosion could be controlled by winding the fuse around a wooden cylinder, which surprised the king. The monarch was delighted, saying that if this was true, then they would know the exact time the bomb exploded, which really makes it a mystery. The protagonist smiled on the side, knowing that such a function was not new, and he learned it from Munjong, who would create a similar bomb in the future. Afterwards, the boy turned to his father and said that he had already shown him all the weapons, which caused surprise on the emperor's face. The hero wanted to say that he would now return to the palace, but Emperor Sejong stopped him, placing his hand on his shoulder. The monarch looked a little crazy. He asked the heir if there was anything else he could show him besides the weapon. There was a nervous smile on the protagonist's face. He was not happy that he would have to show something else, but he could not refuse the king. When they arrived at the building, the emperor was delighted that he would have something to look at again, while Hyang was surprised that Papa didn't look tired. King Sejong asked his son to explain to him why the soldiers in Zone 51 were not wearing the same uniforms as the rest of the Joseon military. Showing the soldier, the prince said that the clothes had been improved and dyed in new colors, so that they would not interfere with the use of long-barreled weapons. He explained to the Pope that the colors green and yellow were used to make it difficult for the enemy to detect the location of their troops. The king asked if he should use bright colors to distract the enemy, but Haiyan replied that the form was still in the development stage. Emperor Sejong said that he understood everything, but the protagonist warned his father that this was not all he wanted to tell. The crown prince surprised the monarch when he announced that the military's armor was also gradually being improved. When Hyang, the king, and the others entered, the hero first decided to show the guests the armor that was used by the Joseon army in Tangeum. After examining several traditional pieces of armor more closely, the king said that these things were very familiar to him. However, Hyang was not very happy with these pieces of armor and told his father that it was quite difficult to wear this armor correctly. The crown prince explained that it was well known that every soldier must have his own armor. Because of this, its quality varies greatly, and many soldiers wear low-quality clothing due to financial problems. After listening to his son's arguments about the inconvenience of traditional armor, the monarch admitted that the crown prince was absolutely right. The prince showed the guests the duchongup, which has been used since the end of its predecessor and is made of silk and iron strips. This type of armor is a little different from the usual, but the protagonist believes that there are many problems with this armor too. Hyang said that making duchongup requires a lot of time and labor because steel plates need to be prepared and bonded to paper one by one. Another disadvantage of this armor, according to the crown prince, is the cost of the suit, made of silk and fur. Hyang also believes that the armor has many disadvantages because it is open at the front and sides, which makes the soldier vulnerable in close combat. The heir also did not like that this armor was very heavy and difficult to wear for a long time, and all the weight was concentrated on the soldier's shoulders. Rubbing his chin with his fingers, King Sejong listened to his son and agreed that this type of armor had many disadvantages. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face when Emperor Sejong stated that it was impossible to improve the situation with the armor. One of the specimens was covered with a white cloth, and the boy prepared to show his father the new armor that would solve all the soldiers' problems. The crown prince removed the cloth and showed the guests a completely new model of armor for military personnel with a helmet and shoulder pads. When the ministers saw this new specimen, they were genuinely shocked because they had never seen anything like it before. The officials did not understand what this thing was in front of them, but the crown prince was ready to tell the guests about the advantages of the new armor. When the protagonist was working on developing new armor, he was furious because his ideas were so damn expensive. He was angry because there were 16 stones and 10 heads in the armor, and almost as many in the helmet, and this was an unbearable sum for ordinary soldiers. The protagonist tried to simply skip some of the armor, but he has to take into account the soldiers who participate in close combat. Then, a brilliant idea came into his head to come up with a combination of Western full chainmail with their traditional duchongup. The boy began to work on creating this hybrid, drawing a sketch on paper, but when he saw the finished work, he was not delighted. Now he explained to his father that the iron plates had been replaced by a solid plate, one in front and one on the back. The sidewall issues were also addressed, and the shoulders were covered with round iron plates to protect the arms. The ministers were stunned when Hyang revealed that the armor was divided into two parts, lower and upper, to provide good protection for the legs. Hyang said soldiers who fight with bladed weapons must wear full body armor that covers their shins and knees. For artillerymen and commanders, the protagonist suggested using lightweight, modified upper armor. Emperor Sejong was amazed and asked the heir what the soldiers who had already tried the new armor had said. The general said the new armor was heavy, but the weight was distributed evenly, and the soldiers were less afraid because they were now better protected. The king admitted that this was the first time he had seen this type of armor, so he was confused because not only the shape was unique, but also the structure. The protagonist broke into a satisfied smile, knowing that he himself was surprised when he came up with such good armor on his own. Ministers were shocked when Hyang said the armor was not only effective, but would also save money. One of the ministers did not share the general enthusiasm. He had a question that he wanted to ask the crown prince. The man found the courage to admit to the boy that he wanted to ask him something, and the heir gave him permission to ask him the question. The official assumed that everything from the helmet to the lower armor was made of iron plates and asked if he was right. The minister said that if that were the case, the craftsmen would have to forge iron plates one after another for a very long time, and asked Hyang if that was not too difficult. The hero tensed a little when the official said that there could be even more problems with this armor if the plates were made incorrectly. The crown prince smiled and said that the minister was right and he had such concerns too, but Hyang had a solution to this problem. All the ministers were surprised when the main character announced that he was planning to make an imprint for mass production of iron plates. Hyang planned to use a special press with molds to mass-produce the plates for this armor. The boy told his father that they would prepare a demonstration later to show the king how the press worked, but the emperor seemed to want to see everything now. The hero upset the Pope by saying that there were still parts they couldn't show, so he asked the king to wait for the presentation. An hour later, all the heroes were standing on the street. The ministers reported to the emperor that there were no problems with the institute's accounting book. The king praised the general for his work and said that thanks to Joseon would become a stronger and more prosperous state. Seeing the meeting coming to an end, the ministers beamed with happiness, realizing that they could now finally go home. But the king disappointed them, suggesting that they show their military spirit and go to the workshop to see how weapons and armor were made. The minister tried to stop the gentleman, saying that the sun was already setting, but the king stood his ground, replying that state affairs could not wait. The king turned around and said goodbye to the minister, saying that they would see each other in the morning, because he realized that they did not want to go with him. The following events took place on the premises of the weapons production department, where His Majesty King Sejong came to visit. The emperor was delighted as a child when his heir told him that he first wanted to show the king how long-barreled weapons were made. Work in the workshop was in full swing. The blacksmiths were working on the manufacture of weapons, forging iron together on the anvil. The craftsmen were extremely focused. They did not pay attention to the guests, and were busy processing small iron parts. King Sejong was greatly impressed to see that everyone in the workshop was responsible for their own individual process. The protagonist told his father that it was true that they tried to divide the labor, and Sejong said that it was really effective. The king asked the boy if he himself had not said that it was better to see it all with his own eyes, and Hyang promised to prepare everything for him. Afterwards, Hyang asked his subject to hand over the megaphone to the boy, and the protagonist could properly command the masters. The blacksmiths turned around when they heard their boss's sudden shout, demanding that they make the armor right away. The craftsmen followed the crown prince's order without complaint, and Emperor Sejong was surprised by the coordination of the work. The surprised king asked the prince why the armor was being made by those who had just made weapons, and Hyang admitted that they simply lacked craftsmen. The emperor was unhappy with this state of affairs and crossed his arms over his chest, thinking about this problem. The ministers who remained with him became very tense and began to whisper, suspecting that the king would now take some measures. The protagonist raised the megaphone to his mouth again and announced the start of a demonstration of the production of weapons and armor for the king. The Choson monarch watched the armor-making process from the side with interest and delight. He clearly liked the work of the craftsmen. The workshop was equipped with many tools. There was a winch under the roof of the forge, and a large block of iron was suspended from a rope. One of the craftsmen, holding a hot iron plate with tongs, carefully placed it on the impression in order to make a piece of armor with the help of a press. The second blacksmith pulled the rope to use the winch to lower the second, heavy part of the press onto the iron plate. The heavy metal block crashed down onto the plate, and King Sejong admitted that they were indeed using a press. Soon the next stage of armor production began. When the part was pressed, the master took out the still hot plate with tongs. He demonstrated the finished plate to those around him. The flat metal turned into armor tailored to human anatomy. Emperor Sejong was truly amazed by what he saw, and he really liked the method by which the plates were made. The monarch confused his heir by saying that with this method, mass production of armor was definitely not far off. The protagonist felt awkward when the emperor asked if gunpowder was produced here, and said that he would like to see that too. Hyang disappointed his father by saying that it was difficult to show the production of new gunpowder now, because the materials were dangerous. The king did not insist on his own, and the minister suggested that the gentleman finish and return to the palace to take care of the monarch's health. All the officials beamed with happiness again when the emperor agreed to return to the palace, and the ministers would now definitely be able to go home. But that was not the end. After they went to the throne room, and the monarch asked the ministers if they thought the weapons shown were wonderful. The ministers, tired to death, agreed that the weapons were wonderful, especially the gun and bomb invented by the prince. King Sejong was pleased that the ministers were of the same opinion as he, but the emperor still had something to say to the officials. The protagonist was surprised that his father stated that he would like to soon begin mass production of weapons and bombs of his design. One of the ministers apologized to His Majesty, but stated that there were many difficulties in producing this weapon. According to the official, the main problem is the shortage of craftsmen, because only a few of them can do such delicate work. Moreover, the minister saw the problem in the difficult supply of materials. The same new gunpowder, as the prince stated, is in short supply. The minister recalled the words of the heir that it is simply impossible to obtain fat from cows and pigs in the required quantities. Emperor Sejong agreed, but proposed to solve the problem of personnel shortage by inviting craftsmen from all over Joseon. The protagonist stated that he was very sorry, but that they risked leaking confidential information. The second minister told the king that if they accepted the scarce parts as tribute, there might be a quality problem. The emperor suggested that officials purchase scarce parts from trade intermediaries in order to enrich the people and improve the lives of artisans. The problem of cow and pork fat also remained unresolved, so the emperor wanted to discuss it with officials as well. King Sejong thought about how to solve the problem of the shortage of fat to create glycerin for gunpowder. He remained silent for a long time. It seemed that nothing sensible came to the emperor's mind. The man scratched his forehead, yawning without expressing any ideas to those gathered. The ministers gathered at the night session also remained silent, realizing that there was no visible solution to this problem yet. The emperor was unable to come up with anything on his own, so he told his ministers that he would like to hear their opinions. When the meeting ended, the protagonist was asleep, but his sleep was restless. He quietly kept talking about nitroglycerin and other substances. The eunuch stood outside, guarding the heir's sleep, and heard the boy muttering words and terms he didn't understand without stopping. The protagonist's face was covered in beads of sweat, and it seemed like a brilliant idea had just popped into his head when he fell silent. The crown prince jumped up from his bed and slapped his forehead with his palm, shouting how proud he was to have such a brain. The next day, the protagonist met General Cho Hae-san again, and the old man solemnly greeted the crown prince. General Cho Hae-san confessed to the heir that he had been waiting for him, and saw that the boy was in a very high spirits. The hero confessed to the general that he knew how to solve the problem, and the military man bowed before the boy and said that he also had an idea. The protagonist asked the general to voice his idea first. The old man blushed and became embarrassed, answering that the heir should speak first. The older soldier voiced his idea first, and said that he was interested in whether they could use beans to solve their problem. The crown prince took General Cho Hae-san's idea seriously and looked at the old man with a meaningful look. The old man stared back at the heir, realizing that the idea of using beans pleased his majesty. The general and Hyang shook hands and were eager to see if the beans could solve their weapons production problem. The protagonist knew that since ancient times, the Korean people have used various types of vegetable oil, and bean oil can help them solve the problem of glycerin deficiency. When the general and Hyang had made gunpowder using glycerin from bean oil, Cho asked the boy if they could now test it. The old man immediately rushed off to prepare a demonstration, and Hyang knew perfectly well why he was acting like that, because he was a nerd himself. General Cho put on a protective helmet and fired a new bullet from his gun. The main character covered his ears from the loud noise. They were both pleased with the result, looking at the holes all the way through the dummy, and decided to immediately report their success to the king. When the king was informed, Sejong said it was good news and asked whether mass production would now be possible. The protagonist replied to his father that production was now possible, but he was upset because there was still one important problem left. The emperor was not so happy now. He looked questioningly at his son, waiting to hear what problem he would now voice. The boy said that they used soybeans from the fields on Noblesome Island where there are many cows. The protagonist admitted that tests showed that the soybean residues after oil extraction are well suited as feed for pigs and cows. This made the king think. He admitted that it would now be difficult to meet demand by producing so much soybean oil. Hyang said people's lives could become more difficult because the population relies heavily on soybeans for their needs. Emperor Sejong agreed with his son, saying that national defense was important, but they could not ignore the lives of the people. They decided to end the conversation there. The crown prince left the hall, and the king remained sitting on the throne, pondering this problem. The protagonist was also worried about something. When he went outside, there was no smile on the crown prince's face. Finally, the prince turned around and looked at the throne room. He believed in his father and that the emperor would do the right thing in this situation. Work in the royal court continued to boil, and very soon a new meeting of the king and the government began in the throne room. The emperor, sitting on the throne, announced to the ministers present that the crown prince had come up with a solution to the problem of the glycerin shortage. The king told his son to explain his plan, and without joy on his face, Hyang said that he had decided to use soybean oil to create glycerin. The officials, when they heard this, were pleasantly surprised, their mouths wide open, staring at the crown prince. The king explained that this way they would motivate farmers to create soybean fields, the state would buy the entire harvest, and people's lives would be stabilized. This was news to the protagonist because he did not know that the emperor would decide to use the northern border to grow soybeans. The monarch added that officials will also need to additionally purchase cow and pork fat at reasonable prices. When the ministers agreed to carry out this order, the protagonist stood before the king, looking at him with eyes full of adoration. Emperor Sejong turned to his son with a smile on his face and said that the crown prince had made a great contribution to the country this time too. Hyang bowed and thanked his father for his endless mercy, saying that it was all thanks to the king and the people of Area 51. The monarch laughed loudly because he was flattered that the crown prince recognized the important role of the king in achieving this success. King Sejong clasped his hand tightly on his knee, preparing to say something else to his son and the ministers at this meeting. The head of state said he believed they had taken the first step toward strengthening Joseon's national defense. His voice rose to a shout, and the emperor ordered all officials to act carefully, without allowing any negligence. The ministers of Joseon and the crown prince responded in unison to the emperor, meekly agreeing to carry out Sejong's order. Hyang remembered the northern border, knowing that there was a theory that Duman meant a river full of soybeans, so the king made a good choice. At this time, other interesting events were unfolding on the northern border of the Joseon kingdom in the province of Hamgil-do. A local official informed another that another emigrant had arrived who wished to move here, and he was ordered to identify the person. The official who was helping the emigrants resettle on the northern border asked the man to follow him. Meanwhile, in the office, another worker was complaining about the gold pen, because with its appearance, the volume of work only increased. Other residents of the northern border of Joseon were preparing for dinner, with several small pieces of meat laid out on the stove. When the men saw fat dripping from the stove, they frantically began to collect it in a small plate so as not to miss a drop. A man passing by stared in surprise at the men eating meat. It seemed unusual to him that ordinary people were eating meat. The emigrant asked the gentleman whether it was possible in this province to eat such strange things as those men nearby were now eating. The official explained that now only the military eats meat, but if a man tends soybean fields, he will also have access to such food. The room was completely dark, and on the table lay a whole pile of paper scrolls, which our hero was now working on tirelessly. Screaming from fatigue, the prince fell backwards onto the floor and shouted irritably that everything indicated that there was not enough gunpowder now. The protagonist understood that using the northern border to grow soybeans would not be enough to solve this problem. The crown prince opened his eyes and looked away as a new idea popped into his head about where else to grow soybeans. The boy looked at the map of the Joseon kingdom hanging on his wall and suggested that soybeans could be grown in the south as well. When it was already daytime outside, King Sejong was walking in the courtyard surrounded by 4 guards and a loyal subject. After the departure of the stubborn old officials, the pendulum of power swung sharply in the direction of Emperor Sejong. The king finally succeeded in gradually creating the government he wanted, and soon his heir turned 10 years old. But it was not him who was discussed at the meeting, but his daughter Jongseo. Sejong suggested that the ministers find out who would be his son-in-law and the husband of his eldest daughter. The main character was surprised to learn that his older sister, Princess Jongseo, had already grown up and was going to get married. The ministers agreed that it was a good idea to find out who would become the emperor's new son-in-law, and the king decided to put it into effect. To do this, he needed the help of the government, so the officials bowed their heads before the monarch and agreed to carry out his order. The protagonist left the throne room with a strange feeling because in his past life he knew that Princess Jongseo was already dead at that age. When the crown prince went outside, he put his hand on his heart because a strange feeling was piercing his soul. But the princess herself was not happy that they wanted to marry her off. She shouted to her parents that she wanted to stay and live with her mom and dad. But the king did not agree. He asked his daughter if it was not natural to meet her partner and start a family when the time came. Princess Jongseo began to burst into tears and once again confessed to her mom and dad that she just wanted to stay with her parents. Emperor Sejong was outraged by his eldest daughter's behavior and shouted at her, asking why she was making such a noise. The girl could not stand the negative emotions, got up and ran away, shouting to her father that she hated her. The king tried to stop her. The princess ran towards the exit of the throne room. The emperor shouted after his daughter to stop and talk to her. The wife tried to calm her husband down by saying that Jung Seo was still a child and promised to talk to her daughter, so the king should not worry too much. The tired emperor rested his head on his hand and was outraged that children always get what they want. The next day came. Our main character went out into the street accompanied by a eunuch. He looked to the side and was surprised by something. The boy immediately noticed that the ladies of the court looked very busy since early morning and began to suspect that something had happened. The eunuch whispered in his ear that he thought it was because eldest Princess Jung Seo had not stopped crying since yesterday. The crown prince's assistant handed the letter to the boy, saying that it was his elder sister who asked him to give this to Hyang. The main character picked up the letter and unfolded the sheet of paper. A smile immediately appeared on his face when he saw what was there. He stunned the eunuchs by telling them that he would have to go on a secret mission and asked his subjects to prepare as soon as possible. The crown prince winked at the eunuchs and asked them to hurry and be as stealthy and quick as possible so as not to catch the king's eye. The eunuchs immediately ran at breakneck speed to prepare for the crown prince's secret mission as quickly as possible. As King Sejong ascended the throne, he asked the eunuch if Jung Seo had eaten anything today, and the servant sadly replied that his daughter still refused to eat. The emperor felt irritated by the behavior of his eldest daughter, who had been on a hunger strike for several days. When King Sejong sat on his throne, he asked his subject what Jung Jong thought about this. The three eunuchs replied to the emperor that the princess was very stubborn, despite the long persuasion of all the royal nobility. The emperor sighed heavily and scratched his head. He began to complain about his daughter, who now, instead of the crown prince, was creating problems for him. The main character went on his secret mission. He arrived at the princess's chambers and asked the ladies of the court to introduce him. The women approached Princess Jung Seo through the door and informed the girl that her younger brother, the crown prince, had arrived to see her. The crown prince thanked the women for their good work and entered the princess's chambers, where Jung Seo lay under a blanket. Hyang crouched down in front of the girl and told her that she had worked hard too, but Jung Seo removed the blanket and told her brother to leave her alone. While adjusting her hair, the princess asked her brother if he had brought what she had asked for, and ordered him to bring it to her right away. Taking out this thing, Hyang began to complain about how secretly and hard he had to work to avoid being seen by the king. The brother gave his sister kangchon, a delicacy made from rice flour, for the girl to eat in secret, and then Hyang suggested that she find a worthy husband so that she would not be called an old maid. While eating the rice flour firewood, Princess Jung Seo became angry and ordered her brother to shut up, saying that her marriage was for his benefit. The main character was perplexed. He asked his older sister what her marriage to a man had to do with him. The princess clenched her fist in anger and crushed her kangchon into crumbs, screaming that she needed to leave this potential husband behind. When she noticed that her food had turned into tiny crumbs, she cried out in grief because she loved this rice flour brushwood. After this, the heir decided to leave, the sister thanked him for the sweets he brought, and the boy went outside. After he had spoken with the princess, he now wanted to go to his little brother Yu, especially since he still had a bag of brushwood left. At this time, Prince Yu spent his time studying. He sat in a gazebo in the middle of the forest, talking with his wise teacher. Both were surprised to see the crown prince standing in front of them, and Hyang apologized for disturbing them and said he was just passing by. The teacher and Yu came out of the pavilion. The old man asked the boy to greet the crown prince, and Yu did as he was told. Hyang looked at his brother with a wide smile on his face, and asked the younger one how he was doing in his studies. The younger brother, lowering his head, told Hyang that his stupid brother wanted to become smarter, and noted that the air was completely free. The crown prince laughed artificially, but he was angered by his younger brother's words because he had seen what had happened when he had just entered the palace. The protagonist witnessed the fight between Princess Chonso and Yu, and the enraged sister yelled at her brother not to hide. When the princess found Yu, she began to scold him for picking on the ladies of the court and treating them badly. Yu answered the princess that those ladies were just servants, and in general they constantly followed the boy and told him all sorts of things. Princess Jongseo began to tremble with boiling anger inside because of her brother's behavior, and Yu said that he would go since she was finished. The girl was furious. She clenched her fists and screamed even louder at Yu, because a prince who inherited the blood of King Taijo could not speak like that. The boy was visibly frightened when he saw his older sister's rage. He put his hands in front of himself to protect himself. Jongseo began to praise Hyang for being polite to everyone and threatened to scold Yu so that he would not say anything like that again. The boy fell to his knees in front of his older sister, shaking violently with fear, and began to apologize to Princess Jongseo. However, the girl was still angry at her younger brother. She shouted that apologies should be made to those whom the boy had insulted. And now Yu told his elder brother that he, poor thing, was busy studying to be like the crown prince. The main character was seething with anger, but tried to control himself. He smiled and asked for forgiveness, allowing Yu to return to school. Hyang was disappointed that his younger brother was not becoming more obedient, and everything was going wrong because his sister was getting married. The ladies of the court were delighted when the good-natured crown prince handed the girls a bag of canchon for them to enjoy. At this time, Yu grinned slyly because he knew that when Princess Jongseo got married, his time would finally come. The sun was already setting behind the horizon, but interesting events were unfolding in the main throne room. The kingdom was not yet ready to sleep. All the ministers gathered for the meeting. A loud argument broke out between the officials. They shouted over each other, trying to prove they were right. The king's arm was veined with anger as the ministers argued over whether retail rights should be left to the merchants of Kengan or Seongsan. Emperor Sejong could barely contain his rage as the officials shouted, each trying to prove their case. The king could no longer control his emotions. The bridge of his nose turned red with anger, and he shouted for the ministers to stop arguing. The emperor's cry was so loud that the ministers huddled together in fear, and some officials' hats flew off. The enraged king rose from his throne and shouted, asking the officials how many days had passed since the plan was ordered and prepared for it. The evil emperor asked the ministers, shouting at them, what happened to the merchant who was reselling the candies, and the frightened officials fell to the floor. The Choson monarch scolded the negligent ministers for the fact that they were all standing before him now and could not even read a report with dignity. All the ministers fell to their knees before Emperor Sejong, shouting that they had committed a mortal sin and asked him to kill them. The king was irritated that everyone was asking him to kill them, and he shouted that he would decide whether to fulfill their request when he saw the results of their work. The officials, kneeling before the king, hid their faces from the monarch and replied that they would do everything possible. Some ministers' eyes widened in surprise when Emperor Sejong shouted that this especially applied to monks. A disappointed Sejong said he had chosen the monk for the post based on ministers' assessments and hoped such a thing would not happen again. The ashamed ministers responded by shouting to their master that they would make sure that this never happened again. The minister of taxation also felt fear of the king's wrath, and the old man's face was covered in sweat from the strain. Sejong sat back on the throne and calmed down a little. He suggested to the assembled officials to move on to the next point. The ministers were at a loss. They began to rise to their feet, but due to the king's shouts, they had already forgotten what the next point was. The emperor was irritated by the clumsiness of the ministers. He closed his eyes and scratched his forehead, and then loudly clicked his tongue. When Sejong was alone at night, he pondered for a long time whether his expectations were high and whether he was generous in his assessment of the government. The emperor could not sleep for a long time. He was disappointed with the ministers, considering them worse than the crown prince, who had only just turned 11 years old. That night was also sleepless for one of the officials. Although the working day had long since ended, the man was not yet in bed. The official sat at his desk, using a golden pen invented by our hero. He made some notes. The man began to turn his head in different directions when his subject suddenly informed him that the official Yusan had come to see him. He ordered the official to be admitted to him, and when the bearded man appeared at the threshold of his house, the man put on his hat to look official. Official Yusan walked inside and knelt down in front of the man before engaging him in conversation. They were silent for a long time, but then Yusan finally said that he could not praise old man Panchon for his good appearance even with empty words. He was right because Panchon was noticeably tired. but the man replied to Old Man Koble that everyone looked like that these days. When the maid arrived with tea, Pancheon said that they did not need it, and instead asked for a table with alcohol to be brought to the men. Koble said that he came to have a little chat, so alcohol wouldn't hurt them, especially if they got drunk, fell asleep, and never woke up. Koble considered the worst possible scenario to be what would happen to them if 2 more days passed, and they still hadn't found a solution. The men imagined how great King Sejong's anger would be if they came to the emperor with the wrong decision again. Koble and Panchkun simultaneously screamed, confessing that they wanted to die, which stunned the maid standing behind them. It was still night outside, and 2 eunuchs used a lantern to light their way as they approached the palace where Princess Jongseo lived. Although it was already late, Princess Chonso was not in the mood for sleep. The girl sat at the table and read a book, while simultaneously gobbling up delicacies. She had to look away and be on guard when she heard someone's voice, not understanding who could have come at such a late hour. Princess Jongseo's eyes widened in fear as she realized who exactly had just come into her room in the middle of the night. The frightened girl crawled under the covers when her father entered the room, saying that he was worried because the princess had not eaten for 3 days. Emperor Sejong was visibly worried about his eldest daughter. He asked Chongseo if she might be in pain. The princess decided not to hide anymore. She turned and looked at her father, realizing that he was not going to scold her. The fact that her father was worried about her touched the girl. Her cheeks turned red from embarrassment. She was ready to cry. Emperor Sejong also felt tenderness. Looking with loving eyes at his daughter, he wondered who she looked like. Afterwards, the king noticed the little thing that was lying in his eldest daughter's room, and he stared to the side with wide eyes. The man saw that there were paper bags of food lying near the wooden table, which meant that the princess had not been hungry all this time. The king closed his eyes and grinned. He smelled the sweets and realized that the crown prince had been secretly going for food for his sister for 2 days. The girl was shocked when her father confessed to the princess that he was thinking about canceling plans for her marriage. Princess Chongseo was happy. She immediately threw off the blanket and threw herself into her father's arms, which caught the king by surprise. Emperor Sejong patted his eldest daughter on the head and told the princess that she must keep herself in shape as a member of the royal family. After the king and the girl's mother left her chambers, the wife asked Sejong if everything was all right, and the monarch replied that the ministers would be glad that there would be less work due to the cancellation of the wedding. He told his wife that Jongseo was not yet old enough, so he asked her if he should wait a little longer before marrying her off. The man confessed to his wife that the night before he had dozed off for a short while, and then had a very strange dream. The king told his wife that it was a terrible nightmare in which Chongseo died of illness, and his heart still could not calm down. While walking, he told his wife that it took him a while to realize that it was a dream and not reality, and then he felt relieved. The man confessed to his wife that initially he simply did not have the courage to allow Chongseo not to marry her now. The next day came. The king was already in the throne room. The monarch was focused, studying a large scroll of paper. There was a deathly silence in the main throne room. The emperor silently studied the document. All the ministers stood still, not making a sound. The officials looked cautiously at the king as the monarch, having read the document, put the scroll of paper aside. The emperor informed his ministers that he had studied the plan well and that it had improved, but that it was still not enough. The king especially did not like Kopkan's plan, which does not understand the essence of politics at all, and Epkan's idea is too old. As a result, the emperor criticized the plans of absolutely all officials and demanded that they redo everything again. As the sun set, all the ministers gathered around one table to continue working on the plan that the king had rejected. The minister, who sat at the head of the table, spoke first, declaring that every official had made a fool of himself today. The Minister of Taxes admitted that he had not been able to sleep peacefully for a long time, and he had prepared a lot, not suspecting that his work would be treated so poorly. The official replied that anti-monopoly is a policy that prevents the formation of monopolies in the production and sale of goods. The man said that Toho first created the monopoly and local officials colluded with the traders. The official suggested that the ministers send a person who works directly in Hojo to destroy this monopoly. The civil servants were surprised by this proposal and asked the minister if he meant the 8th province of Joseon. The tax minister said that in order to manage the monopoly, the administrative agency Dohobu must first be destroyed. The second minister disagreed, shouting that if that happened, the government offices of Hojo province would be empty. The official who sat at the head of the table lost control of his emotions and shouted that they would all be fired if they decided to leave it to the traitors. After these shouts, silence fell in the room. All the ministers fell silent, not knowing how to argue with the words of the official leading them. One of the ministers spoke first after a pause, declaring that he was currently considering only one correct option for himself. One of the key figures in the royal family of Joseon was a boy named Yi Yu, who was one of the princes of the kingdom. 3 whole years had passed since he had arrived at the palace, and for the boy this was the biggest crisis. He was often under severe stress. One such day, Yi Yu was standing on the street, clenching his fists to contain his anger, when Hyang approached him and asked if the night had been calm. Princess Chongseo also pestered him, asking why he stood there like a statue and did not greet his sister and brother. When he heard his elder sister's words, Prince Yu finally came to his senses, his eyes widening in fear before he said something. The boy bowed his head to his older brother and sister and greeted them, asking if they had a good night. Princess Jongseo was also interested in this, and she asked the protagonist if anything had been bothering him these days. Yang patted his little brother on the back and said that it was not for nothing that studying was called work, and reported that he saw Yu studying hard the day before yesterday. With a smile on his face, Hyang asked his younger brother to teach him about swordsmanship later, and Yu promised to do so. Princess Jongseo asked the crown prince if he hadn't said that he would attend today's meeting and asked him to hurry. Yu was visibly surprised when the protagonist told his older sister that he heard that her wedding was cancelled. The crown prince warned him that he was leaving, and Jongseo told him to work hard, while little Yu stood behind him with his head down. The princess hugged her younger brother by the shoulders, saying that he hadn't spoken to his sister for a long time, and Yu began to tremble in fear of her. As the meeting in the throne room began, King Sejong asked whether Hojo province was actually directly involved in resale. The minister reported that this was indeed the case, and said that in order to make up for the shortage of people, it was necessary to introduce an examination for the civil service. The official hoped that his idea would finally please the king, but the emperor scratched his chin and said that this was not enough. King Sejong, as usual, asked the prince what he thought, and the protagonist said that the idea was good, but there was a nuance. The crown prince said that it would take a lot of time and money, but the problem could be solved by inviting students from Sungkyunkwan. The crown prince's proposal aroused the emperor's interest. He wanted to learn more about the Confucian students. The minister intervened, saying that those students were only first-year students who had not yet passed the main exam to become a civil servant. The official asked the king if it would not be a mistake if they sent incompetent students to government positions. The protagonist disagreed with him, saying that the Confucian students of Sungkyunkwan take various exams every month. Moreover, according to the crown prince, the grades of these students are ranked and recorded in order, so that the best students can be selected. Hyang said that excellent students have a chance to become excellent officials and pass the exam well as gain experience. Emperor Sejong liked his son's idea of hiring students, and he mentally praised his heir for his excellent work. Afterwards, the king asked the ministers present if they had any objections to the idea of an heir. The minister, who had previously been less than thrilled with the prince's proposal, now said that everything Hyang said was correct. The king then ordered that Sungkyunkwan be ordered to replenish the personnel of Hojo and establish a monopoly office under the control of this province. It was already late evening. The meeting in the main throne room was over, and the action was taking place in the official's house. Kobyul and Pachwa were sitting at the table, drinking an alcoholic drink, and there were also snacks in small plates in front of them. Pachwa told his friend that he was going to get so drunk today that he wouldn't even be able to stand up afterwards. As he was about to have a drink, the official said that even when he served King Taiho, he had never felt such disappointment as he did today. Kobyul laughed and asked if the man was talking about the days when the captain was fired and had to wait to be reinstated. Pachwa said that he was going to leave after speaking at the meeting today, and when he looked into Chusan's eyes, he felt like he heard that voice. Images of Emperor Sejong and the Crown Prince appeared before the official's eyes, both of them smiling evilly as they looked down at Pachwa. Kobyul and Pachwa were very irritated. They were angry at the damn rich people in the person of Emperor Sejong and his little son. The sun rose again. All the ministers and officials came again to the royal court to begin a new working day. Official Pakchwa approached the minister and said that many people were visible, which meant that today was the daily meeting, and Kobyul smelled alcohol from his friend. Kobyul told his comrade that there had been an order for all officials to attend today's meeting, suspecting that an urgent matter had arisen. When everyone gathered in the throne room, it turned out that an urgent message had arrived from the Ming Empire, which became the reason for the meeting. The protagonist, who was also present at the meeting, became wary when he heard this news about the Ming Empire. An urgent message from a neighboring country was that the third Ming emperor, named Yongli, had died the day before. King Sejong asked the officials if anything was known about the new crown prince of the Ming Empire. The emperor's question stunned the assembled officials and ministers. They looked down because they did not know the answer. The monarch scratched his head and loudly clicked his tongue, wanting to scold the stupid ministers again because they irritated him. He shouted, ordering ministers to assemble a condolence group and include in it people who were good at visual inspection. When Hyang was alone, he wondered what would happen to the relationship between the Joseon kingdom and the Ming Empire after Yongl's death. A frightened eunuch stuttered as he entered the boy's workshop. Hyang told him that he couldn't just come in there without asking because his tools were there. However, the eunuch had urgent news, and he whispered it in the ear of the crown prince, and what he heard shocked our hero. The eunuch continued to explain something to the boy in his ear, and from the expression on the boy's face it was clear that he liked the news. The protagonist was shocked again when the man told him the secret that His Majesty was in the next room. Hyang greeted the king with a smile when he came to visit him in Yane, and confessed to the emperor that his father's visit had come as a great surprise to him. Sejong asked his son if he was going to receive books through the ambassador, and Hyang said that he could not pass up such an opportunity. The emperor listened to his son and said that he understood everything, and then adjusted his sleeve before telling his heir anything else. The king gave the crown prince a list and asked the boy to purchase books on the topics mentioned in the note. Hyang asked why the king did not ask his subjects' ambassadors to bring the books directly, to which Sejong replied that these fools would only make a fuss and would accomplish nothing. The main character, when he opened the paper and read the note, was shocked because his father asked him to get unusual books. The stunned boy screamed and looked at his father when he read exactly what books the king was ordering. Emperor Sejong confirmed the crown prince's assumptions and stated that he needed books on phonology. The king of Joseon wanted to obtain textbooks on phonology, the branch of linguistics that studies the sounds of Chinese characters. The boy felt uneasy, his hands trembled and his face turned red, and he asked the king if he could inquire why his father needed these books. Sejong explained that he was upset because the people of Pyeongchang only have fun and eat, and it is not easy to find new people in Joseon. The king was disappointed that there were many smart people, but many of those who knew Chinese hieroglyphs had long been buried. The father shared with his son the idea that letters could be created that would be easy for everyone to learn, and that would create more talented people. The emperor said that all the letters in Soya's book represent sounds, and it seemed to him that such letters were easier to learn than those that represent words. The heir understood that he was witnessing a historic event, and promised his father that his list of books would be a priority for the delegation. The next day, there was a commotion in the royal court. One of the subjects tried to shout to the student Kim In-sun, who had run away somewhere. The man with the mustache raised a shout throughout the street. He repeated Kim In-seong's name, asking the boy where he was going. Kim In-sung was hiding in a tree the whole time. He complained about a man who was so noisy that he was killing him. The young man ran up to the tree, looked up, and finally saw the student Kim In-sun, whom he had been looking for so long. The excited man asked In-sun why he had not come this morning and stated that a really important decree had arrived. Jumping down from the tree, Kim In-seong said that he was not interested and was going to give up studying Confucianism and return to his city. The man tried to stop him because this student used to fight for first place, but Kim In-seong replied that it was useless now. Kim In-seong sighed heavily and said that he was already 26 years old, but he still couldn't come close to passing the minor exam, let alone the main test. The student told his friend that it had been 8 years since he had taken the Senwanshi exam, and then a problem had occurred. In-sun said that while taking the test, the ink stick he needed to write suddenly broke. Then the student took the red tile, but it was also broken, and even the inkstone was broken, so he failed the exam. And 5 years ago, When Inson tried to take the exam again, he was hit and the guy lost consciousness, and when he woke up, the test was already over. Afterwards, he was able to enter Sung Kyung Kwan thanks to his great-grandfather, an official, but he was quarantined due to dysentery, so he didn't even see the examination room. He also reminded his friend how 2 years ago they were both quarantined because his friend also contracted dysentery. Kim In-sung cried in disappointment. He said that someone was just playing with his life, and he even performed the exorcism ritual several times. The student said he now wanted to go back to his hometown and write poetry, and his friend grabbed him by the shoulder and suggested he go and apply. Kim In-seong's friend began to carry him on his shoulders, and the student became interested in what kind of application his friend was asking him to submit. When the students lined up, the official addressed them and asked the Sung Yung Kwan students to follow his commands. He asked the students why they were studying there and whether they were planning to take up government positions in the future. After the meeting with the official, the students discussed the new news. Many of them did not want to miss the opportunity to become a civil servant. The official's announcement became the main topic of discussion, and one of the students asked Pakin what he was going to do. One student was not thrilled. He said that they were being offered a job as a low-ranking official, and only a fool would agree to that. A third student intervened in their conversation, telling the young man that he was right, because one should strive to become a 6th-rank official. The plump student of Sun Young-wan was in a good mood. He was going to go and tell Kim Hyun everything, knowing that he would like it. Kim In-sun continued to be carried in people's arms. He was very depressed, and despite his friend's entreaties, he wanted to return to his hometown. Soon the meeting began. The king asked why only 103 people came from Sung Kyung Kwan if there were 150 people studying at the academy. The tax minister said the students said they were studying at Sung Kyung Kwan to get a degree, so they did not come. Emperor Sejong was irritated by the behavior of the students, many of whom refused to become officials and give up their studies. The minister bowed before the emperor and asked him not to be angry, and the king accused the students of having narrow views. Another official began to justify the students, telling King Sejong that this was because they still had little experience. But the monarch became even more angry. He banged on the table, shouting that broad views had nothing to do with a person's experience. An enraged Sejong shouted that it was a question of qualifications, and he was against the Gyeonggun government being filled with such people. The official fell to his knees before the enraged monarch and began to apologize to him, begging him to forgive the ministers for their mistake. The monarch calmed down a little, but was still angry, and asked the Minister of Taxes what he planned to do in the future. The old man reported that first the students of the Royal Academy would undergo 3 months of training in matters of industry and trade. He liked the idea, but the king was concerned that each class would be short of people due to some students refusing to participate. The Minister of Taxes responded that they would select officials with good grades, and then look at their performance and decide whether to demote or promote them. The monarch asked the minister whether students would have to work for a whole year if they were assigned to a retail store. The old man explained to the king that their place of work would change every year to eliminate the possibility of corruption. Now the king was pleased with the work of the ministers, and with the fact that the students of the Royal Academy would fill the shortage of civil servants. The minister reported that Sung Kyung Kwan students will be assigned work depending on their grades during the study period. Then the emperor asked the old man what ranks of civil servants they planned to transfer to the students of the academy. The tax minister told Sejong that the students would be ranked from the lowest 7th to the highest 9th. Hearing these words, King Sejong scratched his chin, an idea popping into his head that it might be possible to change the ranks. The assembled officials were shocked when Emperor Sejong ordered them to raise their rank to 6th, which was much higher. One of the ministers objected, saying that the 6th rank was even higher than that awarded to the best graduate of the academy. The old man was against it because the king wanted to give such high positions to students who had not even passed the general exam yet. King Sejong did not argue with the minister about this, but instead focused on the document lying on his desk. The emperor was focused. It seemed like he had a plan in his head on how to solve the problem with the students from the academy. The next day, a special recruitment of new officials was opened at the Ministry of Taxation, in which students participated. When Kim In-seong and his comrade arrived there and learned that if they received the position, they would be promoted to rank 6, they were shocked. They were told that this was true, and if they worked hard for the ministry, they would receive the title even without passing the main exam. Both students almost cried with happiness. They hugged, and Kim In-sung thanked his friend for dragging him here. Finally, a smile appeared on the depressed student's face, and a ray of hope appeared in his life filled with failures. While drinking tea, the protagonist learned about all this, and thought that those whose goal was to pass the exam were probably now in despair. As the crown prince picked up a cup of tea, he smiled, mentally wishing good luck to the students who had gotten jobs. The king told his son that he had instructed the minister to raise the ranks of the students and pay them bonuses, and Hyang praised him for his great kindness. Taking a cup of hot tea in his hands, the emperor laughed, surprised that his heir could now say such pleasant things. The boy said that his words were sincere. Moreover, he was very glad that Sejong came to him and told him about it personally. The king told his son that this policy was invented by Hyang himself, and then our hero looked at his father with eyes full of adoration. The monarch asked how much time was left before the boy would turn 15, and Hyang replied that there were only 4 years left. The emperor sighed heavily, because 4 years was still a very long time, and said that he wished that time would fly by faster. 3 months later, the proud official entered his first day of work as an employee of the Ministry of Taxes with a smile. But his happiness did not last long. Then he did not yet know that after some time he would end up behind bars and would cry loudly. Student Kim In-seong was temporarily appointed as a 7th rank official and would receive his official rank after a year of work in the department. So he had to do his job conscientiously. One day he left the house in his new work clothes. Kim In-seong thought about how, until recently, he was a simple student studying Confucianism at the Royal Academy. The boy was proud of himself, because from today on, he was a 7th rank official, and he mentally promised the king to do everything that depended on him. He recalled the past 3 hurricane months, because only 20 people out of 100 passed the final test, and the rest returned to the academy. A friend approached Kim In-seong and asked him to hurry up because the guy was late for the first registration. He asked his friend if he had also been assigned to the registration department, and a beaming Yun replied that he had been accepted there, although he had been given a lower rank. The excited new employees of the Minister of Taxes are ready to go and take the first step towards official appointment. Some students were still hesitating whether they should apply, but one of them tried to dissuade his friend, saying that they would still give him a mediocre rank. But the plump student objected, saying that the rank would be raised if they worked well for a year, and the pessimistic friend replied that it would not be easy. The student agreed with his friend and said that a real man must pass a real exam to get into government service. The following events took place on the territory of the Ministry of Taxation, in the registration department. The official approached the Minister of Taxes and brought him documents listing the provinces whose population had increased since the last census. When the old man began to study the documents provided to him, he was very surprised because the population had grown in many provinces. It's a headache for the tax minister, who is angry at people as he recalls one day that was a nightmare for him. It all started with the heir's law on cows. The king then issued an order to conduct a survey of households regarding the start of general vaccination. The minister then agreed to carry out the order, thinking that no problems would arise because the population census was carried out regularly. But when Emperor Sejong received the report, he was a little puzzled by the results. The monarch looked at the document provided for a long time. The ministers gathered at the meeting became tense when the king, studying the documents, declared that he had aged rapidly. Analyzing the report, the emperor asked officials whether people had simply started having children en masse without working. The emperor asked the crown prince to check what the population of the Joseon kingdom was before this census. The boy checked the data and told the king that before this census, about 2 million people lived in their state. The monarch said the new census showed the population was now over 4 million and asked how many times the vaccine needed to be given. Then, the emperor turned to the officials to ask them whether he was aging so quickly or whether people had started having a lot of children. The ministers had no answer to the king's question. They all obediently lowered their heads, not daring to look at Emperor Sejong. King Sejong was irritated by the fact that all the ministers remained silent, and then asked his son to answer this question. The protagonist suggested that such results were obtained because the previous census was wrong. The emperor agreed, but did not understand how such a mistake could have occurred, because regular censuses do not go unnoticed. Hyang assumed that the mistake was intentional because there was no official in Joseon so incompetent that he could not count. The boy said that local officials paid dues for their people, so they could write down a smaller number to allocate less taxes. Thus, the money that would have remained with the local government, initially allocated for the people, went to the governor. Hyang said the scheme did not require all local officials to be involved, and it was easy for the governor to collude. The ministers listened in silence to the crown prince's version, feeling ashamed because this mistake was also their responsibility. The king began shouting that taxes had been reduced and there was less spending, so that the royal family and ministers also received a smaller bonus. The emperor was furious, asking who was to blame for the fact that the actual population was larger and they lived in poverty, although they paid little taxes. In a fit of rage, the monarch tore the document he was holding in his hands into 2 pieces and shouted that the nobles were to blame for everything. The ministers were frightened by the king's anger, and their mouths opened in surprise when Sejong began to blame everything on the nobles who were being protected by the judges. Sejong accused officials of previously giving them increased bonuses for their hard work, and this is how they repay him. The ashamed ministers asked the king to spare them, and Sejong loudly ordered them to immediately make an accurate population register. Now the Minister of Taxes was shaking with fear when he recalled that meeting. He knew that from that day on everything became much more serious. There was a stir in the Ministry of Taxation. It turned out that the population of one of the provinces had grown 8-fold, and they were trying to find the culprit. The minister was alarmed when an employee burst into his office, shouting that new workers had finally arrived at headquarters. The old man immediately ran out into the street. He shouted how glad he was to see the new workers, and the newcomers were surprised that the minister himself was meeting them. Kim In-so and the others greeted the minister and introduced themselves, telling the old man that they would do whatever he ordered. The excited minister shouted at his employee, ordering him to immediately assign each newcomer an assistant and put them to work. A ministry official escorted the newcomers inside and assigned them a separate desk. Kim In-seo will sit next to his friend. The newcomers were shocked when ministry employees immediately approached them and placed a mountain of paperwork on their desk that needed to be completed today. When the sun was already setting behind the horizon, His Majesty the King was informed that the head of the Ministry of Taxes, Panso, had come to see him. The minister reported to Sejong that the census would soon be completed, but before that, he would like to tell him about one problem. The old man said that when organizing the family registry, they discovered areas where population growth was excessively high. The king received a report from the Ministry of Taxes, and when he read it, he saw that in some places the population had increased 5-fold or even 8-fold. Emperor Sejong turned to the eunuch and asked him to contact Daesahan, and the humble servant agreed to carry out the order. The king ordered the mobilization of officers and generals to investigate villages with rapidly growing populations and to use force against local officials in case of resistance. The Choson monarch ordered a quick and thorough investigation, and soon the mobilized officials set out on horseback to those provinces. At this time, the new employee of the Ministry of Taxation, Kim In-sung, was still spending time inside the department. The former student first opened his eyes from fatigue, but then closed them again because the first working day was difficult. But when Kim In-seong came to his senses and realized where he was, he opened his eyes wide again, the drowsiness gone. The new tax official was alarmed. Kim In-sung shouted at the top of his lungs that he was late. The newcomer scared everyone with his scream. His colleague and friend Yun even fell out of his chair in surprise upon hearing Kim's scream. One of the department's employees asked Kim In-song not to worry because he was not late, since the others were still here. Then Kim In-seong finally calmed down, and his friend Yoon was trying to come to his senses in the background, because he also accidentally fell asleep at work. The first shift at the Ministry of Taxes finally came to an end, and an exhausted Kim In-seong returned home in the middle of the night. The first thing the newbie did was collapse on the floor. The work shift had been so difficult that he no longer had the strength for anything. The guy was completely exhausted. There were big blue bags under his eyes from fatigue. He spent 4 whole days in the ministry. However, it was too early to relax, because the next day all the ministry employees returned to work. Kim In-seong and his friend Yoon no longer looked as happy as they did before their first day at work. The guys were very tired. The boys approached the Ministry of Taxation building and stopped for a moment before returning to work. They met another employee who told the guys that he could now hear their thoughts, and they asked the man how his night had gone. The employee asked how many days they had already worked at the ministry, and when they answered, he said that he could not yet recognize them as colleagues. Kim In-seong and his friend Yoon were surprised when the agency employee said that he did not yet perceive them as real employees. The man turned around, winked at the boys, and said that they hadn't even been to the rookie ceremony yet, and he was looking forward to it. The following events took place in the local office, which is located in the province of Jeonjobu. Someone loudly called for the official Pu Yun. The official Pu Yong asked why the man was so fussed, and the guest shouted that some important news had arrived. He told the official that the inspectorate had raided a village, where the figures on the list differed significantly from the last census. Pu Yun was not very impressed by this news. He asked the man what this incident had to do with them. The frightened man shouted to his boss that they had something to worry about in this situation. Another man rushed into the official Pu Yun's room. The man stood up and shouted to Judge Choi, saying that he was just about to call him. The concerned judge asked Lee Bang if they had heard the latest news yet, and said that they needed to find a solution as soon as possible. Pu Yong suggested that the judge talk inside and ordered Lee Bang to stay outside and make sure that no one entered them. The judge reported that many from Chungcheong province had already been transferred to Hanyang, and that the inspection would be carried out in 8 provinces in total. Choi told the chief that he needed to submit a written statement to somehow prove to the government that the population had really grown. Pu Yong asked the man if he had any ideas to explain why the population of their province had increased so quickly. The judge had an idea. He said that they had an increase in the number of slaves who had papers and became commoners, and they also had refugees. Pu Yun also intended to send a letter to the official Ryu Chong-hyun, who was his second cousin and the son-in-law of his half-cousin. Now the local village chief was not so worried. He broke into a smile, asking the judge if his connections weren't amazing. At this time, the newcomers from the tax department were discussing the upcoming initiation ceremony because they were in charge of food and alcohol. Kim In-seong told his friend that this was important because there were rumors that without going through the ceremony, it would be difficult for them to work in the government. An employee ran out of the ministry and yelled at the newcomers, asking why they were standing there if they had so much work. The minister's assistant, holding a whole stack of documents in his hands, entered the office of the head of the institution, saying that a lot of letters had arrived again. The minister guessed that they had been sent explanatory notes again, and the assistant said that this time the letters came from Gyeongju, Gyeongsando. With this stack of documents, the employee walked around the office, and on the way he ran into a new employee, Kim In-sung. The man scolded Kim In-seong for goofing off instead of working, and the newbie apologized to the employee. The man handed the newcomer the stack of documents, saying that he was just about to bring them to Kim In-seong. He told Kim that these were population growth claims from 8 provinces in the country, and asked him to compare them with the previous census today and look for any unusual details. Kim In-seong asked Yoon if the staff were just making fun of him because he hadn't yet completed the annual ritual. The sun was already setting behind the horizon, but work at the Ministry of Taxation continued to boil due to the population census. One of the employees approached Kim In-seong and Yoon's desk, holding a pile of documents in his hand, telling the guys that they needed to process these applications tomorrow. Kim In-sung looked suspiciously at the piece of paper that the employee handed him, with the words that after work he should go to this address. The man didn't explain anything to the newcomer and simply left, winking at Kim and asking him to work hard. After the working day was over, the boys went into town to find the place that was indicated in the note. Kim In-seong and Yoon wandered around the narrow streets for a long time, trying to find the alley they needed, and they felt at a loss. Using the schematic map in the note as a guide, the boys finally found the place the ministry employee had asked them to go to. Approaching the desired building, newcomer Kim In-sung grabbed a large metal ring to knock on the door. The boy became scared and stepped back when suddenly a narrow window in the door opened, and the stranger asked him who was there. Kim In-seong whispered to the stranger that he had come here as a representative of an official from the Ministry of Taxation. Then the owner of the premises had a smile on his face. He opened the door for the guys and asked the visitors to come inside. Already at the table, the man asked what kind of feast they wanted to throw, assuming that the guys from the ministry had come because of the initiation ceremony. Kim In-seong and Yoon immediately beamed with happiness when they realized that they were invited here because of the rookie initiation ceremony. The owner of the establishment bragged to the guys, saying that they could organize everything well, from a wedding and an anniversary to a dedication ceremony. The man promised them to prepare everything as needed, but Kim In-sun was now worried about the cost of the event, which he told the owner about. The owner offered to connect Kim with a good family to get married, and if he performed the wedding, the initiation ceremony would be free as a gift. Kim In-seong responded that he has a wife and children and cannot make decisions on his own on such important issues. Then, the owner offered to give him the opportunity to pay only 30% of the feudal contribution for 3 years. The guys shouted that it was too much and the initiation ceremony was not worth such large bonuses, considering that the interest was paid twice a year. The man became upset and told them that in that case they should prepare the ceremony themselves, adding that they could be fired if the event was bad. Kim In-seong said that 30% was too much for him because he still needed to find a new home for his wife and children when they moved to Hanyang. Then the owner offered to give him a 20% bonus for the new year, and Kim In-seong agreed to this offer. Yoon disagreed, suggesting that they discuss the matter with the others and then make a decision, but Kim In-seong insisted on his own. Eventually, the contract with the owner of the establishment was signed, and the man asked the guys not to worry about the cost anymore. Finally, the owner told the boys that in 5 days he would send someone to the ministry, but for now they needed to prepare everything. After In-sun and Yoon left, the stranger in the hat asked the owner if he had managed to rob the boys, and he replied that he always filled his pockets in such cases. It turned out that it was the official who asked In-sun and Yoon to come here, and the man told the owner not to forget that he was in on it too. An official from the Ministry of Taxes noted that the owner had worn out the newcomers considerably, but the man replied that he had not offended them. 5 days later, the initiation ceremony began. It took place in the valley of Mount Inwang Susondong, and the fun was in full swing. There were a lot of people present at the ceremony. Some men were dancing and playing musical instruments, and some were sitting at tables. The ceremony involved bullying the new recruits, so Kim In-seong's face was already disfigured with black paint. Yoon and the other newcomer suffered even more. The boys were harnessed like horses, and the satisfied employees of the Ministry of Taxes rode on them. Also, to successfully pass the initiation into civil service, former students had to drink alcohol directly from their boots. After this, the boys had to swim in cold water, and the hooligans from the ministry grabbed the newcomers by force and threw them into the lake. When the tax minister learned of the festivities the following day, he was furious that staff had held the ceremony at such a difficult time. The assistant reported to the chief that about 20 people were present at the ceremony, and the minister ordered them all to be brought to him. In the courtyard of the ministry, Kobyul began to scold the employees, shouting that they were crazy because they went against the king's order. The angry grandfather shouted at the workers, asking if they didn't know that the monarch had strictly forbidden the ceremony. For the newcomers who had taken part in yesterday's fun, this was indeed news, and their eyes widened in shock. One of the staff members decided to calm down newcomer Kim In-seong by whispering in his ear that everything would end up in just a few days of punishment. But when King Sejong learned about everything from the report, the monarch was furious. The bridge of his nose turned red. He was very angry at the insolent people. The minister shouted that despite the inspectors being busy, they would definitely pay attention to this incident. In a rage, the Joseon monarch called the old eunuch. He first wanted to tell him something about the inspector, but then changed his mind. The Minister of Taxes stood in front of his employees and shouted that they were all now on probation and ordered them to get out of his sight. At this time, King Sejong was not going to leave this matter unattended. The man ordered the chief official to be called to him immediately. The employee continued to whisper to Kim In-seong, stating that he was right, and advised the guy not to miss the opportunity to take a couple of days off. The tax department workers turned sharply, staring back as footsteps were heard in the department's courtyard. Everyone was scared when a whole crowd of guards approached the ministry, men in checkered suits holding wooden clubs in their hands. Even the Minister of Taxes was taken by surprise by the guards' visit. 6 men with batons were rapidly approaching the employees. The Minister of Taxation recognized these people as representatives of the detective agency, the Royal Investigation Bureau. One of the agency's employees stated that they were carrying out His Majesty's order to arrest all those who were at the initiation ceremony. All those who had gathered in the courtyard were horrified to see before them representatives of the Royal Bureau of Investigation, an authoritative body. When night fell on the street, the criminals were already behind bars, securely guarded from the outside by 2 guards with machetes in their hands. The men sat on the floor and trembled from fear and cold. Some cried, and some said that they knew they would never return from prison. Kim In-sung, clutching the bars, burst into tears and shouted that it was unfair because he was a newbie who didn't know about the order. The second prisoner shouted that Prime Minister Lee Jik was his cousin and asked to be allowed to contact him. At this time, a night meeting was taking place in the throne room. The ministers bowed before the king, begging him to understand them. One of the officials begged the monarch to moderate his anger because sending those employees to prison was too harsh, even though they had made a mistake. But the king stood his ground, saying that he would not let it go because he had banned such events a year ago. The Minister of Taxation explained to the emperor that most of those present at the ceremony were new recruits who had just arrived from the academy. Sejong shouted that this fact made him even more angry because the newcomers dared to ignore his orders. The second minister objected to the king, saying that the purpose of the ceremony was to get rid of arrogance on the part of more experienced employees. Emperor Sejong agreed that equal relations between employees was good and asked who was the organizer of the party. The minister said that Beljae was the main one there, and also Chwaran. The man wanted to continue, but the angry king interrupted him. The emperor shouted, "Is this the equal relationship that was being discussed if the newcomers are only afraid of the 6th and 5th rank officials?" The minister bowed his head to the king and said that he was mistaken, and expressed the hope that Sejong would take pity on his foolish subjects. The king stood up and shouted, complaining about the newcomers ignoring his orders and declaring that the problem with them needed to be nipped in the bud. The eunuch wanted to address His Highness, but the protagonist interrupted him, after which he greeted his father himself. Standing outside the gate, Hyang asked the king if he could express his opinion on the character of the sinners who were so troubling the Pope. Emperor Sejong gave the boy permission to speak and asked him to enter the throne room and address the officials. The crown prince entered the throne room and knelt before the king, bowing his head to the floor, and thanked him for permission. The protagonist recalled the initiation ceremony, a tradition that has survived to this day, in which he took part in a past life. He smiled as he recalled that when he was a freshman in college, a guy also had to suffer for several days because of hazing. The king's mood improved with the arrival of his son. He asked him to speak out about those rude people who were now behind bars. The protagonist told his father that he believed that the employees of the Ministry of Taxes had enough time to conduct such ceremonies. Emperor Sejong agreed with the boy, asking if the Minister of Taxes still kept saying that he was short of personnel. The minister shouted that it was true that they were short of personnel, and that the reckless act had been committed by a small group of officials. The crown prince told the Pope that those nasty people who disobeyed the king's order seemed like quite capable workers. The heir's words interested the monarch. He scratched his chin and asked Hyang why he thought so. Hyang said the minister was demanding more staff because there was a lot of work, but since the ceremony had already been held, it meant they had enough time. Emperor Sejong and his young heir began to mock their subjects, repeating that those workers were apparently very talented and capable. At that moment, the assembled ministers seemed to feel the icy cold emanating from the Joseon monarch and his heir. The Minister of Taxation decided to hold on, listening to the reproaches of the royal family, because it was better than being exiled or dismissed. Afterwards, Hyang looked at the ministers and said that he heard that the census book and land registry had not yet been completed. The officials stared at the crown prince with wide eyes, not knowing what to say to the boy when he said these words. Hyang added that, in addition, many letters come from the provinces, so he suggested entrusting these matters to workers who have enough time even during the ceremonies. Emperor Sejong was very pleased with the young crown prince's idea and shouted that the idea was simply brilliant. The king reminded the minister that last time he had said that he would give them 5 years for the census and the land register. The monarch began shouting, declaring that he was now giving them only 1 year to do this work, and that everyone involved in the ceremony would have to take up systematization as well. He set the condition that everyone would be exiled if they did not manage to do it, and the length of their exile would depend on how much they did not manage to do. The emperor also ordered that 80% of the salaries of the offending officials be deducted until the systematization was completed. The crown prince suggested to his father that all those people be quarantined and that the period be further reduced to 1 month. King Sejong thought about his son's proposal and ironically suggested that the crown prince liked those employees so much. The boy said that most of them probably didn't know the finer points, and if their father gave them a chance, the boys would take the initiative to abolish the ceremonies. The emperor said that the heir's words made sense, but a month was too short for this work, so he allocated 3 months. The next day, the imprisoned tax officers were released from prison with bags over their heads and their hands tied. The guard shouted at the prisoners, ordering the boys to walk slowly and not to run, but they could not see anything. Kim In-sung also walked along with the other prisoners. The man did not understand what would happen next, and whether Captain Yeon I-chun knew about the whole situation. Bel-jae from the Ministry of Taxes was also in that crowd. He was brought into a room and asked to sit on a chair. The man was horrified. He thought that he had been placed on a torture chair and was now going to be punished for a terrible mistake. The official closed his eyes in fear. He didn't want to become crippled for life because of some stupidity after being punished on the torture chair. So the man decided to confess everything. He shouted that he was in collusion with the merchant, and they were supposed to receive grain and cloth at the ceremony. The ministry employee said he would accept any punishment, but asked not to touch him, and after that, the bag was removed from his head. When Bel-jae could see again, he found himself in a hall where the rest of the prisoners were gathered at tables and staff were walking around. The main character was also present in this room. He was surprised and called this story amazing after Bel-jae's confession. The boy decided to run away when the minister became angry at Bel-jae, whom he hired only because of their mutual connections, and now he repays him like this. Several days passed, and the following events took place on the grounds of Gyeonggiru, a palace called Gyeongbokgung. The king decided to throw a feast for the officials. He said that he was well acquainted with the hardships of the ministers, so he wanted to console them. Some officials were delighted and thanked the king, but the minister of taxes was perplexed, because just a couple of days ago, Sejong had yelled loudly at the old man. Sejong, looking at the minister, became angry at the old man again, because the grandfather could not control his facial expression and refused to rejoice like the others. Noticing the monarch's stern, intent gaze, the minister of taxes bowed his head and said that he did not know how to gain the king's favor. A smile appeared on the king's face, and he advised the ministers to forget about work for a moment and drink to their heart's content. Soon, the minister of taxes received a depressing letter with a proposal to engage in the resale of cabinets, the inspection of salt reserves, and the determination of the amount of tribute. The elderly man, realizing that he would not be able to rest anytime soon, collapsed onto his desk and admitted that he wanted to resign. While the king and his heir were walking, Sejong told about the merchants and officials who had colluded and now must be severely punished. The quiet walk of father and son did not last long. Someone ran up to the royal nobility, shouting for his majesty. Out of breath, the eunuch fell to his knees before the king and wanted to report that someone had entered the city, but because of his shortness of breath he could not say anything normally. But then King Sejong and the crown prince themselves guessed who had come to the city, and joyful smiles lit up their faces. The main character warned his father that for now he would go to meet with the translator who was accompanying the delegation, and the king went to the palace where he apologized to the guests because they were tired from the journey, and Sejong immediately called them here. The emperor told the official that the matter could not be delayed, so there was no time to waste, and the man replied that everything was fine. King Sejong asked the ambassador who had traveled to the Ming Empire what he could say about the new head of that state. The ambassador looked down at the floor and told the gentleman that the new Emperor Ming seemed to him to have a very gentle character. The ambassador told the king that the new emperor's voice was relaxed and soft, and all his actions were extremely measured. The servants, according to the official, also speak well of their new emperor's son, who ended the war unleashed by the previous king. The king breathed a sigh of relief and said that this was good news, and then asked that the accompanying philosophers and contemplators be brought here. Lee Han-soo, the National Assembly's physician, and the second guest knelt before His Majesty and greeted the king. The emperor asked those who had come closer to him to talk with the delegation about their visit to the empire. The monarch asked the ambassadors the same question. He was interested to know what Lee Han-soo and his colleague thought about the new emperor. The men could not clearly answer the king's question. They hesitated and began to look at each other. Lee Han-soo found the right words to describe the new emperor and told Sejong that his appearance was very impressive. The National Assembly's physician said his eyes were bloodshot, and he felt that even sitting on the throne was difficult for the emperor. Han Su also noted the ruler's uneven and pale complexion. The emperor never smiled, and his eyes evoked anxiety and fear. King Sejong thanked the men for their hard work and allowed them to go. The men bowed and thanked the monarch for his generosity. The monarch asked about the emperor's health. Ethan replied that the ruler really did not look very well, and because of the size of his body, the man had difficulty breathing. At that moment, Sejong remembered his son, who used to be so concerned about his health, forbidding him to eat a lot. Now the king was not angry about the heir's overprotectiveness as before, because if it were not for Yang, he too would have become like Emperor Ming. The emperor asked the officials what they thought would happen to the Joseon pavilion in Shandong after the new ruler came to power. The ambassador said that this topic was the most discussed, and the taxes collected by the empire increased due to active trade between the countries. An interested Zhang Yon said that he also knew that the funds that were coming into the Joseon government had also increased many times over. The ambassador tried to convey to the king exactly what the new emperor had said about trade with Joseon. Emperor Seong ordered that profits be left for the merchants of Joseon, and also spoke of the many pirates at sea and the need to quickly build a water base. All the ministers were delighted with the news, because thanks to the water base, the Joseon kingdom would also be protected from pirates. Upon learning that the Navy would protect the sea from pirates, the Minister of Taxes and the Minister of Public Works breathed a sigh of relief. The other officials who had gathered for the meeting in the throne room were also happy to hear this news. Only King Sejong, judging by his reaction, was not delighted. He clenched his teeth and covered his face with his hand, hiding his irritation and anger. The joyful minister exclaimed that thanks to the Navy their safety would be ensured, and this was a blessing. The smiles immediately disappeared from the ministers' faces as Emperor Sejong shouted, ordering the officials to shut their mouths. Fuming, King Sejong scratched his forehead, admitting that he was beginning to doubt whether he was leading Joseon properly. The officials no longer rejoiced at the good news. They shamefully lowered their eyes to the floor, begging the king to forgive them. However, the emperor could no longer be stopped. The man rose from the throne and shouted at the ministers, asking why he should not be angry. The king pointed his finger at the left advisor and shouted at the official, asking if he knew what mistake he had made. The left advisor felt a strong fear of the king's wrath. He lowered his gaze and loudly apologized to his majesty. When the king yelled at him again, the advisor could not stand the tension and yelled back, asking why he always did this to him. The enraged left advisor yelled that he was just going to leave, and then, completely losing control, hit the king. The left advisor was seething with rage. His body seemed to be burning with a bright flame, but it turned out that he had imagined it all. Afterwards, the official saw before him the image of his family, but his daughter, instead of a normal head, had a rabbit's head on her shoulders. The Minister of Taxation at this time, tired of all these disputes, was only thinking about how he wanted to resign. The leftist official finally came to his senses after his hallucinations and began to beg King Sejong to be merciful to him. However, the emperor decided to end the meeting. He shouted that it was over and hastily left the throne room. The enraged King Sejong abruptly opened the doors and left the room, shouting at the officials one last time, ordering them to disperse. The ministers just looked after the angry king, not understanding at what point something in the world went wrong. The officials who had been watching Sejong turn around and noticed the left advisor, who was uneasy. The left advisor also found it difficult to control his emotions. He screamed and left the throne room. The man went outside and began to curse the clear sky. The sun was blinding his eyes. He tried to balance his breathing to calm down. The next action took place in the Eastern Palace, with loud screams coming from the room. The elderly eunuch stood obediently outside the room, listening to the loud cries that could be heard nearby. King Sejong was walking nearby and praised the translator for his good skills, and he responded by saying that his mercy was boundless. The eunuch asked the king if he should announce his arrival, because the emperor had been standing in the street for about an hour. Having calmed down after the argument in the hall, the king, with a smile on his face, told the eunuch that everything was fine, and the man was ready to return. The backyard of our protagonist's research institute was not deserted either. A visitor had arrived there. The Minister of Taxation came to the institute. He asked the official if the Minister of Public Affairs was inside, and he was told that he was there. The Minister of Public Affairs was indeed at the institute. the man standing with his nose buried in a book when he heard the doors creak. Surprised by the visit of the Minister of Taxes, the official asked the old man why he had come, and Ho Fan replied that he wanted to know his comrade's opinion. The official invited the old man to sit down to talk, and the Minister of Taxes thanked his colleague for his kindness. The slightly worried Minister of Public Affairs asked his friend what had happened, and the purpose of his unexpected visit. The Minister of Taxes said that their delegation had returned from the Min Empire an hour ago, and the head of the delegation, Fan So, had provided a report on the trip. The elderly man began to tell his colleague in great detail about what he had missed while he was at the research institute. In a parody of King Sejong, the tax minister told his colleague that the meeting left the emperor very angry. The old man sighed heavily and admitted that he did not understand what mistake they had made that made the king so angry. The Minister of Public Affairs listened carefully to his colleague and understood what was going on when he complained that he already wanted to resign. The elderly official was surprised when his friend suddenly stood up from his chair and suggested that the old man go somewhere together right now. They were about to go to the one who knew the answer for sure, while our main character was admiringly studying the new drawings in his office. Afterwards, the boy thanked his worker for his hard work and allowed him to go home and rest a little. When he turned around, Hyang noticed that the institute's deputy director and the Minister of Taxation, Ho Fan, were standing nearby. The protagonist was surprised that the minister was here and asked old man Ho Fan what he was doing at the research institute. The Minister of Taxes told the heir that he had come there on the advice of the Minister of Public Works to find out the prince's opinion. Soon, Hyang learned about everything that happened in the king's palace, sighed heavily, and said that he understood why his father was so angry. The Minister of Taxes was kneeling in front of him, and Hyang asked the official if he was in charge of all the finances of their kingdom. The old man remembered the image of the angry king, who had asked him then whether a minister should not do everything correctly. The crown prince was also irritated that the tax minister did not understand what the problem was. The old man was in despair. He looked down at the floor and began to beg the prince to be kind and give him an answer. Not understanding why the old man was so upset, Hyang calmly explained to him that it was quite simple, and the Ming naval base was a problem for Joseon. The minister was genuinely surprised, because he had previously thought that it was good that the Ming dynasty would cover them from above with its fleet. Then the protagonist asked the old man if he thought the Ming Empire had too much extra money, and then the minister realized something. Hyang explained that the pirate threat still remained, and the Ming Navy was being reorganized, which would entail a lot of expense. The hero asked the minister what he thought the Ming Empire would do to somehow cover these expenses, and the man suggested that they would increase taxes. Hyang agreed, saying that sooner or later the emperor would raise taxes on merchants, and they could not know where the proceeds would go. The tax minister has finally realized that this will only put enormous pressure on the kingdom's finances, and that is not a reason to rejoice. The heir advised the old man to send someone to his superiors to obtain information and said that Joseon had no reason to block the construction of naval bases yet. Hyang also advised to first find out the size of this new base and study the expenses that the Ming Empire had in the past year. The minister began to praise the heavens and thank the prince, and our hero cried out that there was no time for this and ordered the old man to run. Afterwards, Hyang asked Minister Zhong how long it would be before the officials would start arguing with the prince about this, and he said that many already wanted to resign because of the king. The protagonist put his head on his hand and told the Minister of Public Affairs that he thought his opinion was quite fruitful. Minister Zhong was in complete agreement with the crown prince's opinion, and by listening to everyone, they were gradually moving in the right direction. Zhong thought that the only place in Joseon where everyone could express their opinion equally with everyone else was the Hang Research Institute. Looking at our hero, the Minister of Public Affairs realized that he wanted to see the kingdom that the crown prince would create someday. However, the official was troubled by something else. He had already begun to forget how much time had passed since he had seen his wife and children. Hyang remembered that he had something to show, and suggested to the minister, since he was already here, that they look together at the things brought by the delegation. The official forced a smile in front of the prince, but he was disappointed because he had so wanted to come home early today. At this time, the Minister of Taxation burst into the office. He shouted out the names of officials, but there was no one inside. Inside was Choi-san, and he asked the old man if he no longer considered him a human being, because the king had not chosen him. A tired Choi-san told the minister that if he came early, he would only need to drink more, and the old man was satisfied with this answer. Unexpectedly, the official Yon-san entered the room and was surprised to see that Cho-san and the Minister of Taxes had not yet gone home. The three sat down at the table, and then the Minister of Taxes invited the men to voice the decision he had come to the day before. The old man stood up abruptly from his chair when the fourth official entered the office, and it was Wu-san, who was surprised that everyone was here. When everyone sat down at the table again, the Minister of Taxes wanted to tell about the solution that the Crown Prince had shared with him. But he was interrupted again. Cho-san entered the office. He was also surprised that all the ministers were still there, and his appearance also came as a surprise to the officials. When everyone finally gathered, Cho-san crossed his arms and asked the head of the Ministry of Taxation what problem and solution he wanted to talk about. The elderly man scratched his beard and coughed before finally telling his colleagues what he had learned from the Crown Prince. Just in case, the Minister of Taxation turned around again and looked at the door to make sure that no one else was coming. The old man reminded his colleagues that the king had left the hall in a rage today and declared that he had found a solution to the problem they had been unable to solve. All the ministers were stunned when they heard this. They finally understood why His Majesty Sejong was so angry today. But the minister stood up from his chair and told his colleagues that he hadn't even said anything yet, and they complained about him for taking too long. It was already quite dark outside. The street was illuminated by a lantern when the minister finally finished his story about the problem that angered the monarch. Now the officials finally understood why Emperor Sejong was so angry and admitted that they had no idea why. One of the ministers summed up that it would now be good to tell the king about everything, sum up the results, and report to him. Choi-san understood that they were able to solve this problem only thanks to the insight and intelligence of Crown Prince Yang. As the night continued in the royal court, Sejong was informed that the Crown Prince had come to see him, and he allowed his son to enter. The emperor asked his son if he had brought the books he had asked for, and Yang said that he had brought a couple of other interesting works as well. King Sejong immediately began to read the books he had been waiting for so long from the Ming Empire, and he invited his son to look at them together. The man opened the first book on phonology, paused briefly, and chuckled as he began to study its contents. There was a deathly silence in the room, which made the main character feel slightly uncomfortable. He closely watched his dad's behavior. He noticed that the Pope was very focused while reading the book. It seemed as if the king was absorbing all the energy around him. The protagonist realized that Sejong seemed to really like the book, and he seemed to have even forgotten that his son was still here. After some time, the emperor finally tore himself away from the book that had captivated him for so long. He became frightened when he noticed his surroundings. The man screamed in surprise when he noticed that his son was still in the room. The boy could not stand it and had long since fallen asleep. Not wanting to wake his heir, King Sejong carefully picked up his son to carry Hyang to his chambers and put him to bed. The king noted that the boy was already quite heavy, and he felt sad that his son was growing up so quickly, and his childhood would end very soon. The first leaf had already fallen from the tree, indicating the beginning of autumn in the Joseon kingdom and the completion of the work on systematizing the documents. The first punished officials from the Ministry of Taxes began to leave the quarantine zone, where they were confined to systematize documents. Kim In-seong and Yoon couldn't believe that the paperwork was finally completed and admitted that these 3 months had been very terrible. But their joy didn't last long, because an employee immediately yelled at them, telling the boys to stop acting so pathetic and move. The official accused them of whining over some trifle, because the guys were sent not somewhere far away, but to a building right in front of the Ministry of Taxes. There was some kind of commotion in the royal court. A man was riding his horse at full speed, simultaneously announcing urgent news. When he appeared before King Sejong, the man knelt before the monarch and handed him the document. After examining the document provided, King Sejong ordered the eunuch to call the head of the royal secretariat, Do Seung-chi, to him. But a second later, the emperor changed his mind and asked the eunuch to tell the head of the secretariat that all ministers and high-ranking officials should come to the palace immediately. At this time, our hero was in Zone 51. Together with his assistants, they were discussing testing new firearms. They were distracted when the heir was informed that an order had been received for all high-ranking ministers to come to the palace immediately. The prince was offered to be escorted to the palace, and Hyang suggested that the general and the others go with him, since all the high-ranking officials had been called to the palace. The horse quickly raced to the royal palace, in time to bring the crown prince and other officials there to meet with the emperor. The main character, while riding a horse, thought about what had happened that his father had given him such an urgent order. Soon the horses stopped and the crown prince arrived at the gate that led to the grounds of the royal palace. A worried Hyang asked the eunuch what had happened, and Mr. Park said that an urgent message had come from the north, but he did not know the details. The protagonist's expression immediately changed. He stared down with wide eyes when he realized what the message from the north could be connected with. General Cho Hae-sang and Lee Chung also thought that this was hardly a trivial matter, and Hyang thought that the whole thing smacked of bloodshed. The eunuch told the crown prince that he had prepared an official uniform for him and asked Hyang to come with him quickly. Cho Hae-sang and Lee Chung told Hyang that they also needed to change into formal clothes and then meet at the palace. Looking after the soldiers, the hero thought that before he had goosebumps because of them, because he knew that they had survived hell. He assumed that the mere thought of war had awakened the fighting spirit in the military, and told himself that he must not forget that Joseon was built on blood. When everyone had gathered, King Sejong announced that the reason he had called everyone here was because of an urgent message from the north. The officials were calm, but Lee Chung and General Cho Hae-sang were tense, eager to find out what this news was. Afterwards, Emperor Sejong asked the head of the royal secretariat to convey this message to the ministers, and Do Seung-ji agreed to do so. Seung-ji said that since last year there had been a commotion about the Gongju tribe in Gyeongju, and recently a new cause for concern had arisen. The head of the secretariat said there was talk that the unrest was caused by the southward movement of a large tribe of Gongju from the north. The man continued, saying that this large tribe had moved south under pressure from the Tatar tribe of Daldana, and there were about 10,000 of them in all. The protagonist did the calculations in his head and came to the conclusion that about 15,000 people were moving south, if there are up to 15 people in a tribe on average. Lee Chung and General Cho Hae-san spoke up, suggesting that there might be between 10 and 30,000 cavalrymen there. This tribe had long been a difficult people, and they caused great harm to Goryeo and Song when they conquered the Central Plains and founded the Jin Dynasty. It was thanks to their powerful cavalry that they were able to inflict great damage, but after the Jin Dynasty fell, they again split into small tribes. Due to their semi-peasant lifestyle, the Jurchen tribe's cavalry was still powerful, and all they lacked to form a strong nation was unification. But neither the Ming Empire nor the Joseon Kingdom benefited from this. It was more expedient to control the tribe by constantly threatening it. The officials said that it was impossible that the people would not know about such a large-scale movement, and asked the king who the leader of the tribe was. Emperor Sejong claimed to be in control of the Yimanju tribes, but he was more concerned that the Ming Empire had allowed the tribes to migrate. The official apologized to the king, but decided to express his opinion that all this could be a deliberate plan on the part of the Ming dynasty. The king liked the official's idea and said that the situation was critical, so he asked those gathered to come up with a good solution as soon as possible. At this time, the main character, propping his head up with his hand, thought about how great the influence of King Taejo and Lee Seong-gi was. The crown prince remembered his life before he was reincarnated, when he spent his time at his computer, clicking the mouse. Then, using the internet, Jin-ho learned of Lee Seong-gi's presence among the Jurchen tribe from the records of King Taejo. He learned that Yi Song-gai's influence was crazy, and he agreed that he would create a country with the Jurchens rather than the Joseon dynasty. Now, as Hyang, the boy felt relieved because he already knew so much from his past life, and now it was easier for him to prepare for government service. Standing in the middle of the royal palace, the protagonist understood that only a tyrant like Yeon Sang-gun could have organized such a thing. What puzzled the boy was that after King Taeho, direct interaction with the Jurchens had significantly decreased. Biting his finger and thinking hard, the heir came to the conclusion that Taeho's influence on the tribe seemed weak, given the current situation. The protagonist was very upset, realizing that now they had no other choice, although he desperately tried to find an alternative. He then turned to the king and asked if he could find out something from him, and Sejong asked if his son had managed to find a solution. The crown prince told the emperor that he believed that they needed to act according to the standard now, rather than try to come up with any tricks. The monarch raised one eyebrow in surprise and scratched his chin. The heir's proposal to act according to the standard surprised him. Heir stated that the Joseon dynasty was the first to reform the military system to ensure internal stability, so they should subjugate the tribe. The emperor listened to his son's opinion, but he still had doubts, so he asked the heir again if he thought it would be better this way. The protagonist said that he was very sorry, but at the moment this was the best solution. But he could not admit to his father directly that they were now in complete ass. The visibly tired emperor admitted that there was sense in our hero's words and said that the heir's wisdom even frightened him a little. Heir stated that they are now in a situation where it is difficult to use any strategy, so any trick would be a mistake. One of the officials, listening to the prince, thought that Heir was speaking the absolute truth and that a rule was better than any trick, and effort was better than chance. The heir stated that strategy is best when it is appropriate, because one can be a wise man and still lose. The protagonist was frightened when the shout of an official in a brown suit was heard throughout the throne room, declaring that Heir was right. The official felt very embarrassed by his behavior, and immediately covered his mouth with both hands when he realized that he had shouted so loudly. Emperor Sejong began to click his tongue loudly, feeling irritated by the official's inappropriate behavior. The man pressed his forehead to his forehead and began to scream, begging the king to spare him and apologizing for his carelessness. The king ordered his ministers to create a plan to reform the military system, specifying that the task also applied to lower-ranking officials. The officials gathered at the emergency meeting responded in unison to King Sejong that they were ready to carry out his order. After the urgent meeting, the emperor and his young heir went for a walk, crossing the bridge over the river accompanied by their subjects. Suddenly, King Sejong coughed, and the crown prince asked the pope if he had come up with an interesting idea. The emperor laughed loudly and said that he could not contain his laughter when he remembered Jasan's embarrassed face. The king admitted that he never thought he would see something like this from such a wiry old man, recalling Jasan's cry during the meeting. The man stopped, clasping his hands behind his back. He looked at the sky as a yellow autumn leaf slowly fell right on him. King Sejong caught the piece of paper in his hand and admitted that he actually wanted to postpone the reform of the military system for some time. Looking at a yellow leaf that had fallen from a tree, Sejong admitted that he thought he might ruin everything, but it was more of a rule than a trick. Heir, looking at his father with admiration, understood how far the monarch was looking when the man said that the time had come to have a strong army. The protagonist froze in amazement as he witnessed historical statements from the lips of King Sejong himself. Several days passed. The action took place in the main royal throne room, where the prepared documents were already lying on the table. However, the documents were not destined to lie there for long, because King Sejong grabbed the table and threw it straight into the hall. The emperor, for some reason, was furious again. Throwing a table at the officials, he asked them to forget everything they had talked about before. The officials and ministers huddled together, their mouths open in fear, staring at the wooden table that was flying straight at them. King Sejong sighed heavily. The emperor of Joseon was in a bad mood at the meeting in the throne room today. The man clutched the scroll of paper tightly in his hands, furious at the recent events and the work of his officials. Losing control of himself, Emperor Sejong burst into flames and threw the table with papers straight into the audience. But all this was only in Sejong's imagination. He wanted to do it, but he had to control himself in order to preserve the honor of the monarch. Instead, he asked the ministers if this was all they had learned, and the officials bowed their heads, asking the monarch to be merciful. One of the officials dared to tell King Sejong that he believed this was the best option in the current situation in Joseon. The king scratched his forehead and agreed with the official, and then declared that in that case, from today on, the state council and the ministry office would be abolished. The ministers were shocked by this statement, and they cried out to His Majesty because it was a surprise to them. The emperor declared that instead they would create a new organization called Pegak Non-bu, which would take over all responsibilities. He specified that the current head of the state council and 2 ministers would lead it, and also proposed to abolish the current job titles. Now the official, who was previously a left state councillor, will have the position of an Eastern official. The elderly man, who until now held the position of right advisor, will receive the title of Western official. The chief state councillor has also received a new position. He will be the central official managing Pegok Nonbu. The Minister of Taxation will also participate in the management of the state. He will be given a new position of Southern official. The position of Northern officer will be given to the Minister of Public Works by order of King Sejong. Considering the situation in Joseon, the king decided to keep the previous staff, and the new government would then be called Saban, which means 4 directions. An angry King Sejong stood up and shouted that now that the new organization had been created, Joseon had to become a better country. But officials did not think that it would be so easy, because it would be necessary to change the personnel arrangements, change the structure of government management, and much more. The king shouted at the officials, saying that this was precisely part of the plan for reforming the military system that they had proposed to him earlier. Going down to the ministers, he continued to scold them, asking if they were going to come back to him with an even worse plan. He did not like the ministers' reaction to the reform, and Sejong shouted at them to forget about everything and he would do everything himself. The left state councillor immediately began to apologize to the king, promising to do everything possible, but he was shut up. The chief advisor and the Minister of Public Works covered the official's mouth with their hands, believing that it would be better for him to remain silent now. However, it was already too late. Emperor Sejong heard the official's apology and turned around halfway, looking at the ministers with a furious expression on his face. The hair of the official standing behind them stood on end out of fear of the king. They froze, thinking that the monarch would start yelling at them again. However, the officials were lucky. King Sejong did not say anything to them, turned around again and walked towards the exit of the throne room. The left advisor fell to his knees, sighing with relief, and said that he would die if he said that to King Sejong again. It was already deep night in Joseon. His Majesty was spending time in his chambers, but due to the situation in the kingdom, he had no time to sleep. King Sejong stood in the middle of the office, pondering something, holding a pen in his hand, with papers spread out on the floor. After the emperor in his nightshirt went to the wall to write on the board, the man was working on a new plan to save the country. The king decided to take matters into his own hands, talking out loud to himself, wondering what he should do while writing on the board. The next day, the officials were talking to each other at work, and one of them instructed the other to carry out the king's order as quickly as possible. The official reflected that His Majesty had obviously noticed some minor problem that made him angry. Soon the king was informed that some document had arrived at his palace, and he asked his assistant to hurry and bring it to him. From this document he read that through the expansion of finances, the firepower and navy of the kingdom would be strengthened. He was distracted when the crown prince came, knocked on the door, and asked permission to enter. When Hyang entered his father's study, his eyes widened in surprise, and the boy screamed when he saw King Sejong's face. The king suggested that he looked bad, and explained that the officials had suggested a very stupid plan to him, so he decided to do everything himself. The boy was worried about his father, and told him that the king's health was very important to Joseon, so he asked him to take care of himself. Sejong calmed the boy down and said that he was going to get some sleep today anyway, and then asked his son why he had come to see him. The protagonist told his father that he had a small idea in his head regarding the Yurshan tribes, so he came here. The emperor smiled and scratched his chin. He was interested in hearing a new idea from his son, so he demanded an explanation. Hyang suggested that it would have caused chaos if the Yurshan tribes had actually received the support of the Ming Empire for some time. According to the main character, the enemy tribes, who are so militant, are just puppets in someone's hands. The main character's idea was to establish good relations with the northern Yurshan tribes of Yain for now. He conveyed to his father the words of his friend that the Yain tribes were still influential among those who had settled in Joseon, so their leaders should be invited to the palace. Emperor Sejong, after listening carefully to the crown prince's opinion, looked down and thought about it. Hyang told Dad that these tribes serve King Taizhou because they are his descendants, and they must make sure they know about their kingdom. The king smiled a little and said that at such moments he really got goosebumps, because he himself came up with his son's idea and was already keeping an eye on the Yain tribe. Sejong offered to let the heir look at his notes since he was already there, and Hyang asked if this was the plan for the military reform he had proposed. There was a candle burning in the room, and the king told the heir that this was a system that was founded by Sam Bon during the founding of the kingdom. When the crown prince had carefully studied the plan and was rolling up the paper scroll, the monarch asked his son what he thought about it. The protagonist was delighted. He smiled broadly and said that, as expected from a father, the king did everything at the highest level. But the boy's words did not please the king, and he warned his son that he was going to cut the budget for the research institute. The crown prince regretted what he said and became very upset when his father began to threaten to give him less money for his hobby. But the king again pleased the heir, saying that if our hero's idea worked, the research institute's budget would only increase. Afterwards, the emperor asked his subject to bring everyday clothes for the heir, as well as more sweets and tea, so that they could continue working together. The protagonist remembered a moment from his past life, when he was watching historical lectures about the Joseon kingdom on his tablet. While changing his clothes, he mentally thanked teacher Gang for still remembering everything about King Sejong and the overthrow of his nephew Danjong. The guy also refreshed his memory about the Dangun conscript soldiers who are required to serve in Joseon after turning 16. And Kapsa, as Hyang remembers from history lessons, are junior officers who receive their rank after passing a test among experienced military personnel. In Joseon, Tiksuban were special forces soldiers, who were officers of noble origin and children of public figures. As Hyang changed his clothes, he thought about how this system was later abolished due to the Japanese invasion and the cutbacks in the military budget. He thought that the military system in Joseon was later able to maintain the northern position and prevent civil war. The boy was extremely focused, realizing that the conscript system, recalling the history of Joseon, would not suit them. Remembering the tax-based system of mercenary soldiers and the riflemen and archers of Joseon, the hero briefly felt like he was back in his old body. He began to tear his hair out because he had trouble remembering whether Chang Yong was the governor, and he cursed the ill effects of cramming. A smile appeared on Jin Ho's face as he turned around and found the solution in the face of the light of Joseon, the true wisdom of the kingdom. The boy thought that King Sejong was a true god, and now he has become his son, and he can tell him what to do next. As they sat at the table taking notes, the king asked his son if the civil servants would mind dividing up the positions in the army. King Sejong listened to his son's arguments, but he had another idea and asked if it would not be better to divide the responsibilities rather than the positions. Hyang replied that there was then a high probability that the official would ignore the bureaucrat and do everything alone. He warned his father that in such a case there was a risk of a second military regime incident, and Sejong asked whether this would happen even if he were on the throne. The protagonist answered his father that this would happen even if Dad were king, while he himself remembered the Japanese imperial army. The emperor agreed with his son and said that it was better to be careful, because there was no guarantee that the next generations of the family would also be great kings. The crown prince then proposed to the pope that the local forces be divided into civilian and military units on the basis of mutual control. The conversations continued throughout the night, and when morning came, the eunuch told the king that it was time for breakfast, and Sejong invited his son to eat together. The night was productive, and as a result, 2 documents about the military training academy and the general staff of the North Korean army lay on the king's desk. When day came in another part of Joseon, a boy named Lee Sunji, holding a brush in his hand, was having fun doing what he loved. The boy was very scared and flinched when the doors suddenly swung open and his angry father stood on the threshold. He yelled at his son and blamed him for the boy's nonsense all day instead of studying. The father became even more angry and shouted that he would not ask twice, and asked his son to show him what he was hiding there. Lee Seon-ji felt afraid of the angry man. He didn't want to show his father what he hid from him. The boy showed his father the book he was hiding, and his father clenched his teeth in anger at his son, because it turned out that Song-ji was doing arithmetic again. Beaming with happiness, Song-ji explained that it was not arithmetic but Panjong and Hugo, mathematical methods and algorithms that save time on calculations. However, the father was still furious with his son and yelled at him for the fact that a bastard who was studying Confucianism was wasting his time on such trifles. The man also accused Song-ji of hanging out with scum on the street every day, and the guy began to defend his friends to his father. Lee Seon-ji explained to his father that he was dealing with merchants from Sijeong, who were recognized by the country as honest and sincere, and he was talking to them about numbers. But the father stood his ground. arguing that a scholar should devote time to Confucian writings and not waste it on dealing with merchants. Sun Ji was perplexed, shouting to his dad that these were not games, but arithmetic, and that merchants were the same citizens of this country as everyone else. However, the father was still furious. He shouted that his son needed to get a government job, and if he failed the exam again, he would go to work. The boy couldn't argue with his dad in any way, and the frightened Lee Seonji had no choice but to agree with him. Meanwhile, the king was in the throne room. He asked those gathered why the ministers and even the head of the council came to him. The chief advisor reported that officials have been moving frequently lately, and that due to military reform there is an acute shortage of people in the government. King Sejong would not mind hiring a couple of people to help them if they apologized, and asked the ministers what they were going to do. The left advisor expressed the opinion that now is the time to hold a talent casting, and for this purpose a special exam should be organized. The emperor interrupted the official and told him that he understood everything, but ordered him to stop the conversation, making a gesture with his palm. The advisor became very tense. Thinking that King Sejong did not accept his idea, he shouted, trying to reach His Majesty. The king reassured him, saying that he was not going to cancel the exam, and reminded him that the final assessments were already being given in remote regions. All the ministers and advisors were speechless at the king's insight. They did not expect that the monarch had already taken up this idea. Sejong said that this time the situation is urgent, so one of the tests will be cancelled, and those who can read the scriptures well will go on. The left advisor was amazed to the depths of his soul at how many steps ahead their King Sejong could see. The monarch again picked on the leftist advisor, saying that Sejong's idea must be bad since the official was not saying anything. The king's mood improved, and he suggested that the ministers recruit talented people who could work well in the government. The officials tensed when Sejong suggested that since they were all there, they discussed the military reform plan he had developed. At this time, Lee Sunji's mother was sitting in the courtyard in a prayerful pose. She was praying to the God of heaven and earth that their son would successfully pass the exam today. The woman yelled at her husband, "So bang," for pacing around because he was preventing her prayers from being answered. The gate opened and another person appeared on the threshold. Lee Seonji returned home after passing an important exam. The father and mother were very happy when they saw that their son returned from the exam. They hoped that the boy had succeeded. However, Lee Seonji was not so happy. His voice was very quiet, and it was obvious from his face that the exam was difficult. Noticing his son's condition, the father concluded that Songji was very tired, so he allowed the boy to go and rest. The boy staggered into the house, and his mother concluded that the first exam was very difficult, especially since there was little time to prepare. As soon as Lee Seonji entered the house, the boy immediately took off his hat and clothes, roughly throwing the outfit to the side. Now he was not so tired. The happy guy immediately sat down to do his favorite arithmetic, because the essence did not go crazy, not seeing numbers for several days. At this time, the meeting of the monarch and the government was continuing in the main throne room. The exam was on the agenda. The protagonist raised his hand and informed his father that he would like to speak out regarding this special exam. Hyang said he wanted to include arithmetic questions in the exam because very few officials can do accurate calculations. The left advisor shouted that this could not be done because they were selecting officials who studied the scriptures. Afterwards, the official calmed down and regretted that he had spoken out against it, and now he was not surprised that no one else began to argue. King Sejong did not immediately oppose the crown prince's proposal. His idea aroused noticeable interest in the monarch. The Minister of Taxation spoke in favor of the crown prince's idea. He told the emperor that they needed people who were strong in mathematics. The left advisor asked the minister if they had not already recruited workers before, and the old man replied that it was all useless. The Minister of Public Works also spoke in favor, telling King Sejong that many officials were unable to sleep at night due to their lack of arithmetic skills. The right-wing advisor said they also needed people who understood mathematics to conduct criminal investigations and keep military records. King Sejong concluded by saying that everyone had their own point of view and asked if there had ever been such a shortage of people in Joseon. The official told the king he was sorry to have to report it, but the main problem was a lack of budget, not people. Sejong then asked the crown prince how many people he needed for the research institute, and Hyang said no less than 20. When asked why it was impossible to recruit people to the institute using a local exam, the boy replied that the level of talent was too different. The king clicked his tongue in irritation, covering his face with his hand, but he knew his son was right in not wanting to hold local exams. The emperor asked the left advisor if he was still against adding arithmetic to the exam for new officials. The left advisor confidently replied that he was against it, but before he could finish speaking, the official's stubbornness disappeared somewhere. Another official tensed, surprised that the leftist advisor was still opposed to the crown prince's idea. The entire throne room was shocked by the left advisor's behavior, and one of the men's eyes widened in surprise. The Minister of Public Works and his colleague also froze, shocked by the advisor's opposition to the prince's idea. But immediately after, the left-wing advisor calmed down and said that this time he would submit his will, and understood that this was necessary to ensure peace in the country. King Sejong said the idea was good, but the kingdom still had a budget deficit problem, and immediately began to think about where to get more money. The emperor told the crown prince to moderate his ardor because it was impossible to provide him with 20 new employees. The protagonist decided to stop being greedy and told his father that he would obey, abandoning the idea of recruiting 20 more people to his institute. The monarch said they would increase the number of people taking the double exam, and arithmetic would be included in the test. He also asked each agency to reduce the number of new personnel required, as Hyang did, now asking for only 10 employees. The protagonist's eyes sparkled. He was ready to come up with a great plan to gather the best team of new people around him. There was a commotion in Lee Seon-ji's house. The wife told her husband that someone from the government had come to their doorstep. They hurried to the gate. The woman burst into tears of happiness, and the man was delighted because he had received very good news from people in the government. Lee Seon-ji was sitting in his room at this time. He shuddered again and hid the book when his father appeared at the threshold. The man screamed, his eyes filled with tears of happiness. He told his son that he had successfully passed the exam and praised him for it. The guy froze in surprise, and the man immediately ran off somewhere, offering to throw a lavish feast for such a joyful occasion. Song-ji wasn't so happy about the news because he would have to say goodbye to arithmetic while he prepared for sudures. Afterwards, Hyang met with the chief advisor to talk about the competition to select candidates with good grades. Under the dim light of the lamp, the protagonist informed the chief advisor that he intended to raise the level of competition to the surface. The man with the long beard chuckled and asked the crown prince how the boy was going to do this. To begin with, he invited the official to go into the examination room. He wanted to appoint him to the position of examiner. The official did not like the idea of the protagonist. He asked the crown prince whether his appointment would not cause complaints. Hyang said he would like to see one person from each government group designated as examiners. The protagonist solemnly announced the start of Operation Yuul, the goal of which is to recruit 5 students with the best arithmetic skills to their institute. The chief advisor agreed to participate in this, told the heir that he understood everything and they would definitely do everything. The day of the exam arrived. One of those present was the servant Lee Mung-sanao of the Lee Yang-song clan. He was gathering his thoughts while standing in front of the government building. The official, guarded by a whole crowd of guards, announced to the candidates that the city inspector would now hand out number cards to them. He also announced to the servants that the seats would be allocated according to these cards, and that everyone must take one, otherwise they would be excluded. The official said that the number plates are handed out to avoid confusion during identification, and asked to get the cards from the inspector again. The man announced that after the cards were distributed, a check would be carried out and entry would only be possible after inspection. A servant nicknamed Shorty tried to squeeze through the big guys to get the card with the best number for his master. The official, who was securely protected by guards, announced that he would begin distributing cards and asked everyone to line up. However, the crowd of servants did not listen to the man, and they all rushed forward, pushing each other to get the best room for the students. The students themselves were sitting to the side at this time, watching their servants, who were now fighting for cards for them. They loudly discussed the advantage of getting a card with a small number, because otherwise they might not have time to read all the questions. The students began to mock the short guy who was trying to push through the crowd, thinking that he would definitely not get a small number. Mr. Shorty was worried about his servant, watching from the side, and he admitted that he did not think that everything would turn out so bad. In the crowd of servants trying to get the best cards for their masters, a skirmish broke out between 2 strong guys. The Shorty took advantage of the confusion and found a loophole to squeeze between the guys and move forward. The official shouted for everyone to stop and announced that they would now hand out the cards in the order in which the servants were standing. Lee Seonji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his servant break through, and the others were also pleased. When the servants had succeeded in obtaining number cards for their masters, the official asked the candidates to line up. Lee Seonji thanked his servant Shorty. The guy suffered after handing out the cards. He was battered and scratched. The servant successfully managed to get the stick with the license plate for Songji. He handed it to his master, who thanked him. When Lee Seonji saw the number he got, he immediately lost heart because Shorty had failed to get a lucky card. The student cried from resentment. He got the number 89, which meant he wouldn't be able to properly read the questions on the board. In front of Lee Seonji sat a student wearing a large hat, which also made it difficult to access, and the exam was taking place outdoors. But the student in the yellow suit was also unlucky, because in front of him sat a candidate in a turquoise suit, which made it difficult to see the board. And in front of the student in the turquoise suit sat a guy in a purple shirt, so Lee Seonji was unlucky enough to get the worst seat. It turned out that Lee Seonji was sitting in the 6th row, so the exam would be very difficult for the student, due to the difficulty in accessing the questions. At that moment, the guy had the feeling that he was just a small stone on a big game board, and he didn't know where it would all lead. The official, using a megaphone, addressed the students, asking candidates numbered 80 and 90 to raise their hands if they could hear him. Luckily, Lee Seonji and the students behind him could hear the examiner clearly, but the boy didn't understand what kind of thing the man was holding. Lee Seonji concentrated and was determined to do his best to pass the exam, not wanting to be distracted by small things. To begin with, the examiner read out a message to the students from the Prime Minister of Choson, and the head of government greeted the candidates through a letter. Songji bowed his head, listening to the minister's speech, but the megaphone, an unfamiliar thing to him that made a sound like an echo, did not leave his head. The guy pushed these thoughts away and listened carefully to the Prime Minister's address, as well as the conditions for participation in the exam to select talented people. The examiner announced that the double examination would take place over 2 days, today and tomorrow, and today they would answer questions on the 4 books and the Pentateuch. Lee Seonji was surprised when the official said that the questions on tomorrow's special exam would be related to arithmetic. The other candidates were also taken aback. They shouted indignantly why the questions in this exam were so different from the previous one. The examiner ordered the students to be silent and suggested that they leave the place if they doubted the intentions of His Majesty and the ministers. After this news was announced, the mood of the majority of students worsened. They were upset about the inclusion of arithmetic in the test. No one left, and the examiner proposed to begin and announced that the candidates should come out in groups of 5 at his command. Lee Seonji, sitting near the very end, knew that his turn was still a long way off and was very worried because he would have to wait a long time. The student was very tense. He tried to calm himself down mentally, demanded that he not lose heart, and hoped for the arithmetic test. The second day of the exam arrived, and the official announced that for the arithmetic test they would be given sheets individually, so everyone had to stay in their seats. Lee Seonji received a piece of paper from the examiner. The man told the student to begin the task after listening to the instructions. Today the guy was in a good mood, and the examiner asked the students to write their name, number, and year of birth on a piece of paper. Sunji began to study the paper. He learned that the tasks would be from the mathematical field, and also saw horizontal writing using woodcuts. The examiner announced through a megaphone that the candidates had limited time and were required to complete the task within 2 hours. The guy was very pleasantly excited because he was a fan of arithmetic, but he tried to calm himself down because his future was at stake. Taking the golden pen in his hands, Lee Seonji licked his lips and prepared to read all the tasks and complete them. When the boy passed the exam, he returned home with his servant. In the yard, they were met by Songji's parents. They immediately ran up to him. The student said that the exam was difficult, but he tried his best, and his mother praised the boy for his efforts. What made Songji happiest was that there was a question about arithmetic today, and he told his parents that His Majesty had specially added this topic. The father was shocked that the exam had questions on arithmetic, and the mother said that she had no doubt that the gods of the earth and sky helped her son. The officials sat down at the table to discuss the exam, and one of them asked how they would determine the best student. The advisor, who was in cahoots with Hyang, thought that he needed to grab the arithmetic assignment forms in order to select the best students for the institute. The other officials were shocked when the advisor suddenly stood up and reached for the arithmetic test forms. The man planned to take a sufficient number of forms for himself. He grabbed several dozen sheets of paper from the common pile. The advisor was immediately stopped. The official sitting next to him shouted at the man and grabbed his arm, asking what he was trying to do. The official said the tax minister had told him to be prepared for something like this, but he did not expect this particular man to do it. The advisor became wary. He realized that the Minister of Taxation had calculated everything one step ahead and had no idea that he would subjugate the chief examiner. The man with the beard grinned because it was to his advantage that a person of higher rank had intervened in the situation. When Jung In-ji discussed this plan with the Crown Prince, Hyang said that the higher the rank of the opponent, the better their strategy would be. A few days before the second exam, the Minister of Taxation ran out of breath to the Gyeongbokgung Palace. The elderly official, out of breath from jogging, opened the doors and addressed the men sitting inside. The officials sitting at the table asked the old man what had happened, and Ho-fan replied that he had heard some news, so he had come. The man said that if the news was about the appointment of a permanent officer, they already knew about it, and asked the grandfather to sit down. The civil servant said that the document currently on the table is a list of examiners who will create and evaluate questions for the test. The advisor admitted that it was normal that many examiners were taken from the research institute, but he did not understand why Chung In-ji was on the list. One of the officials explained to his colleague that nothing could be done about it, and said that Chung In-ji was currently competing for the position of chief mathematician with Chung Cho. The advisor stated that these two officials were like Hyang's right and left hands, and said that the heir wanted to ensure that he had the best possible team of examiners. The Minister of Taxation was outraged by the behavior of the Crown Prince. The old man shouted that the exams were being conducted contrary to ethical standards. One of the officials fell silent, scratching his chin, and thought about how he should deal with the Crown Prince in this situation. At this time, King Sejin was sitting in the throne room. He, like the official, was thinking about something, rubbing his beard. His Majesty was informed that the Prime Minister, the head of the Left Committee and the director of the Right Committee would now like to see him. The monarch allowed the eunuch to let all the listed officials in. The king looked up from the document and looked at the guests. The Prime Minister and the heads of the committees bowed deeply on their knees before their master and said that they were very eager to meet him. Li Jin was the first to speak, the Prime Minister stating that he had come to the throne room to visit his king, Sejin. The emperor guessed that the officials had come to discuss the selection of examiners, and said that he had also thought about this. The officials who arrived confirmed that this was what they had come to discuss, and the Prime Minister said that the selection of examiners was taking place in violation of ethical standards. King Sejong responded that he understood this too, and promised the concerned officials to take the issue into consideration. The Prime Minister was not satisfied with this answer and asked the monarch whether he intended to cancel and rehold the elections of examiners. The monarch asked why they would expel Jung In-ji and other officials from the institute if they were unlikely to find equally qualified candidates later. The left and right advisors, as well as the Prime Minister, took notice when the king said he would like to offer them something instead. A slight smirk appeared on King Sejin's face, because he knew that it was actually his son who had originally proposed this. The man remembered a recent conversation with the heir, when the boy was indignant when the king said that he could not accept his offer. Sejin said it was natural that the people from his institute who came up with the arithmetic tests would be appointed as examiners. The boy was upset when the king said that appointing Jung In-ji as an examiner was a different matter, and advised Hyang to give up the idea. The Crown Prince then proposed to his father that he appoint one chief examiner from each of the 6 ministries in order to find a compromise. King Sejin now, when he was in a meeting with the officials, proposed this idea to them and asked what they thought about it. The Prime Minister was surprised by this proposal and asked again whether the king really wanted to appoint an examiner from each ministry. It was unprecedented for officials to have 7 specially appointed people at the exam to monitor everything. Only the left advisor thought King Sejong's idea was good and stated so, and the Prime Minister was outraged by his opinion. Sejong said he would give the order immediately and ordered officials to appoint an examiner from each ministry as soon as possible. The Prime Minister then asked the advisor why he had made such a decision, because haste is not usually characteristic of a man. The head of government did not agree. He started shouting, saying that they could put more pressure on the king to turn the situation in their favor. The prime minister wanted to say that the minister of public works would be against it, but the advisor replied that, on the contrary, he would welcome the idea with open arms. The advisor explained to the head of government that the minister of public works was always under great pressure, and it was obvious to him that he would agree to this. After discussing all this with the prime minister, the man with the thick black beard came to the conclusion that all this was the work of the crown prince. An image of the main character appeared in the advisor's head. The boy was smiling cheerfully, and his cunning eyes were shining with joy. The official suggested that the others find a solution as soon as possible. Otherwise, the crown prince would take all talented candidates to his institute. At this time, the main character met with his assistant. He told the man that the government accepted his proposal to allocate an examiner from each department. The puzzled official asked the boy why the higher the rank of their opponent, the more advantageous it would be for them, and suggested that their plan might fail. Hyang explained to his ally that since they had already appointed official Zhang from themselves, the other ministries would also choose someone of the same high rank. The protagonist stated that this is exactly what he is trying to achieve, because high-ranking officials, when checking tests, will pay attention not to the candidate's real talent, but to the answers. The crown prince said that they would only pay attention to the student's arithmetic skills. The official understood everything, but he asked the boy again because Hyang accidentally said one word in English, which puzzled the man. Hyun felt awkward and began to justify himself to the official, claiming that this was his own slang and he meant the word deal. The man closed his eyes and told the crown prince that the word was unfamiliar to him, but it sounded very good. Now, when Hyang's assistant was acting according to his plan and took out some forms to check them, the second official stopped him. The man told the official that the tax minister had warned him that something like this could happen, and that Hyang wanted to take the most talented candidates for himself. Hyang's examiner said that the research institute needed people who were strong in arithmetic, and the official shouted that the others needed them too. Everyone turned against our hero's representative. The examiners shouted that Official Chong was a terrible person and was going too far. Official Chan decided to make a concession. He said that he would take 5 forms from the top and the same from the middle, because he needed to follow Hyang's order. The other examiners were categorically against it. The men shouted that they also needed candidates with a good command of arithmetic. Then Chong suggested to his colleagues that they take the top 8 candidates with the best results in arithmetic, but they would choose anyone they wanted from the list of students with the best practical skills. The proposal interested the other examiners, and they asked Chong to give them a minute to think it over. The examiners stepped back and stood in a circle to discuss among themselves whether to accept Official Chong's proposal. The officials came to a common conclusion. They quietly whispered among themselves, discussing how they should ultimately proceed now. The examiner from Haiyang Research Institute asked his colleagues if they had finished their discussion yet. One of the officials replied to Bachelor Chan that they had already come to a common conclusion. The man smiled, which indicated that he was satisfied with the decision. After the examiner's work was over and the sun had already set, Bachelor Chan went to see his boss. At this time, the crown prince was sitting at his desk, holding a gold pen in his hand, and Official Zhang asked for permission to go inside. The doors slowly swung open. Official Chan entered the crown prince's office and silently looked at our hero. The main character also looked at his subordinate and grinned, reading from his facial expression how everything went. Rejoicing that they had succeeded, the crown prince and Official Zhang shook hands without saying anything to each other. Despite the enormous pressure from the other examiners, the Research Institute managed to take the 5 best students in arithmetic. At this time, Li Xianji's mother spent time praying in the courtyard of her house, asking the gods for rain. Despite the late night, the student did not sleep. By candlelight, the boy spent his time doing his favorite activity, solving arithmetic problems. Soon the students gathered again in front of the government building. They were in anticipation of the publication of the list of candidates who passed the exam. Li Xiangjin stood at the back of the crowd, unable to squeeze through the other students to get a good view of the results. The gates opened and 2 examiners came out to the children to hang a list of results on a wooden board. As the examiners passed the crowd of students, all the kids froze with excitement and silently stared at the officials. One of the officials began to smear glue on a wooden board so that the second could hang a poster with a list of exam results on it. When the list of results appeared on the board, the candidates immediately ran up to it. The guy standing in front smiled when he saw what was written there. The plump student pointed his finger at the board and loudly announced to the others that the officials had posted a list of people who had passed the exam on the wall. Many of the guys who were standing in the crowd started to cheer and shout because they saw that their names were on this list. Lee Seon-ji stood in the middle of the crowd, and because of the students in front of him, he couldn't see the list on the board very well. The boy tried to shout to the other students to move their heads away and let him look at the results. Song-ji was shocked when suddenly the guy rose above the whole crowd. Someone lifted him up so that the guy could see everything. Lee looked down and saw that it was his servant Shorty, who had put the boy on his shoulders. The subject asked his master if he could now see the board. Lee Seon-ji smiled and told the servant that it must be hard for Shorty to carry the boy on his shoulders. The servant told the master that he couldn't get a good number card for Song-ji, so he should at least do this. But this didn't help Lee Seon-ji right away. He tried to see something for a long time, sitting on the servant's shoulders, which made Shorty's legs start to tremble. The subject was in great distress and tried to hurry Song-jin, but the student could not see anything because the servant was staggering. Afterwards, the examiner began to list the names and ages of the students who were now supposed to come out to him with their number cards. Lee Seon-ji climbed down from the servant's shoulders, and Shorty told him that the official had just announced his name, and the boy had heard it too. Song-ji approached the examiner and handed over his card. The official asked what family he came from. The guy replied that he was from Yangsong. The students who were not named were confused. They did not know who the 5 candidates were who had just been called forward. Afterwards, the examiner sat down at the table and asked the rest of the people who had passed the exam to line up in front of them. The candidates who did not see themselves on the list were in complete despair and cried. One of them was already 40 years old, so he did not know what to do next. When King Sejin received the results of the examination, he saw that only 180 people had passed it successfully. The left advisor told His Majesty that there were few people because those who failed arithmetic were expelled. The king asked whether it was worth letting go of talented people who had mastered all the tasks except arithmetic. They told him that otherwise the rest would have to be trained, and then Sejong asked what they would do next with the candidates. The official reported that they would first be assigned to ministries, the students would go through a probationary period, and then they would be officially appointed. The monarch replied that he understood everything, and then asked whether the distribution of candidates among the ministries had been peaceful. The advisor reported to His Highness that they had achieved satisfactory results, and all the officials were in high spirits. The king listened to them and asked what the officials were going to do if the students wanted to return to the Royal Academy. The left advisor replied that the students knew very well that getting a position now was more profitable than being at the academy. The man also told Sejong about the government's plans to change the work of the Royal Academy in the future. Meanwhile, a crowd of students who had successfully passed the exam listened to an official explaining the conditions under which they would get a job. One of the students shouted out that he was going to take another high-level exam and asked if he could qualify to study at the Royal Academy. The official replied that from this year onwards, the job of Sung Young-kwan had changed, and all Confucian students at the academy would be expelled. The procedure for passing exams will also change. Previously, if a student failed the civil service exam, he was sent to the academy for some time. Then the student had the opportunity to take a higher-level exam to obtain or improve a rank. Even high-ranking officials took advantage of this opportunity. New rules will soon come into force, and only those who want to work in literary or ceremonial practice will go to the academy for internship. The rest, after passing the exam, will be appointed to a low-ranking government position and will also have to undergo a probationary period. After some time, the official will be eligible for promotion, but before that he must pass the promotion test, and only then pass the higher-level exam again. The examiner explained all these new rules in detail to the crowd of students. He knew that now it would be impossible to become a boss if a newcomer had poor performance. But a student in the crowd continued to shout, asking the official if he could now simply go to university and take the main exam. The student's question angered the official because he had just explained the new rules, and he asked the boy if he had heard what the examiner had just said. The man lost control of his emotions and yelled at the guy, repeating to the idiot that first he would need to take up a government position. The student was in shock. He couldn't believe his ears, and was taken aback when the enraged examiner shouted at the guy that he was expelled. The examiner's behavior surprised everyone. The man stood up from his chair and, pointing his finger at the upstart, shouted at him to get the idiot out of here. The plump student stepped forward and began to complain, asking if the examiner even knew who he was. The boy shouted in anger that the former minister of Confucianism was his great-uncle, and the man who was now sitting in the throne room was his cousin. The official sat down at the table again, crossed his arms over his chest, and grinning maliciously, answered the student that the guy himself was essentially a nobody. The student was furious at the official's behavior. His face turned red with anger, and he accused the examiner of arrogance. The examiner responded by asking the official to go to Sanhoba and bring him someone from the Song family, and if asked why, to say that it was an order from General Kang. The official became angry with the student, asking how he dared to behave like that, and declared that he, by the will of God, could personally expel him. The man turned around abruptly and looked back when he heard the voice of the Song family representative saying that official Kang Jong-ran had given an excellent speech. The stern man shouted that he knew something like this would happen, so he stationed his men everywhere to be his eyes and ears. Ju Yi, a third-rank court official, stepped forward and ordered his guards to drive out the rude student right away. The student, who was already being dragged along the ground by his clothes, put his hands together and began to cry, begging for mercy this time. The official addressed the other students, saying that they would be expelled immediately if they caused problems before they even started their probationary period. Afterwards, at the royal court, official Dae Sa Hong asked the House of Sum if there was really a problem with the announcement of the list of students who passed the exam today. The official reported to his superior that he had also received recordings of testimonies from those who had been there, and the man offered to write a report. The judicial official suggested to his colleague to entrust him with this task, and said that the black fire dragon of the golden pen already sensed the negative and trembled. King Sejong was trembling with anger when he learned of the incident and asked the official if it was permissible for a man who had just passed an exam to behave like that. The monarch was indignant because of the arrogant student who believed in himself so much because of his connections, and the officials agreed with everything. The emperor rose from his throne and asked the chief royal advisor to check the relatives of the students mentioned by this and to file a case against him. The chief state advisor obediently lowered his head before the king and shouted to his majesty that he would carry out his order. The next day, students who had successfully passed their exams walked in a crowd along a corridor in the center of Joseon. Curious, Lee Seon-ji turned to the official in front of him and asked him where they were all heading now. The official shocked Song-ji by saying that they were going to the Eastern Palace, and the boy did not understand why newcomers were being taken to the Crown Prince. All the students who had done well in arithmetic were shocked when the official said that they would all be working at the prince's research institute. Song-ji became scared when the official asked them to relax because they were not going to a tiger's den, and then the man whispered that a tiger's den was better. The students who were the strongest in arithmetic bowed to Zhang Zhou, the deputy director of the research institute. The man looked at the boys' faces and noticed how their eyes were shining, but he knew that it would not last long, because the work at the institute was very hard. Young-jo mentally apologized to the newcomers in advance because he could already see how they would want to retire due to fatigue in the future. To begin with, the deputy director of the institute asked all newcomers to go into the office and take their seats for further conversation. The students who scored the best in arithmetic sat down at a large wooden table in our hero's institute. Lee Seon-ji was also among them, as he expected. When the boy just entered the research institute, he smelled a special smell. The guy seemed to find himself in the middle of endless space. He tightly gripped the armrest of the wooden chair. A strange feeling permeated his soul. Sun-ji hid his smile from everyone. He was very pleasantly excited. The guy noticed a pleasant tremor and trembling inside. As a toddler, this boy was wandering around the attic where his grandfather's things were stored, and that's when he first saw a book on arithmetic. Lee Seon-ji began to discover things he hadn't understood before, knowledge flashing through his mind like lightning. The excitement within him now was similar to the feeling he had experienced when he first encountered the mystery of arithmetic and its exquisite principles. Chan-jo sat down at the table with the boys and asked them to tell him what was coming next, and first asked if any of them knew the Arabic number system. All the newcomers were surprised when Lee Seong-ji was the first to raise his hand and tell the vice principal that he knew Arabic numerals. The official was surprised and asked how he knew the unpopular Arabic numbers, and Sunji replied that the merchants told him about it. Among the newcomers, no one else was familiar with the Arabic number system, and Zhongzhou asked the guy with a smile on his face what his name was. Li Xianji also smiled widely at the superior official and stated his name, mentioning that he was from the Yangtze clan. Zhongzhou had already heard about him because Songji had won first place in arithmetic on the second day of the exam. The vice principal said that Songji would study Arabic numbers with other new students for review purposes, and then they would move on to industry and science. The man gave the students a month and a half to prepare for the work, and said that he and the Crown Prince had high hopes for them. The boy's parents were at home at the time, and his father was worried that Songji would be given an unsightly job, which would affect the family's prestige. The father was very worried that his son would not be able to take up a high position because he did not come from a family with strong connections. The man was so worried that his heart sank. His wife tried to calm him down, saying that Songji was a capable guy. Songji's dad calmed down a little after listening to his wife, but said that the boy's tongue could fail him even if he achieved great success. The parents beamed with happiness when their son appeared at the door, and the father immediately asked why Songji had been summoned to the palace. The guy was in a good mood. He suggested that his parents go home to tell them everything that happened once they were inside. When it was already dark outside, guards walked outside with weapons and a lantern, announcing a curfew. Li Seonji had already managed to tell everything to his stunned parents, and his father asked the boy again because he couldn't believe his ears. The boy told his mom and dad about the Research Institute for the Development of Science and Technology, which reports to the Crown Prince. The stunned parents looked at each other. They were shocked that their son was hired to work in such a prestigious department. When the realization dawned on them, the parents stood up and threw themselves into Li Seonji's arms, shouting that it was an incredible honor for their family to work with the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince spent another sleepless night, studying documents while sitting in his chambers. The protagonist studied the exam results and said that it would be good if his father spoke personally about this. The next day, His Majesty was informed that his heir had arrived at the palace, and the king allowed the eunuch to let the boy in. Hyang knelt down in front of his dad and asked if he had a good night, to which Sejong replied that he had slept well. The king and the eunuchs were surprised when the protagonist honestly admitted to his father that he had not slept at all that night. The monarch tensed up and asked Hyang why he was acting like this again, warning him that Sejong had not missed his jump rope training today. The hero replied that it was good that his father did not miss training, but he did not sleep because of the exam results, about which he wanted to ask Sejong something. King Sejong propped his face up with his hand and reproached his son for asking him for a favor since early morning, but he allowed him to speak. Later, the royal advisor worked at a research institute. He stood in front of a prototype steam engine, experimenting with it. But he was interrupted by a worried eunuch who ran to Lord Chang and shouted that the Crown Prince was looking for him. The matter was urgent, so the royal advisor immediately dropped his work and walked quickly to the Crown Prince. The eunuch reported to Hyang that Mr. Chang had arrived, and the royal advisor entered the room where the boy stood with his back to him, looking at the books. Without turning around, Hyang said that he had just received the results of a regular inspection of their institute, the first since the agency was founded. The protagonist was angry. He told the royal advisor that he was not up to the job and ordered him to stay on the night shift today. Mr. Chan responded to Hyang with fear that he would carry out his order. The man was surprised because it was the first time he had seen the boy so stern. The protagonist, the royal advisor, and the servants left the institute. The boy walked ahead, ordering Mr. Chang to go faster. The Crown Prince finally smiled when he saw the people he had also been waiting for in front of him, and told them that they had arrived just in time. 3 middle-aged men in work uniform greeted the Crown Prince and asked the boy how he was doing. The protagonist turned around and explained to the bewildered Mr. Chan that in front of them were the masters with whom they would be working together. The royal advisor was upset when he was told that he would now be working with the masters, thinking that Hyang wanted to deprive him of his previous position. Mr. Chang thought that this outcome had been obvious from their first meeting. Even then, it seemed to him that Hyang saw right through the man. The royal advisor thought that those unusual days had already passed, and in the end, he still couldn't keep up with Hyang's wisdom and intelligence. The advisor, standing in the same row with the masters, understood that he was about to lose his position, but mentally ordered himself to hold on. Mr. Chang opened one eye, when he heard the Crown Prince's voice introducing the advisor and the masters to his father. Hyang bowed his head before the Pope and thanked him for fulfilling his request, and Sejong replied that this was what every king should do. And when the king's advisor opened his eyes, his hair stood on end, because he did not expect to see the king in front of him. The three masters and Mr. Chang immediately fell to their knees and lowered their heads before the monarch, thanking Sejong for meeting with him. The king replied that there was no need for thanks, especially since, as the prince reported to him, the royal advisor and the craftsmen had shown themselves to be the best workers this year. The emperor asked the eunuch to reward these employees of the institute by assigning new titles to the advisor and masters. Mr. Chang was shocked when the eunuch read out that Yon Shil, by order of the king, was being promoted from the 6th rank to the 5th rank of official. The royal advisor certainly didn't expect this turn of events. He turned his attention to Hyang standing to the side, who was smiling. The main character bashfully hid his gaze from the royal advisor and smiled awkwardly. He was happy for his employee. Royal advisor Chang's eyes filled with tears when he realized that the crown prince had no intention of kicking him out. The military masters also cried when the eunuch announced that they would be promoted to rank 8 and would move to the research institute. The king expressed his gratitude to the institute staff, warning that the promotion also meant acquiring greater responsibility. Sejong looked at his son questioningly, mentally asking him if he had done enough, and Hyang looked at him too, letting him know that he was satisfied. The main character was really in a good mood, because now all the employees of the institute will know that career growth in his organization is possible. Bowing deeply before the king, the counselor and military masters shouted that they would risk their lives to justify the expectations of their master. One sunny day, a new employee at the research institute, Lee Seong-ji, opened the door of his house to go outside. The guy took a breath of fresh air and stretched. Song-ji noted that the weather was very nice today. In the courtyard, a servant met him and asked if he had slept well. Song-ji, in turn, asked the servant and the nanny how their night had gone. Lee Seong-ji lived in a 3-room house with an annex, had been taken care of by a nanny and a servant his entire life, and now he was ready to start his life anew. The deputy director of the institute greeted the newcomers, saying that he was glad to see them in good health. A month and a half had passed since their last meeting. The newcomers lined up in a good mood and asked the deputy director if everything was okay with him. The new employee's eyes widened in surprise when the crown prince entered the room and asked the deputy if these were the people who had passed the exam. The newcomers were in shock. They did not expect to see the crown prince in person on their first working day at the Science Institute. The main character walked confidently through the hall of his department. The boy was accompanied by 2 of his assistants, including Mr. Chang. All the new employees of the institute obediently bowed their heads before the crown prince and greeted the master. The protagonist already knew all the new workers by name. He turned to one of them, asking if the guy's name was Han Yan-gu. Then the crown prince approached Park Ji-hoon. The man with the big nose smiled and wished God's blessings to Hyang. A couple of days before, the young prince approached the vice principal with a request. Jung-jo told Hyang that he would carry out any order he gave. The boy asked the deputies to draw portraits of the new employees, and the deputy replied that he had never drawn before. The protagonist asked the deputy not to think of it as a painting, but rather as a facial analysis, focusing on the main features of the employees. Jung-jong successfully completed the task. He drew portraits of all the newcomers and signed them so that our hero could recognize them by sight. Now, when the newcomers stood in front of Hyang, the prince turned to Man Sik-hui and Kim Jung-ju. The boys cried with happiness, realizing that our hero knew them. After the main character turned his head and looked at another of his new employees, he thought for a moment before calling him by name. The crown prince recognized the next employee by his smell. The guy gave off a strange aroma that Hyang remembered from their first meeting. Hyang turned to Lee Seong-ji, and the boy bowed his head to the crown prince and thanked him for the opportunity to meet him. The protagonist finally smelled again the smell he remembered on the day of the announcement of the students who had successfully passed the exam. The young heir praised Lee Seong-ji for his amazing results on the exam, but the boy modestly replied that this was too much praise. The heir asked the boy to stop being so humble because even Captain Young-jo said that the exams were difficult even for him. The main character had a smile on his face and looked at Lee Seong-ji for a long time because he smelled that familiar scent from him. But Hyang wasn't the only one who noticed something unusual, because Lee Seon-ji also smiled, smelling a special scent from the air. Finally, our hero turned to all his new employees, smiled broadly, and declared that he believed that they would achieve great success. Afterwards, Hyang asked Captain In-ji to make a training schedule for the newcomers, because he is the one responsible for monitoring the students' studies. As In-ji led the newcomers away, the protagonist watched Song-ji go, thinking that this name seemed very familiar to him. In-ji led the newcomers into their temporary office and told them that 3 people would sit at each table and Song-ji would sit alone in the back. The official then addressed the new employees, stating that from now on they would not be students, but interns at the Chosun Institute for Science Development. The man introduced himself to the newcomers, saying that his name was Jong In-ji and that he would be in charge of the trainees' discipline. In-ji asked them to call him Professor, and then said that he would introduce them to the man who would teach them Arabic numbers today. The professor asked Do Hong-do to come in. When the professor entered the room, all the trainees opened their mouths in surprise and screamed. What surprised the newcomers was that this man had an unusual appearance. He was an Arab, not a Korean, and he wore a turban on his head. The interns were shocked. They began to whisper, discussing the appearance of their new professor, and said that he was a black goblin. In-ji scolded the boys for this, calling their behavior disrespectful, saying that Hong-do was the master of the Industrial Academy who was personally invited by the prince. The boys immediately began to apologize to the professor for their behavior, when In-ji warned them that otherwise they would receive a reprimand. Hong-do introduced himself to the trainees, saying that his real name was Jahandar Hassan, and stated that he would be teaching them Arabic numerals. Lee Seon-ji, after listening to the teacher, realized that it was this person who came up with all the questions for the arithmetic exam. As the sun was setting below the horizon, the new interns' first classes at the Research Institute came to an end. When the trainees went out into the hallway, one of the newbies approached Lee Sun-ji and said something to him, and the guy asked if he was telling him that. The newcomer introduced himself as Park Jae-hoon from Jeolla Province, and he invited Song-ji to meet him because they hadn't communicated at all yet. 2 more guys came out of the office and said their names. They offered to get along, saying that their names were Kim Jong-ju and Man-sik Hui. Some of the newcomers were not so friendly. They stood to the side, looking at Song-ji with disdain because he was from a mediocre family. When it was already dark, our hero sat down at the table with the professors and other staff to ask what they thought of the new interns. Hong-do told the Crown Prince that he thought the student Song-ji was amazing and hoped that they would get along well. In-ji told the young prince that Song-ji's skills were excellent. So many other trainees wanted to befriend him. The protagonist replied that it would be great if they helped each other, but he knew that there would be those who would envy them. So the Crown Prince asked his aides to make sure that Lee Seon-ji and the other trainees would be fine, and they agreed to keep an eye on it. Professor Do Hong-do also bowed his head to the Crown Prince, promising Hyang to look after the well-being of his students. Soon after another lesson on the Arabic numeral system, Professor Do Hong-do collected all the papers, praising the students for their efforts. The teacher told the students that after they had just written a test on Arabic arithmetic, their course would be completed. The interns sighed heavily and complained that the test was very difficult, even more difficult than their entrance exam. They turned to Lee Seon-ji and thanked the guy for being able to answer all their questions because he had helped them throughout the course. Some of the interns were not in such a good mood. One of them said he was very nervous, even though the test results were not yet known. The professor asked the students to be silent and stated that the best among them was Lee Seon-ji, and everyone should turn to the guy for help. One of the trainees got angry at the teacher's words and started muttering, complaining that everyone was always praising only Lee Seon-ji. Hong-do got angry, shouting that the lesson was over, but not for everyone, because those who scored less than 40 points would have to go to additional classes. The interns were scared when the teacher said that they would be expelled from the institute if they did not improve their grades. The professor announced that their work would begin in the afternoon and promised that it would be much more difficult than the Arabic numerals class. However, Lee Seong-ji was not afraid of this. He was happy to start working. The guy was one of the few who understood Hong-do, who spoke poor Korean. Good communication developed between the professor and the student. Although they spoke different languages, the men understood each other without words. Song-ji knew that numbers and symbols were used everywhere, not just in Korea, and through them he communicated with the professor. One day, a guy came up to Hassan and thanked the professor with his gaze. The teacher got scared, thinking that Songji had very scary eyes. When the course on Arabic numerals was completed, our hero received the results of the final test. Hyang picked up the papers to look at the grades. The professor told the prince that the test was harder than the exam, but thanks to Li Xianji, everyone got a score above 40 points. Since everyone had completed the task, the crown prince raised his fist to the professor and suggested increasing the difficulty and intensity of the trainees' training. Another day of training came. Someone entered the classroom where all the interns were sitting, and the appearance of this person greatly surprised the guys. The servant was carrying a whole stack of books across the classroom, and the deputy director of the research institute asked the boy to put it on the table. The interns visibly tensed up when a huge number of books were brought into their classroom, and they sat silently, staring at the deputy director. Zhongzhou said that as the vice principal, he was in charge of vocational training, and asked everyone to go out and take one book. The man said he wanted to test the interns' ability to interpret data and asked them to find all the errors, correct them, and write a report. Li Seonji happily began to complete the task. He immediately realized that he needed to change the overall statistics and perform a countdown. The intern who sat in front of Songji was very annoyed. He just ruined the paper with ink, not understanding how to cope with the task. The guy's brain exploded from overexertion and smoke came out of his ears. The assignment given by the deputy director turned out to be too difficult. The intern lost his nerve, stood up from his chair and said that he would not do this anymore, and another student asked him to sit down and calm down. The intern told a colleague that he would have to do the task if he planned to hold a government position in the future. Li Seongji, who had already completed everything, whispered to the boy to convert the sum of each field and focus on the small numbers rather than the big ones. Sunji approached the professor and told him that he had already decided everything. The deputy was surprised that the guy managed it so quickly. Youngjo looked at the intern's notes and told Li Seonji that he would check them now. But for now, he asked him to sit back down. But before that, Songji, wanting to help everyone, began to rush around the classroom, telling the other trainees how to cope with the task. The vice director smiled as he looked at Songji and realized that everyone was trying to befriend this new intern for a reason. When it was already dark outside, many of the research institute's employees were still at work, discussing the results of the 3-month intern course. The protagonist praised the employees for their good work and told them that he would never forget their hard work. The deputy, embarrassed, asked the prince not to say that because their work was worth it, and Inji said that this work was very important for them too. The crown prince thanked the men for their words and then asked his deputies how he had conducted the professional training of the trainees. Zhongzhou said that he enabled students to quickly master practical skills, and Songji was the best at arithmetic and even helped the others. Hassan also praised Songji, saying that during his studies no one could keep up with him, but thanks to him, everyone successfully coped with the extra classes. The protagonist, after listening to the employees, smiled and replied that it was amazing, and asked if the only process left now was the appointment of interns. Inji said that now the guys will do internships. They will be able to gain experience in various departments of the institute, and then get a chance for official employment. The crown prince was understanding about the need to undergo a 3-month internship because this tradition has long existed in Joseon. The vice principal and Inji were surprised when Hyang said the modern term for an internship, and the prince was scared that he said it out loud. The protagonist explained to his staff that this meant that the students would have to accompany each other for 3 months. The boy turned away and slapped himself in the mouth for saying a modern word, even though the men really liked the term. The deputy director turned to the young heir and declared that the interns needed to be assigned ranks and given passes to Zone 51. Hyang replied that there was no need to open the secret area to everyone, and suggested doing it only for the trainees with the best grades. The next day, King Sejong was surprised to learn that the crown prince had given out a 5th-rank student, Li Seonji, thinking that it was too much. The king told his son that even those who got the best grades after the academy were ranked 6th, and asked him if it was too much to give Songji 5th. The protagonist bowed his head to the monarch and replied that trainee Li Seonji had enough skills to obtain such a rank. The king was against it. He asked the heir to prove to him that Songji was worthy of receiving the 5th rank, but for now he agreed to assign only the 6th. The crown prince stood his ground. He wanted to reach the king, insisting that Lee Seon-ji be promoted to the 5th rank of official. The boy's face changed. He was very upset when the monarch shouted at him, ordering him to stop, and waved him away with his palm. The emperor said that he knew that Hyang was smart and always achieved his goals, and he knew that the boy valued personal merit, but he forgot about justice. Sejong said that this guy Lee Seon-ji may be talented, but if he is given the 5th rank, others will think it is unfair. The king managed to get through to the main character. The young heir fell silent, realizing that his father was partly right, so he stopped insisting. The emperor explained to his son that in that case, others would think that Songji had received his rank not because of his talent, but because of his work at Hyang's institute. Father told the crown prince that this was why he had no choice but to promote that trainee to rank 6. Sejong asked Hyang if he understood what he said. The boy bowed his head before the king and told his father that he understood everything. The emperor smiled a little because he saw that the heir truly understood his words, which was a relief for Sejong. Ultimately, Lee Seon-ji was awarded the 6th rank, but even so, he became the best of those who took the double exam. After the internship began, the guys were divided into groups. A team of 6 people went to Zone 51, 2 of whom were senior employees. There were also 2 more groups of 4 people. Each old employee became a curator of 3 new interns. It was the first day of the internship, and Lee Seon-ji, who had just received a new title, asked the professor where they were going now. The man asked the boy not to call him professor now, because once his training was complete, they could simply call him a researcher. He asked Songji to call all senior researchers simply senior, and told him to address him as Senior Jung. The second employee asked the newcomers to call him Senior Choi, and explained that this was a feature of the institute's policy, in which everyone can express their opinion. The newcomers were surprised when the elder Choi said that the boys would have to prove their worth using only their skills, not their background. Lee Seon-ji was taken aback when Senior Jung told him that they were heading to Area 51. The gate was already on the horizon. When the gates opened, the crown prince met the boys at the threshold. He greeted the newcomers and called them rising stars. The protagonist felt awkward when all the newcomers and staff bowed their heads to Hyang to greet him. Hyang showed the newcomers a badge, saying that without this pass, they would not be able to enter Zone 51, where they would now work. Lee Seon-ji received a pass to the secret area from the crown prince, and upon examining the badge, he was surprised to find that it was heavier than he suspected. The protagonist finally told the newcomers that in this territory, he was laying the foundation for building the Yoseon of his dreams. Songji was delighted by the crown prince's words when Hyang suggested that the new employees dream of a new Joseon together from that day on. The guards were ready to open the second gate of Area 51 for the crown prince and the new staff. Everyone was looking forward to it. Lee Seon-ji was confused, not understanding what they were doing in this area under such protection because they had already passed the gate and were now standing in front of another one. When the gates finally opened, the protagonist led the new employees to a spacious area surrounded by green lawns and mountains. The new trainees of the secret zone were very scared when they suddenly heard loud shots not far from them. The boys covered their ears when the main character brought them to the testing ground where military zones 51 test firearms. Lee Seon-ji turned his attention to one more thing. He noticed a bomb flying in the sky, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. The boys screamed in delight and surprise when moments later the bomb fell to the ground and a powerful explosion was heard. The protagonist turned around and smirked when he saw the bright reaction of the new interns to the explosion of the bomb he had invented. The crown prince spread his arms out to the sides, smiled widely, and greeted the boys in Area 51 as bombs exploded behind him. Inside, General Hee-san introduced himself to the new employees, saying that he was in charge here and would be supervising them for 3 months. The old man gave a short lecture on national defense and said that the boys would have to figure out the weapons system with other elders. Lee Seon-ji changed into a military uniform, and the senior officer began to tell him all about the firearm in his hands. The other boys surrounded a small cannon for launching hand bombs, and the senior officer told them all about the weapon. Afterwards, the trainees went into the building, where General Hee-san introduced the guys to the theory concerning the new weapons on the board. Lee Seon-ji and the other trainees took notes on everything the general explained to them, and they had to absorb a lot of new information. The internship process in Zone 51 was intense. The guys holding books and scrolls of papers in their hands were running around the room. After the first day of work, the interns were very tired. They admitted that in Zone 51 it was even more difficult than at the institute, and they felt like they were dying of fatigue. Suddenly, Senior Jung opened the window and scared the trainees who were resting outside, telling the guys to leave if they were having a hard time. Senior Chong began to threaten to tell the management about everything, because they only want to see employees here who want to work here. The interns felt ashamed after Chong's lectures, and they stopped complaining about being tired when they were asked to leave. The senior staff member advised the boys to find joy in their work and promised them a reward from the Crown Prince if they did everything right. Jong turned around when researcher Lee Seon-ji called him, and the official asked his colleague if he had finished his work yet. Song-ji didn't look tired. He told the elder that he tries his best every day, and the others looked out the window. The other trainees were dissatisfied. One of them confessed that he didn't like this special guy named Lee Seon-ji. Work at the Research Institute continued as Song-ji walked through the grounds. The other interns asked him where he was going in such a hurry. The guy looked at the guys and was surprised that they were also working in the lab today and noticed that they were also having a hard time. The other trainees began to talk about Song-ji behind his back, wondering if this special worker ate the same food as them. The bullies began to openly insult Lee Seon-ji, mocking the strange newcomer for not coming from a cool family like them. When the intern said he was curious if the strange guy, Song-ji, had the same red blood as them, Lee began to shake with anger. Lee Seon-ji stopped because he heard all the harsh words directed at him, and he laughed artificially in response to the insults. The boy turned around and looked at the bullies with a piercing gaze, expressing hope that the day would come when he could show them this. The protagonist was in a meeting with the rest of the institute staff. They were discussing their new intern, Lee Seon-ji. A senior staff member asked the Crown Prince, even though he understands that it is too early, to transfer Song-ji from the position of an intern. Chan said the deputy director also supported his decision, but he made the final decision himself. The Crown Prince admitted that it was true that Song-ji was different from everyone else, but he doubted that it was worth breaking tradition and giving him an official position in advance. Senior Jong agreed that Song-ji's abilities were better than all the other trainees, but due to his current status, the boy couldn't do much work. The prince thought about it and said that he trusted Chong's insight, so he allowed the employee to do as he thought was right. The morning meeting began. The senior announced that today they wanted to reorganize the previously created groups of interns and experienced employees. The two interns were confused, saying that Lee Seon-ji hadn't arrived yet, and the guy wasn't the type to miss such meetings. The elder asked the boys not to worry and said that Song-ji would now be doing other work. The students who bullied the boy were pleased. They smiled because they would no longer have to see the strange newcomer. One of them considered himself the best researcher, and he was going to use Song-ji's absence to show that he was the coolest. But when the workday began and this guy began his duties, his self-confidence disappeared somewhere. It turned out that Lee Seong-ji was now sitting in the manager's place, which shocked the guy, and the new boss asked him to give him the calculations. When asked why he was sitting there, Song-ji beamed with happiness and said that he was now working as a real researcher. The intern was outraged to the limit. He shouted at the new manager that he could not recognize his authority and called it complete absurdity. Sun-ji took the papers from the guy and asked him to leave the lab in that case, and warned that Sun-ji's decision would determine whether the guy would stay here or not. The new staff researcher, Lee, unfolded the student's papers and said that he would now check how well he had done his calculations. The guy was very angry, but he tried to keep his emotions under control because Lee Sung-jin was now his boss. After carefully examining the intern's work, Lee Seon-ji told the boy that he had made incorrect calculations. The student was outraged, accusing the new leader of nitpicking, and Song-ji offered to show the guy how to do these calculations correctly. Lee Seon-ji smiled evilly and told the bully that he couldn't believe that the guy did such an easy task wrong. It was like a punch to the boy's pride when Lee told him he couldn't call himself a researcher after that. When the intern made mistakes again after being corrected, Lee Seong-ji scolded him again, ordering him to do the calculations again using his fingers. The intern was trampled when, after yet another mistake, Song-ji got angry, saying that he didn't understand how to make this idiot's head think. The senior employee saw a morally destroyed guy lying on the floor, and Lee Seong-ji was sitting calmly at the table behind him. Song-ji continued to scold and humiliate his subordinate until the evening because he could not cope with the simplest tasks. After work, some of the interns gathered for dinner to discuss how terrible Lee Seong-ji was and whether there was anything that could be done about it. The newcomers were very outraged. One of them said that he was going to appeal and complain to the king about the new boss. The second intern was against this idea because they had nothing to complain about and would simply prove their incompetence. 3 months of internship flew by unnoticed. The main character met with the newcomers and thanked the guys for their hard work. The Crown Prince said all 9 people would be officially hired except for Song-ji, who had already been appointed long ago. The hero told the staff that these were the first newcomers to their institute, so their appointment process should be recorded and used as an example in the future. The boy laughed at how wonderful his employees were when the seniors announced that the list of new employees was already ready. The Crown Prince said he was impressed with the performance over the past 3 months and attributed this to the appointment of Lee Seong-ji. The vice director agreed, telling the heir that it seemed like Lee Seong-ji had worked hard in mentoring the other trainees. Hyang said that he also knew about it, and there were rumors that Lee Seong-ji had a very sharp tongue, and the deputy noted that his results were very different from the other trainees. Another employee said that interns are now officials, and the relationship between superiors and subordinates becomes even more important. The protagonist agreed, but asked his subordinates to make sure that Lee Seong-ji did not go too far in his moralizing, even though he secretly considered him a pearl. At the end of the meeting, the official agreed to carry out the Crown Prince's order, saying that he would keep an eye on the new leader. The official had a thought in his head that Lee Seong-ji was on good terms with the royal family, which was why they were treating him like that. Hyang still had things to discuss with his subordinates, so he suggested that the men find a way to realize their long-standing projects. The main character solemnly announced that the first thing they would undertake was to develop their own calendar. Lee Seong-ji stood in front of the Research Institute building again, thinking that half a year had already passed since he took the double exam. The guy was in a good mood because over the past 6 months his life had changed dramatically for the better. It seemed to him that just yesterday his evil father had scolded the boy for communicating with traitors and wasting time on arithmetic. Then Lee Seong-ji remembered his first meeting with the Crown Prince at the Institute. The whole time spent there was incredible for him. The guy also remembered how he communicated with Professor Hassan. Together they did arithmetic, standing at the blackboard in the office. The memory also recalled the moment when Lee Seong-ji received his first professional assignment from his deputy. All these eventful days were filled with bad and good numbers, numbers that the guy liked and didn't like. That's why Lee thought those days were wonderful, but he had to stop daydreaming about the past when other employees greeted him. Song-ji reprimanded the other employees who didn't greet him, saying that since they couldn't even do that, their heads were completely empty. The guy got angry at Song-ji and wanted to answer him, but his friend stopped him, saying that they could not do anything against the Crown Prince's favorite. Lee Seong-ji exhaled and decided not to dwell on past grievances, so he didn't argue with his colleagues. He opened the door to the institute, remembering that he was now a 6th-rank official and a senior researcher at the Chosun Research Institute. The boy now sat at the same table with other senior staff members and thought about his chance to take part in the officials' event in Chogwain. The protagonist told the meeting that new people from his institute would be participating in the special event, and stated that he was glad that they agreed to it. The deputy director asked the heir not to flatter them with such words, saying that they were glad to have any qualified employee participate. Also participating in the event is royal advisor Jang Yong-sil, who also did not have a position at the institute before. There were also 2 experts from Arab countries at the meeting who specialize in Arabic numerals but barely speak Korean. The Crown Prince asked official Lee Seong-ji, who was attending the meeting for the first time, to stand up and introduce himself to his new colleagues. The boy stood up and thanked everyone for appreciating his modest abilities and promised to do his best not to harm the work of Hyang and his seniors. Royal advisor Yeon-sil looked at the good-natured Lee Seong-ji with a smile, and the other officials also listened attentively to the guy. Hyang told Song-ji that they had some free time thanks to the new members, so they were able to focus on developing their own calendar. Li Xianji was taken aback when he heard from the Crown Prince that the Research Institute was going to develop a calendar. The young prince declared that they were going to do their best to adapt the Ming calendar to their kingdom. Earlier, Hyang told his father that the Ming dynasty calendar was not suitable for their kingdom, which caused the confusion over the eclipse several years ago. He told his colleagues about this and added that he immediately realized that their kingdom desperately needed its own calendar. The disadvantage of the Ming calendar is that it has to be calculated every year, and errors are constantly occurring. The Institute's staff bowed their heads to the Crown Prince and apologized for their powerlessness when it came to this Ming dynasty calendar. The protagonist asked the officials not to apologize because it was not their fault, and was a little annoyed that his colleagues put in their word. Hyang began to imagine himself beating up his past self because Jin Ho was bad at math and geography. Later, Hassan introduced Li Xianji to his fellow countryman Amir from Persia, and the boy asked the man to give him guidance in the future. Sun Ji complimented Amir on his ability to speak Korean well, and Hassan explained that his brother was worse at arithmetic but better at the language. Amir told the boy that all the books in this room were dedicated to the calendar, and asked Song Ji not to hesitate to ask questions if they arose. Sitting down to study books, Song Ji began to read about the Suzi and Datong calendars, as well as about arithmetic formulas that are needed to replace astronomical calculations. Li Xianji was delighted to learn all about calendars because they were literally riddled with arithmetic, and called it a paradise of numbers. When it was already dark outside, the main character left the institute and noticed the starry sky above him. Hyang thought that astronomy in this era was a very important discipline for calculating time, and they needed to study the movement of celestial bodies. Walking among his subjects, the prince knew that the stars bestowed power upon the king, and an accurate calendar was vital to Joseon. The main character stopped and noticed the burning windows in the institute building. He was surprised that someone had not yet gone home. It turned out that Li Xianji was still sitting at his desk and doing some calculations. The guy was not tired at all because arithmetic was his passion. The researcher, immersed in numbers and calculations, had to be distracted when the guy heard someone enter his office. Li Xianji screamed out of extreme fear as he turned around and saw the crown prince behind him asking what he was writing. The frightened boy stood up and bowed in front of Hyang, and the prince said that he heard that the newcomer was transferred to the calendar group along with the other trainees. Song Ji said that he was trying to reconstruct an arithmetic formula using old notes when Hyang asked what he was doing that was so interesting. Li explained that they could work on determining the actual time of sowing and planting, and also talked about the spring equinox. Hyang noticed that Song Ji's equations were significantly different from the mathematics the prince had studied, and asked the boy about the problems with the current calendar. Li Xianji replied that there were many problems with the Ming dynasty calendar, the main one being that it was very complicated. The guy said that there were a lot of variables and errors in this calendar, and suggested that Hyun manage these variables by adding and deleting entries from there. However, errors will still occur with the Min calendar because the basis will remain the same, according to Li Xianji. The guy said he didn't like the fact that the calendar had to be calibrated every few years, and he thought it was pointless. Hyang replied that there was no point in keeping the old calendar then, and Songji agreed, saying that mistakes would still occur with it. Songji confessed to the crown prince that he currently lacked the knowledge to find the right solution using the movements of the sun and moon. The prince asked Li if he knew about such a thing as changing perspective, and explained that it was about trying to think about things from a different angle. Li Xianji thought about the protagonist's explanation and tried to figure out how to turn the thing over to look at it from the other side. The young prince smiled at Li and said that he was very hungry, so he asked the boy if he wanted to go and have a snack. The researcher hesitated a little and told the crown prince that nothing bad would happen if he missed dinner. Songji blushed in embarrassment when Hyang said that he couldn't watch his people starve and told the boy to follow him. The protagonist showed the new researcher the restroom and said that it was open to all employees, so he could come here whenever he wanted. When Hyang and his staff sat down at the table, the ladies of the court immediately brought them tea and some sweets, and the prince thanked them for this. Li Xianji looked at the treats that were brought to him and noted the savory and sweet smell of this unfamiliar food. The protagonist told his subordinate that it was sweet rice bread and suggested that the guy try it with honey tea. Songji did not refuse the treat, took a piece of bread with chopsticks, and, covering his mouth with his hand, tried the food that was unusual for him. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He was deeply amazed when he tried sweet rice bread for the first time in his life. At this moment, Lee Seon-ji was on cloud 9. He smiled widely and shouted that it was very delicious. The delighted boy confessed to Hyun that it was the first time he had tried something like this, which contained sweet, salty, bitter, and piquant tastes at the same time. Hyang explained that this dish was prepared for him personally at the Eastern Palace, but it was also served to other staff members sometimes. The prince stood up and told Song-ji that it was time for him to leave, and told the boy to stay for a while, but then also return home. As Hyang left, he smirked because he knew that the sweets given to the Institute's employees helped them stay healthy and work here longer. When the prince left, Song-ji sat down at the table again and sighed heavily. The guy still couldn't believe that everything that was happening wasn't a dream. Lee Seon-ji couldn't believe that the crown prince took such good care of his workers and knew that their research staff would definitely succeed this way. Looking at the dishes on the table, the guy was still thinking about the existence of the movement of the sun, moon, and stars around our planet. The researcher understood the system to some extent, but he was concerned that errors in the calendar still continued to occur. Because of the endless thoughts, his brain began to boil. Song-ji grabbed his head and said that he would go crazy if this continued. But a moment later, the new researcher's expression changed again, his eyes widening as a brilliant thought crept into his head. The guy immediately stood up and hurried to his office, while Lee Seon-ji shouted, developing the thought that had occurred to him in his head. With an enlightened mind, the researcher began to take notes again, suggesting that the Earth was not the center of rotation at all. The night had passed. The first rays of the sun were falling on the building of the Research Institute, but some of the workers still had not gone home. It was Lee Seon-ji. He had spent the whole night at his desk, and even in the morning he continued to take notes, doing research. The guy's eyes were red from fatigue. He was noticeably exhausted, but by dawn he came to the final conclusion that the center of rotation was not the Earth. When he realized this, Lee Seon-ji stood up from his chair and raised his hands up, looking at the ceiling, and then shouted that everything was back in place. When the workday began, the senior staff member stood in front of Hyang. The prince ordered the subordinate to send someone to military service. Hyang puzzled the employee when he asked him why he had not received any reports from the calendar team for 7 days. The man told Hyang that strange servants were walking around, that the newbie Lee Seon-ji had gone crazy and had not left his workplace for several days. For the main character, this news was unexpected. The crown prince's eyes widened in surprise when he learned that Song-ji had lost his mind. At this time, in the Calendar Research Center, Lee Seon-ji was still busy with work, and the sound of a pen writing could be heard outside. For several days now, the distraught Song-ji had not left his office. He had written on an endless sheet of paper, giggling at his work. The vice principal shouted that the prince would be unhappy if he found out about this, and the Arab professors told him that Song-ji had lied to them when he said he was resting. The institute's deputy director burst into Lee Seon-ji's office and shouted at the researcher, asking if he had stayed up all night again. The boy didn't react to the elder's words, so the deputy grabbed him by the shoulder, asking Song-ji to also think about his colleagues, and not just about work. Young Joe let out a cry of fear when, after his touch, Lee Seon-ji, who was unconscious, simply collapsed onto the work desk. The deputy director could not believe what was happening. He shouted the guy's name, very worried about his health. The boy was sleeping peacefully, his mouth wide open, and Jung-jo noticed that the newcomer had become very pale after such continuous work lasting several days. When Song-ji started snoring, Jung-jo sighed in relief, realizing that the boy was just sleeping, and asked him to go home and sleep there. The senior officer picked up Song-ji's notes because he was curious about what the guy had been doing, that he hadn't slept for days. When the vice director looked at researcher Lee Seon-ji's notes, the researcher screamed in shock. The Arab professor Amir also widened his eyes in surprise. He saw in the notes a formula that was completely unfamiliar to him. Amir's older brother Hassan also called Song-ji's recordings amazing, and both agreed that the researcher's approach was incredible. The deputy admitted that the formula was truly revolutionary, and then they pointed a finger at him in the back, asking what they were talking about. Zhangzhou's hat flew off his head in fright as he turned around and saw the crown prince standing behind him with a fake smile on his face. The staff bowed and apologized to Hyang, and the prince asked his colleagues again what they were staring at. The protagonist picked up Li Sung-jin's revolutionary formula, which he had been working on for several days, and was surprised by what he saw. The crown prince was shocked when he saw that the explorer had managed to calculate the distances to the stars. Hyang realized that Song-ji had come close to the heliocentric theory. The new researcher's current findings amazed our hero. The protagonist looked at the tired, sleeping Li Xian-ji and thought that in front of him was a real pearl, a true nugget. The crown prince gave orders to urgently transfer Song-ji to the bedroom and also send a doctor to the boy to check his health. Hyang also ordered the deputy and the professors to keep everything secret until the prince himself reported everything to King Sejong. Deputy Zhangzhou, when he went outside, looked at the sky and tried to understand whether it made sense that it was not the sky that was moving, but the earth. The recordings he saw from Li Xianji made the institute employee think. The man did not understand how he could stand if the earth was moving. Zhangzhou knew that he had seen the formula that Song-ji had come up with, and it looked right, and there was definitely no mistake in it. The deputy director looked confused. Now everything he knew before was wrong, and his condition was noticed by the protagonist. Even when the prince appeared, Zhou was still in the clouds, and Hyang told his subordinate that a walk was the best way to clear his head. Hyang and Zhou went for a walk together, and the young prince said that he recently remembered their first conversation about the calendar. The prince reminded the elder that they had argued about what rotated, the earth or the sky, and Zhou admitted that Hyang's assumptions had seemed unreasonable to him at the time. Zhou also remembered their first discussion about the calendar. The man was shocked and confused when Hyang suggested an unusual theory. Then the main character showed his employees the devils of the armillary sphere for determining the coordinates of celestial bodies. The deputy director began to complain, declaring that the drawing was incorrect because the earth should be in the center, not the sun. Hyang was confused because he forgot that in Joseon, they still believed that the sun and moon revolve around the earth, because that is the teaching of the saints. Hassan said that some scholars in his city made similar statements, and they were all executed, so it was good that there was no inquisition in Joseon. The main character smiled at the foreign professor, mentally thanking him with irony, because it didn't help him at all. Hyang explained to Zhangzhou about the Copernican theory, but the deputy disagreed because he believed more in the sage son, Hyun-un. The protagonist realized that arguing with the man was useless now, so he decided to put the idea with the armillary sphere aside for now. Later on the street, Zhangzhou confessed to Hyang that he was also a Confucian, so it was hard for him to accept that the sage's words were not true. Hyang explained that even if the sun moves around the earth or vice versa, morning still comes every day, and this law of nature cannot be changed in any way. The prince then asked Zhangzhou whether the teachings of the saints would change if the understanding of the positions of the planets changed in the future. Zhangzhou finally understood something when Hyang tried to convey to him that the foundation of the nation is the people, and the most important thing for them is caring for the people. After this conversation, the protagonist asked the deputy director to return to work, and Zhangzhou agreed to carry out the order. A whole month passed from that moment on, and Li Xianji and the others continued to work hard at Hyang's institute during this time. One sunny day, researcher Li Xianji came to work again. He stood in front of the institute building and beamed with joy. The guy took the small brown ball with a trembling hand and began to examine it under the bright rays of the sun. Hyang removed Li Xianji's hand and asked the boy if he bought it at the market. Xianji stuttered and confirmed that he got it at the market. The protagonist asked the eunuch to hurry up and bring Song-ji something. The man was holding a similar small ball on a stand. Li Xianji was taken aback when the crown prince's eunuch presented him with another brown ball. It was bigger than the one he bought at the market. The prince told Song-ji that physicists had created an improved brain pill from many herbs, and it would give the boy strength, and then wished him good luck. Li Xianji immediately put the pill in his mouth, but he didn't understand what the word luck meant because Hyang used a modern term. Hyang didn't lose his head and told Song-ji that this meant the fiery path, which would help the guy collect fiery energy and use it in the right direction. Song-ji exclaimed that it was incredible and said that he now felt like all the power of this pill had filled him with energy. The main character told the guy that he would go to the institute first, so they would see each other later. Songji bowed and replied that he would do his best. Later in the throne room, the king asked everyone except the noble monks and the ministry representatives to leave the room, because a special report would be presented next. The prime minister and the left-wing advisor whispered to each other, both men knowing nothing about the upcoming special report. The officials noticed the crown prince's smile and assumed that, as usual, the report would be related to Heir. King Sejong loudly announced that a researcher from the Yosean Institute of Science and Technology would now present his report. The door to the main throne room opened, and a research institute employee appeared on the threshold. It was Lee Seon-ji, who immediately fell to his knees before the king and loudly introduced himself to Sejong. The king told the boy that he had heard rumors that he was good at arithmetic and allowed Song-ji to tell the ministers about the new calendar. The ministers of taxation and public works were stunned when they learned that the researcher had created a new calendar. The left advisor also widened his eyes, because it was a surprise to him that the institute was working on this case. Lee Seong-ji began his report. He excitedly stated in a stuttering voice that he would now tell about a new method developed by their group of scientists. The protagonist was in anticipation. He was wondering if they could convince the Confucian scholars now with the help of arithmetic. The new researcher began his report. He told something to the ministers and other officials for a long time. They listened attentively. Everyone gathered did not interrupt Lee Seon-ji. They were immersed in his fascinating story about the new calendar. The ministers of public works and taxes also did not argue with the new researcher for now. They listened attentively to the report. The guy was sweating from excitement, and at the end he declared that this was the end of his report and thanked everyone for listening to him. When the researcher finished his story, he felt awkward because there was a deathly silence in the throne room. No one commented on his report. The king spoke first, praising the researcher, saying that Song-ji had put forward an excellent theory, and then asked Hyang's opinion. The heir said that officials can come to the institute at any time and look at their developments, and he can also show the formulas for calculating the calendar. The officials' mouths dropped open in surprise after the young heir's comment. They didn't expect that the institute had made such progress. King Sejong was in a good mood and asked Hyang if Joseon had finally invented its own calendar. The monarch was delighted when the crown prince confirmed that this was the case, but the calendar still needed some work. Sejong was interested in the opinions of the leading officials as well, so he asked the ministers and advisors what they thought. The prime minister said there were no shortcomings in researcher Lee Seong-ji's report and proposed that the amendments be implemented immediately. However, the left advisor had concerns, which he found the courage to tell His Majesty about. The main character was upset. He knew that convincing officials to implement the new calendar would not be easy at all. The left advisor was outraged that Song-ji claimed that the earth revolves around the sun, and this logic goes against the principles of the world. Hyang tried to control his emotions. He was angry because of the Confucian old man who was shouting how they were going to explain this theory to people. The left advisor said that the project will be distributed to every province after completion, and they will have problems, so this theory must be ruled out. The crown prince relaxed a little because the advisor was not against the new calendar, although he asked for amendments to be made to it. The advisor explained that the Ming Empire would make claims against them because it believed that China was at the center of a flat world. The man understood that the world was not flat at all, but out of respect for Emperor Ming, he could not defend this theory now. The Emperor of China was still convinced that the flat earth stood in one place and that the sun moved around our planet. The left advisor, right at the meeting, thought about the true nature of the sun and the earth, realizing that in fact the sun is the center. He agreed with the young researchers who were able to prove this heliocentric theory using mathematics. The man recalled the words of Confucius that knowledge, which is everywhere, has no age, superiority, or height. For the first time in a long time, a passion for knowledge flared up in the left advisor. He was impatient to quickly learn everything about the new theory. King Sejong did not argue with the advisor, but asked the man if there were other ways to solve the problem now. The left advisor thought for a moment, and then suggested that the monarch emphasize that this was a law of nature, but that more compelling evidence was needed for this. The emperor asked the heir if he knew what to do, and Hyang replied that the institute would collect more evidence to confirm the theory. King Sejong then turned to the ministers and asked the officials what they were going to do to create a new calendar. The Prime Minister said they were going to develop the idea that this is just a law of nature and does not deviate from human virtues. Sejong asked everyone to work hard and said that the Ministers of Justice and Foreign Affairs bear the greatest responsibility in this work. After the meeting in the main throne room, the ministers and state advisors left the room and went outside. Official Yi Fan was very indignant, and he complained on the street about the Crown Prince, who, in his opinion, was offering them nonsense. The man flinched and screamed in fear as a man crept up behind him and asked if Ye Fan really thought it was useless. It turned out that it was the left advisor who approached Ye Fan when he heard that the official was against the prince's proposal. Ye Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the left advisor in front of him because he thought that the Crown Prince had approached him. The advisor became angry when Ye Fan said that the current calendar was already suitable for everyone, so there was no need to go against the will of the nation. The man yelled at Ye Fan, scared him, and said that because of the current calendar, there were many cases of bloodshed. The official apologized to the advisor, saying he was wrong when the man asked him to behave properly. The ministers watched the left-wing advisor leave, not understanding why he had begun to behave so strangely and why he had changed so much. Ye Fan told the Minister of Taxes that he still did not understand the behavior of their superiors, and Ho Fan agreed with him, complaining about the advisors as well. The left advisor was very angry because he heard the ministers whispering behind his back and mentally called them pathetic little people. If the seasonal calendar is wrong, people will starve due to improper sowing of crops and blame His Majesty for it. The left advisor understood that the king, when he received complaints from the people, would shift all responsibility onto the officials. The man still couldn't calm down. He walked back and forth and thought about the calendar problem, which only made him angrier. The ministers watched in silence as the left-wing advisor darted from side to side, not understanding why the man was behaving so strangely. The heads of the Ministries of Taxes and Public Works became wary as the dark silhouette of the left-wing advisor hurriedly approached them. The men screamed loudly in horror as the left-wing counselor, without saying a word, approached them closely, frightening the ministers. The advisor was furious and shouted at the ministers, saying that they should do it quietly if they dared to discuss someone behind their back. The left advisor was higher in rank, so the poor ministers could only collapse on the ground and scream in fear and horror. The officials' shouting and cursing caused even the birds in the royal court to become alarmed, and the advisor advised the ministers to leave the government if they wanted to live a carefree life. At this time, the protagonist turned to the researchers, thanking them for their work, and stated that they needed to develop a more accurate calendar. All the employees of the institute who were working on the creation of the new calendar silently listened to the Crown Prince, sitting in a row. The rest of the team also nodded in agreement. They were not against continuing to improve the new calendar. Yang asked his deputy what he now thought about the armillary heliocentric sphere, and Zhang Zhou said that he was now okay with it. Then the main character declared that this work would now be a priority, and he, for his part, would find a budget for research. The following action takes place under the cover of night in a private house in Joseon, surrounded by mountains and forests. The sound of footsteps was heard in the street. A subject with a lantern in his hand was accompanying one of the government officials somewhere. They were careful. The servant peeked out from behind the fence to make sure that he and the left advisor would not be noticed by the guards who were enforcing the curfew. As the two guards turned away and walked away, the left advisor peeked around the corner to pass forward unnoticed. At the gate, the servant and the left advisor were met by another subject with a lantern in his hand. He opened the door for them to invite them inside. The servant greeted the official and said that everyone was already waiting for him, and he asked his subject to notify the others of his arrival. With his hat covering his face, the left counselor entered the house after a servant had informed the others gathered that he had arrived. The advisor apologized to the other officials for being late, and they were understanding because it was difficult to move around so late at night. The Prime Minister was at the head of this secret meeting under cover of night, and he invited the guests to begin since everyone was already there. It was a secret meeting, attended by only 3 people, the chief advisor and the left and right advisors. At first, their meetings were simple get-togethers over drinks and snacks, where they complained about criticism directed at them and discussed work. The king was also often a topic of discussion. The left advisor once asked the chief what he thought His Majesty wanted. Also, over a bottle of alcohol at night, The advisors discussed the military reform that had been carried out and the fight against monopoly. The left-wing advisor told his colleagues how he stood before the king and proposed that he combine two methods to make life easier for the peasants. Then Sejong chuckled and replied that it sounded good, and suggested that they first discuss everything and then implement it in several provinces. When the monarch agreed, the left-wing advisor was surprised and immediately exchanged glances with the prime minister because they had discussed this earlier. After this meeting at the home of the chief advisor, the officials were very glad that the day had ended without criticism directed at them. Discussing work-related topics helped them achieve good results, and then the right-wing advisor suggested that colleagues meet regularly. They would constantly discuss before the meeting what the king was thinking, for example, that Sejong was now interested in the military sphere and weapons. At one meeting, the left advisor, when told that the king had weapons as a priority, said that he should then go to Zone 51. The right advisor suggested to the left that this visit be linked to an inspection, because the man also held the position of military inspector. After that meeting, the left advisor actually went to Zone 51, his horse stopping in front of the guarded gate. For the Crown Prince and General Cho Hae-san, the visit was a surprise. At first they did not know who had suddenly come. Then they saw the left advisor in front of them, behind whom stood the commander-in-chief accompanying him. The Crown Prince asked the general if he had come here as the Minister of Defense, but Hae-sang said that was not the case. Hyang was even glad that the advisor came, because he could use this to promote the idea of regional military units. The young prince greeted the left advisor and the commander-in-chief with a smile, allowing them to pass, and they thanked him for the personal meeting. The left advisor handed Hyang a scroll of paper, saying that this royal decree described the reason for their visit today. After reading the decree, Hyang guessed that officials were probably wondering if it would be possible to provide local military forces with new weapons. The Crown Prince offered to show the advisor the process of weapons production in person, because last time he only saw a demonstration. The protagonist suggested that he take a look at the production so that officials would realize how much Zone 51 needed new artisans. The left advisor had his own intentions. He was going to spend more time with the prince in order to better understand the king. The young heir accompanied the left advisor and the commander-in-chief to the workshop where the craftsmen were working on the manufacture of weapons. Afterwards, the employees of Zone 51 showed the officials the finished models and spare parts of firearms. The main character led the officials around his secret zone for a long time, showing the amazed men new armor and other developments. After the left advisor and the commander-in-chief left Area 51 on horseback, Hyang watched the men go. At the next secret meeting of the advisors, Captain Gobel presented the Prime Minister with documents after his visit to the secret zone of Hyang. Left advisor Gobel explained to the official that there were written requests from the Crown Prince on the table in front of him. The man shared that he had a strange feeling because this meeting with the prince was the first in a very long time. The right advisor said that Hyang was as difficult to deal with as the king, but he was looking forward to the prince ascending the throne. The chief advisor was surprised that the topic of today's meeting was not the king's mood, but Gobel replied that the crown prince also had Sejong's will in his hands. The next day, a meeting was held again in the main throne room, and the king invited those present to discuss reforms. Sejong was particularly interested in military reform, and he admitted that things were moving so slowly that it was disappointing him. The left counselor and the Minister of War approached His Majesty, stating that they had something they wanted to tell him. Gobel said that it would be absurd to change the weapon system of all units at this time, so he proposes to update only local rifle units. Sejong asked his son what he thought about it, and Hyang said it was a good option if combined with the military reform the prince had spoken about earlier. The boy knew from history lessons that the government did not want to strengthen local military forces because of the risk of rebellion. After the reigns of Kings Taizhou and Taizong, the centralization of the army increased, and Sejong made only minor changes. Saeyo, who usurped the throne, only increased centralization, a trend that continued for hundreds of years, making Joseon a weak nation. Hyang did not want to simply watch the national defense weaken, so he decided to support the officials if they initiated the strengthening of local forces. The left-wing advisor said that in order to separate the roles of military attachés and civil servants, they will have to introduce new laws for this. Gobel said that plans were in place to redeploy new rifle units to the north, east, and south, and to transfer power to central rather than local inspectors. Hiang and the king were surprised when the advisor said that this way, any disaster could be prevented if the ruling power changed. The advisor then asked his deputy to provide a report on the required number of soldiers and guns to create rifle detachments. The assistant came out to the king and presented him with a scroll of paper on a wooden tray, stating that it was a report created by the left advisor. After studying the document, King Sejong stated that the biggest problem was the production of iron, which was needed for firearms. Minister Zhang Cho explained that they are now attracting farmers living near iron mines when agricultural work has already been completed. Farmers mine iron, which they use to make farming tools, and give the rest as taxes. The emperor declared this an ineffective method and ordered that a way be found to ensure a stable supply of quality metal. After the meeting, the three advisors rejoiced, glad that today His Majesty did not scold them either, but was even surprised by their work. The three came to the conclusion that they needed to invite the Minister of Public Works to their team because he would definitely be useful to them. While walking, Sejong and Hyang were surprised that the left advisor and other officials had finally started to think. A malicious and cunning smile appeared on the emperor's face, and it seemed that some idea regarding the advisors had appeared in his head. Now the king and the heir were both ready to get things moving because things had been going very slowly in the country before. Although the monarch and Hyang were far away, the councillors seemed to be overcome with a chill, and they agreed to go home today, postponing the meeting. Thanks to Guangzhu's teachings, the idea that artisans and farmers were the lowest class of the population became established in Joseon. One of these simple peasants once arrived in the center of the kingdom. The man was amazed, seeing for the first time how the gentleman lived. The gates leading to the royal palace were carefully guarded by guards with machetes in their hands, and ordinary peasants strolled calmly outside. To pay respect to the royal family, the peasant knelt down and bowed before the entrance to the palace. When someone asked the man why he was doing this, he raised his head and was surprised to see a young gentleman in front of him. The peasant, shielding his face from the sun, said that he saw the palace where the nobility lived, and therefore wanted to bow before it. The crown prince noticed a burn on the village man's hand, so he asked if he was by any chance a craftsman entering military service. The man was flattered that someone knew why he had come here and confirmed that he was going to get a job as a craftsman. The crown prince asked his eunuch named O to immediately take custody of this gentleman, warning So-ri. The village craftsman thanked the young master, and Hyang finally told the man that he hoped for a good job. Today, Hyang was in high spirits because today the recruitment of military craftsmen for Zone 51 begins. After the final inspection, military craftsmen from all over the country boarded the train and arrived to take up work in the secret zone. Also, with the consent of officials, these military artisans were transferred to various departments, which is necessary for mass production. Recently, at a meeting in the throne room, the deputy director reported the problem, saying that the institute was in dire need of masters. At that time, this news greatly upset the crown prince. He slapped his face with his palm, realizing that he would have to ask his father again to recruit new personnel. King Sejong, fortunately, agreed to recruit new people and gave orders to recruit 5 people from each province of Joseon. The official agreed to carry out the monarch's order, but he was warned that he needed to consult with Hyang before hiring artisans. Then left advisor Huang He was perplexed and asked the king what would happen to the production of weapons in local military units. The left advisor's question greatly angered the king. He was annoyed that he had to give instructions to the ministers on every little thing. As a result, changes began to occur in the classes of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants in the 8 provinces of Joseon. The recruitment of new craftsmen began with the fact that in one of the provinces, a simple village craftsman processed iron on an anvil. The man had to look up from his work when someone called "Talk Chill," and the village man looked away. The craftsman put on his shirt and went out to the village headman. He told him that the hoe would be ready tomorrow, but the village head did not come for this. Sil was surprised when he saw a government representative in front of him, who asked him if he was the chief ironmaster of the village. The man began to make excuses, replying that he was not yet a master, he only repaired broken agricultural equipment. The official said that the craftsman had enough experience and stated that there were no craftsmen left in the military town who were not planning to retire. He told Sil to go to the military town and work there for 3 months, and then he would be exempt from a year of military service and taxes. Once the new artisans were recruited, they all went to the research institute where their skills were tested by the staff. 3 craftsmen were working iron on an anvil, their work closely watched by the institute staff, sitting at the tables in front of them. The candidates had a limited time to show their skills, and when it was up, Zhang told the masters to stop working. Then the deputy director asked the artisans to engrave their name and number on an iron plate and then give it to the manager. The crown prince came and asked Zhang if the boy was too late. The deputy was glad to see Yang. The protagonist asked his deputy how they were progressing in meeting new artisans from the provinces. Zhang said that they gave all the candidates the same stoves and iron to determine the best and worst. The first candidates finished taking the test, and Zhang shouted for the next group to get ready. Toxil, who was in the next group, was surprised to see Hyang because he had already met the official at the palace that morning. Hyang told the deputy director to select only the best artisans because they would be sent to Zone 51 afterward. The boy added that for now, King Sejong does not intend to stop the selection of military artisans as he believes. Zhang was greatly surprised when Hyang said that the commander intended to increase the number of military masters to 600. Toxil asked the military craftsman who the guy in the back was, and he was told that he was the crown prince, who often came here. The village craftsman was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that he had personally spoken with the crown prince of the kingdom himself this morning. When the heir turned around and recognized the craftsman he had seen earlier, the man immediately fell to his knees, greeting Hyang. Toxil said in a trembling voice that the humble worker was greeting the crown prince, and Hyang was not pleased that the man had started doing his own thing again. The protagonist felt irritated by the craftsman's humble behavior. He sighed heavily, looking sternly at Toxil. The heir shouted throughout the courtyard, addressing all the masters that no one present should call himself humble. Hyang stated that iron metallurgy technology would be the foundation of a strong Joseon, and everyone here was very important for the prosperity of the kingdom. The main character himself did not expect that when he said these words, the perfect idea regarding iron and the nation would come into his head. A joyful Hyang immediately ran away, thanking all the workers for helping him come up with a new idea and wishing everyone a good day. The deputy director of the institute and another staff member began to praise the crown prince for his virtue, which a true king should have. At the same time, King Sejong ordered officials to consider ways to ensure a stable supply of iron. Upon hearing this, the employees of the Ministry of Taxes could not leave the walls of the department for several days, working on the king's order. There was a commotion in the Ministry of Taxation. The newcomers looked very tired. They were shouting about incorrect calculations and data. The Minister of Taxes was also very tense because of the king's order, and someone was shouting because of the delay in responding to the letter of cooperation. Unable to bear the stress, the old man shattered his golden pen because his subordinates were unable to carry out his orders. The head of the Ministry of Taxes, Zhang, soon appeared before the king, handing over to the monarch the report on the work he had created. After reviewing the ministry's report, King Sejong said that despite the carefully devised plan, the budget remained a problem. The official reported that in order to solve the budget problem, they will reduce the volume of direct purchases of parts. Then Chief Advisor Ye In-jung spoke up, telling the monarch that in order to solve this problem, the delays in tax collection needed to be resolved. Zhang said that taxes were not the only problem because they could not pay for the iron with just grain and cloth. The monarch listened calmly to the minister's reports and scratched his chin, wondering if Hyang had foreseen such a development of events. When night fell, King Sejong was sleeping in his bed, snoring, and in his sleep he heard someone speaking to him. The monarch immediately rose, saying that it seemed to him that he had only recently fallen asleep, and that morning had already come, but they answered him that it was still night. The eunuch reported to him that the crown prince said that he urgently needed to see the king, and reminded him that Sejong had ordered the assistant to even wake him up in the middle of the night if it concerned Hyang. King Sejong dressed himself and pinned up his hair, still sleepy. He asked the crown prince what had happened, and Hyang bowed deeply to his father. The worried prince stated that there would be a royal meeting at dawn, so he wanted to meet, and then apologized for disturbing him. The monarch forgave the heir for disturbing his sleep, and again asked the prince what had happened. King Sejong froze in surprise and widened his eyes when the crown prince announced that he had found a solution to the iron supply problem. Before telling his father about the solution to the problem, Hyang told him that he would like to ask the king a question first. The monarch was taken aback when the heir suddenly asked whether Sejong believed in the hierarchy of the 4 classes of the Joseon population. King Sejong told the boy that if he was trying to wake up his father, he had succeeded, and asked Hyang to get straight to the point. The boy smiled awkwardly and said that he thought it would be better if the government took over all the production, purchase, and sale of iron. Sejong understood why Hyang asked about hierarchy and assumed that the heir was proposing to organize a state-owned metallurgical industry. Hyang said that the quality standards of iron smelted by the people are now very different, so it has to be remelted. The king liked his son's idea when the heir suggested building a state enterprise to improve the efficiency of iron production. The man looked sternly at the boy and asked if the heir had a concrete plan ready, since he dared to interrupt the king's sleep. The main character replied that such a plan was already prepared, and the prince would not even mind giving up sleep for the whole night to tell his dad everything. At the morning meeting, the king declared that the government should take responsibility for the process of smelting and mining high-quality iron. However, the advisors were against it. They shouted that it was unprecedented that the country would produce and sell iron to the people. Sejong yelled at them to stop complaining and argued in favor of state-owned iron production. The monarch, raising his voice, declared that people's lives were becoming more difficult in areas where there was no iron, and that the government could solve this problem. The advisors, when they were shamed and everything was explained to them in an accessible way, fell silent, no longer trying to argue with His Majesty. After a sleepless night, the enraged king complained of a headache and suggested that the officials move on to a practical discussion. A few days later, a meeting of ministers took place, at which the heads of departments discussed the creation of state-owned enterprises. The advisors were also present. They were wary because they had previously been skeptical about the young prince's idea. The right advisor exchanged glances with his colleagues. He too was not in the best mood at today's meeting. The crown prince sat at the head of the table, uncomfortable with the tense atmosphere in the room, and noticed that the others were too. Chief Royal Advisor Yon San turned to the crown prince. Hyang smiled and allowed the official to intervene. The man told the boy that he didn't have to take part in the meeting because Hyang was already working hard. The protagonist replied that his presence here was necessary because the Institute and Zone 51 required a lot of iron. The Crown Prince said that everyone present knew very well that there was currently a big problem with iron as tribute. Landowners in regions where iron is not available are forced to buy it from traders, and sometimes the prices for this raw material are prohibitively high. In order to pay tribute to the state in iron, poor landowners in some provinces are forced to sell their property. The left counselor said that they were well aware of this problem, which is why the Blacksmiths Association was created to stabilize iron prices. Hyang replied that he understood the goals of the association, but there was a problem of transporting landowners to iron-producing areas. Farmers have to go on long journeys to buy iron in order to pay tribute to the state. There were several scrolls of paper on the table in front of the officials and Hyang, and the heir said that these documents contained all the necessary information. Finally, the main character thanked the officials for the hard work they had done investigating the iron problem. The minister smiled and told the crown prince that it was their duty as subjects of the Joseon royal court. Hyang said the Ministry of Public Works would be responsible for setting up the state-owned enterprise and suggested that the head of the department continue to be in charge. The minister reported to officials that after the last work under the leadership of His Majesty, the department conducted a nationwide survey. It turned out that in the provinces where there is metal, private iron miners began to appear who are not subordinate to the government. They have extensive connections with steel suppliers in different regions and are also managed by landowners. The left-wing advisor suggested that people who comply with the iron law buy it from them and donate it to the state. Another official did not understand what to do if they could not even control the price of the hardware that the people were buying. The crown prince explained that the government would take over the work currently being done by the steel mills. The advisors did not understand how this was possible and asked Hyang if he was really going to give government positions to private owners. Hyang replied that he did not have the authority to decide such issues, so the king would have to hold discussions with ministers on the matter. The prince was irritated by the old men who were trying to catch him out at every step, and he assumed that they would be angry even if Hyang demanded a government position for himself. The Minister of Public Works asked the others if they had any ideas on how to honor private metallurgists without giving them government jobs. The hero suggested inviting craftsmen to the capital and announcing a competition. and the best among them would receive the title of People's Artisan. In our hero's head, this idea looked like the show Show Me the Iron, similar to the modern television show Show Me the Money. Hyang's eyes lit up and he announced that he would be the chief judge of this competition and that the jury would also include field commanders. The advisors did not argue with the crown prince, but they felt tired due to Hyang's constant new ideas. After Hyang left, the advisor reminded his colleague of his words about how he had felt like there was a fox here, and now he understood it. The advisors watched the prince leave through the window, not understanding how everything would turn out and what awaited the men next. The left advisor asked his friend not to worry because, judging by the minister's report, the king already knew all about this idea. Later, at the research institute, Hyang taught his staff about puddling, the process of converting cast iron into steel. Hyang said they need to start by finding the largest private workshops that operate in high-tax areas. The deputy director suggested sending a request to the Minister of Taxes for a list of iron tributes for the past few years. Afterwards, Hyang went into the deputy's office and asked if they had received a response from the tax minister yet, and Zhangzhou said that he had sent the request just an hour ago. The prince said he understood and left, but soon returned again, asking about the Minister of Taxes, which irritated the deputy. The response from the Ministry of Taxation never came, and the worried eunuchs followed the enraged crown prince. The boy wanted to ask Zhou to hurry up the ministry with an answer, but then he shouted that he would go there himself and sort everything out. When the angry heir personally dealt with the bureaucrats, he understood his father, who constantly complained about the slowness of officials. The crown prince recalled Sejong's wise words that those who live off the people must do their job well. In the pavilion, the king told his son that he had heard that he had been very busy lately. Hyang wanted to answer but was unable to because he sneezed. Sejong laughed and asked his son how he liked the tea. The boy grimaced and replied that the drink was spicy and hot. The king explained that the tea was designed to suit Hyang's body type and asked him to drink a cup of the beverage in the morning and evening. Sejong asked his son to take care of his health because he would soon be 15, and the boy replied that he would do everything as his father told him. The monarch ordered the crown prince to finish this tasteless but healthy tea while they sat in a gazebo in the fresh air, surrounded by rivers and forests. Soon an important day came for our hero. He stood again in front of a mug of special tea and was ready to drink it in one gulp for the sake of his father. The main character drank a large mug of tea made from different herbs, which were selected taking into account the characteristics of his body. Hyang cleared his throat and placed the empty cup on the tray held by the lady-in-waiting who was helping the boy with his daily chores. It has been nearly a month since Hyang put forward the idea of establishing a state-owned enterprise, and the top 3 candidates have been selected. One of them was Tok Su, a village craftsman from Gyeongju province whom the young prince had met earlier. Also one of the best candidates was a strong guy named Man Sik, a man from Cheongju province. Park Tae from Hapcheon province will also work at the first state-owned iron and steel plant in Joseon. One day the crown prince was invited to a royal meeting to report on state enterprises. The king asked if the establishment of the national enterprise was progressing well, and Hyang reported that they were currently looking for a master to supervise the work. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, told his father that they were going to invite the masters to Hwaseong and hold a competition. Left advisor Hwang Hee asked the prince if it was possible to hold a competition because the number of candidates was likely to be huge. King Sejong said that the question was reasonable, so he asked the young heir to answer it. The boy said that there were not many craftsmen, and they selected artisans from the regions where puddling iron is made. Previously, the hero had ordered officials to go in search of such masters, and it turned out that such artisans were few and far between. The heir reported that the method of melting puddling iron is a very complex technique, so the craftsmen migrate around the country. The protagonist told the officials and his father that 3 final candidates who met the requirements were ultimately called to Hwangseong. The king was pleased with his child's report and asked Hyang if it was already known where and when the competition would take place. The crown prince beamed with happiness and replied that the final competition would take place right on the territory of Zone 51. This confused the king because the secret zone is a place where even the monarch cannot enter without a pass, and Hyang was going to let strangers in. The main character told his dad that they had changed the security in the zone a little. Now the territory was divided into 3 parts with different levels of access. He reported that it is possible to come to a low-security zone by giving a few days' notice, and the competition will be held there. The emperor laughed after listening to the crown prince and said that this did not seem like desperate measures, but told Hyang to keep trying. With a smile on his face, the young prince promised his father to prepare conscientiously for the upcoming masters competition. But soon the hero's mood was no longer so good when he learned that the artisans refused to smelt the iron together. The deputy explained that each master has his own secret technique, and they do not want to share it with competitors. General Cho Hae-sang said that the issue was of national importance, so it was necessary to force the artisans to obey. Chan Zhou replied that because of the hard work, the masters have a difficult character. They are very proud, so they will not agree even under threat of execution. Hyang agreed with his deputy, reminding him that one of the masters would eventually become the most important person in their first state-owned company. The protagonist told his employees that the craftsmen must have the impression that the kingdom recognizes them as professionals. The crown prince asked his subordinates to show the masters the green area of Zone 51 and give them as much space as possible to work. When the day of the competition arrived, Hyang asked the staff if they had finished organizing the places, and they replied that everything was decided by lottery. Hyang said he heard from the security chief that there were too many outsiders in the area, and he saw for himself that this was true. The master explained to the prince that the most important thing in smelting is fire, and that many people are needed to maintain the temperature. Pointing his finger at one of the contestants, the craftsman told Hyang that the man was some kind of brain in the metallurgy industry in Gyeongju. The master explained to Hyun that this is what the locals call their leaders. Such people give orders when to fire or cool the iron. The main character was in anticipation. He really wanted to see the process of iron smelting when the competition began. And all because in his past life he was also a blacksmith and worked with iron. He even studied with a real master of this industry. The boy's eyes were shining with delight because he wanted to see the traditional way of smelting iron, but the employees did not understand his feelings. Soon, the deputy director announced through a megaphone that the competition was about to begin, and all the artisans had to gather and listen to Hyang's speech. It came as a surprise to the provincial artisan Pak Tai that the crown prince would look at their skills. The big guy Man Sig didn't expect the competition to start so early, so he looked warily at the deputy director. Toksu also became distracted and noticed the voice coming from the megaphone while he was preparing for the competition. The craftsman bowed before the crown prince and greeted him. Hyang was glad to see the artisans in Area 51. The prince said that he was the head of a state-owned steel company and that one of them would become the chief foreman of the company after a competition. Hyang said that the iron that will be produced at this plant will become swords and weapons to defend Joseon. The heir declared that one of the masters would receive the honor of being called the greatest blacksmith in Joseon and would also be well rewarded by the king. Masters Man-sik, Pak Tai, and Toksu were inspired as they humbly listened to Crown Prince Hyang's opening speech. The subordinates showed them the materials they requested for the work, and Hyang warned that the craftsmen would not be able to leave the area until the end of the competition. When the prince asked them to check if all the materials were in place, Man-sik knew that he only needed iron and coal for the work. All three village artisans were greatly surprised when the men entered the tent and saw what was stored there. Toksu grabbed one of the stones and asked the crown prince if they should mine iron from the iron ore. The protagonist said that they had recently found good deposits of iron ore and asked if they couldn't make it from something other than iron powder. All three agreed to work with iron ore. They shouted that they could handle it, although it would be more difficult. Hyang allowed the craftsman to look around, and his eyes widened when one of the craftsmen immediately began working right in the tent. The crown prince leaned over Toksu, and the man knelt down and began to hammer at the large iron ore stones. Then Toksu took out a long, shining iron needle to check the properties of the iron ore. The man used a hammer to extract sand from iron ore and then used a needle to test the properties of the dust. Taking a couple of grains of iron powder on the needle, Toksu lit the burner and brought the tip of the needle to the flame, carefully watching the reaction. The surprised protagonist watched as all the artisans were engaged in the same process, testing the reaction of iron powder to flame. For the next process, Man-sik needed red clay, so he asked an institute employee where it was. Hyang's deputy politely asked the craftsman to follow him because the red clay was not in the tent. Outside, Zhang told the craftsman that they could get clay soil from there, and Man-sik came closer to check it. The protagonist stood behind, dumbfounded, and watched as the artisans approached the mountain of clay soil and began to taste it. After trying the soil with red clay, the craftsmen began to shake their heads, which meant that they did not like the quality of the soil. The main character got scared and asked the artisans from the villages if there was really a problem with the soil. The men explained to the crown prince that the iron ore contained a lot of sulfur, and to remove it they needed good soil, which was not suitable. The crown prince approached the staff blacksmith and asked him to bring here the soil that was used for military training, as well as lime. While this question was being answered, the deputy director decided to show the contestants what they would use as firewood. Man-sik, Toksu, and Park-tae were shocked when they entered the shed and saw that what was inside was not the charcoal they were used to working with. Jongjo explained that they would have to work with coal, which he said burns longer and produces a more powerful fire. The deputy director said that the Ministry of Armaments uses coal in all smelting processes. Hyang approached the shed and heard Jongjo promising to tell the masters about the characteristics of this coal at the meeting. The main character understood that now, thanks to him, everything in the kingdom would be different, and the great talents of this country would be used as they should be. While Hyang was in his office at the institute, the prince was informed that news had arrived from Area 51. The crown prince was delighted when eunuch Yi told him that supplies of coal for the artisans had already been prepared. The boy, dressing as he went, ran into the area to watch the oven-making process, telling the eunuch that it was something he could not miss. Area 51 was far from the research institute, so Hyang traveled there on horseback. At this time, in the conference room, an advisor asked the government if there was anyone present who wanted to be a judge at the master's competition. The deputy director replied that the final decision would still be up to the crown prince, but it was still worth following the progress of the competition. The left and right advisors expressed a desire to take part in the competition as a jury, and the prime minister did not object. The protagonist was flushed and out of breath from the rush, and he was smiling widely when he finally arrived at Zone 51. Official Jang Yong-sil did not understand why the crown prince had arrived so unexpectedly, and Hyang asked him whether the craftsmen had already begun building the kiln. Yon-sil said that the craftsmen would be busy building the stove for several days, and Hyang concluded that there would be nothing interesting today. Hyang asked Jang Yong-sil to carefully observe the process of making the stove and take notes, and the advisor replied that he understood everything. After the artisans completed the process, Man-sik, Park-tae, and Toksu were each given 1 point by the judges. The main character was also present at the awarding of grades. He beamed with pride for the masters and applauded the men. The eunuchs were responsible for assigning grades. They continued to announce them using notepads and gold pens. The crown prince was pleased that the eunuchs had memorized the hand gestures that Hyang had taught them, and asked his servant Kim to write down the hero's words in a notebook. Eunuch Yi and Eunuch Kim shouted in unison to the crown prince that they would do their utmost. A couple of days later, the main character was in a hurry, walking along the corridor, because serious construction of the furnace by the craftsmen began in the zone. When the crown prince went outside and saw the artisans working, the boy beamed with happiness. Indeed, the main construction of the oven had already begun, with the men using clay bricks and a basin of water. The main character, watching the work of the craftsmen from the side, noticed that Man-sik and Park-tae were laying red clay bricks together. Hyang was surprised to see that Toksu's stove was different. It was square in shape, and the material used for construction was more like earth. Toksu, embarrassed, greeted the crown prince and explained that he was treating the stones with mud so that the furnace could better withstand the heat. The hero liked the master's idea. He apologized to him for disturbing him and allowed him to return to work. The process of building the stoves lasted for another couple of days, and the big guy Man-sik's stove turned out to be bigger and higher than the others. Park-tae from Hapcheon also had a special oven. It was divided into 2 parts. One was more round and the other was smaller. Toksu from Gyeongju province had a square stove. He built it from stones processed with mud and also decorated it with bows. Pak Yong-sil reported to the crown prince that all the ovens were ready, but all the artisans were asking to drink alcohol and eat meat before the competition began. Hyang allowed the masters to be given whatever they wanted, knowing that even the king would forgive them for drunkenness, although it was prohibited in all departments. The royal advisor asked the protagonist how he knew that the masters should not be given more than half a bottle of alcohol. The main character told his assistant that he had once been to a traditional forge, so he knew how things were done there. The Crown Prince cleared his throat and told Park Yong-sil that he had once seen artisans making a furnace for artillery cells. Hyang hurriedly left the office again and told the royal advisor that he needed to go and see how the contestants were doing. At this time, Man-sik was sitting by his built stove and praying, holding a stick of incense in both hands, with a table with offerings for the gods in front of him. The protagonist said that he thought that the masters would perform a joint ritual, but each of them prayed alone. The Crown Prince concluded that although their furnaces were completely different, the masters had the same heart because they all prayed. Man-sik recited a prayer in his head. He addressed the gods of heaven and earth and asked them to be near his furnace these days to help him. Pak Tai had a similar prayer in his head, asking the gods of heaven and earth to protect the oven until it disappeared. Toksu closed his eyes and asked the gods to grant them all safety in this competition and to protect the artisans from accidents. Protagonist stated that the competition would begin tomorrow, so he asked his assistant to notify the government and give the security a list of observers. Before the competition, the left and right advisors arrived on horses to the zone. Gobel said that every time he comes here, he is overcome by a strange feeling. Once the advisors had confirmed their identities to the guards allowed the observers to enter Area 51. The men successfully passed through the gate and were immediately greeted warmly by the Crown Prince inside, and they obediently greeted Hyang. Pak Yong-sil greeted the advisors and asked them to go to the podium. A special comfortable place was prepared for observers. The left advisor, as he climbed the wooden stairs, felt embarrassed that a pedestal had been built especially for them. The official was very surprised when he climbed up onto the pedestal and saw the view of the secret area from there. Thanks to the structure, observers could see everything as if on the palm of their hand. From there they had a view of the master's stoves and the tent. The Crown Prince made a loud announcement through a megaphone, calling on the Joseon masters to pay attention to him. Hyang stated that the task of the craftsmen would be to make 5 iron ingots, and they would be given 15 days to complete this task. Man-sik liked the task when Hyang said that all the bars had to be the same size and weight, about 600 grams each. Toksu listened to the conditions of Hyang's task, and the Crown Prince said that the quality of these ingots should also be as similar as possible. Park Tae heard that the amount of coal and iron ore they use for the task will also be recorded. Using a megaphone, the protagonist announced that the competition was starting right now, and asked the artisans to start smelting. The advisors warned the heir to be careful as Hyang ran down the stairs to watch the craftsmen at work. Man-sik tied a bandana around his head and shouted, ordering his assistants to bring him coal immediately. The big man warned his assistants to be ready as the craftsman poured the first portion of fuel into his furnace. Hyang's eyes sparkled with delight. He was very happy to see the work of the artisans who immediately began the smelting process. Yong-sil told the staff that sparks might fly during smelting, so he would now give them shields for protection. Man-sik and his assistant successfully fired up the stove. A powerful fire was burning inside, and the guy was pumping air inside. The big Man-sik tensed up as he watched the fire burn inside, because there was something about the way the stove worked that he didn't like. The assistant was perplexed, holding a piece of paper with coal in his hands, when Man-sik started shouting at him to come down immediately. The next moment, a powerful flame burst from the top of the furnace. Man-sik fell from the ladder and screamed in fear. Toksu noticed this. He thought that if Man-sik's biggest stove couldn't withstand it, then what would happen to his stove? Before Toksu could react, the very next second a cloud of powerful flame also flew out from the top of his square oven. The same thing happened with Pak Tae's stove. The man screamed in fear and jumped back so that the explosion would not hit him. Coal was a new fuel for the artisans, so 3 columns of black smoke were visible above Area 51. The zone's staff protected the heir with shields and worried about his condition, but Hyang was delighted, replying that he was completely fine. The left and right advisors huddled together in fear, and Yon-sil walked up to the fence and shouted, asking Hyang if he was okay. The protagonist, through a megaphone, asked the advisors not to worry and asked the doctors to take care of the artisans. After a while, everything calmed down. When it was already night outside, the main character asked the staff if anyone was hurt. The artisans bowed to Hyang and apologized, but the boy replied that this was not the first time he had encountered such a problem. The protagonist asked the employee what condition the stoves were in after the explosion. and he was told that there were no problems with them. Hyang smiled and suggested that they pretend that there was no competition today and stated that they would start all over again tomorrow. The artisans lined up and agreed, and then shouted in unison to the crown prince that they would do their best. The next day, as planned, the competition started again, with Pak Tai supervising the assistant who worked with the stove. The craftsman, grabbing the red-hot iron ore with tongs, placed it in a trench dug in the ground to melt it. Now the furnaces were working normally, guards were guarding the secret area, above which 3 columns of light smoke were visible. A week later, Hyang was present at the competition site, and the crown prince was pleased that the process was going smoothly for everyone. The heir concluded that they were all really good craftsmen. He respected them as artisans. The difference in their skills was insignificant. When it got dark outside, the artisans were already resting. Man Sik and Pak Tai were standing outside and arguing about something in raised tones. Pak Tai told Man Sik that he never took his anger out on him and accused the big man of looking like a gangster. The insult angered the big guy. The craftsman gritted his teeth and began to threaten his opponent that he would fold his spine in half. Pak Tai began to provoke Man Sik, shouting that he wanted to see if the craftsman was capable of something like that. Toksu tried to separate the men, shouting at them not to stop and not to start a fight in a government building. The master managed to increase the distance between Man Sik and Pak Tai. He told them that it was their fault that they started arguing. Toksu asked the boys not to be hostile towards each other because they all live off their business, and they should at least pretend to be friendly. The man told the hooligans that their assistants were probably worried too, and if they continued, they would also join the fight. An official came out to the foreman with a flashlight and asked if they were the ones making the noise, and warned them that they should be careful in Zone 51. The artisans bowed and apologized to the guards, while the royal advisor Yon Seul stood around the corner and eavesdropped on their conversation. After the skirmish, Man Sik and Pak Tai, who were offended by each other, decided to go their separate ways, while Toksu remained standing motionless. The next day, the deputy reported to the crown prince what had happened, and the surprised Hyang asked if it had happened the previous night. Yonsil pleased the crown prince by saying that they had appointed field commanders in advance to prevent something like this from happening. The protagonist asked the deputy to settle several commanders who would live with the artisans and also record everything that happens. Afterwards, Hyang left his office and suggested going to the masters to check on how the competition was going. Meanwhile, the work continued. Toksu sat at his stove with his assistant and sorted through the stones laid out on the floor. Toksu asked his assistant to put all these stones with the already prepared iron ingots, and his subordinate agreed to do so. The man placed the stones in a bucket of iron ingots, and then placed the bucket directly into the fire to melt the material. Hyang looked at this with surprise. He didn't know that it was possible to remelt already finished iron ingots again, as Toksu did. When it got dark outside, the main character was not yet asleep. He was in his chambers, thinking that the competition was already coming to an end. Hyang was puzzled that the big picture was not beginning to emerge, and he sat at his desk and took notes on paper. All 3 masters started out the same way, and during the competition the prince noticed that the most coordinated work was done by Man Sik's team. The prince closed his eyes and thought that Man Sik had a clear advantage because only his team had a sense of unity. Toksu's team also made him think, because he didn't think they would use the method of remelting the finished ingots, which made them purer. The main character's eyes lit up with happiness. He said that it would be fun because there were still 5 whole days of the competition ahead. Pak Tai was worried about the burns on his right hand that he received on the first day of the competition. His health was at its limit. Gritting his teeth, the man dipped his wounded hand into a trough of water, knowing that the other masters would only laugh at his burns. As the craftsman was cleaning his hand in the basin, drops of water suddenly began to drip onto the surface of the water, indicating that rain had begun. Master Pak Tai looked up at the sky and saw that it was raining. He was afraid because it was bad for the fire in his furnace. The craftsman was about to run to his oven, but wondered if the other craftsmen already knew that it was raining. Pak Tai's devilish side told him that this was a chance because if the competitors' stoves cooled down, they would be in trouble. The devil told the frightened Pak Tai to tell no one anything and just take care of his furnace so that his competitors would have problems with the ingots. The craftsman stopped when he heard another voice inside himself, calmer and more righteous, speaking to him. A shaved-headed old sage appeared before the craftsman and told the man that there was a fire burning inside him, and it was up to him how it would be used. The craftsman was surprised by the thoughts that came into his head while he was all alone, drops of rain falling on his face and clothes. The good side prevailed over the evil in Pak Tae's mind, and the master shouted, warning the others that it was raining. Toksu was already asleep, but he woke up when he heard the warning about rain and immediately ordered his team to get up quickly. The master gave the command for the assistants to protect the ventilation in the furnace from water, close it, and take care of the iron. The next morning, Hyang asked the eunuch if the craftsman had dealt with the rain, and he was told that everyone had responded in a timely manner. The protagonist, worried about the craftsman, asked the eunuch to make sure that all the artisans had a rest after the rainy night. The masters were spending time at home because it was still raining heavily, and the man said he wouldn't mind drinking some rice wine now. Tired, Pak Tae heard a voice from behind the door. He recognized it as Man Sik, who was asking the craftsman if he was inside. Pak Tae opened the door and saw Man Sik soaking wet. He asked the craftsman why he was standing in the rain. Man Sik threw something into his competitor's hands, saying that he was not the kind of person who was used to living off debt. The craftsman caught a small red cloth bag and was surprised when he suspected what was inside. As he was leaving, Man Sik said that there was an ointment there that would help with burns, and ordered that it be applied 3 times a day, advising him to get treatment and take care of his health. Outside, Man Sik met Toksu and asked if the man had come here to visit Pak Tae, and the master replied that he was just on his way to see him. As he passed, the big guy grinned and said that although he thought slowly, he acted quickly, which made his competitor smile. Approaching Pak Tae's house, Toksu asked the master to leave for a minute, and the man asked why they were coming to him one after another. After a few days, the pouring rain stopped, and the artisans returned to competing for the position of chief master. Pak Tae was pleased with the effect of the ointment that Man Sik gave him. Although his hand was not yet perfectly healed, he was still able to work. The protagonist and the other observers also watched the progress of the competition. The heir ordered the eunuchs to watch carefully. The following days, the competition proceeded smoothly and without incident, and Toksu already had the iron ingots completely ready. Pak Tae, having treated the burns on his hand, also worked on smelting iron ingots, his face sweating from the heat of the makeshift furnace. A tired Man Sik wiped the sweat from his face, and Hyang didn't know at the time that he only thought the competition was going smoothly. The following events took place in the office of the Inspector General one sunny day. The officials had some kind of problem. The head of the Constitutional Department, holding the document in his hand, asked the official whether what was written in the letter was true. The man asked his subordinates to act secretly until they knew the truth, and asked them to be prepared in case everything was confirmed. The head of the Constitutional Department was worried because he knew that if everything turned out to be true, the Crown Prince's plans would be in vain. The final day of the competition arrived, and a research institute employee struck a gong to signal the masters. It was announced that the competition was over, and the artisans must now hand over the iron ingots they had created to the local manager. Toksu sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from his face. The competition was finally over, and the craftsman could relax a little. Hyang asked the minister to invite observers into the hall and prepare for the inspection, and ordered the director to supervise the collection of iron ingots. The institute employee took the last iron ingot from Pak Tae, and the craftsman placed it in a wooden box. Pak Tae breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had done his best, so he would leave the rest to the will of heaven. The wooden boxes where the masters placed the ingots were sealed to prevent the possibility of substitution before inspection. Hyang asked the judges to evaluate the ingots fairly. First, they would look at Pak Tae's iron. The deputy prepared to remove the seal. The deputy director of the institute, an experienced craftsman, began to weigh the iron ingots and take notes in a notebook. The testing of the contestants' ingots was carried out thoroughly. The main character listened to the opinions of Arab professors. In order to check the quality of the iron, the institute's employees melted it and then studied the composition of the artisans' ingots. However, it was not easy to come to a conclusion. The inspection dragged on. The left and right advisors were already falling asleep, sitting on the bench. The men jerked awake and looked up as the Crown Prince slammed his hands on the table and shouted that he had come to a decision. Hyang was upset when the deputy reminded him that the prince had said this phrase 5 times yesterday and advised him not to be overly cautious. The tired protagonist shouted that there would be no concessions this time, and he was finally ready to announce the winner. But he was interrupted again, for a cry was heard from outside, and the eunuch warned that the chief guard had some urgent news. A whole crowd of internal military forces representatives headed to Zone 51. They stood at the main gate. The gates opened when the protagonist was warned that the guards had arrived, so the boy decided to listen to the men. They greeted the crown prince respectfully, and the protagonist asked if the head of the constitutional department had come with them. Hyang noticed that instead of the head, they sent an inspector from the administration and asked the official to show him the decree. The administration representative handed the protagonist a scroll of paper containing a decree from the constitutional head of the kingdom. The protagonist unrolled the scroll and began to read the decree. The crown prince was clearly not happy to receive this news. The head of the constitutional department reported to King Sejong the day before that there was an impostor among the candidates for the position of chief artisan. The official told the monarch that there was talk that the man was part of a group of bandits who had been causing trouble in the province a couple of years ago. The king became angry and accused the official of acting against the crown prince and not wanting the construction of a state-owned enterprise. The man replied that this was not so at all and told the king that although he was merciful and generous, he was now in the wrong. The head of the constitutional department advised the monarch to study the candidates before the end of the competition and make a decision. King Sejong closed his eyes and thought about the official's proposal. He stopped blaming and being angry at the man. Zone 51 was ordered to cooperate with the administration's investigation. Hyang asked the captain to take the inspector to the master's quarters. A whole crowd of guards entered the zone. The prince, irritated by what had happened, clicked his tongue and ran away somewhere. The crown prince immediately called an emergency meeting of the staff of his research institute. The guy slammed his palms on the table. The protagonist felt disappointed by what happened, which he told his subordinates about at a meeting. General Hee-sang and his colleague widened their eyes in surprise as they looked at the boy when Hyang announced that there was a bandit among the contestants. The rest of the research institute's staff were also shocked, not expecting to hear such news from the crown prince. The deputy director couldn't believe it. He said it was some kind of misunderstanding because they had previously thoroughly investigated the entire line of artisans. General Cho Hae-sang suggested that the bandit might be one of the assistants who accompany the artisans to the competition. Yong-sil admitted that the department only learned basic information about the artisans' assistants, so this could be true. Hyang covered his face with his hand in disappointment because not only did they bring criminals into the city, but they also gave them access to a secret facility. The guards from the administration surrounded 5 of the artisans as part of the investigation, while the rest stood aside, not understanding what was happening. Tok-soo and Pak-tai stood aside, not understanding what was happening and why the guards were taking the group of artisans away somewhere. The people from the administration took all the people from Chungcheong province somewhere. Even the contestant Man Sik was arrested. Park-tae and Tok-soo decided to stand up for their colleagues. They shouted at the guards, declaring that they couldn't just take them away. The zone employee asked the men to stop, otherwise they could be taken away, and explained that these guards came from the administration. The masters were told that they had received a complaint that there were bandits among the participants from the Man Sik team, so they were being taken away for investigation. When Hyang was in his chambers after a day of work, he did not sleep. He was worried about the reaction of the royal court, so he decided to collect as much information as possible. The next day, the royal meeting began in the throne room, with the issues of the artisans on the agenda. King Sejong announced that they would now hear the results of the administration's investigation into the masters. The main character was in despair because he did not suspect that the investigation would be completed in a day, and they would not have time to collect any information. Emperor Sejong noticed that his baby heir appeared more embarrassed than usual today. The head of the constitutional department reported that the investigation into the Chuncheon craftsman began with a written complaint. It was news to the protagonist that this was an anonymous complaint and not an official appeal. The official reported that after questioning the entire Man Sik team, they found out that 2 of them were indeed bandits. The king thanked the official for his excellent work and said that he would call him again if needed. The chief advisor commented on the situation, asking if they shouldn't listen to the heir in charge of the competition. King Sejong agreed and asked the crown prince to come forward and report his opinion to everyone. The boy had to listen to his father because he knew that in such a situation, he had no other choice. The hero said that they were unable to prevent such a situation due to lack of resources and apologized for disturbing the ministers and the king. The emperor covered his face with his hand because the crown prince had handled the situation incorrectly, and he expected a different answer from him. Judge Li Qiao-fan commented on the situation, saying that this happened because the crown prince was too deeply involved in state affairs. The prince and the left advisor did not expect that the official would start shouting and demand that Zone 51 be included in the 6th article of the kingdom. The king loudly clicked his tongue as chaos broke out in the throne room, and officials began demanding control of Hyang's secret area. The emperor asked his advisors why they were silent, as if they had water in their mouths, and demanded that they also comment on the situation. The left-wing advisor said he did not think the crown prince was solely responsible for the incident. The man added that they, as well as officials and the administration, also took part in monitoring the competition. The advisor stated that Man Sik must take responsibility for his people, and he would like to hear an explanation from the master. The protagonist looked at his grandfather with eyes full of adoration, because only he dared to protect Hyang in this situation. King Sejong listened to the left advisor's opinion and paused before answering the official. The emperor declared that Chua Yizheng was right, and he also wanted to hear Man Sik's version in person, so he asked the inspector to bring him here. The monarch shouted loudly, declaring that he wanted to check everything personally and demanded the immediate presence of the master from Chuncheon. Soon the doors to the throne room opened, and Man Sik appeared on the threshold, led to the king by a subject standing behind him. When the master from Chuncheon saw where he was, the man began to tremble with fear. He froze, staring at the people in front of him. All eyes in the throne room were turned towards the master from Chungcheong province, looking at him with condemnation and disappointment. The village artisan looked to the right and saw that many officials had also gathered there, looking at him with disdain. He noticed that the crown prince was also present in the hall, and the boy also stared at the craftsman. Man Sik looked straight ahead and saw King Sejong sitting on the throne. The master felt a malevolent energy coming from him. The subject whispered to the big man what he was worth and asked the craftsman to do it as he had shown him earlier. Coming closer to the throne, Man Sik bowed deeply before the king and said that a humble blacksmith from Chuncheon greeted his majesty. However, King Sejong did not want to greet the man who had let them down, so he only grunted in response. The emperor told the craftsman that the inspectors wanted to send him home and asked the master what his name was. The craftsman replied that although he was born an orphan and did not receive a name, his close people called him Man Sik. The king said that he had heard that there were bandits in his team of assistants, and asked Man Sik how this happened. Man Sik, feeling fear of the monarch, began to justify himself by saying that these guys were bandits before, and they had all already been punished for their sins. After listening to the craftsman, Sejong asked the inspector if Man Sik was telling the truth. The official reported that 2 of Man Sik's subordinates were young when they engaged in banditry, and they later served hard labor. Judge Li intervened and stated that human nature was unchangeable, and it was obviously a big mistake to let such people in. King Sejong asked Man Sik how he came up with the idea of taking such people under his command, knowing that they were bandits. The craftsman replied that these guys were losers and outcasts of the village. Any mongrel could beat them, and their life was not easy. They lived in a small village by the coast. One day, some guys robbed Man Sik and set fire to many houses. The entire village suffered. The survivors, according to the craftsman, were able to escape and go into the mountains. Among them were women and children. But on the way, the surviving villagers encountered a large gang. The big guys blocked the road to the peaceful people. They had weapons. Having escaped from the tiger's jaws, people found themselves in the jaws of a wolf. The old and wounded were killed, and women and children were taken away. Man Sik said that this is how bandits came to be because it was impossible to survive otherwise, and Sejong asked how he took them under his wing. The craftsman replied that he eventually met these former bandits and took them under his wing. Man Sik was very tense. The head of the Constitutional Department, Choi Kwan, intervened and asked the craftsman to clearly explain how he was connected to the 2 bandits. The governor of Chuncheon once declared amnesty and asked the bandits to return to the village. Many agreed and began to pay for their crimes. Some bandits hid in the forest, but even they needed tools to survive, and the blacksmiths of Chuncheon had to track where they got them. The left advisor stated that the craftsman Man Sik was the person who helped the most in identifying the bandits. The main character, when he heard this, widened his eyes in surprise. He thought that the left advisor was a very smart person. After listening to everyone, King Sejong voiced his conclusion that the craftsman helped identify the people who were bandits. Man 6 said his subordinates were still children at the time, under the influence of real bandits, and when they were captured, the man took them under his wing. The craftsman admitted that he had no idea that he was committing a sinful act and asked His Majesty to forgive him. The monarch did not know whether to reward or punish the master in this situation, so he asked the assembled officials for their opinion. The head of the Constitutional Department and 2 advisors stood motionless and silent, only exchanging glances at each other. Judge Lee decided to speak up. He said that it was a big mistake that wicked people were allowed into a place that was under strict surveillance. Emperor Sejong was not satisfied with the judge's comment. The king said nothing, but clenched his fist in anger and irritation. The king suddenly turned to the left advisor Choi, and the official's hat flew off his head in fright. Sejong reminded him that the advisor had been demoted, fired, and exiled because the man was against the king becoming the heir. The chief advisor blushed with shame when the king reminded him that he had even been in prison and had been completely stripped of his status. Judge Lee was indignant when the monarch reminded him that this official had once also been exiled for his misdeeds. The king could no longer contain his emotions and shouted that a man who had paid for his sins was no longer a sinner, which was explained by the fact that these officials were now in their positions. The monarch was furious and yelled at the officials, asking if they wanted to say that they could commit sins, but the common people could not. The officials closed their eyes in shame as the king continued to shout, asking whether the sins of those in power were different from the misdeeds of commoners. Not wanting to continue the discussion any further, the monarch declared that the matter would be closed and the investigation would be completed. The main character looked at his father and saw how the king was radiating a bright light because of his wisdom. He loved his dad for his bright mind. The king remembered that today was the day of the announcement of the results and asked the heir whether he had finished choosing the head of the state enterprise. Hyang's mood improved, and he told his father that he had made a decision shortly before the royal meeting. The emperor praised his son and asked him to bring the other 2 masters, and then announced that another meeting would soon be held. Soon, on the street, the crown prince was very happy to see his deputy, Jang Yong-sil. The man replied that he came as soon as he was called. Toksu greeted the crown prince, and Park Tae turned his head, admiring the views of the palace, and then also greeted Hyang. The craftsman apologized to the heir and asked what had happened to Man Sik of Chunshin, but then the man saw something amazing. Man Sik walked up to his competitors, laughed, and said that he had no idea that everyone else was so worried about him. Toksu was glad that Man Sik was okay, and the man replied that he felt even more relaxed, suspecting that it was the air in the palace that was affecting him. When Man Sik said that his people were freed thanks to the air, Toksu also breathed a sigh of relief. All 3 masters lined up, and Hyang announced that he was going to announce the result of the competition to them before doing it in front of the king again. Toksu bowed before the prince and stated that he was very sorry, but he had to withdraw from this competition. When the man announced this, the faces of the protagonist and his deputy froze in shock. They did not expect such a turn of events. The craftsman was ashamed that he was forced to disappoint the crown prince in such a way, and the man fell to his knees in front of our hero. All 3 were stunned when the man bowed deeply before the prince and admitted that he had committed a mortal sin. Toksu stated that it was his subordinate who sent the anonymous complaint against Man Sik's team, and as the leader, he should be held responsible for it. When the protagonist heard what the problem was, the heir sighed with relief, but what he said did not impress him much. Man Sik knelt down next to Toksu, saying that it wasn't his team's fault, and he couldn't let him take the blame. Park Tae looked at how all his competitors decided to withdraw from the competition, but this did not make him happy at all. The man shocked his competitors when he dropped to his knees and said he didn't want to take part if he won by pure chance. The protagonist was seething with anger at the behavior of the artisans. The boy looked at the floor, remaining silent for now. But then the boy couldn't take it anymore and shouted at them at the top of his lungs that the country's affairs were no joke and that they had no idea what it cost Hyang to organize this competition. The artisans almost fainted from fear because of our hero's loud shout. They lost their balance from surprise. The eunuchs held the prince and tried to calm him down, while an enraged Hyang shouted about the importance of the state steel company. The ashamed artisans knelt and begged the crown prince to pardon them, not knowing what to do. Yong-sil told the contestants to go and withdraw their resignations and do everything they could to be allowed to do so. The masters began to shout at Hyang and beg for their forgiveness. They said that they would do everything possible until their bones were broken. The heir's face turned red with anger, and smoke came out of his mouth, but the boy calmed down a little and listened to the artisans. Hyang's mood changed in an instant. He walked into the throne room, suggesting that the masters go to his father to announce the winner there. The second meeting in the throne room began. The protagonist announced that he would now announce the head of the state steel company. Hyang said the judging criteria were based on the strength, homogeneity, quality of the iron, and the cooperation of the craftsman with his subordinates. The heir said that some even conducted experiments on remelting iron, which affected the final grades. Before announcing the results, the prince thanked the left and right advisors for being present at the proceedings. The protagonist stated that the skill of the applicants was amazing, but they also had to take into account economic feasibility when judging. All three artisans tensed up as the crown prince was about to announce the name of the master who had scored the most points. Toksu was startled when the protagonist called his name, saying that the master from Gyeongju had won the competition. The Gyeongju craftsman fell to his knees and thanked the crown prince, saying that His Majesty's mercy knew no bounds. The protagonist said that the other masters also distinguished themselves with their skills and asked them not to be upset. Man Sik and Park Tae tried to convince the crown prince that they were not at all upset by the results of the competition. King Sejong decided to ask the master from Gyeongju if he was willing to undertake the construction of the largest railway in Joseon. Toksu answered the king loudly, not daring to look him in the eye, that the craftsman would not even spare his life if the monarch ordered him to. The king replied that there was no need to swear his life for this, and asked the master to take care of himself so that he could live a long and happy life. The protagonist asked his father for permission if he could say something about the other artisans, even though they had lost. Hyang said that Master Man Sik has excellent leadership qualities, so great that even bandits obey him. And the craftsman from Hapcheon, according to the prince, has great influence in his region, such that almost everyone there knows him. The prince said that their new enterprise should actively cooperate with other companies in the provinces, and the skills of these craftsmen would be useful to them. The protagonist turned to Man Sik and Park Tae, asking what they would do when they found out that the prince needed their abilities. The crown prince was in anticipation. He hoped that the men had not forgotten what they had sworn to him before entering the throne room. Man Sik said that he would obey and do his best, and Park Tae replied that he was also ready to do everything in his power. King Sejong was pleased with the outcome of the meeting and loudly declared that he would first award Toksu the title of 5th rank official. The left advisor and those standing nearby were shocked, their mouths open, staring at King Sejong when he made the unexpected statement. The ministers were also very surprised because a 5th rank official is a very high rank for a village artisan. Toksu's jaw dropped when the craftsman heard that he would be awarded such a high rank as the winner of the competition. The monarch asked the winner his name, and the craftsman stammered and timidly replied that his name was Toksu. The man began to burst into tears of embarrassment as he told King Sejong that he had no last name. The king said he would give him the surname Kim because it sounds like gold, and the other contestants would also be given special titles. Man Sik and Pak Tai cried out that the monarch's mercy knew no bounds when he promised to give them positions in the steel company. After the meeting, Hyang walked with the artisans. They thanked him for everything, and the boy assured them that it was their merit. Meanwhile, the meeting continued in the throne room. Silence fell over the room. Both the king and the officials were silent. There was tension in the hall. The ministers did not dare say anything to the king. They looked away in shame. King Sejong asked officials not to remain silent if they had something to say, because that is how the nobility should behave. Minister of the Interior Ho Juo said that he would like to report to His Majesty that this rank is too high for these masters. The king became angry when he was accused of overusing government offices, shouting that these people would build a railway. The minister was destroyed by the king's cry. Sejong accused him of disrespect for the masters and that the man himself could not do anything. The angry king quickly left the throne room and ordered the others to disperse, saying that the officials had disgraced themselves. At sunset, Father and son spent time together in the gazebo, and King Sejong thanked the heir for his work. The boy grimaced because of the bitter tea, and his father asked him about his future plans, to which the hero responded with the proverb that the river is no less important than the land. Grimacing over the tasteless drink, the protagonist told his father that he was going to personally inspect all the locations and find a good place. After Hyang was going to start full-scale construction, Sejong praised his son for working better than most officials. In response to the praise, the main character looked at his dad with a smile and said that all this was thanks to the grace of His Majesty. The monarch wanted to scold the little one for his sycophancy, but said that despite the work he had done, Hyang did not look happy. The hero thought for a moment and admitted that he was concerned about the budget issue, because the government had been pouring water into an empty pot for 3 years now. The crown prince was tormented by doubts and asked the king if the kingdom currently had enough budget for construction. Sejong smiled and asked the heir not to worry about this because his father already had a plan prepared. A few days later, the action took place on the outskirts of the city of Gyeongju, where Toksu lived, and officials arrived there with an order from the king. The craftsman asked the boy if it was not his father who had gone to the royal palace the day before, and he confirmed that this was so. The official made a loud announcement, ordering the members of Master Kim Toksu's family to come out to him to receive the royal order. The master's worried family members began to get dressed and quickly leave the house, not understanding why the official called him by his last name, Kim. The craftsman's relatives knelt before the official, who read out the royal decree, which stated that Toksu would receive the 5th rank and the surname Kim. After rolling up the paper scroll containing the royal decree, the civil servant asked which of them was Toksu's eldest son. A young man named Sin accepted a chest from the official, which, according to him, contained an order of appointment and a personal letter from the king. Sin asked the official where his father was, and was told that Master Kim had gone to Pyongan province on the orders of the king. The officials left, and Toksu's son and wife did not believe that this was not a dream, because their family member had always been a hooligan, and now he had become an official. They began to hug and cry with happiness, thanking the god of the mountains and ancestors for the fact that their father and husband had now become a real nobleman. The story of the miraculous rise of the Toksu family became a legend throughout Gyeongju province, and soon spring came again to Joseon. The action took place in the palace of the crown prince. Even from outside, one could hear Hyang loudly cursing, being dissatisfied with something. The protagonist cried out that even if he had 2 bodies instead of 1, they would still not be enough to do all the work. Hyang's eyes widened when he, already surrounded by numerous documents, was informed that an order had arrived from the king. The prince, after reading the decree, learned that the king was asking him to find this time records of Hyangchal, a script from the Silla period with Chinese characters. Before his eyes appeared the image of his treacherous father, who demands that he obtain books with the Mongolian script, which had decided to create its own. The boy grimaced and shouted, telling his father, although he was not there, that getting these books would not be a problem for him. Clutching his head in his hands, Hyang knew that getting the book was not a problem. What worried him was that he would have to buy it. The day before, Hyang accidentally met the left advisor on the street. The prince smiled and told the man that he had left the palace early today. The official said that he heard that the guy managed to find an unusual book and asked what it was about. And Hyang replied that he hadn't looked yet, and they were all lying in one pile. The left advisor was surprised when Hyang said that he had not sorted the books yet, because he had heard that they were all very expensive. The crown prince smiled and replied that this was precisely why his pockets were always empty, and that, unlike others, he did not receive bribes often. The advisor laughed falsely and told the boy that it was both a shame and a blessing at the same time. The protagonist was angry when he recalled this conversation, because he was irritated that the old people were so interested in what Hyang was doing. He bit his nails, knowing that if it ever came to light that the book on phonology had been commissioned by his father the king, they would be in for a hard time. Standing in front of Hyang's office, the eunuch was afraid to tell the heir that he had received several more orders from the king. The protagonist's lips trembled with horror, and the boy dropped the golden pen from his hands when he was told that more work had appeared. The boy opened the paper scroll and learned that he needed to find books about Qianchal for the king, realizing that his father's demands had grown significantly. Hyang said the envoy from China had only recently returned, and then shook hands when an idea popped into his head. The protagonist remembered that a new emperor of the Ming dynasty had recently ascended to the throne, so he would have to buy these books. After leaving the office, Hyang knew that even if officials caught his father reading books on phonology, it would not have much impact on the creation of a new Korean script. The prince realized that there was no point in making a big deal out of minor issues, and that was why his father instructed him to buy these books for him. Hyang walked into a room filled with books and said he couldn't remember the last time he was at college or a factory because he was constantly reading. The image of the left advisor appeared before his eyes when the man asked him what the new book the prince had bought the day before was about. The boy grabbed his head and realized that he had to fully understand everything that was described in these books so that the old people would stop picking on him. When the main character approached the bookcase, the boy was surprised because one of the shelves was completely empty. The eunuch explained to the boy that the day before, His Majesty the King had taken the books that were kept on that shelf. The main character was made to think by the fact that his father decided to study books on architecture and geography. The crown prince covered his mouth with his fist and suggested that the monarch was also slowly getting rid of his list of unread books. Meanwhile, at the Joseon Research Center, which was located right next to the library, other events were unfolding. Lee Seon-ji was at his workplace. The guy grabbed his head with his hands, sitting over a book, and said that he could not understand anything. He rose abruptly from his chair and stammered a greeting to the assistant chief when the official suddenly approached and asked him what was wrong. Sun-ji admitted that he had always worked with numbers, but he was tasked with building a city, and now he doesn't know where to get a book from which he can gain the knowledge he needs. The assistant chief thought for a moment and asked the researcher if Song-ji had asked the crown prince about this. The guy replied that he hadn't asked Hyang because he hadn't been visiting the lab lately and asked what he should ask him. The official startled Lee Seon-ji when he clenched his fists and shouted, asking the boy if he knew anything about the prince's treasury. The man explained that he was talking about the prince's personal library, where he had collected a fortune of precious books and where Hyang spent most of his time. Everyone in the lab listened attentively to the assistant chief, who told Song-ji that even the king uses this library. All the researchers present were very surprised, because the guys knew nothing about this treasure. Lee Seon-ji realized that his dream now was to read the books that were kept in the crown prince's personal library. When the main character was again sitting in his office and taking notes, he was disturbed again and shouted what they wanted from him. The eunuch entered the office and told the crown prince that the officials had submitted a petition, which had already been signed by several officials. Hyang, with dark circles under his eyes from fatigue, knew that petitioning was a rather powerful way for people with low status and no power to express their opinions. The protagonist unfolded the paper list to read the essence of the petition, and what he read visibly surprised him. Soon, when Hyang met with the king, Sejong was sitting at the table, tapping his fingers on it, thinking about his son's words. The emperor was tormented by doubts. He rested his head on his fist and asked the heir whether it was necessary to do as he proposed. The protagonist sitting opposite smiled broadly and assured His Majesty that it was necessary to act in this situation. But the king didn't seem to want that, so he suggested that Hyang simply put those people's discontent on the back burner. Hyang said that if there were no more books, and only his father visited his library, that would be fine with him. But he had already received a petition signed by officials. Sejong became angry when he learned that 30 officials had signed the petition, afraid to approach him individually, and asked what the complaint said. Hyang sighed heavily and said that they were demanding to see the books in his personal library, suspecting that it was because the king was covering for his son. Beaming with happiness, the hero suggested to the king to build a library, a building where everyone would come and receive the books they needed. Emperor Sejong closed his eyes and thought for a moment about the crown prince's proposal to allow people to see their collection. The prince said that the forest was the best place to hide the tree, and it would be easier for the king to find and read the books he needed. The emperor liked the idea of the main character. He raised his index finger and agreed to do it. The crown prince was very pleased with the decision. Smiling broadly, he thanked His Majesty for permission to build the library. But soon the smile disappeared from the main character's face. The boy was very upset when he found out where exactly the library would be built. The prince did not understand why King Sejong decided to build this building right next to the eastern palace where Hyang lived. The construction proceeded quickly as the best craftsmen from all over Joseon were hired, and they dug the hole and laid the foundation in lightning speed. The main character watched the construction with interest. He was pleased to see the work of the craftsmen, no matter what area they touched on. The crown prince was very pleased that he had such influence over his father that he could, with just one request, achieve the construction of a building. Very soon at the royal palace, the emperor received news that the construction of the library had been successfully completed. The main character told his dad that all that was left was to hang a sign and asked what he wanted to name the library. King Sejong had no ideas, so the crown prince's question made the man think for a moment. The monarch asked his assistant Sanson to bring him a pen and paper to write down the name of the library. The king gave the crown prince a task as well, asking the boy to bring fresh ink to make the inscription. The crown prince bowed his head before his father and humbly agreed to fulfill his majesty's request. Sticking out his tongue, the protagonist carefully handled a small chest filled with fresh ink. While filling the ink, the king said that books contain knowledge, and in Hyang's study there are books not only from Joseon, but from all over the West. Putting brush to paper, the emperor solemnly announced that from now on, the library would store knowledge from all over the world. With a smile on his face, the crown prince watched attentively as his father used a large brush to name the library. King Sejong paused before naming the first library of the Joseon kingdom on behalf of his majesty. When everything was ready, the main character stood in front of the newly constructed building and looked at the sign with pride. The emperor felt that the library would best be named Jipjiwon, which literally means House of Relief. The protagonist was delighted as he stood in front of the real personal library built by his father, King Sejong. The crown prince could not calm down. He was beaming with happiness, thinking that this was simply amazing and was very smug. The boy looked away when he was suddenly asked to help Hyang sort the books. He turned around and saw researcher Song Ji standing in front of him, and there were other people from the research center with him. The main character asked the guys how their work was, and was Vice Chief Jung Cho really ready to let them go so easily. Song Ji replied that the vice principal also wanted to come and dismissed them, saying that the library would be of great help to them in the future. He introduced his friend Kang So-chi, who had already read about 20 books and was busy sorting them in the research center, to the crown prince. Kang So-chi bowed before the crown prince and admitted that he was thinking about how he could organize the books in the new library. The main character was surprised by the researcher's words, and he asked the guy if he knew what books the crown prince had. The guy replied that if you know the title of the book, you can guess what it is about, and he talked about his plans for classification. Hyang entrusted this responsibility to Kang So-chi. The boy liked that in front of him stood the same fanatic of books and order in them. Kang So-chi smiled widely and beamed with joy. He thanked our hero and promised to do everything in his power. The protagonist turned to the eunuch and asked him to call all the heir's slaves and those acting in their stead. Everyone was overjoyed when Hyang suggested getting to work and opening the library quickly and promised to give everyone special passes. The work of classifying the books in the library began. Song Ji and Kang So-chi helped the guy. The servants carried the books inside on their backs. The researchers and the protagonist watched from the side as strong men carried several books inside one after another. When Hyang rested at night, he complained of fatigue because walking back and forth all day long was tiring. He smiled because he knew that the researchers who had volunteered to help him were simply interested in what books he had. Hyang saw their reaction when one of the scientists screamed upon seeing the world's first book on arithmetic, calling it a real treasure. But the prince was not angry about this. He was not averse to showing off his books to them, and he suspected that those who signed the petition would have the same reaction. The smile disappeared from the boy's face and his eyes widened in fear as a new thought crept into his head. He recalled the king's words about his frustration at the uselessness of most officials and the difficulty in finding new talent. Then Sejong came up with the idea of creating an alphabet that all people would understand and that would produce more talented people. Hyang realized that it was with these words of his father that the gradual construction of the library began, and expressed hope that one day books with the new script would appear there. As soon as the library was officially opened, whole crowds of officials flocked there, eager to immerse themselves in new knowledge. The government employees left the library with happy faces, holding in their hands the books they had long wanted to read. Our hero Yu's younger brother, walking nearby, noticed that many officials were leaving and entering the Eastern Palace. What he saw made the boy think. He stood motionless for a long time at the entrance to the palace, watching the officials. When Yu was in class with his teacher in the pavilion, he asked the sage if he could ask him a question. The boy said he noticed people constantly coming and going from the Eastern Palace and asked if something was wrong. The elderly teacher explained that it was because the crown prince had a lot of things to do, and he was also in charge of a research center. The teacher was taken aback when Yu asked if he could also visit his older brother's research institute. The sage didn't know what to do because Yu is quite an active boy and he could damage the lab and cause trouble. However, on the other hand, the teacher understood that this could be a good opportunity for the king's youngest son. Yu smiled widely with joy when the older man promised him to ask His Majesty's permission. As the sun was setting, the sage went to King Sejong and told him of the boy's desire to visit the laboratory. The teacher said that the younger one was just starting to show interest in studying, and attending the institute would give him experience and motivation. The king replied that many of the objects in the lab were fragile and unsafe, and asked the teacher if Yu would harm anything there. The teacher lowered his head to the monarch and replied that the heavens themselves would guide Junior Prince Yu. The monarch was not against it, and he asked the sage to coordinate the visit with the crown prince and discuss the date with Hyang. Teacher Yu was very happy that the king allowed the youngest prince to visit the institute. He shouted that His Majesty's mercy was boundless. The sage hurried to the crown prince to discuss everything with him. The man decided to strike while the iron was hot. The man came to the Eastern Palace and reported that he had come to see the heir, but he was told that the guy had gone to the scientific center. The teacher began to walk in circles around the royal courtyard because in every building he was told that the prince had gone to another place. When the man approached the next building to talk to Hyang, he stared ahead and was very surprised. The sage stood at the very end of the line, but he had no idea why so many people had gathered in front of the building. The old man decided to go forward and saw that the line was very long. All the officials were waiting for their turn to go inside. The teacher heard from those standing in line that it was possible to borrow a book in the building and concluded that everyone had come there for this. One of the officials scolded the old man for not keeping his turn, and the teacher replied that he had come there to see the crown prince. But the man did not calm down. He shouted at the old man to stop joking, because there was already one sly one who wanted to cut in line under such a pretext. All the civil servants standing in line simultaneously looked at the sage with condemning glances, and the old man was forced to retreat. The man wanted to ask where he should stand, and the official pointed with his finger that the teacher's place was at the very end. The old man did not argue. He knew, of course, that the prince had a lot to do, but he didn't think it was that much, so he decided to come tomorrow, not expecting to meet today. After the younger prince's teacher returned home, the madam was informed by a servant that her husband had come home from work. The woman, upon meeting her husband, asked why he was so pale, suggesting that it was not so easy to teach the younger prince. The old man's wife told him that an official from the palace had come today and brought him a letter, which came as a surprise to the man. Leaving his boots outside, the man asked why someone had sent him a letter if he had spent the whole day in the palace. He was very curious about who sent it, so as soon as he entered the house, he immediately unfolded the sheet of paper. It turned out that the letter was written by Hyang, in which he asked the old man to look after his brother and asked if Yu really wanted to visit the lab. The old man fell to his knees when he read that Hyang was inviting him and Yu to the lab, warning him that the prince was there on Tuesdays. A few days later, the old man went to the Joseon Research Center to meet the prince there. The teacher closed his eyes and thanked the crown prince for accepting his request to visit the lab. The protagonist smiled and then turned to his brother Yu, telling the younger one that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Hiding his gaze from his older brother, little Yu respectfully greeted His Highness as he sat next to his teacher. Hyang apologized to his younger brother for the fact that due to his busy schedule, they rarely see each other, even though they live in the same palace. When our hero saw Yu's sly look, a scene flashed before him, but he didn't know whether it was from the future or the past. When Hyang met his younger brother for the first time in a long time, he apologized to the boy for their rare meetings. The boy timidly looked down in front of the crown prince and replied to Hyang that everything was fine. In fact, Yu hated meeting his older brother and sister often. They were like a thorn in his side. Recently, Yu overheard officials talking about something unimaginable being created in the laboratory and also about a secret zone. The younger brother came to Hyang's lab only because of these rumors. He became curious about what was going on there. The protagonist invited his brother and his teacher inside to show them the lab. Yu thanked him for that. When Yu walked inside, the boy's mouth dropped open in surprise. He saw in front of him something that raised many questions in the prince. The crown prince told his younger brother that in front of them now were models of astronomical instruments for tracking the stars in the sky. The surprised boy saw a model of 2 dragons and asked his older brother if they would watch the stars in the sky. The younger prince's imagination ran wild. The metal dragon in his eyes came to life and began to emit light. He turned to Yu. The boy was delighted when the dragon in front of him grew larger and asked him to touch it to free it, and together they could reach the stars in the heavens. But the illusion evaporated when the teacher reminded the boy that he had promised him not to touch anything in the lab. The younger prince was offended that he had been reprimanded and went on to stroll around the science center. The prince's attention was drawn to the models of sailing ships, which stood on the shelves in several copies, and he came closer. The boy was amazed by what he saw. He began to shout words of surprise and admiration, staring at the ships. The prince's imagination ran wild again. Yu imagined himself sailing on this ship and shouted that he was the king of the world. The teacher ran up to him again and reminded him of his promise. The boy shuddered and told the old man that he had not intended to touch anything. The teacher asked the student to lower his hands, and the main character, watching from the side, saw that Yu was barely holding back. The younger prince was surprised when his older brother invited Yu to go into the next room to show him something. Approaching the door, Hyang told him that Chogwain's achievements were located there, and only people with a special pass could enter. The main character decided to personally show his brother the room and opened the door. When Yu walked inside, he had a smile on his face. After examining this secret room, the boy was puzzled because he did not quite understand what was in front of him. As everyone got closer to the miniature model railway, Yu asked his older brother why there was so much water and mud there. Hyang explained that it was a model for testing the train, and the younger prince asked what the strange line around it was. The protagonist explained that these were the rails on which a train was moving, and asked his subjects to bring the train and place it there. The younger prince approached the fence and was stunned when he saw his subjects putting a small train on the rails. The crown prince explained to his brother that it was called a locomotive, and then, holding a hot coal with tongs, asked Yu to watch carefully. The protagonist put a piece of coal into the locomotive's furnace to start the steam engine and set the miniature train in motion. The younger prince watched the locomotive work in surprise and noticed that smoke began to come out of the top pipe. Started working, causing the wheels of the miniature train to turn slowly. The boy was amazed when he saw that the train was moving, and the amazed Yu shouted to his older brother that the locomotive was moving. The teacher and the younger prince's mouths dropped open in surprise as the locomotive and carriages sped forward along the rails. The prince began to fantasize again. The boy imagined himself sitting inside this locomotive and screaming with joy. The protagonist became worried about his younger brother when the boy began to act strangely, staring at a model train. The crown prince thought his little brother had broken down when he saw Yu looking at the locomotive with shining eyes. When the miniature train stopped and his subjects lifted it off the rails, the younger prince still couldn't take his eyes off it. He asked his brother how something like that could move, and Hyang explained that the model was only created for testing and verification. Hyang still had something to show his younger brother, so he walked over to the closet and asked Yu to come over and look at one more thing. The boy screamed in delight, and his teacher's eyes widened in surprise when the protagonist opened the cabinet doors. Inside were several models of locomotives. The prince explained that they would change as industry and science developed. The younger prince continued to behave differently than usual. The boy beamed with delight and broke into a wide smile. The crown prince told his brother that if a railroad were built, it would be possible to travel around Joseon by train in one day. Yu screamed that he couldn't believe it and imagined the iron locomotive rushing along the railway through the province. The enthusiastic boy approached His Highness and declared that he wanted to help with the construction of this locomotive. The smile on the younger prince's face immediately disappeared when the protagonist told his brother that he couldn't take part in this. The crown prince said that he needed to learn first because it took skilled craftsmen to build such a locomotive. Yang pointed his finger at Yu's forehead and said that the people working in the lab were people who had passed the exams to become senior officials, and they didn't need a boy who didn't study. The youngest prince was very disappointed. The boy hung his head down, his eyes filled with tears, and he cried from resentment. The hero told his brother that if he worked with them, he would bear a great deal of responsibility, and he would not be able to simply whine and avoid being bullied. The boy calmed down, took control of his emotions, and loudly answered his older brother that he would not simply whine and try to shirk responsibility. Hyang told Yu that he would have to study hard, and the boy asked if they would take him into the lab if he did that. The crown prince promised his brother that in that case they would accept him, but his skills would have to be perfect. The boy obediently lowered his head before the crown prince, and with sadness in his voice answered his brother that he would definitely try. Then the younger prince looked at Hyang with shining eyes and told His Highness that he would definitely be proud of him. The elderly teacher stood to the side and did not regret having obtained permission for Yu to visit the research center. The main character smiled because, as it turned out, his younger brother also had the potential to become the same science fan. When Yu asked Hyang if he could take another look at the locomotive, a dark silhouette of a man was hiding around the corner nearby. It turned out that he was an Arab researcher who secretly monitored the conversation between the protagonist and his younger brother. One of the institute's employees noticed this and asked the professor if he had any business, which caught the man off guard. The official said he had noticed that the professor had not been looking well lately, and Hassan replied that he was fine. The institute employee suggested that Hassan wanted to meet the crown prince, but the man replied that this was not the case. The Arab scientist confessed to his colleague that he came there because a problem had arisen that could not be postponed. The official suggested that Hassan approach their youngest team member because he was a math genius. The center's employee immediately took the Arab scientist with him, even though Hassan tried to explain to his colleague that this was not the kind of problem he was dealing with. When they turned to Songji, the boy was delighted, thinking that the world-famous academician himself was setting him an unsolvable task. But Hassan replied that the problem was of a different nature, and the official asked him to speak faster, without wasting precious time. The professor was interested in where the Westerners the crown prince constantly spoke about actually were. Hassan's question left the official, and Li Xianji stumped, unable to understand what the Arab researcher was talking about. The researchers at the scientific institute looked at the puzzled Hassan in bewilderment when he asked where the West was that Hyang was talking about. The stunned young scientist Li Xianji asked the professor why he suddenly asked such an unusual question. Hassan explained that this is because those who know the most about the West are he and his younger brother, as well as the members of their church. The official and Li Xianji began to nod their heads and told the professor from the Arab country that everything was now clear to them. The man put his hand on his heart and said that his entire family had settled in Joseon, but he still maintained contact with the Ming dynasty. Songji and the official were surprised when Hassan said that thanks to the Ming dynasty, he learned about the history of a Catholic country. The official tried to stop Hassan and said that it was not worth talking about this in public and suggested that he contact the deputy director. The deputy director listened to Hassan and asked if he wanted to say that the things that Hyang said were made in the West were not actually made there. The Arab researcher confirmed that he believed this, and the deputy director asked if he had any evidence. The man with the thick beard asked Zhang Zhou if he remembered how, on his orders, Hassan went to the Ming dynasty to look for a glass master. The deputy director replied that of course he remembered it, and as a result of the trip, Hassan's younger brother went home because he could not find the right master in China. The Arab researcher told Zhou that the day before yesterday his younger brother Amir left for his hometown, and then Hassan received a letter. This letter described a conversation between Hassan's younger brother and his uncle, and then Amir learned about an Italian named Caesar. Amir was perplexed. He asked his uncle what all this meant and why he was being sent to Italy. Amir's uncle explained that mass production of sheet glass had recently opened in Italy, something they themselves had only recently learned about. When the researcher heard this news from his uncle, he was shocked. Amir stared at the man with wide eyes. The professor told Zhang Zhou that His Highness knew about this, about a newly developed technology in a country he had never been to. Zhang Zhou suggested that the crown prince had simply set his standards too high, believing that Joseon should have the best of everything. Hassan said that without detailed knowledge and calculations, it is impossible to know this unless you have seen glass production in person. The Arab scientist was also suspicious of the models of Hyang's ships in the exhibition hall, and especially his steam balloon. The official said that all this was developed on the initiative of His Highness, and asked Hassan what the steam ball had to do with it. In his hometown, Amir's uncle told him that in Catholic countries, there are ships that move only with the help of sails. The man told his nephew that he had recently been in the Mediterranean Sea and saw a large ship built by the Spaniards. Amir asked his uncle to tell him what the ship looked like, and the man suggested that his nephew draw it. The ship drawn by Hassan and Amir's uncle was attached to the letter, and the Arab scientist asked his colleagues to look at it. The deputy picked up the drawing and, when he looked at it, was surprised. The drawn ship really did look suspicious. Zhang stood up from his desk and walked over to the cabinet that stood in his office. The man opened the doors to take something out of there. The deputy head of the research center picked up a small wooden box with a lock, decorated with hand-painted artwork. He took out a drawing from there and told his colleagues that this drawing was given to him by His Highness the Crown Prince when he was making a model of a sailing ship. The men compared the two drawings and concluded that both sailing ships had many similarities. The puzzled researchers asked Hassan if this meant that this ship was an absolute novelty in the West, and the Arab replied that it was. But that was not all. Hassan also talked about the new armor of the Hoseon military, which is worn by border guards and the National Guard. An Arab scholar stated that it was impossible to make such armor from a book with a couple of illustrations that was brought from the Ming dynasty. Hassan was also suspicious that the Ming Empire did not have the technology to simultaneously smelt and form such a quantity of armor. The deputy director asked if Hassan wanted to say that the ideas invented by the West actually belonged to the Crown Prince. The man confirmed that this is exactly what he thought, and he needed an answer as to why the boy said that these were Western ideas. Zhang said that this issue needed to be thought about, and asked his colleagues to remain silent about it for now, because it was a matter of life and death for all of Joseon. A few days later, when Hassan was at home, his servant informed him that he had received a letter from the house of the deputy head of the laboratory. Hassan told his wife that he would have to leave that evening, and the woman began to complain that people were treated like cattle in the lab. He embarrassed his wife by telling her that the lab staff had taken him across the desert to Joseon, where he met his beloved. In the evening, Hassan went to a private house to take part in a secret meeting organized by Changzhou. The servant opened the gate and asked Mr. Hassan to quickly go inside so that the guards would not notice them. The subject reported to his master that the guest he was expecting had arrived, and the deputy director ordered him to be brought inside. The Arab researcher went to the vice principal's house to meet with Zhang and the others in person. The man was surprised when he saw Li Xianji sitting on the floor inside. The guy also did not expect to meet Mr. Hassan today. Researcher Hassan laughed as he looked at the boy and asked Li Xianji why his face was so sweaty. The guy was indeed sweating in streams, but he didn't have time to answer because someone asked Mr. Hassan if he had arrived yet. When the doors leading to the hall opened, the Arab researcher froze in horror, his eyes wide as he stared at the man opposite him. It was a surprise to the professor that King Sejong himself was present at this secret meeting. Emperor Sejong stood silently in the shadows, the man holding a cup of tea in his hands, looking at Hassan with a slight smirk. The Arab professor, seeing the king, immediately fell to his knees and bowed deeply, greeting his majesty. Putting his finger to his mouth, the emperor asked the man to be quiet, and then ordered Hassan and Li Xianji to go inside. When all the invited staff members of the institute had gathered, King Sejong announced that he would get straight to the point. The deputy director stated, addressing His Highness, that researcher Hassan wanted to discuss something, namely an insoluble problem. King Sejong scratched his chin and replied that many people have begun to ask questions recently. Zhang intervened and said that the prince could not explain the heliocentric theory to the others because he thought it was too obvious. The deputy director remembered the main character's frightened face when the boy did not understand how to prove to the others that the earth revolves around the sun. After General Cho Hae-san made the statement, he looked down at the floor and remembered all the prince's experiments that he had witnessed. The old man admitted that he had a clear feeling that Hyang had forced everyone to think about solving the problems, although he himself knew the answers. The crown prince's behavior raised many questions in the king's mind. Hyang's father did not understand why he would suddenly behave like that. The comment was given by Lee Sun-ji. The sweaty guy suggested that everything was explained by the young age of the crown prince. King Sejong replied to the researcher that it was quite possible that the boy was behaving this way because of his age. Jung-jo said that if you look at Hyang's actions in a broad sense, at first his actions were for recognition, and then he did even greater things. After listening to his deputy, the king concluded that it was quite likely that the crown prince was using the West as a cover for his own plans. After the monarch turned to Mr. Hassan, the Arab explorer bowed before the king and responded to his words. The emperor asked the Arab professor whether Western scientists were really as ruthless as the crown prince claimed. Hassan replied that there were still some left, and the pride of these guys, like the descendants of the Roman Empire, is so high that it reaches the heavens. An Arab researcher has revealed that Westerners kill those who do not believe in their gods, claiming that it is the will of their god. After listening to Hassan, the king sadly stated that if they met these people without proper preparation, what Hyang had spoken of would happen. The secret meeting between King Sejong and the Research Institute staff continued under cover of night. Professor Hassan reported to King Sejong that Western people are very greedy for technology as well as for their wealth. The researcher's statement made the monarch think. This information was new to the king. The king was forced to inform those present that something terrible would happen if they met Westerners without being prepared. When the discussion was concluded, under the light of a single candle, Emperor Sejong ordered the assembled people to listen to his decree. He said researchers would need to spread the word that these were Western inventions, as Hyang had done. Officials listened as Sejong explained that this would protect themselves by saying that these were Western developments, while at the same time forcing other countries to waste energy. The emperor asked General Cho Hai-san and Hassan if they understood what the king was trying to convey to them now. The king asked if Hassan understood that he must keep this secret until the end of his days, and the man loudly declared that he would take this secret with him to the grave. The monarch asked the professor from the Arab country if he could now swear by the name of the god he believed in. The man obediently swore in the name of the one God of all that he would keep this secret, including from his family members. His Majesty liked the researcher's answer, but he asked him to remember that every mistake would have to be paid for. At this point, the secret meeting was concluded, and 4 servants carried King Sejong in a palanquin back to the palace. Sitting inside, the emperor had a grin on his face as he remembered his heir, marveling at his abilities. The king thought that his son should become a scholar if all this was true, but he did not understand why Hyang was so excited when he voiced his plans. The emperor admired the abilities of his heir so much that he was already thinking of handing over most of the government affairs to Hyang. That night, almost all the nobles who lived in the Seokyeon and Bukchon areas were found with stab wounds. One day, the crown prince arrived at the royal palace, and the eunuchs reported to Sejong that Hyang was asking for his visit. The main character had barely entered the palace when he saw someone running out of the building, rushing away at full speed. It was our hero's younger brother. He burst into tears as he left the royal palace, which frightened Hyang. Noticing his younger brother's face, the crown prince didn't understand why Yeon was running out of the building in tears. Without greeting the crown prince, the boy ran away accompanied by his subjects, leaving Hyang without answers to his questions. Hyang, looking back at the royal palace, felt that today he would again become a participant in unpleasant events. The protagonist walked inside with a frightened face. In front of him sat the king, who was clearly not in a good mood, as well as his mother and sister. The boy knelt down and asked what was going on here and why his mother and older sister Chong-so were sitting next to his father. The worried mother looked at her son and tried to find the words to explain what had just happened to Yen. Yeon, the future Prince An-peng, is Hyang's younger brother, and it was already decided that he would succeed his uncle Song-neng because his other children had died. It turns out that until a certain point, the boy will have to constantly rush between the palace and the house of the great Prince Song-neng. When Hyang Jongseo's older sister was being carried in a palanquin, the girl complained that it was very uncomfortable, but decided to endure it. The girl became alert and looked away when they heard some strange sounds outside the carriage. The curious princess pulled back the curtain and looked through the window to see what was happening outside on the street. The lady-in-waiting asked Princess Jongseo if she was comfortable, and the girl asked the woman what was wrong. The woman said that a group of street performers were blocking their path, and Jongseo replied that she wanted to see the performers. The girl was upset when the servant told the princess that their performance was vulgar and that she had better not look at it. Chonso began to be very capricious and repeat, turning into a wild scream that she wanted to look at the artists. Her face turned red with indignation. A group of street artists actually performed in front of the palace, and a crowd of locals gathered around, watching the act with delight. Each artist played his own role in the group. One of them held 2 metal sticks in his hands, on which he balanced bowls. One of the performers shouted that since a noble princess was looking at them, luck should smile upon everyone this year. The girl managed to get out of the carriage and watch the performance. She clapped her hands and was delighted. When the eunuch reported to the king that Prince Yan wanted to meet him, the emperor arranged a meeting at the Tajan tea house the following day. King Sejong was not against meeting because the boy Yan was much calmer than Hyang, Jungseok, and Yu. The next day, the meeting at the tea house took place. The younger prince thanked his majesty for the time he had given him. The father told his son that he didn't need any thanks and asked the boy what Yang so desperately wanted to tell him. With his eyes sparkling with inspiration, the boy shouted to his father that he wanted to join a group of street performers. The king was truly taken by surprise by his youngest son's statement, and he stared at Yen, not believing his ears. Mom told the crown prince about this whole story. That's why his parents scolded him today, but he didn't even listen to them. Scratching his forehead, King Sejong asked the crown prince why he had come to the royal palace today. Hyang said Yu asks for permission to visit the lab every day, but the prince wants to limit the visits to once a week. Emperor Sejong looked visibly tired. He stared at the crown prince with an emotionless face, not answering. The protagonist felt awkward in front of his father's piercing gaze. He pursed his lips and looked away. Then King Sejong furrowed his brows and looked more sternly at his young heir, trying to give him a clear answer without words. Hyang sighed heavily and said that he understood everything and decided to help his dad by saying that he would meet with Yon and try to convince him. For this purpose, the king gave his son the use of his tea house, Tajian, and a few days later, Hyang met his younger brother there. On the table in the gazebo there were treats for the youngest prince, including fruits, rice cakes, and sweet brushwood. The youngest prince, Yan, looked at the treats with delight and asked Hyang if he was allowed to eat it all. The main character answered his brother that all this food was only his, and King Sejong specially prepared these snacks for Yan. Stuffing his cheeks with sweet snacks, Yan confirmed that he wanted to become a street performer when the crown prince asked him about it. The crown prince asked his younger brother what he liked better, the singing and dancing of the artists or the performances and games. The question caught little Yen off guard. The boy looked down and thought about what to answer his older brother while chewing on the sweets. Little Yan was scared when Hyang warned him that the boy would not be able to eat his favorite sweets if he became an artist. Hyang suggested that Yan become a famous person in the future so that he could invite artists to his place and watch their performances. This idea appealed to Yan when the prince said that in the future the boy would be able to gather all the famous artists in the palace, who would perform only for him. Hyang became stricter and warned his brother that he would not respect him if he became an artist, because this profession was not worthy of a great man. The younger prince covered his face with his hands in horror. Frightened, Yang promised his older brother that he would become a great man. The heir replied that it would be difficult and even impossible for Yenu to do this, because the boy did not obey and did not want to study. The little prince began to promise his older brother that he would definitely improve, and then a smile appeared on the main character's face. In response, Hyang also decided to promise the younger one that he would show Yan the exhibition hall if the boy studied properly. This served as a strong motivation for Yan. The younger prince, with a smile on his face, promised his brother that he would do his best. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief when he solved the problem with his younger brother. He felt like he was stuck in a dry swamp. The crown prince, seeing that all his brothers loved the scientific center, thought that in a little while a club of fanatics of this institute would appear. The following events took place in the building of the Ministry of Taxes in the middle of the working day, when it was raining outside. Numerous employees of the department were busy with work. They sat at tables, read documents, and took notes. One of the employees was bent over his documents and persistently taking notes with a gold pen. The man looked detached. The employee looked very tired. The whites of his eyes were red. The man seemed to be staring into space, thinking about life. At one point, the man went crazy, lost control of his emotions, and shocked everyone by knocking all the documents off the table. For this offense, the employee had to go to the minister's office. Feeling ashamed, he stood in front of the boss, looking down. The Minister of Taxes asked whether his subordinate had acted this way because he was tired, and offered him an alternative, working in the documentation office. The employee was taken aback, not wanting to work there, and the angry old man asked if he wanted to be punished by being transferred to the documentation office. The boss started shouting and asked his exhausted subordinate what had happened that he had acted so recklessly. The employee, bursting into tears, admitted that no matter how hard he tried, he could not find more than the budget, and there was no money even in the reserve funds. The man said that even if the ministry was exhausted with work, there would be little benefit. This was news to the head of the department. King Sejong, sitting in the palace, sighed heavily as he read the report and said that he knew it would be difficult. But he had no idea it would be this difficult. What worried him was that they had to complete the reform within 10 years, but they hadn't even taken the first step yet. Clenching his fist tightly, the monarch realized that he could not allow the people to suffer in the future. Otherwise, what happened in the previous dynasty would be repeated. The king ordered the eunuch to bring him documents about Nasuso, the organization that managed the private property of the royal family. Several days passed. The weather was already clear outside, and the action took place near the royal palace. The main character walking down the street turned around abruptly when he heard someone's voice calling his name. Hyang saw his uncles Yang Neng and Heiren in front of him. They first greeted Hyang and then corrected themselves and called him the Crown Prince. The boy greeted his relatives and asked how they were doing since they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the men replied that everything was fine. Flushing from drunkenness, Yan Nung said that it seemed to him that just yesterday Hyang was touching his earrings, and now he had grown so much. Yang Nung suggested that the Crown Prince meet up for a drink sometime, and Hen Ren grabbed his brother and dragged him away, scolding him for talking nonsense. King Sejong suddenly snuck up from behind and asked how his brother had the courage to come to the palace so drunk. The emperor asked the heir where he was going, and Hyang reported that he was going to morning classes, having returned from the first lecture. But the king asked him to take a walk with him instead, and during the walk, Hyang asked him if he had called his uncle to the palace. The monarch replied that he had not called them, but had simply asked that several representatives be sent to discuss family matters, and they had come. The king said that the royal family's relatives also had official ranks and received money every year, and he felt ashamed of this. Hyang didn't believe his father's idea was a good one when he said they could reduce the salaries of the royal family's relatives a little. Sejong conveyed to Hyang the words of one of his relatives that they were not against this innovation if it concerned the well-being of the country. A younger relative objected, shouting at the king, saying that he needed to maintain the dignity of his barriers. Sejong told his son that his relatives had decided that the king simply wanted to abandon them, although their salary would only be reduced for 5 years. The emperor's idea pleased the protagonist. He looked at the pope with admiration and shouted that the monarch's insight deserved respect. The protagonist recalled his conversation with his father in the tea house, when the boy doubted whether they had enough money for construction. Then the emperor smiled and said that he had a plan, and now the crown prince realized that his father had not lied to him. The crown prince told his father that he would go to the laboratory, but was refused. The boy wanted to convince him, but he was still not allowed. A subordinate of the Minister of Taxes came to his office and asked the old man if he really was not going to allocate money for the reserve fund. The Minister of Taxes replied that he could not help in any way and that there was not a single extra penny in the kingdom until the Chuseok holiday. The worried employee doubted that they would survive until this holiday without money, because they would be finished if there was a flood or an epidemic. The boss got angry and yelled at the employee that the problem was that he was a pessimist who could not look at life positively. The Minister of Taxation pointed to a pile of scrolls ahead and told the man to go to work. The employee did not argue and left. So far, the minister has not seen a solution to the problem of the lack of funds in the treasury, so he decided to send a petition to the local government. Hyang hinted to his father about the budget of the research institute, but before he could finish speaking, the king shouted that there was no money, and the prince immediately left the palace. The boy was upset because the state-owned steel company could also suffer due to the lack of budget. The country's budget deficit arose because a lot of money had to be allocated to strengthening defense in some regions. The image of his enraged father appeared before the crown prince's eyes, making hand gestures at him, shouting that they didn't have a penny. But the young prince felt unfair because he was not wasting money, but asking for it for a necessary cause. The main character opened his eyes wide and froze when the boy saw some unusual visitors near the royal palace. The crown prince noticed the bald-headed monk who came out of the royal palace and wondered what he was doing there. The eunuch explained to the boy that the monks were most likely going to give a sermon in the royal palace, which caused Heir to have even more questions. After standing for a while, the main character's face changed when a fresh thought suddenly appeared in his head. The eunuch was surprised when the prince, in high spirits, jumped up and ran to the royal palace, shouting something about attacking Japan. At this time, a royal meeting was taking place in the hall, and Emperor Sejong told the officials that they would leave the problem as it was for now. Sejong raised an eyebrow and asked why Heir had come again when his subject had reported to him that the heir wanted to meet. The emperor immediately warned his son that there was no money, but the boy said that he knew this, and that was not why he came. With a big smile on his face, the inspired hero asked his dad how about supplementing the budget by selling books. King Sejong was visibly surprised, because such ideas had never entered his head before. The officials who were at the meeting did not react with delight to the crown prince's proposal, but rather became wary. In the past, the Ming dynasty demanded that Joseon break off relations with Japan, but secretly the kingdom still maintained friendship with that country. They had to maintain good relations with Japan in order to keep the notorious Japanese pirates under control. At that time, the Japanese government was friendly, especially the Kuju region, which is close to Joseon. Diplomatic relations were established with many local barons such as Otomo, Seni, Aochi, and Tsushima. The protagonist asked the king if foreign countries had ever asked them for wooden tablets with Buddhist inscriptions. The chief and left counselors nodded in agreement. They agreed that there was a demand for local wooden plaques. The king, that once even the head of the shogunate asked them for a collection of Korean Buddhist texts, set out on 80 tablets. The Japanese insisted on this, and even threatened to declare war on Joseon if the king did not give the sacred scriptures to his messenger. Sejong sighed heavily and said that they had recently received a letter with a similar request, but they couldn't just give away such valuable things. Heir grinned, knowing that this country would soon suppress Buddhism and support Confucianism. However, the prince clapped his hands and shouted that this would work well and that he was going to satisfy the needs of the Japanese. The heir suggested to the king that he print 10 copies of the Korean tablet collections at the Heinza Buddhist temple to begin with. The protagonist said that they would give 1 copy to the head of the shogunate and 1 to the Japanese general. In order to establish even better relations, the crown prince wants to gift 1 collection to Kuju Jidoshi and 1 to the head of the Dine clan. The crown prince offers to sell the remaining 6 copies to the local nobility who will offer the best price. The right-wing counselor decided to put in a word and asked if it wouldn't be better to get more money from sales without giving away the collection. The king clicked his tongue and asked the advisor if he had forgotten that the rarer the coin, the higher its value, and the official apologized. The emperor asked if Hyung wanted to sell 6 copies, and the boy said that the value of Korean Buddhist texts had now increased greatly. The crown prince also proposed asking monks throughout Joseon to copy engravings of Buddhist scriptures to create books. The left advisor's face did not show that he was delighted with this idea. The elderly official looked thoughtfully at the floor. King Sejong turned his attention to the left advisor, and was surprised that the man did not dare to give his comment. The monarch accused the leftist advisor of being uncomfortable as a Confucian with the discussion of the spread of Buddhism. The protagonist told the left advisor that he understood the resistance to his idea, but he had nothing against Confucianism. Buddhism was previously heavily suppressed, and only recently were the slaves and lands of each temple returned to the monks and the sects united. The crown prince proposed giving a percentage of the book sales to the monks to help them make a living. The king agreed that they would not be able to rid the country of Buddhism anyway, but that they would gradually level public opinion. Heir also proposed exporting Buddhist scriptures to other countries, which would make Japan admire Joseon. The emperor winked and replied that he liked the idea, and asked the left advisor how he felt after hearing the prince's words. The left advisor meekly lowered his head and said that he had changed his mind about speaking out against it and had decided to follow the will of His Majesty. The king ordered that the abbot of the Heinze Buddhist temple and a representative of the religious sect be immediately summoned to the palace. 3 months later, the action took place in the luxurious residence where the head of the Japanese government lived. The head of the Dean clan, Uchi Moriharu, whose monastic name is Tok-un, greeted the guests and thanked them for coming all this way. The Joseon officials thanked Deok-woon for his hospitality and said that the weather was fine, so they arrived without any problems. An elderly monk with a shaved head asked the foreigners what brought them here from Joseon and wondered if it had anything to do with thieves. The guests from the Joseon kingdom said that they had come here on the orders of His Majesty and invited the monk to go to the garden where a gift awaited him. The gift was large. The thing was covered with cloth to keep the intrigue. The Japanese monk was surprised when he saw the size of the gift. The elderly man with the shaved head had no idea what it was. He stared at the gift with dumbfounded eyes. The Joseon official immediately decided to remove the cloth to show the surprised monk his gift. Tok-un was genuinely delighted. He cried out in admiration, and his eyes sparkled when he saw what he had been given. An astonished Japanese monk clasped his hands over his bald head when he saw a multitude of wooden boxes in front of him. The man could not believe his luck. The official, smiling, asked the monk to open one of the boxes. When Tok-un saw what was inside the boxes, the old man's eyes filled with tears of happiness. The monk cried out that he could only dream of this, and the Joseon official said that it was a complete copy of the Korean Tripitaka from Heinze Temple. The Japanese Buddhist burst into tears, thanked the officials, and promised that from now on his Uchi family would cooperate with Joseon. Kuju Jidoshi had a similar reaction, but the head of the Ashikaga shogunate complained that he had not received a woodblock print as a gift. The Joseon official told the tearful monk that since they were now cooperating, he would need his help in one matter. Rumors of the Tripitaka's appearance in Japan spread among the nobility, and Hyang was responsible for selling the remaining copies of Buddhist scriptures. But in Joseon, there were 36 more Buddhist temples besides Heinze, and other events were unfolding in them at this time. One of the monks spent his time writing down the sacred scriptures, but at some point drops of blood fell onto the snow-white paper. The frightened monk asked his colleague Kwon Dok if he was okay when he noticed the man's nose was bleeding. In the temple, all the monks were busy copying the sacred scriptures. They complained about lack of sleep and endless work. The mentor entered the hall and asked the boys what had happened, and an agitated monk reported to him that Kwon Dok had a nosebleed. The old monk turned to the merciful Buddha, who also became worried about Kwon Dok and asked the boy to go and rest. But Kwon Dok refused to go and rest, wiping away the blood. He said he just needed to meditate for a minute for enlightenment. The teacher said that after much pressure, the Buddhists had finally been given back their opportunities, and now they should try hard for the sake of their God. The man motivated his subordinates by suggesting that the monks free themselves from earthly burdens by writing Buddhist scriptures. The entire team of monks immediately became cheerful. They put their hands together and shouted in unison that they were ready to do this for the glory of the Buddha Almighty. 2 months have passed since the Joseon envoys went to Japan to present the Tripitaka from Heinze Temple to their leaders. On this occasion, the monarch asked the officials at a royal meeting whether letters had arrived from foreign countries asking for the purchase of the Tripitaka. One of the officials replied that a total of 15 noble families from Japan had offered to buy the scriptures from them. Showing his palm to the king, the official declared that the highest price offered was a full 500 nyangs of silver. King Sejong's jaw dropped when he heard this amount, and he screamed in disbelief. The ministers and advisors, for whom this was also news, had a similar reaction. The old people were in shock. The crown prince felt awkward because he didn't understand how much that was in modern currency, but judging by his reaction, it was probably a lot. The sweating monarch asked his ministers how much rice 1 nyang of Ming Dynasty silver could now buy. A government official reported to King Sejong that, if he remembered correctly, 1 nyang could buy 2 sacks of rice. The king concluded that by selling 1 copy of the Buddhist scriptures, they could buy 100 sacks of rice with the proceeds. Hyang knew that a high-ranking official received 100 bags of rice a year, and if they sold all the remaining copies, they would get a good amount of money. The protagonist told his dad that their goal was to sell all the remaining copies at an average price, having studied the best and worst offers. The emperor agreed that this would be the right thing to do, so as not to make a mistake and end up selling only a couple of copies instead of all of them. The minister of taxes intervened. and stated that it was not necessary to take silver for books, since copper or rice could be requested. Hyang said it was a good idea because their buyers definitely had lands rich in natural resources. King Sejong then ordered the ministries of taxes, rights, and public works to join forces and set a suitable price for the book. However, the protagonist had one more proposal, which he told the Pope, and the king allowed the heir to speak. The crown prince proposed that the Tripitaka, written in the other 36 temples of Joseon, be given as gifts to the nobles participating in the auction. This proposal came as a surprise to the officials. They gaped, staring at the heir in bewilderment. The tax minister was not happy that the books would simply be given away to auction participants, and asked if Hyang was simply going to throw them away. The protagonist assured the old man that this was not a gift, but an investment to attract even more clients from Japan. Emperor Sejong liked this idea and ordered the officials to do everything as his young heir suggested. It was a very exciting time in the kingdom, so much so that no one noticed the evil wind of change blowing from the north. At sunset, another meeting of officials was held in the hall, attended by the ministers of public works, ceremonies, and taxes. The three of them sat over the map, and the minister of taxes said that the territory he was pointing to would not be worth 500 nyangs of silver. The ministers stared at the door when suddenly a left-wing advisor entered the office and asked the members of the government how they were doing. The left-wing advisor asked if he could help them with anything because he wanted to help, even if it was a small thing. The Minister of Public Works was not against it and said that they would be very grateful and invited them to sit at the table with them. When it was already dark outside, a right-wing advisor entered the office and praised the officials for their hard work. Soon, a meeting began at Hyang's research center, which the protagonist called a special event. The vice director came later and apologized for being late. The crown prince replied that it was okay because he knew how busy Youngjo was. Hyang asked the man if he had any problems trading with Japan, but Youngjo told him that everything was fine. The prince was delighted when Youngjo reported that all 7 rulers had accepted the price of 500 nyang for a copy of the sacred scriptures. The hero said he knew everything would go well and thanked the deputy chief for his hard work. Youngjo modestly replied that it was Hyang's merit, and reported that many requests were coming in to purchase the rewritten Buddhist scriptures. The prince asked his deputy not to downplay his hard work and suggested that they put their research results into practice now that they had the budget. Hyang asked Yon Sil if he had conducted a pulley test, and the advisor replied that they had conducted a test of the mechanism while working on the Han River. And Sil reported that there was a significant difference between places where the pulley was used in construction and where it was not. Although this was expected, Hyang was happy and decided to end the meeting there, but asked Li Chung to stay for a minute. Official Li Chung, who had been assisting him with Area 51, agreed to stay in the office to talk in person. After this conversation, the heir said goodbye to his employees and praised them for their efforts, and also promised a reward. Li Chung asked the boy what he planned to do next, and the prince said that improving agricultural productivity was on the agenda. The guy pointed at something in front of him and suggested to the official to start with the production of this model, since they needed to develop agriculture. Hyang noticed a noise in the next room, and Yon Sil assumed that it was Yu who had come to see the miniature train again. The protagonist decided to eavesdrop on what his younger brother was doing and heard Yu shouting, urging on the 3rd smart iron horse. The crown prince sighed heavily from fatigue, complaining that someone was running loudly around the laboratory again. The boy scolded the eunuch, reminding him that he had forbidden everyone to run around the laboratory, and the subject apologized to his majesty. The eunuch explained that he had run here because an urgent matter had come up, and Hyang needed to go to the throne room immediately. The protagonist was surprised when his subject reported that all high-ranking officials had been ordered to appear there. At this time, Sejong was already sitting in the throne room. He explained that he called everyone here because they had received a report from the Ming Empire. It turned out that the 4th emperor of the Ming dynasty had died, and Xiang knew that the reign of the next emperor, Hongxi, would not last even a year. The monarch said that the physiognomist and the doctor who had traveled to China were right, and asked his subjects to prepare a delegation of condolences. The left advisor told the king about the next prince, Min, saying that he was an intelligent man who became the heir at an early age. The king asked whether the new emperor would be as focused on foreign affairs, and the advisor replied that he doubted that would be the case. The protagonist became wary when the left advisor revealed that there were ominous rumors about the prince who would become the new Emperor Ming. The left advisor reported to the king that the crown prince of the Ming Empire was distinguished by his unusual ambition. Hyang felt ashamed that he had studied history poorly in his previous life because he didn't know that there was something like this in the Ming dynasty. The advisor said that according to their information, Prince Han had already been looking for an heir to the throne, while the late emperor was bedridden. Sejong ordered the officials to instruct the delegation to gather as much information as possible about the crown prince, and also to strengthen the defense. The main character, like no one else, understood his father when the king began to sigh heavily and complain about constant problems. Hyang returned to the Eastern Palace very angry. He threw off his hat and shouted how tired he was of China, which stunned the eunuch. The crown prince looked at the eunuch and shouted at him to remember that the boy had not said anything. A few days later, when it was dark outside, a dark silhouette of a man walked into the building of the Beijing branch in Chosun. The area around was illuminated by colorful red paper lanterns, which are a symbol of the Ming Empire. The official immediately asked his colleagues what the situation was with the new Han King and what the atmosphere was in Beijing, to which the men asked him to calm down. The official said that it turned out that Han was very ambitious, so the fact of the previous emperor's death was kept secret for a long time. This news came as a surprise to my colleague, and he was perplexed, asking how something like this could happen. He was told that this was not all. There was also a rumor that the prince was trying to convince his younger brother to take the throne in his place. From the delegation's report, King Sejong learned that Prince Han had rebelled earlier, but the government had supported him, and he had inherited the throne. The angry king rolled up the paper scroll because he knew that the new Emperor Ming was problematic for them. He concluded that the Ming Empire would remain in turmoil for some time, but for some reason they looked exhausted now. Sejong ordered the Minister of Rights to postpone the meeting with the leader of the Zhongzhen tribe because they would not leave their base at such a time. The Minister of Rights humbly bowed his head before the king and replied that he obeyed the command of His Majesty. He ordered another official to speed up the replacement of border guards' weapons with new ones to strengthen border security. The monarch was unhappy that the crown prince had managed to replenish their treasury, but half of the money had already flowed away somewhere. Suddenly the king's face changed. The man wrinkled his nose in anger. He was filled with emotions of rage and fury. The officials were very frightened, and some even lost their balance when King Sejong suddenly slammed his palms on the table. But he didn't start swearing. He just suggested that the officials work, because, as they say, this is the best cure for a headache. The advisors were perplexed, because they knew that the best cure for a headache was still rest, but they preferred to remain silent. The meeting continued for a short time when the eunuch informed the king that the crown prince requested an audience. The boy knelt before the king and asked if he could spare a minute for his son, and Sejong asked what was the matter. The hero was in high spirits. Hyang, with a smile on his face, told the emperor that he had something to show. King Sejong raised one eyebrow in surprise and looked at his young heir, who never ceased to amaze him, in bewilderment. The Joseon monarch agreed to leave the throne room and go outside, and a eunuch protected the king from the bright sun with an umbrella outside. The main character pointed to something that was standing on the street and asked his father in an enthusiastic voice to look at it. King Sejong and his two subjects silently stared at the thing that stood right in front of the royal palace. In front of them stood a huge wheel with metal loops around its circumference, which Hyang had invented for agriculture. The emperor was really puzzled because he had never seen anything like it before, and he asked his son what this strange thing was. One day, the king, sitting in his home clothes, told Hyang that the priority now was to strengthen the possibilities of trade and industry. Sejong told the prince that the country's money economy would finally settle down if they achieved urbanization. The prince countered by telling his father that urbanization, like the wind of change, could be a success or could become a worst enemy. The monarch replied that he knew this, and that the royal power would not come out unscathed if the people of the city were threatened. At this moment, the main character remembered the French Revolution, which would take place much later in Paris. The crown prince knew that if the working class became poor, it could lead to the emergence of communism in the country. Seeing the boy's anxiety, the king said that it was too early to worry, because they had not even called a city council yet. Hyang forced a smile when the king asked how many people would leave their fields until urbanization reached the level they wanted. The emperor said that their kingdom had risen from the devastated and impoverished state of Koryo, and many refugees were still surviving in wanderings to this day. He stated that their settlement required urbanization, as well as the development of industry and trade. Hyang knew that his plan was different from the European one, where urbanization arose as industry developed naturally. The prince did not understand who, how, and for what would consume goods if the refugees began to develop industry. In Joseon, rice was the staple food and should always be available in abundance, but many people in the kingdom still die of hunger. King Sejong put down his cup of tea when he had one more thing to tell his young heir. The main character looked closely at his father, anticipating what he would tell him now. The monarch said he had instructed advisors to study new farming methods to boost productivity. The crown prince realized that the king was now talking about a plant transplantation method that originated in the Ming dynasty. The king said that they have been testing this new technology in some provinces since last year. Sejong said that they had previously used the direct seeding method, but the new technology requires less labor and people. According to the king, the plan to implement the method is difficult to implement. So far, they are trying to expand the sowing area. Now the emperor, shortly after this conversation, stood with dumbfounded eyes in front of Hyang's new invention. The main character told his father that he called this invention a thresher and offered to show him how it works. The crown prince gave the order to his servants to come forward, strong men carrying the fresh harvest of barley on their shoulders. The young heir told the king that first of all they had harvested the barley, which had recently ripened. According to Hyang, before this, workers had to handle each grain individually, processing the crop by hand. The boy said that harvesting itself was hard work, and cleaning the grain was an extremely difficult process. Sitting on the thresher, Hyang explained that only 2 people were needed to operate the machine and began pedaling. The protagonist placed fresh barley into a rolling bucket, after which the cleaned grains poured out of the gutters. The delighted king shouted that this was incredible and gave orders to distribute these machines throughout the country. Chosun was rapidly developing defense and agriculture, but one day an incident occurred in Area 51. Sirens blared throughout the area was engulfed in flames, and employees screamed that a fire had started. In this case, a rescue team was always on duty in the area, and the men were given the order to get to work. 2 rescuers were carrying heavy metal equipment to put out the fire using a bull. The men soon discovered the source of the fire. It was a small campfire, not an uncontrolled blaze. One of the rescuers removed the protective cloth from his face when he saw and was disappointed that it was just a fire. The second rescuer hit him on the helmet and shouted that they were very lucky that the flames were small. The fire brigade began to work on the fire, using shields as cover, and they put out the fire with a hose. A worried Hyang came running and said that he came as soon as he received the message and asked if there was a fire. The rescuer pointed to the place where the fire was burning and reported to the crown prince that they had extinguished it before the fire spread. Hyun felt awkward, but he praised the firefighters for their work. The boy knew that it was just a test. The man with the scar on his face stated that he, as Hyang ordered, remains on guard and does not miss a single spark. The main character told the firefighters to be careful because there were a lot of explosives and flammable substances in the area. The general whispered to Hyang that this rescuer insisted on notifying Hyang of even the slightest problem, which was why there was such a fuss. The crown prince smiled when he learned of the character of this new fireman and replied that he understood everything. The young heir said that he was going to meet the new members of the rescue team to cheer them up. In February, a meeting was held at which the official reminded the king that he had promised to participate in military exercises. Ye Yijong said that many officials have been waiting for this day with anticipation, as well as soldiers who want to serve but cannot due to their status. The main character, sitting next to him, after listening to the official's speech, realized that the man had touched his father on the raw. But the king was not angry. He suggested going to the Hyunseong and Gangwon regions for training and asked when they could leave. The chief advisor was delighted and said that it was already the first days of February and the king had promised to arrive at the beginning of December. The emperor replied that he thought they should set out as soon as possible and ordered everyone to get ready. Hyang was happy to hear this news, and the king asked everyone to take more warm clothes because it was still frosty. Suddenly, Sejong pointed his finger at Hyang and shouted that the prince would also take part in the training and ordered him to pack his things. The emperor said that the accompanying soldiers would also take part as cavalry and asked not to create problems in his absence. All the assembled officials obediently lowered their heads and shouted in unison that they would follow the will of His Majesty. Soon the exercises began. The cavalrymen rode on horses, announcing the king's order. They held flags in their hands. The infantry, dressed in winter military uniform, also marched in a row, holding wooden signs with coats of arms in their hands. A large number of soldiers took part in the exercises, and they solemnly carried the insignia of their units in their hands. There were also cavalrymen, clad in the new iron armor of the Western type, designed by our prince. The commander of the detachment rode ahead on horseback. Unlike the others, he did not hold a spear in his hands. All these military personnel accompanied His Majesty. The king was carried in his arms in a large red palanquin. On the occasion of the military exercises, Emperor Sejong also changed into the military uniform of the Joseon commander-in-chief. The king asked his son, who was riding in a nearby carriage, if he was cold, to which Hyang replied that his mother had wrapped him up well. Suddenly, one of the soldiers ordered the horse to stop abruptly when the road beneath them became very bad. Due to the sudden stop, the carriage in which King Sejong was sitting suddenly tilted to the side, and the man grabbed the armrest. The soldier apologized to His Majesty, explaining that the darling was bad, and Sejong asked him to be more careful. But the soldiers were unable to be more careful, because a second later the king's carriage tilted to the other side again. The king realized that it would be necessary to repair this road, because not only he, but also the people often traveled along it. The protagonist suggested to his father to check out the same roads when they were heading to Gangwon-do. Around mid-February of that same year, somewhere in the city, one of the ordinary residents was looking at a fire. It was pitch dark outside, and the dark silhouette of a man was leaning over a fire he had lit right outside his house. The warm light emanating from the flame illuminated the face of the stranger, who looked at the fire in front of him for a long time. The fire among the thatched roofs of residential buildings grew stronger with each passing second. The fire became uncontrollable. The destructive flames engulfed the entire yard and were ready to spread to the houses. But the man was not bothered by this. Seeing that the fire was growing stronger, the villager laughed loudly and angrily. A few days earlier, at a royal meeting, the city magistrate Oh Seung told the monarch that he had something he wanted to report. The official said that recently fires have begun to break out frequently in the city, with 2 or 3 fires occurring per night. He asked for permission for local authorities to take turns keeping watch in the city, and if arsonists were caught, to collect their property from them. King Sejong was outraged when he heard the news, but told the city magistrate that he had come up with a good plan. The monarch ordered the minister not to shift responsibility only to local authorities, and to give them support from the state council. The emperor shouted that the city must be kept safe while he was on military exercises, and promised to deal with the matter later. A powerful fire broke out in the city overnight due to the actions of an arsonist, engulfing many houses. The fire was so strong that it almost reached the royal palace where His Majesty the Queen lived. The lady-in-waiting Kim burst into the woman's chambers in the middle of the night and shocked her by telling her that there was a big fire in the city. The worried woman asked the Queen to leave the unsafe place as soon as possible. But the woman did not run. She stood up and loudly ordered the lady-in-waiting to summon the ministers as quickly as possible. The Queen ran outside after ordering Kim to send her some messenger as soon as possible. Hyang's mother even managed to tidy herself up. She maintained her calm and queenly face as she hurried down the street. Suddenly, the woman's stomach seized up from excitement. The Queen closed her eyes in pain and leaned forward. The worried ladies of the court surrounded the Queen and asked her to go to the royal physician as soon as possible. The woman refused to go to the doctor, but Kim insisted, saying that overexertion would be bad for the baby. The Queen stroked her belly and silently asked the baby not to embarrass her while his father was out of town. The sweating eunuch ran to the Queen and brought with him a man who was called the best horseman in the palace. Servant Kem Sa-bok greeted Her Royal Majesty with honor, and the woman gave him an important mission. She showed him the king's horse token and told him that Sa-bok needed to inform Sejong about the fire in the capital as soon as possible. The rider dropped to his knees, took the token, and shouted that he would put his life on the line to carry out her command. Due to the fire in the city, the ministers had already gathered in the main throne room, but the king was not in his place due to a business trip. The Queen came to the meeting instead and thanked the ministers for coming so late. As they bowed, the woman said there was no time for formalities and asked if they had yet found out the cause of the fire. The left-wing advisor reported that the source of the fire was located near a private house in the southeastern part of the capital. The queen imagined a map of the capital in her head and was told that the source of the fire was not far from the cemetery. The left advisor reported to Her Majesty that the fire was now spreading very quickly due to the north wind. The queen said that she had already ordered everything to be reported to her husband and ordered that all forces be sent to protect the palaces of Chonmei and Dokun. The advisor wanted to object, but the woman replied that they had no other choice and needed to prevent the fire from spreading to Chonma. The queen raised her voice, ordering the officials to stop standing with their hands folded and to follow her order, and they meekly agreed. Zone 51 already knew that a fire was raging in the capital. The general was looking for the leader of the rescue team. General Cho Hae-sang found the chief rescuer, who asked what was going on and was told that there was a big fire in the city. He-san shouted that in a little while the fire would spread to the palace, and the fire was moving from south to north due to the wind. The general ordered to defend the royal palace, not to enter the burning buildings, but to save people if possible. The chief rescuer, a man with a scar on his face, loudly answered General Cho Hae-sang that he understood everything. Sirens began to sound in Zone 51, causing employees to wake up, not understanding what the sound was that was bothering them. The head of the rescue team burst into the chambers and shouted, giving the order to his subordinates to rise. The rescuers were fast asleep, because it was the middle of the night, so they did not immediately understand what had happened. But then the guys reacted quickly and put on their work uniforms, after which they grabbed their protective helmets. The rescue team then grabbed large metal shields with transparent slits that would protect them from the fire. The firefighters, dressed in their work uniforms, lined up to set out on their first major mission. One of the firemen was less confident. Fear of the danger of fire was visible in the man's eyes. But the leader encouraged his subordinates, shouting that there was no such thing as fear, and they all left Zone 51 together. At this time, fire was raging in the capital. Everything around was burning. Civilians were running away, trying to save themselves. One of the rescuers, when he arrived in the burning city, froze in fear and was taken aback when he came face to face with the flames. The crowd of civilians running away began to push the firemen who stood in their way, confused. The captain of the rescue team noticed that his subordinate was standing and ordered his junior to wake up and run here. The fire chief regretfully reported that the wind had changed to the northeast, and he would not be able to keep his promise. He gathered the rescuers around him and showed them a map, and they outlined a plan of action to get to the main road. According to the capital's plan, firefighters will have to bypass the fire zone and reach the royal palace before the fire intensifies. The man with the scar on his face stunned the younger one by saying that they would destroy the palace there so that the fire would not fall on it. The chief ordered the junior to wait here, and when reinforcements arrived, to report the plan of action to them. At this time, the messenger who was to bring the news to the king was still on the road, and after a rest he was ready to mount his horse again. The best horseman in Joseon mounted his horse again, grabbed the harness, and shouted that he was leaving immediately. The man gave the horse the command to start, and the mare lifted her hoof off the ground to gallop forward. In the capital, a young fireman was driving a bull named Nurin. They needed him to transport barrels of water. The rescuer surveyed the situation and realized that there was not as much damage on the main road as in other parts of the city. He concluded that all people had been evacuated in advance. The street was very quiet, as if there had been no fire at all. As the young fireman walked past a residential building, he noticed a strange sound coming from there. The guy saw a civilian in front of him and asked what he was doing there because there was an order to evacuate. The man froze in fear when he realized he had been caught while he was trying to set one of the houses on fire again while squatting, but the arsonist managed to wriggle out of it. He turned around and smiled at the fireman, saying that he was doing his job there because of his incontinence. The fireman did not suspect anything, but simply warned the man that it was dangerous here and he should leave. The arsonist thanked the rescuer for the warning and continued to wander around the devastated city with a sickle in his hands. The rescuer went on, accompanying a huge bull harnessed to a cart. He lit his way with a lantern. Finally, the guy thought about it and realized that the man was emitting a strange smell of fire, which aroused suspicion. But the young fireman did not notice how at that moment an arsonist with a crazed face crept up on him from behind.